Lin Yu travels through the world of the Great Luo and awakens the tree of the Great Tao, which can refine the amazing past of all things and beings and conclude the fruit of the Tao. Take a look at the basic technique, Walking Chi Know-how, and refine the amazing past of the founder of Walking Chi Know-how, Sanbao Xianzuan, who opened the way of the law for the living beings, concluding that fruit of the Tao of Epiphany. But whenever one cultivates, one is in a state of epiphany at all times. Take a look at the broken sword Faustus, refining the Faustus sword master's stunning past as he came west with one sword and slaughtered 3 million demons and gods. Conclude the sword of the road fruit, but all the sword road. Sight 1 against 10,000. Your family watch family sword road. Look at it is my law. What is more shocking to Lin Yu is, not only feats and immortal weapons, but even formations, pills, immortal mountains, and forbidden lands were all equally possible. Chapter 1, The Emperor's Son Raises Pigs. Your son plows the fields. Cultivating immortality is so magnificent. Little ones, you've been living here for over a decade. During these 10 or so years, you have asked old man more than once when you can start practicing? Now the old man answers you. It is today. All of you come over and gather. In a moment, I will distribute cultivation techniques to you. The foot of Mt. Tai Yuan. In a seemingly ordinary village, an old man stood under a large banyan tree, and his high voice, which traveled in all directions. You can learn today? 12 years, do you know what it's been like for the old man? This young master, but the son of the great general of the Star Moon dynasty. In this front of the village, the back of the broken village, hard to pick 12 years of water, can be considered to wait until today. What's picking water as bad as me? Raising pigs. I've been raising pigs for a whole 14 years. They're almost pickled in flavor, and now that smell of pig shit, you can't even wash it off. To think that I, the son of the Prime Minister of the Ari Kingdom, have been a pig farmer here for 14 years. Who would believe me if I told you? When we go back in a while, this young master will slaughter those pigs we raised. The old man had just finished speaking when a group of teenagers from the village gathered around. Some of them were carrying flat burdens on their shoulders. Some were holding sheep in their hands, and some were holding scythes. All of them were wearing rough linen clothes and grass shoes. Who would dare to believe that these people were either rich or noble if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? At worst, they're a wealthy businessman on one side. Are you guys as miserable as I am? I'm the royal son of the Greenwood dynasty. At this moment, Lin Yu, who was riding a large green ox with a grass pole in his mouth, spat out the grass pole in his mouth with a mouthful and couldn't help but mutter. Lin Yu is a traveler, extremely well born, a royal son of the Greenwood dynasty, born with memories. At that time, there were two other imperial sons born together with Lin Yu. Originally, Lin Yu was very satisfied with his life after rebirth. The prince. It wasn't about money and women. In case the old emperor hiccuped, he might still have a chance to get drunk on a beautiful woman's knee and wake up with the power of the world. How comfortable is that? But slowly, Lin Yu realized that this world was very unusual. Dynasty. That belongs to mortals. In this world, there are high and mighty immortals. When Lin Yu was half a year old, he had seen with his own eyes that his cheap old father, the head of a country, was groveling to a youth whose hair hadn't even grown back. At that time, Lin Yu was shocked. In front of an immortal, the lord of a dynasty was nothing more than an ant. Lin Yu felt at that time that the throne that was within reach did not smell good. The good thing about this is that it soon took a turn for the worse. The day of the week of the first birthday catch, Papa Lin Yu not only put on the gold and silver jewelry, the 4 treasures of literature and so on not to mention, but also put on the jade seal of the state. In the words of Papa Lin Yu, that is life and death have their own destiny, wealth and fortune. If Lin Yu really captured the jade seal of transmission, he would make Lin Yu the crown prince and inherit the dynasty. Lin Yu, who was 1 year old at the time, looked at his old man, and laughed at the time when he established the crown prince in such a childish way. As for the other concubines, their faces were black with anger. But Lin Yu, in the end, didn't choose the jade seal of transmission. Instead, he chose a jade pendant that, legend has it, came from the immortal sect. That jade pendant Lin Yu remembered from the same youth who made his old man grovel. Lin Yu's old man himself said that if Lin Yu chose this jade pendant, he would send him to cultivate immortality. There are fairies who don't cultivate. Isn't that a load of crap? Lin Yu grabbed the jade pendant and wouldn't let go. Just when Lin Yu thought that he was properly about to be worshipped in the immortal sect, he was thrown in this birdshit village for 16 years. From the age of 3, Lin Yu, who was not yet as big as a cow's hoof, had to go out and herd cows. Father and mother, too, can only come to see each other once a year. The things brought in, moreover, will be confiscated by the old and undead village chief. with the beautiful name of temporary custody. At first Lin Yu nearly diaphragmatized to death. You don't want to be a good prince. You come here to be a cowherd. But when Lin Yu slowly realized that the other people in the village, one by one, were not low in status, his heart balanced quite a bit. Come on, one book for everyone. Everyone. Whether or not we can enter the immortal sect depends on today. Once you all have the gongfu in your hands, the old man will explain to you how to cultivate. And if you can't learn it, you'll go back to your own homes and find your own moms. The old village chief was full of smiles, obviously white beard and hair, but walking, but it is as healthy as flying, holding dozens of thick books, running up without breathing heavily. You, old pickpocket, are you any good? Don't tell me you know anything about cultivation. I've never seen, anyway, an immortal look like you. Quite a few teenagers sniffed and looked at the old village chief questioningly. Bang bang bang, the old village chief sniffed and grabbed a tome, shining it at the few teenagers who were talking, and one person smacked it down with frightening speed. I don't look like that. You do? Do you think that you have to be flying in the sky to be immortal? When the old village chief cursed, it was even more neutral. Those who fly in the sky are not necessarily immortals. There are still birds, but those who can't fly, even if they are immortals, they are not strong enough. Lin Yu sniffed, looking away from himself, and muttered softly, brush. But in the next second, a book, which had been thrown from the old man's hand, smashed into Lin Yu's chest with unparalleled precision. Poof! That tremendous force instantly lifted Lin Yu from the bull's back and tipped him over. Moo! The big green ox was startled, and with its huge hooves, it almost didn't step on Lin Yu. What an ear! That's a lot of wallop listening to practice. Lin Yu muttered again, but this time, he looked up and saw the old village headman, a pair of snowy white longevity eyebrows trembling, and hurriedly just clutched the book in his hand and fled back to his cabin in a huff, also inserting the bolt on the door by hand. The cabin is really small. It would also just fit a table and a bed and 4 chairs. I'd like to see what's so special about this cultivation tome that I've let go of the cow for more than 10 years in exchange for it. Lin Yu took the tome and placed it on the table, walking the chi trick. On the cover of the thick tome were 3 large letters whose ink had not even dried. This made Lin Yu wonder if this tome was an old, undead village chief who had written it overnight to fool people. Although Lin Yu muttered in his heart, he still flipped through the tome without dying. The Weatherman. Boom! The handwriting on the tome unexpectedly lit up with a golden light that surged into Lin Yu's brow. Between the influx of golden light, an incomparably splendid large tree appeared in the depths of Lin Yu's sea of consciousness. At the same time there were pounds of information that poured into Lin Yu's memory. The tree of the way? Lin Yu looked at the large tree in the sea of consciousness and instantly revealed a look of amazement. Chapter 2, Legislating the Way for the Crown Life. Amazing the world for billions of years. The tree of the way. The amazing past of all beings can be refined and the fruits of the great Tao can be concluded. Refining the stunning past and concluding the fruits of the way? Lin Yu froze. Buzz. At this moment, Lin Yu's sea of consciousness trembled, and then a picture surfaced. The technique of traveling qi, created by the 3 treasures immortal Emperor San Bao. When he entered the Tao, he suffered from the lack of a method. Then he traveled the world for 100 years, remembering that all beings can't be cultivated, and at the end of the sky, after 30 years of enlightenment, he created the technique of walking on the qi. Though the qi xing technique is the lowest level of cultivation, it is extremely universal and can be applied to all immortal cultivators, thus stunning the great Luo world. It became the practice method for most cultivators to get started in the world of Dala. In the middle of the picture, a white-haired old man, sitting under a cliff wall. His heart is like a rock. Looking at it, people cannot help but rise in admiration. Is this the stunning past of the traveling qi skill? Lin Yu's heart fluttered. It was applicable to all cultivators and became the introductory technique for cultivators in the Luo world. Buzz off! The tree of the great Tao gently trembled, and the images in Lin Yu's sea of consciousness immediately turned into fragments and were absorbed by the tree of the great Tao. Wow! For a moment, on the tree of the great Tao, there was spiritual light flying, and between the swaying branches, there was a thumb-sized flower skeleton in bud. Refinement of the Xingqi skill amazes the past and concludes the flower of enlightenment. Flower of enlightenment effect, cultivation speed doubled, enlightenment doubled, with a certain probability of triggering an epiphany. The moment the flower of enlightenment was concluded, a message, once again, surged into Lin Yu's sea of consciousness. Only a faint ray of light was seen flowing from the flower of enlightenment. Under the reflection of the light, Lin Yu felt that the world in front of him seemed to have changed. But what exactly had changed? Lin Yu couldn't say. This old bastard didn't lie. The qi xing skill, it's really a cultivation technique. and it's also applicable to most cultivators. Lin Yu's gaze lit up and he settled down to study the qixing skill. Buzz. Lin Yu only felt that the flower of enlightenment gently swung, and the entire person entered a state of tranquility and ethereality. Under the blessing of the flower of enlightenment, Lin Yu only felt that the originally obscure and difficult to understand scriptures, he was easily able to understand the key to them. It's like being enlightened and enlightened. Lin Yu felt that he seemed to be immersed in an ocean of qi, and there was an invisible force that wrapped around his body. Is this the qi sense spoken of within the qixing technique? Lin Yu murmured to himself thoughtfully. Qi sense enables cultivators to sense the aura between heaven and earth, thus accomplishing the introduction of qi into the body and stepping into the door of cultivation. Buzz off. Lin Yu subconsciously operated the Xing Qi skill, and the originally chaotic aura around him became organized under the guidance of the Xing Qi skill. As Lin Yu breathed in and out, it surged into his body. Buzz. The moment the aura entered his body, Lin Yu's body shook and he realized that his qi and blood had gained a great deal of weight. Buzz off. Lin Yu was even able to truly feel that within his body, there was an extra aura that was as fine as a hair. With the operation of the qixing skill, it moves forward according to a specific way, and then returns to the sea of qi, and then the wisp of aura once again surged out from the dantian, and after running around the body for a week, it once again returned to the sea of qi in the dantian. During this process, the wisp of aura continuously absorbed the aura introduced into the body by the qixing technique, thus strengthening itself. After the aura grew, it ran over and over again, constantly nourishing Lin Yu's body. It made Lin Yu's flesh, qi, blood, bones, meridians, and soul all improve at a slow pace. Once the aura in his body, from the thickness of a hair, grew to the size of a green bean, Lin Yu realized that he was beginning to have difficulty drawing an aura. Strange, how come I can't draw an aura all of a sudden? Lin Yu exited his cultivation state and opened his eyes, his face full of suspicion. If you don't understand, ask. That old bastard confiscated so much from me. What's wrong with letting him answer a few questions? Lin Yu immediately pushed the door open. Outside at this point, it's a major rollover scene. Lin Yu saw that the teenager who claimed to be the son of a great general of the Star Moon dynasty was holding a flat stick in his hand and staring at the qixing skill that was flipped open on his knee. The teenager who claimed to be the son of the prime minister of the Ari kingdom was frantically sharpening his knife not far away, while still staring at the old village chief in the distance. I must chop up that old undead today. Don't any of you stop me. A dozen years of raising pigs for a book you can't read. Deception. The son of the chancellor of the Ori kingdom gritted his teeth while sharpening his sword. Qi sense? What exactly is qi sense? It must be the bad air here. Or else why can't I sense that there's an aura around? The emperor of the heavenly blessing country, after staring at the qixing skill in his hand for a long time, directly ran to the bottom of a big tree, and then nimbly climbed the treetop of the mountain, stretched out his neck, and breathed in a big mouth. Cough cough. But immediately afterward, the emperor of the heavenly providence kingdom, coughed loudly with a dark face, but he didn't know which one of them, the $1,000 man, was burning down there, and that deep breath almost didn't choke him to death. Black Rider Nation. What the fuck, you got nothing to burn? The emperor of the heavenly providence kingdom, exasperated, shouted, I'm looking for qi. You see, when firewood is burned, there is smoke, and when I burn the fire, I may have burned that invisible and untouchable aura out. The son of the secretary of the household department of the Black Rider kingdom, holding a burning stick in his hand, said as a matter of course. The emperor of the heavenly blessing country was instantly infuriated at his words. Let me ask you, you've been in this village, burning fires for over 10 years, have you ever seen an aura? I think you're just burning stupid. The emperor of the heavenly blessing country, with a giggle, slid down from the tree and pointed at the son of the secretary of the household of the Black Rider country and cursed. You're the one who's burnt stupid. Believe it or not, I'll whip you to death with a stick. The son of the Black Rider kingdom's minister of household also became enraged, and holding a burning stick, he pounced on him, and the two of them immediately twisted and fought together. The old village chief was leisurely sitting under the big tree, crossing his legs, holding a teapot in one hand and a broken fan in the other, smiling and watching the two people messing around. It was so cozy. Old village chief, why do you think the aura in the body, after growing to the size of a green bean, stops growing? Lin Yu walked around behind the old village chief and asked softly. Stupid. The aura in the body grows to the size of a green bean. That's the sign of qi rushing through the dantian. The next step is to advance to the qi refining realm. So of course it won't grow. The old village chief replied subconsciously, but immediately afterward, the teacup in the old village chief's hand clattered to the ground and fell in half. turning back violently and staring at Lin Yu like he had seen a ghost. Chapter 3, Old Immortal. I can introduce Widow Wang to you. Ah, you old fart. That's my purple sand flying fairy marigold. You said you'd give it back to me when I get started. 1,000 kills may not produce even one, and you drop it here. The movement under the tree caused the son of the Black Rider Kingdom's Minister of Household to move with a lurch before letting out a heart-rending scream. If it's a weekday, anyone who dared to call the old village chief old and undead in front of him would have had the soles of their shoes in their face long ago. But at this moment, the old village chief completely ignored it and just stared at Lin Yu with a deadly stare. Lin Yu's scalp went numb at the old village chief's gaze. Lin Yu remembered that the big green bull he had set free had this expression when he looked at a cow in the next village. Old bird, I don't have that fetish. I can introduce you to Widow Wang from the next village. Lin Yu took a few steps back in fear. Tell me, old man, how do you know that when the aura is raised to the size of a green bean, the body can no longer absorb the aura? The old village chief asked with a burning gaze. You asked this. Didn't I practice according to the chi line technique you gave me? And I refined a green bean-sized aura. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately this old immortal was not craving for his own body. Brush. Lin Yu had just finished speaking, and all the teenagers present all turned their heads and looked at Lin Yu in dismay. Come on, go over there and take that green bull you've been raising and flip it over for the old man. The old village chief stood up with a face full of excitement and directly pulled Lin Yu, walking to the front of the big green ox. Tip this thing over? Old village chief, you are out of your mind, right? This green ox, is it something Lin Yu can lift over? Quite a few teenagers, all staring straight ahead. Lin Yu's heart was also a bit weak. This big green ox, in Lin Yu more than 10 years, under the careful care, the size can be compared to ordinary green ox. A few circles, at least a few thousand pounds of weight. Once mad, it could knock down even a big tree that was hugged by one person. Bang! The old village chief didn't care about this, circled around behind the big green ox and kicked it in the butt. Moo! The great green ox's eyes were red with pain, and with a roar, it charged towards Lin Yu, the old undead Yu. Boom! Lin Yu was startled, facing the big green bull that was close at hand and charging. Lin Yu couldn't even dodge if he wanted to, and subconsciously stretched out his hands and grabbed towards the bull's horns. Boom! Lin Yu's hands, just holding the bull's horns, felt a huge force coming. Between the body trembling, the ground of the moment collapsed in. Ha! To Lin Yu's surprise, he had actually blocked himself in the face of the great green ox's angry slam. The big green ox's head was pressed against itself, and its hooves were frantically plowing the ground, but it couldn't help itself at all. Get down! Between Lin Yu's eyes shining brightly, his arms shook violently. Lin Yu realized that between his outbursts, the mung bean thick aura in his body was running at high speeds, transforming into a gigantic force that erupted out. Moo! Boom! The great green ox let out a wail and was overturned on the spot by Lin Yu, splattering the sky with smoke and dust. The teenagers around them were instantly confused. The old village chief's expression even changed drastically. Only the big green cow, pressed to the ground by Lin Yu, mooed, and in the cow's eyes, there were tears swirling. Is this the power that comes with cultivation? The gazes of the many teenagers, looking at Lin Yu, all changed. Both arms vibrate with 10,000 pounds of power. It is indeed chi rushing through the dantian. But how is that possible? I've been distributing the chi secrets for less than an hour. My memory is a bit poor. It's hard enough to even memorize them. How can I directly cultivate to the point where my chi rushes through the dantian? The old village chief was also messed up at this point. No, just that secret book whose ink hasn't even dried. It looks like a fake. How can it be possible to cultivate immortality? It must be this old undead, who has given Lin Yu a little cooking. The contents inside the secret book must be different. Some teenagers, with a twinkle in their eyes, ran directly to Lin Yu's wooden house and flipped up Lin Yu's chi practicing secrets. No, content, same as ours. The son of the chancellor of the Ori kingdom was dumbfounded as he flipped through Lin Yu's chi practicing secrets. Qingmu dynasties. Nay, Lin emperor, teach us, how did you cultivate aura? Yes, teach us, and when we enter, we will be rewarded generously. Many teenagers were gathered around, looking at Lin Yu with eager faces. My chi practicing technique is the same as yours, Lin Yu said with a smile. We know the same thing, but we can't read it and want you to teach us. Yes, that's it. A group of teenagers, talking in tongues. Bang, bang, bang. But just then, the old village chief skillfully took off his own straw shoes and rewarded one person with a large soul. I told you guys you were stupid and you didn't believe me. What Lin Yu means is that there's nothing wrong with the Dharma. It's the people that are the problem. It's all unintelligible. The old village chief's sentence, said a group of teenagers, all of whom were filled with embarrassment. Lin Yu, come on, sit over here. After the old village chief had finished lecturing the others, he changed into a fawning smile, attentively pulling Lin Yu and sitting on the chair under the tree that originally belonged to the village chief. Lin Yu, wait a moment, your situation is too special. I'll report it to the sect. The old village chief took his fan and gently helped Lin Yu fan himself. His attitude was a 180-degree change. Mayor, I'm a little thirsty. Lin Yu forced a smile and spoke. Seeing the old village chief's attitude, it seems remarkable that he himself, so quickly, cultivated to the realm of qi rushing through the dantian, that who, of the heavenly blessing country, still not quick to go to Lin Yu to a cup of tea. The old village chief held up his straw shoes and pointed at the emperor of Tianyu kingdom, who was frightened and ran to pour tea. The old village chief took out another jade token and tapped on it, and Lin Yu was surprised to find that inside the jade token, an old voice came out. What the hell? A pale voice, impatient. Enlighten Elder Lu. In our Red River village, someone has cultivated to the qi-charged dantian realm within an hour, the old village chief said in a colorful, hand-waving manner. Clunk, boom. Vaguely, Lin Yu seemed to hear the sound of something exploding. Chapter 4. The flower of the Dan Dao, smell the fragrance and recognize the medicine. Pharmacology and understanding. Are you telling the truth? The old voice, once again, came out. It must be true. If it's a fake, Elder Lu, you'll rip my head off and use it as a stool. The old village chief said confidently. Your head is a stool to sit on. The old man thinks it hurts his ass. Elder Lu spoke indifferently. How about this? I'll immediately have Song Qingfeng make a trip over there. He's always been the one handling things in your Red River village anyway. Also, give Lin Yu a Qi Xingdan. It has to be the best. Give him 10 spirit stones. It would be even better if he managed to advance to the Qi refining realm before Song Qingfeng arrived. Elder Lu paused and then said with a straight face. Yes. The old village chief nodded repeatedly before ending the transmission. Lin Yu, follow me. The old village chief looked at Lin Yu with a fawning smile on his face. Go. Lin Yu smiled and got up. Here's the tea. At this moment, the royal prince of the heavenly Providence kingdom, carrying the freshly brewed tea, ran over with gusto, his eyes burning as he looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, are you going to drink your tea or will you drink it later? The old village chief looked at Lin Yu and nodded his head. Drink it later. Lin Yu opened his mouth. Lin Yu had just heard very clearly that the old village chief was going to give himself a Qi Xingdan and 10 spirit stones. It goes without saying that the Qi Xingdan is definitely an elixir for immortal cultivators. Spirit stones. Lin Yu had also heard of them. It seemed like his own family's Greenwood dynasty had the task of mining spirit stones for this immortal Luo sect. The fact that he himself could enter Red River village to herd cattle was precisely because the Greenwood dynasty had been credited with mining spirit stones for the immortal Luo sect. Do you hear me? The old village chief sniffed and glared at the emperor of the heavenly Providence kingdom. Heard that? The emperor of the heavenly blessing country had an innocent look on his face. He wasn't deaf. Why don't you go heat up the tea when you hear me and stand here as a mallet? The old village chief shone at the back of the head of the emperor of the heavenly Providence. Is a big ear melon. The pain of the emperor of the heavenly Providence showed his teeth. Lin Yu, then let's go to my place first. I'm telling you, my place. That's not ordinary. After the old village head had finished lecturing the royal prince of the heavenly Providence kingdom, he turned to look at Lin Yu, again with an amiable face. Okay. Lin Yu smiled and followed the old village chief, walking towards the old village chief's wooden house. The old village chief's house, from the outside, looked no different from Lin Yu and the others. It's just that this house, there's a big lock that's been locked for years and years. Lin Yu and the others, more than once, suspected that the old, undead village chief, was hiding a golden house inside. The emperor of the heavenly blessing kingdom, once tried to pick the lock while the old village chief was away, and was almost killed by a bolt of lightning. Since then, no one has dared to make a move. When the old village chief reached the front of the house, he hurriedly took out a key, opened the door and invited Lin Yu in. This is your room? Lin Yu entered the wooden house and his entire body was confused. The space inside the cabin was at least 100 times larger than it looked from the outside. The house was just inside, and there was an immense shelf. Each compartment of the shelf is engraved with a name. The things on the shelves were all sent by Lin Yu and the others' parents. Over the years, on the inside, there are more shelves. Some held bottles and jars, some held a box. Even the old village chief's bed was made of polished jade, with a haze of light flowing from it. The key thing is the aura of the cabin. Lin Yu had already cultivated his chi sense, so he could naturally sense that the aura inside the old village head's hut was at least 10 times that of the outside. Lin Yu, this house, but the immortal Luo sect has specially ordered someone to build it for me in honor of my dedicated work, the old village chief said rather smugly. Are you sure you didn't deduct ours? Lin Yu had a look of disbelief on his face. That. Lin Yu Elder Lu explained that he's going to give you a Qi Xing Dan and 10 spirit stones. I'll get them for you. The old village chief quickly digressed and ran to a shelf. He hesitated for a moment and poured out an elixir from a rather ancient bottle. From another box, he selected 10 spirit stones and sent them to Lin Yu. Buzz! Lin Yu had just received the Qi Xing Dan when he realized that on top of the Qi Xing Dan, there was once again a golden light that could not be seen by others, surging into his brow. A picture then emerges. A young girl with a quiet breath was in a thatched cottage, testing the medicine with her body and continuously tasting various kinds of elixirs. The screen kept flickering. Lin Yu didn't know just how many flavors of spirit medicine the young girl had tasted. Only at the end of the picture, the young girl gathered fire to refine the Dan, and the moment the Dan was completed, there was a Dan pattern flowing, and there were a variety of visions, and then an elixir, with 3 strange patterns flowing through it, flew out from the tripod in front of the young girl. 3 Dan lines to move chi pills, made by Danqing Alchemist. Danqing Alchemist, who is learning the art of alchemy for the first time and is not allowed to enter, decides to taste all the herbs in order to understand the nature of medicine. This Qi Xing Dan is the result of Danqing Alchemist's first alchemy after tasting 10,000 herbs. After the Dan is completed, 3 Dan lines will be obtained, and the medicinal effect will be 3 times that of an ordinary Xingqi Dan. At the same time, lines and lines of writing surfaced in Lin Yu's sea of consciousness. Is this the amazing past of this Qi Xing Dan? Lin Yu's heart was again delighted, not realizing that just a single elixir had its own amazing past. Buzz off! The tree of the great Tao, once again, trembled. The images in Lin Yu's sea of consciousness dispersed and turned into fragments that were absorbed by the tree of the great Tao like nutrients. Wow! The tree of the great way shakes endlessly, between a heavy flight of spiritual light. Another thumb-sized flower bone was concluded. The amazing past of refining Xingqi Dan and concluding the flower of the Dan Dao. Effect of the flower of the Dan Dao, smell the fragrance and recognize the medicine. The pharmacology is clear. When refining the Dan, 10% of the time, you can refine the Dan pattern. The moment the flower of the Dan Dao was concluded, a massive amount of medicinal principles merged into Lin Yu's memory on their own. Between Lin Yu's breaths, the Qi Xing Dan in his hand, which used a variety of spiritual medicines, was easily discerned by Lin Yu through the fragrance of the Dan, the flower of Dan Dao. It can give me an unparalleled talent in the alchemy of pills. Lin Yu looked at the flower of the Dan Dao in his sea of consciousness with delight. Lin Yu this Qi Xing Dan is the best Qi Xing Dan we have. In Red River Village, 3 Dan lines, 3 times the medicinal properties. This elixir, or Danqing Alchemist misses himself, is from our Red River Village to go out, only deliberately left behind. The old village chief said with a solemn face. Trust you once. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. Then you can cultivate here first, so I won't bother you. With that, the old village chief exited the cabin. Lin Yu, on the other hand, sat down on his knees, holding the spirit stone in his hand, and swallowed the Qi Xing Dan in one gulp. Boom! As soon as the Qi Xing Dan was imported, Lin Yu realized that the Qi Xing Dan transformed into a neutral and majestic force that rushed towards his dantian. Chapter 5. The old man was careless and didn't flash. In an instant, Lin Yu realized that his original aura, which was no longer elevated, was violently trembling and expanding. Wow! The tree of the great Tao in the sea of consciousness gently trembled, and the flower of enlightenment drooped heavy light, allowing Lin Yu to enter a unique mood. Epiphany. The epiphany effect of the flower of the way triggers. Lin Yu entered a state of epiphany, and his entire divine awareness was raised to an astonishing level. The true meaning contained under the flow of the Qi Xing skill on its own was enlightened by Lin Yu as if enlightened by the purest spirit. Boom! In an instant, in Lin Yu's body, the aura, which was originally only the size of a green bean, exploded, and then there was a volcano of power that swept out of the self-Chidan. In Lin Yu's dantian, it rolled violently. Lin Yu saw that in his dantian, there were streams of light and surging aura, and within that aura, there was a twisted cyclone that slowly emerged. Immediately afterward, a majestic aura surged into Lin Yu's limbs and bones in a flash, refining Qi 1. In the dark, Lin Yu had a feeling that he had managed to advance to the first level of Qi refining realm. Rumble. The medicinal effect of the Qi Xing Dan was absorbed by Lin Yu in an endless stream. It's more than that. The 10 spirit stones that Lin Yu was holding, the spirit chi contained within them, were also under the guidance of the chi practicing skill, madly surging into Lin Yu's body. Buzz off! The chi whirlpool in Lin Yu's dantian was constantly growing and trembling under the support of the chi practicing pills and spirit stones. There were wisps of aura that surged into Lin Yu's limbs and bones. It quenched Lin Yu's bones, sinews, chi and blood, comprehensively enhancing Lin Yu's strength. Buzz! In just a small half-day's time, Lin Yu's dantian once again trembled, and then the second chi cyclone surfaced, and then the third and fourth cyclones coalesced one after another. 4 cyclones, chi refining fourfold. In less than 3 days, Lin Yu's cultivation level, in one fell swoop, advanced to the 4th level of chi refining realm. Lin Yu could truly feel the change from chi rushing through the dantian to the 4th level of chi refining. That's the real difference between immortal and mortal. Brush! Lin Yu opened his eyes. There were divine auras in his eyes, and there was aura in his body that flowed unceasingly, week after week. Is this cultivation? Sure is tough. Lin Yu's palm clenched, and an air explosion emanated from his palm. Worth it. 16 years of cattle, finally, not in vain. Lin Yu pushed out the door between his thoughts. Outside the door, the old village chief was waiting with an expectant face at that moment. The other teenagers, likewise, looked in Lin Yu's direction from afar, their expressions varying. The 3rd level of chi refining? Lin Yu swept a glance at the old village chief, and a smile appeared on his face. Refining chi triple. This old pickpocket's strength. It was clearly the 3rd level of chi refining, which was 1 realm lower than the present-day self. Lin Yu, you've advanced to the chi refining realm? The old village chief's eyes jumped as he looked at Lin Yu with a gaze of incredulity. Oh, old village chief, thanks for taking care of you all these years. Why don't we practice today? Lin Yu looked at the old village chief with a bad smile on his face. Having just been promoted to the 4th level of chi refining, Lin Yu couldn't help but want to verify his strength. Right, practice, old pickpocket. Didn't you say you were immortal? Shouldn't be scared, right? The teenagers around them sniffed and laughed. This old pickpocket is so inviting. Over these 16 years, basically everyone has been tortured by him. Now that Lin Yu was going to step up, they were naturally happy to see it happen. It's not a big deal to see what's going on. This is not good. The old village chief was a little weak. What's wrong with that? Let's just cut to the chase. Lin Yu laughed. So cut and thrust? The old village chief is now, in his heart, not sure. The only thing he could be sure of now was that Lin Yu had definitely been promoted to chi refining. But Lin Yu's specific cultivation level, he really couldn't tell a bit. Come on. Without saying a word, Lin Yu swung his fist and blasted towards the old village chief. Boom! Lin Yu threw a punch. The sea of chi roared violently, and the power of the 4th level of chi refining, like a mountain, pressed down towards the old village head, aura through the body. You pervert. You're at least the 3rd level of chi refining. The old village chief was like an enemy, and between the roaring of his chi si and dantian, he similarly swung his fist out. Vaguely, above the old village chief's fist, there was even a heavy and dazzling firelight emerging. Boom! The fists of the two, wrapped in aura, collided together. The powerful force, which was spread across the 4 directions, directly overturned the teenagers who were originally watching. There was a moment of wailing. Ah! The old village chief also let out a cry of surprise, his figure falling back in a flash. Bang! 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 With every step the old village chief withdrew, the ground exploded in a spot, with spiderweb-like cracks that spread across the ground. The old village chief withdrew 7 steps before stabilizing himself, but his heart was surging with shock waves. Chi refining fourfold. Lin Yu's cultivation level had unexpectedly reached the 4th level of chi refining. Boom! Immediately after that, Lin Yu had already bullied his way up, and with a personalized punch, he swung directly at the old village chief's face. Lin Yu, you don't speak of martial virtues. The old village chief immediately let out a miserable scream and was directly sent flying out by Lin Yu's punch, and rolled twice after landing. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. Old pickpocket, you have your day. I'll let you fool around and get your ass kicked. Old grubby, are the straw polls good? The surrounding teenagers saw this, but they also laughed, and the 10 years of resentment dissipated at once. What beating? Old me was careless and didn't flash. The old village chief rolled over with a panda eye, spat out the straw stick he had accidentally bitten in his mouth, and defended with a red face. Yeah, you didn't blink, but I'll bet a cabbage you don't. I'll bet a sheep that the old pickpocket is talking tough. A group of teenagers laughed out loud. Clank! A crisp chirping sound came from far away, and then everyone felt that there was a scorching aura that came from the sky. Brush! Lin Yu and the old village chief, their complexions changed. and they hurriedly looked up in the direction the voice came from. A long sword was coming at an astonishing speed, breaking through the air. A youth stood alone above the swordlight. The youth had a straight and slender figure, his Dao robe flying, and between his eyebrows, he emitted a faintly stern aura, like an absolute divine sword. It's him! Lin Yu looked at the youth from afar, a strange look on his face. Chapter 6, the youngest master pissed on an immortal at the age of 1. This person Lin Yu recognized. 16 years ago, it was this youth that made his own cheap old man respectfully bow down. It was also this youth who left behind a jade pendant that allowed himself to herd cattle for 16 years in this Red River village. The youth's cultivation level, Lin Yu could not see through at all. The old village chief likewise saw the youth's appearance, and his eyes were even more filled with awe. Brush! Between the crowd's disorientation, the youth landed on top of the treetops, and the long sword at his feet, transformed into a stream of light, disappeared into his body. Buzz! The youth had just stopped when Lin Yu realized that a golden light that was invisible to onlookers had surged into his brow. Another picture emerged. In the picture, a young man, sitting in the middle of a crater. When the youth raised his hand, he gathered the power of infinite earth fire and transformed it into a scorching long sword. The moment the sword came out, the volcano erupted and the earth fire rose up to the sky, reaching 1,000 feet high. One sword out, dozens of miles in a radius, in a flash, turned into scorched earth. Amazing past. This youth, likewise, has a stunning past of his own? Lin Yu's heart shook dramatically. The stunning pasts Lin Yu had drawn from before were all from things, but the stunning pasts at this time were heck of a lot more from people. Sword Dao genius Song Qingfeng. Once in the crater of an underground volcano, he realized the sword for 30 years, and in the power of the earth's fire, he comprehended the scorching sword intent. Song Qingfeng, with this sword intent, with the power of the innate, defeated a strong foundation builder, and was known as the first sword genius of the immortal Luo Sect's Cloud Sky Outer sect. In 100 years, at the same time, lines and lines of writing surfaced in Lin Yu's sea of consciousness. Wow! Between the emergence of the handwriting, the tree of the great Tao once again trembled. The images in Lin Yu's sea of consciousness dispersed and turned into fragments, which were absorbed by the tree of the great Tao. Wow! The tree of the great Tao. Between shaking, there was a sword light condensing. Between the heavy sword light flying vertically and horizontally, another thumb-sized flower bone was concluded, refining the amazing past of the Kendo geniuses and concluding the flower of Kendo. Flower of Sword Dao effect. The speed of comprehending Sword Dao is doubled, and any Sword Dao aptitude can be augmented with searing sword intent. The moment the flower of the Sword Dao was concluded, Lin Yu's fingertips, vaguely gulping sword-ons, emitted a faint burning aura. Zhou Chaoxian, meet Lord Song. At this moment, the old village chief's awe-inspiring voice came, waking Lin Yu up. Aha! Song Qingfeng nodded slightly before his gaze fell on Lin Yu, a few more moments of astonishment appearing on his face. The fourth level of Qi refining? Born with a sword bone? After Song Qingfeng stared at Lin Yu for a long time, he spat out 8 words with difficulty. At this time, Song Qingfeng, his heart was incomparably shocked. Song Qingfeng knew very well that Lin Yu definitely hadn't practiced the Sword Dao avatar, yet there was sword intent flowing within him. The only way to explain this situation was to be born with a sword bone. Born with a sword bone? What does that mean? The teenagers all looked at each other in disbelief, except for the old village chief, who looked at Song Qingfeng with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Yu, Lord Song is here to take you to the outer sect. Why don't you salute? The old village chief hurriedly turned towards Lin Yu, making a wink. Lin Yu, meet Lord Song. Lin Yu hurriedly saluted. No need to be polite. Song Qingfeng flew and landed in front of Lin Yu, his expression easing a few points. Lord Song, Lin Yu has actually met you. Seeing this, Lin Yu said with a smile, you've seen me? Song Qingfeng froze and carefully recalled it, but there was no memory of it at all. Yeah, Aoki Dynasty. I was less than a week old, Lin Yu said with his words. So it's you. When Song Qingfeng heard this, his expression suddenly became odd. That was over a decade ago. At that time, Song Qingfeng, having just realized the scorching sword intent and promoted to the peak of the innate, was sent by his master's sect to all the major dynasties to distribute the token of the named disciple. Song Qingfeng saw at that time that although Lin Yu was young, there was a divine aura within his eyes, and coupled with Emperor Qingmu's invitation, he picked up Lin Yu and wished to teach him the top. But who knew that Lin Yu was just a bubble of child's urine at Song Qingfeng? This matter is really fresh in my mind. With Song Qingfeng's cultivation and heart, he naturally wouldn't be angered by this. However, if Song Qingfeng knew that when Lin Yu pissed on his face, it was entirely because he saw that he was unhappy and did it on purpose, he wouldn't know what to think. At that time, Lin Yu was very proud in his heart. What an immortal! I pissed all over my face, didn't I? Cheap daddy, the field is back for you. It's me. Lin Yu also thought about this matter and a smile appeared on his face. It's great. When I first saw you, I thought you were intelligent. I didn't expect that after more than 10 years, you've already stepped into the door of cultivation. Song Qingfeng collected his emotions and nodded with a smile. Lord Song, you just said that I was born with a sword bone. What does that mean? Lin Yu asked in a hurry. Since I've come to fetch you, then you're an outer disciple. No need to address me as an adult. Just call me Senior Brother Song. Song Qingfeng smiled and opened his mouth. Yes, Senior Brother Song. Lin Yu climbed up the pole. Those who are born with sword bones have a mouthful of sword chi naturally nurtured in their bodies. With this mouthful of sword chi in place, in the future, when practicing the way of the sword, it will be twice the effort with half the effort. Song Qingfeng said succinctly. So it is. The surrounding teenagers all looked at Lin Yu enviously when they heard this. There's no need for you to rush about cultivation. When you enter the outer sect, someone will naturally teach you in detail. Today, we have a few more things to do. Song Qingfeng said with a straight face. Please command Senior Brother Song. Lin Yu nodded. First, I was ordered to come and get you, and I need to let you cultivate a divine ability first based on your qualifications. Originally, I had prepared a variety of divine abilities, but since you were born with a sword bone, you naturally focus on sword Dao aptitudes. You can choose any one of these 3 sword Dao divine abilities. Buzz! Between Song Qingfeng lifting his hand, 3 jade slips flew out and crossed in front of Lin Yu. You can choose any aptitude? The teenagers around them sniffed and their eyes went wide. At this time, quite a few of them, after drilling the Qixing skill for 3 days, had cultivated Qi sense. But compared to Lin Yu, it wasn't half as comparable. People are starting to learn the avatar. People are more angry than people. Lin Yu's gaze lit up. Which of these 3 sword Dao divine abilities is the highest ranked? The 3 sword Dao divine abilities are all entry-level divine abilities. There is no difference between high and low. Song Qingfeng said. Then which sword Dao divine principle is the most powerful? Lin Yu asked again. Of the 3, when it comes to this Thunderflame sword technique, it's the most powerful, but it's also the most difficult to learn. Song Qingfeng said with a straight face. Difficult? Then it's this Thunderflame sword technique. Lin Yu's heart fluttered and he said on the spot. Chapter 7, that mess in your dantian is a fart. Okay. Song Qingfeng nodded his head and sent the jade slip that recorded the Thunderflame sword technique to Lin Yu. You have 3 hours to comprehend this sword skill. In the meantime, ask me anything you don't understand. 3 hours later, we'll depart for the Greenwood dynasty, and I'll be on my way, instructing you in your cultivation. Song Qingfeng said. Back to the Greenwood dynasty? Lin Yu's heart fluttered. Aha! Once you enter the outer sect, there are many constraints if you want to return to the Greenwood dynasty again. Besides, you've been here for more than 10 years. It's only natural that you should go home to see before entering the outer gate. Song Qingfeng laughed. Yes, Lin Yu nodded. He kinda missed his old man and his old lady. Whenever he thought that the 2 of them came to Red River Village to see him every year, all teary-eyed, his heart was still a little warm. Sit down, all of you. I will test your cultivation gains, and those who qualify can go back to visit their families together in a while. Song Qingfeng swept a glance at the others and said indifferently. Yes. When the group of teenagers heard this, they immediately revealed excitement and hurriedly sat down on their knees. Lin Yu then excused himself and left, turning around to enter the old village chief's hut. Lin Yu held the jade slip, and with a movement of his mind, he had already surged into it, and then there was a line of words printed in his heart. To Lin Yu's surprise, between the words representing the Thunderflame sword technique emerging, a golden light once again lit up. No, this Thunderflame sword technique also has its own amazing past? Lin Yu looked at the image in front of him with shock. In the middle of the image, a man with a magnificent figure and a long sword on his back looked up at the sky, and above the dome of the sky, there were billions of heavy thunderbolts rolling around, exuding an aura of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Rumble! Billions of heavy thunders were declared between the trembling of the dome of the sky. In an instant, the mountains were shattered, the void was torn apart like a curtain, and the heavens and earth seemed to be completely annihilated by this annihilating heavenly calamity. What made Lin Yu even more shocked was that in the face of this thunder that was enough to annihilate everything, the great man looked up to the sky and whistled, and the long sword behind him actually rose up, gathering the thunder from the sky at the tip of the sword. Thunder Inferno Sword Technique, born out of the immortal Dao avatar created by Thunder Sword Immortal, 9 Heavenly Immortal Thunder Sword. The 9 Heavenly Immortal Thunder Sword was created by Thunder Sword Immortal when he was crossing the heavenly tribulation, with the intention of extinguishing life in the tribulation. With this sword skill, Thunder Sword Immortal wiped out the Thunderbolt with a single stroke and became immortal. When the 9 Heavenly Immortal Thunder Sword was being formed, the Thunder Sword Immortal felt that this divine power was too overbearing and difficult to cultivate, so he divided it into 12 volumes, from easy to difficult, step by step, hoping that the sword cultivators under the heavens can all learn something. Thunder Inferno Sword Technique, the very introductory volume. Wow! A single inscription emerged, displaying the amazing past of the Thunderflame Sword Technique. This is a sword technique, comprehended from the immortal thunder tribulation. Lin Yu's spirit was shaken. He didn't expect that Song Qingfeng's mouth, the entry-level Sword Dao avatar, was coming from such a great source. Bang! Between Lin Yu's shocks, the images in his sea of consciousness quietly exploded into rolling sword intent, which was absorbed by the tree of the great Dao. Buzz! The flower of the sword Dao trembled violently, and the flower bone, which was originally only the size of a thumb, unexpectedly grew a circle larger. At the same time there was a ray of thunder intertwined. Drawing on the stunning past of the Thunderflame Sword Technique, the flower of the sword path is elevated. Flower of Sword Dao Effect 1. The speed of comprehension of Sword Dao is increased by 2 times. 2. Any Sword Dao aptitude can be added with Scorching Sword Intent. 3. Any Sword Dao aptitude can be added with Thunder and Flaming Sword Intent. 4. When casting Thunder attribute Sword Dao aptitude, the power will be doubled. After drawing on the stunning past of the Thunderflame Sword Technique, the effect of the flower of the Sword Dao underwent an earth-shattering change. So, the effect of the flower of the Sword Dao can be enhanced in this way. Then the flower of enlightenment, the flower of the Dan Dao, can they be raised in the same way? Lin Yu's heart was even more ecstatic as he looked at the 3 great Dao flowers that had concluded out of the great Dao tree. Cultivate the Thunderflame Sword Technique and see the effect of the flower of the Sword Dao. Lin Yu no longer hesitated and began to carefully study the Thunderflame Sword Technique. Lord Song, do you think I've also cultivated to the realm of Qi rushing through the Dantian? At this moment in the village, the son of the Black Rider Kingdom's Minister of Household was looking at Song Qingfeng expectantly. Qi rushes through the Dantian? Song Qingfeng sniffed, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Qi rushing to the Dantian. Need the aura in the body, to reach the size of a green bean, the aura in your body, but the thickness of a hair, from the Qi rushing to the Dantian, is still far away. Song Qingfeng had no choice but to patiently explain. No, Lord Song, I can clearly feel that in my Dantian, there is a mass of Qi, but it's much more than the size of a green bean. The son of the Black Rider Kingdom's Minister of Household reluctantly asked. This, when Song Qingfeng heard this, amidst the change in his expression, he was a bit embarrassed and didn't know how to open his mouth. Lord Song, I'll explain this matter. The old village head knew that Song Qingfeng was thin-skinned, so he volunteered to open his mouth. Yes, Song Qingfeng nodded his head. The old village chief sniffed, smiled and walked to the son of the minister of the household of the Black Riding Country, looked askance at the other party and asked, is that gas in your mouth? In your abdomen? And it feels bulging and swollen? That's right, it seems to run. The son of the Black Rider Kingdom's Minister of Household. His eyes lit up. Yesterday, did you run to Widow Wang in the next village and steal beans to eat? The old village chief spoke disdainfully. How do you know? The son of the secretary of the household department of the Black Rider State was stunned, and then hastened to argue. I don't call it stealing food, it's called credit. I left a note. When I return to the Black Rider State, I will definitely pay back 100 times. Come on, that massive Qi in your Dantian is just too many beans. The old village chief rolled his eyes. And what does that mean? The son of the household minister of the Black Rider Kingdom was even more confused. You bean, that lump in your Dantian, it's not called Qi. It's called a fart, just let it go. The other teenagers laughed loudly and opened their mouths, instantly making the son of the Black Rider Country's Minister of Household, embarrassed and desperate to find a crack in the ground to drill into. Boom! At this moment, the direction where Lin Yu was, trembled violently, and then a thunderbolt, which instantly pierced through the roof, rose up across the sky. Chapter 8. The initial 10 realms. The world says that the gods are good. Boom! After the lightning struck through the roof, it was transformed into a piece of sword light that crossed the air. Each sword light was blazing like fire and raging like thunder. There was also thunder faintly intertwining on the sword light, causing many people to feel their hearts jumping. This is Thunderflame Sword Qi? Even Song Qingfeng, when he saw these sword lights, he could not help but reveal an expression of seeing a ghost. Wasn't this precisely the Thunderflame Sword Qi that evolved after the Thunderflame Sword skill was cultivated? But how is this possible? How long had it been since Lin Yu had gotten the Thunderflame sword technique? In less than half an hour's time, he had cultivated the Thunderflame sword chi? Not to mention that Song Qingfeng had also discovered that the Thunderflame sword chi that Lin Yu had cultivated was very different from the Thunderflame sword chi that he had seen. Giggling, between everyone's shock, the Thunderflame sword chi, which was horizontal in the air, whistled out and rushed straight towards a large tree that was embraced by several people in the distance. Boom! The sword light fell. The large tree fell in response. Amidst the flames and lightning, the fallen tree burst into flames. In the blink of an eye, it was reduced to ashes and floated down in all directions. Oh my god, this is the power of the Avatar? Such a big tree, and this is gone? The teenagers present all stared with wide eyes and open mouths, swallowing hard. Even Song Qingfeng was stunned. My cave, the old village chief cried out, his heart dripping with pain. Own cave, the roof just dried out. Brush. Lin Yu's figure flickered as he rushed out of the hut, looking at the flurry of ashes that filled the sky, and he also had a look of excitement on his face. Is this the power of the Thunderflame sword technique under the addition of the flower of the sword Dao? Lin Yu muttered to himself in his heart. Yes, great. Senior brother is worthy of being born with a sword bone. In less than half an hour, he has cultivated the Thunderflame sword chi. It's really something to be congratulated. Song Qingfeng did not hide his admiration at all. Thank you, senior brother, Lin Yu said with a smile. Lin Yu, elder brother left in a hurry this time and didn't bring anything good with him. This bottle of Qi Xingdan, and several spirit stones. Take it as elder brother's congratulatory gift to you. Between a flip of Song Qingfeng's palm, a mouthful of porcelain vials and a jade box had appeared in his hand, which he handed to Lin Yu. Elder brother, this isn't good, is it? Lin Yu froze. You're new to cultivation. Use it. No excuses. Song Qingfeng sniffed and his complexion slumped. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Yu's heart warmed and he hastily accepted it. Senior Lin, Thunderflame sword technique, since you have already cultivated it, let's set off immediately to the Greenwood dynasty. Song Qingfeng said. Everything is up to senior brother. Lin Yu said with a straight face. Aha! Among you, although there are quite a few of you who have cultivated a sense of qi, but there is still a considerable gap between the standards for entering the outer gate, so for the time being, you will continue to cultivate in Red River Village. Village Chief Zhou, you and keep an eye on their situation. When they cultivate to the point where their qi rushes through the dantian, they can be allowed to go back to visit their relatives, and half a month later, I will order someone to come over and bring them back to the outer sect together. Song Qingfeng looked at the old village chief and said, yes. The old village chief nodded his head in a hurry. Senior brother Song, we haven't been back for so many years. Do you think it's possible to have Lin Yu help us bring the family letters back? Yes, Lin Yu, how do we say? We are also hair children. This favor, you have to help out. The teenagers all said with eager eyes. Lin Yu, what do you think? Song Qingfeng looked at Lin Yu and asked. Yes, when we return to the Greenwood dynasty, I'll send someone to take the family letters and send them back to you. Lin Yu laughed. Indeed, we've all been in this shithole of a place for over 10 years, and we're considered two children and childhood sweethearts. Although on weekdays, fighting were unavoidable, but the relationship was also extremely good. Old village chief, give us back some of what we have. As a token, that's right, it's been how many years since we said we'd keep it, so it's time to return it today, right? A group of teenagers, all of them looked at the old village chief. It's all in there, organized, all of it, help yourselves. The old village chief pointed at the roofless cave and collapsed an old face. When Lin Yu and the others sniffed, they rushed into the cabin and retrieved their belongings. A moment later, the teenagers had all written their family letters, clipped on their tokens, and handed them to Lin Yu. Lin Yu directly punched a parcel and carried everything onto his back. Clang! Song Qingfeng pinched up a sword trick, and a long sword flew out from his body, rising against the wind, and then between his body movements, he had landed on top of the sword. Senior Lin, this is a long way to the Greenwood dynasty. Come up here and elder brother will take you back with the imperial sword. Song Qingfeng looked at Lin Yu and said, yes. Lin Yu's gaze lit up. Returning with a sword? That's a bit of honor and glory on its own, isn't it? Lin Yu thought of this and immediately leapt onto the sword. Senior Lin, stand still. Giggle, Song Qingfeng reminded, and the long sword under his feet gently trembled, already breaking through the air. Is this what it feels like to travel with a sword? Lin Yu stood on top of the sword, his body's aura covering his body, feeling the speed of 100 miles in a flash. He couldn't help but feel a sense of vigor. To travel with a sword is but a small path. When senior brother, advances to the innate realm and obtains a suitable magic treasure. He can also do the same with the Imperial Sword. The Imperial Sword is but one of them, Song Qingfeng explained. So it is. Lin Yu nodded. Senior brother Song, the realm of the innate in your mouth should be the realm above qi refining. Right. How many realms are there in this immortal cultivation? Lin Yu asked curiously. The way of the immortals. Drawing qi into the body, refining qi, innate, foundation building, Jin Dan, Yuan Yin, out of body, parting of the gods, merging of the body, and transmigration. It is the initial 10 realms. Each realm, in turn, is divided into 9 levels. After the tribulation, for the Mahayana or the Sanshin immortal, then above that is immortal. The realm of immortal is also extremely numerous. These will be clear when you arrive at the outer sect. Song Qingfeng had enough patience for Lin Yu and explained carefully. So, Lin Yu suddenly realized. So it seems that qi refining can indeed only be considered an introduction. The world says that we practitioners are immortals, but that's not really true. We're just walking the path of immortality too. It's a long way to go if you want to become a true immortal. Song Qingfeng lamented. That's right, senior. I realized that after leaving Red River Village, the aura between heaven and earth seems to have become extremely thin. What's up with that? Lin Yu felt the thin aura in the void and asked curiously. Chapter 9, Cultivating Immortality. Destined to be accompanied by solitude and loneliness. Good question. Song Qingfeng nodded with a smile. After leaving Red River Village, the aura becomes thin. This is because Red River Village is considered a treasure land for cultivation. Song Qingfeng said. Treasure land? Lin Yu froze. Treasure land, in fact, means a place with abundant spiritual qi, suitable for cultivation. Of course, on top of the treasure land, there is also the small mysterious realm, the great mysterious realm, the small cave heaven, the great cave heaven, the origin cave heaven, and so on, better places for cultivation. If you can take one of them, you can establish a clan, and all these places of cultivation have one thing in common. Song Qingfeng said. What common denominator? Lin Yu transformed into a curious baby. After all, in the Red River Village for more than 10 years, the cultivation information he had grasped was not as much as it was now in a single day. Track the nearby aura and maintain the aura of the cultivation place from dispersing. Song Qingfeng said. In that case, the aura in other places is thin because it's all been sucked away by these cultivation places? Lin Yu frowned. You could say that. Song Qingfeng nodded his head. Between heaven and earth, there are many places of cultivation, and it is unknown how these places of cultivation are formed, but they can continuously pull in nearby auras to maintain their own characteristics available for cultivation. And people like you, who grew up within a place of cultivation from a young age, although you are unfit for the way of cultivation, in reality, you have always been subconsciously receiving the nourishment of aura. Therefore your physical qualities, in and of themselves, are not comparable to those of ordinary people. To put it politely, even if you don't enter the immortal sect, you can easily become the top experts in the Jianghu Lake in the secular world. Because of the existence of places of cultivation, most of the so-called seculars have a thin aura, so even if there are occasional cultivation techniques that are shed, very few people are able to get started. Cultivation is about dharma couple wealth and land. The ground therein refers to the place of cultivation, Song Qingfeng explained in an organized manner. No wonder if you want to cultivate immortality, you need to enter the immortal sect first. Lin Yu came to a sudden realization. Originally, according to Lin Yu's thoughts, although the Qingmu dynasty was not considered the kind of dynasty that was strong without friends, it was definitely not weak. It was definitely not difficult to find some cultivation techniques, such as an introductory technique like the Qixing skill, but his own cheap old father still had to send himself to Red River Village. So these places of cultivation, do they run out of aura? Lin Yu asked. Will. Song Qingfeng nodded without hesitation. A place of cultivation, although it can draw on the nearby aura to maintain itself, but there is always a time when the aura runs out, and when the aura runs out, the place of cultivation, naturally, becomes a secular place. Back then, when Red River Village was first discovered by our immortal Luo sect, the aura could be far more abundant than it is now, and today, it's close to drying up. After your group leaves, Red River Village will more than likely be abandoned. Song Qingfeng explained. We're the last class? Lin Yu froze. Although Lin Yu for their own in the Red River Village, 16 years of cattle, the heart has been indignant, but at least it is also their own lie for more than 10 years of the place. No feelings that is false, and you need not lose heart. Cultivation cultivates immortality, and the pursuit of a nebulous immortality. From the moment you set foot on the path of cultivation, You are destined to be surrounded by loneliness and isolation. Friends and family, one by one, will leave you, and you'll just have to follow one path, all the way. So, cherish the present and look to the future. That's one of the reasons why the sect let you go back to visit your family. Song Qingfeng looked into the distance, and a few touches of loneliness were hard to hide in his eyes. Doomed to solitude for company and loneliness? Lin Yu's mind was shaken, and a similarly complex feeling rose in his heart. Alright, elder brother is just whining a bit. Do you want to see what a place of cultivation looks like after it's gone? Song Qingfeng collected his emotions and asked with a smile. Of course I want to. Lin Yu nodded. Giggle. Song Qingfeng smiled and nodded, pinching up a sword technique, and with the long sword underneath his feet, the direction changed slightly, and then it headed straight for a large mountain in the distance. A few moments later, Song Qingfeng had led Lin Yu to the front of a large, ancient mountain. Daisen is ancient and clumsy. At a glance, it's pretty depressing. Some crumbling temples could still be seen faintly in the mountains. Buzz off! As Lin Yu stepped on his long sword and gazed at the large mountain not far away, dots of golden light unexpectedly lit up in the majestic and ancient mountain. Amazing past. This great mountain, it even has its own equally amazing past? Lin Yu revealed a shocked expression. In the middle of the ancient and clumsy mountain, uncountable golden lights lit up like dots of starlight, flying down to Lin Yu's brow and evolving a picture. A big mountain. The weather, between the clouds and mist steam, the haze, Rue color thousands of stripes, like a heaven on earth. On top of the mountain, there are even palaces and waterfalls, and between the longing shadows, it shows the victory of the cultivation of the immortal sect, a far cry from the depressed scene before us. Sanshan Mountain, the fallen treasure of cultivation. When Sanshan Mountain was in its heyday, it was valued by Jindan cultivators, who drew the ground and built the Qingtsong Immortal Gate, with 81 halls, 36 waterfalls, and 3,000 disciples under the gate, leading the 4 directions to pay homage, and the 8 directions to submit to it. This is the stunning past of this cultivation treasure. The Immortal Gate stood, and the 4 directions worshipped it like a fairyland. And now that times have changed, nothing is left. Lin Yu looked at the words and images in his sea of consciousness in shock. Wow! Under Lin Yu's attention, the images in the sea of consciousness disintegrated with a bang and were absorbed by the tree of the Great Tao in an endless stream. Between the shaking of the tree of the Great Tao, there was a heavy convergence of the light of time, slowly concluding a new blossom, drawing on the stunning past of Sanshan and concluding the flower of time. The effect of the flower of time. 1. When practicing, the flow of time around becomes 3 times slower. Practicing for 1 day can be equivalent to the effect of practicing for 3 days. 2. The way of time, the thick and heavy meaning of history, imposed on the avatar, can give the avatar a thick and heavy meaning. The moment the flower of time was concluded, there was another handwriting that was reflected in Lin Yu's sea of consciousness. Buzz! The flower of time gently trembled, and Lin Yu, as if he had undergone a metamorphosis, had an extra sense of the heavy vicissitudes of history on his body. Senior, you. Song Qingfeng felt the change in Lin Yu's aura and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. This senior brother of his own, after arriving at this place, his state of mind seemed to be drastically different compared to before. So it's a fellow Taoist from the immortal Luo sect that's here. It's a mistake for me to welcome you from afar. At this moment, an old voice came, and then an old man flew out from the Tsang mountain and landed in front of Song Qingfeng and Lin Yu. Chapter 10 KAM. They're carrying my mother back? It was an old man. He looked older than the old village chief, wearing rough linen clothes, carrying a bundle of firewood on his back, with an axe sticking out of his waist, dressed as a woodcutter. But it was such an old man who was traveling in the air, and with his cultivation and aura, Lin Yu could not see through it at all. The late Song Qingfeng, with senior brother Lin Yu, was passing through this place. Senior Lin has just been initiated and wants to see the world. If there is any disturbance, please forgive me, Senior. Senior Lin, don't be quick to meet Senior. Song Qingfeng bowed respectfully. His words were polite. Junior Lin Yu, meet Senior. Lin Yu hurriedly saluted. It's a fallen clan. It's long since been emptied. So what's the disturbance? The old man waved his hand in a sprightly manner. Rather, it's heartfelt of you to still remember this defeated mountain gate. At the peak of the Qingtsong sect, there were 3,000 disciples, and there was a Yuan-ing celebrity sitting within the sect. How could I not know that? Song Qingfeng spoke with a straight face. You guys are great too, especially this brat, who seems to be young, but can resonate with the Tsang mountain and realize a few of the true meaning of my Qingtsang sect. The old man sized up Lin Yu, his gaze quite interested. The late generation is just seeing that Sangshan Mountain change from time to time and change in the sea, so I have a feeling about it. Lin Yu said modestly. It's your sense of feeling that the old man values. That Song Mountain has been here for many years, and from time to time, there are cultivators who come over, but not many can resonate with that Song Mountain. The old man shook his head. It's just a pity that you're an immortal Luo sect disciple. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Song Qingfeng's gaze lit up. Senior, although our immortal Luo sect has a strict Tao, we actually don't mind disciples of our sect practicing the methods of other sects, Song Qingfeng said, and even kept making eyes at Lin Yu. Lin Yu, this senior, I'm afraid that he has the intention to pass on your Qingtsang sect's dharma, so don't be quick to thank the senior. Song Qingfeng saw that Lin Yu was standing still, so he simply opened his mouth directly to remind him. Elder has the intention to pass on the dharma to me? The late generation thanks senior for his favor. Lin Yu's heart fluttered and he performed a big salute towards the old man. You two little dolls have some fun. The old man cried and laughed as he looked at Lin Yu, who was performing a great salute. That's just it. The Green Song clan has long been gone, and the Dharma door stays but follows the old man into the ground with him. Ordinary spells, your immortal Luo sect is not lacking. The Green Song sect's core method. You want to learn it, but the time has not yet come. Tell you what, when you're at the peak of your innate, come back to the Qingtsang sect. At that time, the old immortal will instruct you a few words, and consider it as the last thing that the old immortal will do for the sect. The old man mused. Then on behalf of senior brother, I thank you, senior. A flash of joy flashed across Song Qingfeng's face. Remember, come on the day of the innate peak, and don't build a foundation. Once the foundation is built, or if you come too late and the old man enters the earth, you probably won't be able to learn it if you want to. The old man had already disappeared between the movements of his figure, and only the old voice came with the wind. Farewell, latecomer. Song Qingfeng and Lin Yu saluted once more towards Tsangshan before turning their swords around and leaving. Senior brother, is the Qingtsang sex method better than our immortal Luo sex method? Lin Yu couldn't help but ask. Senior Lin, every clan's existence has its own uniqueness. Qingtsang sex method can definitely not be considered strong, but the core of the Qingtsang sex method, in the way of foundation building, is extremely marvelous. If we can obtain the Qingtsang sex method of foundation building, and corroborate our immortal Luo sex way of foundation building, the benefits will not be small. Remember, don't underestimate this world. Any kind of inheritance, in the way of cultivation, every drink and peck is a step from simplicity to complexity, from complexity to simplicity, and every accumulation affects how far you can go on this path. Song Qingfeng exhorted with a straight face, not reserving his experience in the cultivation path. Senior brother remembers. Lin Yu nodded solemnly. It's getting late. Let's continue our journey and strive to reach the Greenwood dynasty early tomorrow morning. In this time, you consolidate what you've just experienced. Between Song Qingfeng's words, the speed at which the longsword flew underneath his feet increased by a few more points. Lin Yu sat down on the sword, swallowed a Qi Xingdan, took out a spirit stone, held it in his hand, and entered a state of cultivation. Wow! Lin Yu entered a state of cultivation, and the flower of enlightenment shook gently, with wisps of light that hung down. It made it easy for Lin Yu to enter the state of epiphany. The Qi Xingdan that Lin Yu had taken and the spirit stones in his hands were all consumed at an extremely fast rate, raising Lin Yu's cultivation level. Senior brother Lin's talent. It's really amazing. It's so easy to get into meditation. No wonder the speed of cultivation is so fast. Song Qingfeng felt Lin Yu's state, and once again a look of awe flashed across his face. Buzz, under the dual enchantment of the flower of enlightenment and the flower of time. In just one night's time, Lin Yu's sea of Qi in his dantian had once again concluded a Qi cyclone, and his cultivation had been promoted to the 5th level of Qi refining in one fell swoop. The speed of the sword was also truly amazing. As the first rays of dawn descended, already visible from afar, a majestic city. Kill, break through Qingmu City and carry back all of Emperor Qingmu's wives. That's right, if you don't hand over the 7-colored spirit Ganoderma, you'll snatch all of Emperor Qingmu's wives back. At the same time, in front of the magnificent city, it was smoke and dust, and the shouts of killing shook the sky, directly waking up Lin Yu, who was practicing cultivation. Emperor Aoki? Isn't that my old man? They're going to carry my mother back? Lin Yu opened his eyes and looked strangely at the distance, like a tidal wave of Gingoism, charging towards Greenwood City. With you guys, you still want to rob me? Release the arrows. Not only that, Lin Yu also heard, above the city walls, a neutral voice, far away. Shoo shoo shoo. And then there was an uncountable rain of arrows that shot out angrily from within the city, paving the way for the attacking soldiers. Dang it! The soldiers attacking the city, obviously not from a single dynasty, cooperated, though not well enough, but all of them held up their shields to fend off the rain of arrows. The dense rain of arrows was blocked for the most part by the shield. Only a small number of them shot over some soldiers, but there were more soldiers, brazenly rushing towards the city. At the same time there were soldiers, carrying incredibly thick logs rushing out and crashing towards the gates. Knock! The incredibly thick logs, slamming into the gates, made an amazing roar. Senior, can a cultivator of immortality kill a mortal? Seeing this, Lin Yu looked at Song Qingfeng and asked solemnly, cultivate immortality. There are no unkillable people. Song Qingfeng looked back at Lin Yu and nodded with a smile. Chapter 11, Thunder Flame. A sword breaks armor by 26,000. Senior brother would like to borrow your longsword. Lin Yu smiled and spoke. Although the Thunder Flame sword technique could be executed with a finger instead of a sword, the power was naturally incomparable between having a sword in one's hand and not having a sword in one's hand. Song Qingfeng casually stroked his hand, and the long swords at the feet of the two of them fell into his hands horizontally. The long sword was reddish in color, and the sword patterns on it were heavily intertwined, just like magma flowing. Lin Yu also felt that there was an invisible fluctuation that held himself up and stood in the air. The name of this sword is Earth Fire. It was refined by Senior Brother with the essence of Earth Fire. With Senior Brother's talent in Sword Dao, he can display one point of this sword's power. Between Song Qingfeng's words, he crossed his sword and handed it to Lin Yu. Shidoshi, remember, my generation of cultivators, although we will not bully others with our power, but if there is an offender of immortal authority, we shall kill without pardon. If you can't kill it, there's still Elder Brother. Elder Brother can't be killed. There are still millions of fellow disciples within the sect. If you don't make a move, it's a thunderbolt. Between Song Qingfeng's words, there was a brilliant dominance in his eyes. Senior Brother understands. As the saying goes, if you throw one punch, you don't have to throw 100. Clang! Between Lin Yu's words, as he held the sword of earthly flame, the loud and clear burning sound of the sword resounded through the heavens and earth in an instant. That kind of sword sound, such as magma rolling, rushing for thousands of miles, but also like a fire cooking oil, violent and ear-piercing, but not far away from the heavenly shouts of killing, are suppressed. It made both the attacking and defending sides. Their movements couldn't help but lurch as they looked in the direction where Lin Yu was. What's going on? What a strong sword chi! Sentinel! Immortals! My god! An immortal has shown up. When the attackers and defenders saw Lin Yu standing in the air, all of their faces showed a horrified expression. Wearing armor, although slightly aged, his stature was still sturdy and robust, and between his eyebrows, he manifested a domineering aura. Emperor Qingmu likewise stared blankly at Lin Yu and Song Qingfeng. So familiar. Those two immortals, they looked too familiar. Thunderflame sword technique. Clank! Lin Yu smiled faintly, and the sword of earthly fire in his hand was then swung out. A sword was swung. The swords continued to roar. There was monstrous sword light that rolled backwards like a heavenly river as Lin Yu swung out his sword. Sword chi declared. There was a burning breath that filled the void. There were flashes of thunder, as if divine punishment had descended. There was even an aura as thick as a mountain that pressed down, making everyone feel as if they were facing a great enemy. No, you're an immortal. How can you randomly strike at mortals? But we have not offended. Please forgive me. Immortal. Like a heavenly river of swordlight, it poured down, and the soldiers and horses that were attacking Qingmu City couldn't help but let out a wail of horror that was beyond compare. Wow, but it's no use at all. After the heavenly river of swordlight fell, all the voices, all disappeared. All that was left was fire, lightning, and crisscrossing. The blinding light that dazzled the generals of the Qingmu dynasty within the Qingmu imperial city could not open their eyes. Fizzle. When the sword light dissipated, everyone revealed a look of shock. Just outside the city, starbursts and corpses were everywhere. In the midst of a scorched earth, there were severe sword marks everywhere, and every now and then, a few electric lights flashed by. Nope, tens of thousands of soldiers and horses, destroyed by an immortal sword. A sword breaks armor by 26,000. This is the power of an immortal? From the top to the bottom of the Qingmu imperial city, they were even widening their eyes in awe as they looked at Lin Yu and Song Qingfeng who were standing in the air. We, the immortals, meet the immortals. I don't know who took the lead. Within the Qingmu imperial city, one after another, there were generals, kneeling down and saluting. Even the Qingmu emperor, who hadn't recognized Lin Yu for the time being, couldn't help but bow down and salute. for fear of angering the immortal. Pops, we haven't seen each other for a year, and now that we meet again, you make such a big gift. Aren't you afraid that my son will lose his life? Lin Yu and Song Qingfeng, who landed on the city wall, looked at Emperor Qingmu, who was bowing down and saluting, and opened his mouth with a big smile. Pops? Son? Emperor Qingmu couldn't help but raise his head at his words. Your feather? Emperor Qingmu looked at Lin Yu's appearance, which still retained a few moments of boyishness, and once again his eyes widened before a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Feather. It's really feather. Emperor Qingmu became even more agitated. The generals present, one by one, were even more excited, and their gazes towards Lin Yu were filled with fervor. My son, meet father. Lin Yu laughed before making a proper salute towards Emperor Qingmu. As Song Qingfeng said, cherish the present and look to the future. Yes, great. You has really grown up and become immortal. Emperor Qingmu excitedly patted Lin Yu's shoulder, his hands trembling slightly. Father, let me introduce you. This is senior brother Song, but you should remember, Lin Yu said with a smile, you're immortal Song. Emperor Qingmu was only stunned for a moment before he recalled it, and was even more surprised as he looked at Song Qingfeng. 16 years have not seen. Song Qingfeng's appearance has not changed, but the temperament is very different, more remote Xuanqi. No wonder the beginning did not recognize. There is no need for Emperor Aoki to be polite. Song Qingfeng smiled. Love the house. Since Emperor Qingmu was Lin Yu's father, Song Qingfeng naturally wouldn't put up a fight. Pops, what's going on? If I don't come back, you're going to be carried off in your 3 palaces. Lin Yu smiled and teased. With them? Emperor Qingmu spoke disdainfully. I just heard them mentioning the 7-colored Lingji. It was Song Qingfeng, on the contrary, who asked indifferently. Exactly. Feather, isn't it your birthday coming up? Your mother and I, we were going to visit you in Red River Village. It just so happens that a 7-colored spirit Ganoderma plant has appeared in a large mountain on the border between our Greenwood dynasty and several other dynasties. Legend has it that this 7-colored Lingji, when taken by mortals, can prolong life, and when taken by cultivators, can enhance their cultivation. So father snatched the 7-colored Lingji and gave it to you as a gift for your birth. Who knew that these people, in defiance, had chased them all the way here? One new dynasty, and no immortals have ever come out, and they still want to touch my yours things? Emperor Aoki said with a smile. So it is. Lin Yu's heart once again warmed. The 7-colored Lingji. Lin Yu knew that it was a Xian-grade spirit medicine, which was naturally nothing to the immortal sect, but for secular people, that's a supreme treasure. Don't look at Emperor Qingmu despising others. In fact, the Qingmu dynasty is also a new dynasty. After all, a truly powerful dynasty with a long heritage would not be in this barren land. That big mountain can produce 7-colored Ganoderma lucidum, is also a pure anomaly. If it is in the next place, it cannot be the turn of the Qingmu dynasty. This level of the country crazy robbery. These soldiers and horses just now are obviously not from a dynasty. Think in those of my classmates, more or less some relations, not to avoid the revenge of his day. Father, you order people, send these letters. If there are any more who don't open their eyes, I'll take care of them. Between Lin Yu's words, he took out the package, the family letters of the people of Red River Village, and handed them to Emperor Qingmu. Chapter 12. The Star Moon Dynasty is panicking, or else marry your daughter. Emperor Qingmu took the family letter in Lin Yu's hand and looked at the head up on it, his eyes showing a strange color. The household ministry of the Black Rider Kingdom. Star Moon Dynasty. Great General's residence. The Chancellor's residence of the Ori Kingdom. Every family letter points to a dynasty, and they're all pivotal. Some of these dynasties, some of them had just been soldiers in the city. I will send someone to send these family letters over. Emperor Aoki nodded. Immortal Song, how about we set sail back to the palace right now? Emperor Qingmu handed the family letter to the generals under his command, and then respectfully looked at Song Qingfeng and said, back, return immediately. Father, you still have to order people to prepare good food and wine. More than 10 years. Ah, I'm a royal son. In that bird shit place eating chaff and swallowing food. This time back, have to find make up for it. Lin Yu opened his mouth with a smile, and his words made even Song Qingfeng chuckle. Don't worry, I'll inform the imperial chef and prepare the delicacies. Emperor Qingmu also spoke with a smile. Why don't you invite Immortal Song, the imperial prince, back to the city? We respectfully invite Immortal Song, the imperial prince, back to the city. We respectfully invite Immortal Song, the imperial prince, back to the city. Emperor Qingmu gave an order, and the city immediately shouted like thunder. What? Qingmu dynasty? An immortal appeared in broke 26,000 armor with one sword? What's going on? Those immortals are so high and mighty. How could they strike out at worldly people? Could it be that Emperor Qingmu still has the ability to ask the immortals to help him? Or is it that the immortal is also coming for the 7 gathering Ganoderma? At this moment, the news that Lin Yu had struck out in broken armor by 26,000 with a single sword had already spread a step ahead. No one from the incoming major dynasties could be calm. That's an immortal striking. For mortals, once an immortal made a move, it represented the might of heaven and was irresistible. Even if you hold the power of a nation, under the might of an immortal, it is still a piece of dirt. Unbeatable. Star and Moon Dynasty. The Star Moon Emperor looked at the battle report that came back from the front line, and was even more like an enemy, full of fear. Quickly announced Great General Jiang Jinbei. With a single order, the Star Moon Emperor recruited the Great General Jiang Jinbei. I greet my Emperor. Jiang Jinbei arrived, and on his rigid and cold face, there was the same color of worry. No need to be polite. Great General. Men, quickly give the Great General a seat. Emperor Star Moon was sitting upright. Jinbei, you know about the fact that an immortal from the Greenwood dynasty made a move to break 26,000 armor with a single sword, don't you? Emperor Star Moon asked in a deep voice after waiting for Jiang Jinbei to sit down. I have heard. Jiang Jinbei nodded solemnly. Jiang Jinbei, as a great general of the Star Moon dynasty, got the news faster than the Star Moon Emperor. Jinbei, you know very well what it means when an immortal strikes. I know that your youngest son, Jiang Lu, has been practicing in Xian Luo sect since he was a child. Can you see if you can, through Jiang Lu, introduce an immortal to mediate this matter? The Star Moon Emperor spoke solemnly. Whether or not there was a follow-up to the immortal's strike, Emperor Star Moon was not sure, but the best way to save your life is to let the immortals talk to the immortals. Jiang Jinbei couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile as he didn't know how to speak. It was not true that Jiang Lu practiced in Red River Village, but as far as he knew, his own son, who was just a water picker in the immortal sect, wanted to ask an immortal who could break armor by 26,000 with a single sword to make a move. How was that possible? General Jinbei, if you can think of a way out of this matter, the position of Great General of Jin is yours. In the future, the 3 armies of my Star Moon dynasty will be under your command. The Star Moon Emperor gritted his teeth and spoke. General Zhenghua? Jiang Jinbei sucked in a breath of cold air. There are several great generals of the Star and Moon dynasty. However, there is only one great general of Zhenghua, and no dynasty will allow a great general of Zhenghua who has sole control over military power to appear if it is not necessary. Jiang Jinbei was heartened. But you can't do it by yourself. One couldn't tell Emperor Star Moon that his son was in the immortal sect and was a water picker. Could he? Report. At this moment, a sharp voice came, and a eunuch respectfully entered the great hall. Your Majesty, the Greenwood dynasty sent a messenger, saying that there is a family letter from Great General Jinbei to be forwarded to Great General Jinbei. The eunuch's sentence directly dumbfounded Emperor Star Moon and Jiang Jinbei. A letter from the Great General? Sent over from the Aoki dynasty? Emperor Star Moon looked at Jiang Jinbei with suspicion. It couldn't be that the great general under his command, in the Greenwood dynasty, still had illegitimate children, could it? Why else would you ask him to contact Jiang Lu and delay? Jiang Jinbei was also panicking in his heart. For no reason at all. How could one's own family letter be sent over from the Greenwood dynasty? Shen! The Star Moon Emperor was displeased in his heart, but he still spoke majestically. A moment later, a Greenwood dynasty emissary was invited in. Which one is Great General Jiang Jinbei? The messenger entered the hall and spoke indifferently, going deep into the enemy camp and facing the enemy emperor and great general. This messenger was half-hearted. He was delivering a letter for the immortals, and he was playing the fox and the tiger. So if you have the guts, you can beat me up? This general is. Jiang Jinbei frowned and got up. That's your family letter. The messenger directly handed the family letter to Jiang Jinbei. The family letter is delivered. Farewell. The messenger waited for Jiang Jinbei, took the family letter, turned around and left. Open up, the Star Moon Emperor said with a gloomy face. Yes. Jiang Jinbei hurriedly opened the family letter and read it together with Emperor Xing Yue. Pops, don't blame me for not warning you. Remember, don't offend any dynasty but the Greenwood dynasty. Not only can't be offended, you said before, gave me a sister, looks like a flower. Immediately go to the Qingmu dynasty to propose marriage. Must marry the old sister to the Qingmu dynasty's Prince Linyu. When can't be the prince consort, as a maid can. That kid Linyu has become an immortal, and is extremely talented, and is accompanied by the outer brother of the immortal Luo sect. If you are offended, think nothing of it, and let His Majesty go to the Greenwood dynasty in a hurry to make amends and apologize. Don't carry on. You won't make it. Signature, Jiang Lu. Emperor Xing Yue and Jiang Zhenbei, looking at the family letter Jiang Lu sent back, were instantly furious. So it is. That immortal from the Cyanwood dynasty. It's the royal son of the Cyanwood dynasty. Lin Yu. The Star Moon Emperor's face went white. Your Majesty, do you think it's too late for you to go over and apologize? Jiang Zhenbei smiled bitterly as he spoke. Chapter 13, Come on people, stew the 7-colored Ganoderma for my son. Feather, quickly show mothers. In the Qingmu Imperial Palace, the Qingmu Empress, who had heard the news, held Lin Yu's hand and scrutinized it carefully. Lin Xian, look what you've done. Our family fair. How thin she's gotten. I don't know what kind of crazy you're smoking, having to send your son to cultivate immortality. When Empress Qingmu looked at Lin Yu, who was dressed in rough linen, her phoenix eyebrows instantly twisted together as she glared at Emperor Chengmu. Injustice, wasn't it you or herself? Who chose that jade pendant? Emperor Chengmu immediately screamed in agony. Emperor Chengmu had put the jade seal on Lin Yu when he captured Zhou, but Lin Yu didn't choose he chose the jade pendant himself. How old was Feather then? Know anything about cultivation? You're the one who's messing around. Empress Qingmu glared at Emperor Qingmu and pressed on, not reasoning with him. After all, the Qingmu dynasty, who does not know? The Qingmu emperor acts overbearing, but the only fear of the interior. For the Qingmu empress, that is favored to the bone. Emperor Chengmu was at a loss for words, not knowing how to answer. He also didn't forget to secretly observe Song Qingfeng, fearing that his own mother-in-law, with her blabbering words, would annoy Song Qingfeng. It was only when he saw Song Qingfeng, who did not look different, but was just sitting there quietly, sipping a fine wine, that his heart was a few points more solid. No, gotta make up for it. You old man, didn't you say that you had found a 7-colored lingji to give to Yor as a birthday gift, and you still won't let someone go and stew it up and give it to Yor to eat? Empress Qingmu looked angrily at Emperor Qingmu and said. Lin Yu and Song Qingfeng both had odd looks on their faces when they heard this. 7-colored lingji, that's a Xianpin spirit medicine, something that can make pills. 7-colored lingji, it takes 300 years to grow. Every 100 years, an additional color would appear, and it would take 900 years to really grow into it. Mortals take it. 1 color can prolong life for 10 years, and 7 colors can prolong life for 70 years. If it is refined into a pill, one can not only prolong life for 100 years, but also has the effect of washing the tendons and marrow, recasting the foundation. It was precious for cultivators who had just started, but Empress Qingmu, surprisingly, wanted Lin Yu to eat it directly. Wouldn't that be a waste? Why don't you go and bring up the 7-colored lingji? Qingmu Emperor only knows that the 7-colored Ganoderma lucidum is precious, but does not know the specifics. At this time to see his mother-in-law mentioned, immediately overbearing opening. Father, mother, this 7-colored spirit Ganoderma, if you eat it directly, it's like a cow chewing on peony. Lin Yu reminded. Exactly. Since Lin Yu has entered the outer sect, he can bring it back to the outer sect, and then ask the sect's alchemist to refine it into a pill, for even greater benefits. Song Qingfeng also spoke with a smile. Like this? Empress Qingmu froze. Yes, Lin Yu nodded. Mother, didn't senior brother Song just say that I've already joined the outer sect of the immortal Luo sect, so I definitely won't have to herd cows at that time, and my food and clothing will definitely be a lot better. Lin Yu looked at Song Qingfeng and said, that's natural. When you enter the outer sect, you eat spiritual rice and drink spiritual spring water. When you have received your outer sect's license, you will even have a full set of outer sect disciple vestments, which will not only keep you from dust, but will also be invulnerable to fire and water. Song Qingfeng spoke with a straight face. Then mother is relieved. This immortal, drink and eat. Only then did Empress Qingmu spread a smile and continuously refilled Song Qingfeng's wine and dishes. With Lin Yu in the room, Song Qingfeng was a little less standoffish and a little more smoldering, and the group of people were talking to each other. Report. The group ate and chatted. An afternoon. They still couldn't get enough, but they were interrupted by a eunuch. I said, we're going to feast on the immortals today. No interruptions. Emperor Changmu was filled with displeasure. This was the first time Lin Yu had gone home for dinner in over 10 years, and Song Qingfeng was there. So there were still ungrateful ones who dared to disturb? Your Majesty, forgive me, but it does matter, the eunuch said in a hurry. Say it. Lin Yu waved his hand and said, thank you, Your Majesty. The old eunuch was relieved when he heard this, and then reported, Your Majesty, the Imperial Empress, the Imperial Sun, the Immortals, the Emperor of the Star and Moon Kingdom, the Emperor of the Black Rider Kingdom, the Emperor of the Ori Kingdom, and several other dignitaries, are requesting an audience with your majesty and the imperial son. That fast? Lin Yu froze. Your majesty, I've heard that the emperors, all of them, have used their dynasty's reserves. Several of the Miles ponies ran dead, and then they flew over with the help of the Inhuman birds, the old eunuch said in a hurry. Serves you right, to even dare to rob the birth gift we prepared for you not to mention running a dead horse. It's only right to run off their dog's legs. Empress Qing Mu's face was full of fury. These guys, they aren't all the ones who attacked my Greenwood dynasty before. Emperor Chang Mu laughed. Simple. Those who don't have a part in the attack on our Greenwood dynasty, arrange for them to rest for the time being, and those who have a part in it let them find a place to stand. Lin Yu spoke indifferently. Those soldiers and horses that attacked the city before, but they threatened to carry their old lady back. How could Lin Yu let it go so easily? Yes, the old eunuch sniffed, not daring to hesitate, and slowly withdrew from the hall. Senior brother Lin, you guys chat. Senior brother has something to do and goes out. After 3 days, senior brother will come back to pick you up. Song Qingfeng got up and said. Lin Yu went home to visit his family and should have gotten together more with them. Song Qingfeng was present. Emperor Qingmu was more or less a bit formal. Plus Song Qingfeng, there was indeed a deceased person to see. Naturally, he got up and excused himself. Immortal Song, do you need me to prepare your bedchamber? Emperor Qingmu hurriedly got up. No. Song Qingfeng shook his head, and with a shake of his body, he had already disappeared. Once Song Qingfeng left, both Emperor Qingmu and Empress Qingmu were much more at ease. Lin Yu was not in a hurry to meet those emperors, but instead accompanied his parents and briefly chatted about the events of these 10 years. Whenever Empress Qingmu heard that, several times, Lin Yu had been pulled by the great green ox. She just had red eyes. Emperor Aoki's waist and ribs were twisted purple. This chat, until the middle of the night, those emperors standing outside the palace, their legs were almost numb. Lin Yu ordered people, invited those emperors in. We have met Emperor Chang Mu, and we have met the imperial prince. A few moments later, several emperors, led by the old eunuch, entered the main hall. At this time those emperors, one by one, legs swinging, forehead sweating, apparently real outside the palace, stood for a day. On the contrary, some of those who were not involved in the war were much more graceful in their demeanor. There were also some followers who looked at Lin Yu in awe. You guys, want the 7-colored Lingji? Lin Yu opened his mouth indifferently, and a wave of majesty immediately poured over him like a river in the sky. Chapter 14, Reverse Immortal Swordbox. Creating immortal soldiers with mortal hands. Poof, poof, poof. Under Lin Yu's mighty pressure pouring down, several emperors with numb legs and weak hearts, along with their entourage, all went weak in the knees and crouched on the ground. As for those who were resting well, although they were terrified in their hearts, they were able to stand under Lin Yu's lack of intentional targeting. Emperor, spare your life. The matter is that we have been larded and spooked. Please also, on account of the fact that our children and the emperor are fellow students, let us go. Whatever the emperor, whatever you need, we will certainly do it. The group of people were being stared at by Lin Yu. They didn't dare to breathe and hurriedly begged for mercy. If it wasn't for the fact that they have some friendship with this prince, you would have been a corpse already. Lin Yu's sentence caused the people present to break out in a cold sweat. But the death penalty is waived. A living sin. Several of your dynasties, divide half of your cities under the name of my Greenwood dynasty. From this day forward, for 100 years, you shall pay tribute as a vassal. Lin Yu scrutinized the crowd and spoke indifferently. What? Give up half the city? Within 100 years, it is required to pay tribute as a vassal? The people kneeling on the ground sniffed. Bottom line, the power of half the country was taken away. The status was even reduced from a dynasty to a vassal state. Do you have any comments? In Lin Yu's eyes, coldness erupted. Don't dare. Do as the emperor wishes. We dare not disobey. The people who were kneeling on the ground, sweating coldly, kowtowed again and again. Emperor Chang Mu, who was watching this scene, was even more filled with emotion. There was more or less some friction between these dynastic kingdoms and the Greenwood dynasty. In some of them, the national power even far exceeded that of the Greenwood dynasty. And now, Lin Yu was just a sentence away, but he was as abashed as a dog. This is the oppressive feeling of an immortal. We have also brought some gifts. Please accept them, Your Majesty. The emperors resigned themselves to their fate, and at the same time made a wink, and the entourage around them, hastily kneeling forward, held aloft various gifts. Emperor Lin Yu, a few of us, too, have brought congratulatory gifts. I am the Minister of the Household Department of the Black Rider Kingdom, and I would like to thank Emperor Lin Yu for taking care of my dog's son, manhwa. In the Red River Village, not only those dynasties that had made a move, but those that had not made a move had likewise sent gifts. Most of these gifts were nothing more than gold, silver, jewels, and rare curiosities, which Lin Yu naturally could not see. The only thing that caught Lin Yu's attention was an ancient wooden box. The wooden box is 4 feet tall, a foot or so wide. It was engraved with sword patterns and was dark and deep. With Lin Yu's eyesight, he could naturally see that it was made of xiantai wood. This xiantai wood alone was a worldly item of extinction in the world. The most crucial thing was that Lin Yu felt a faint wisp of sword intent on the wooden box. This wooden box. Lin Yu stared at the wooden box and looked at the emperor of the Tianqi dynasty. Tianqi dynasty likewise has people in Red River Village. Not a prince though, but a princess. Enlightened the emperor. This sword box was dug out of a deep pool at the beginning of the founding of our Tianqi dynasty. Beyond the deep pool, there is a monument with the words reverse immortal. That's why we call it the reverse immortal sword box. Hopelessly for many years, perhaps the destiny has not yet arrived, so it has never been opened. Now that it has been offered to the imperial prince, with the immortal means of the imperial prince, he will certainly be able to open this sword box. Emperor Tianqi said in a hurry. Let's see. Lin Yu's heart fluttered and he beckoned, and the sword box flew down into his hands. Buzz off! The sword box had just fallen into his hands when the tree of the great Tao in Lin Yu's sea of consciousness was gently trembling. Clank! The originally tightly sealed sword box unexpectedly opened on its own. Sword chi is cold. A cold aura raged, causing those present outside of Lin Yu to have their torsos crack. Boom! On top of the sword, there was even a golden light that was invisible to onlookers that lit up and flew into Lin Yu's brow. A picture of a vision. There is an old man sitting in the crater of a volcano, attracting the power of the earth's fire in his sword-casting platform and the casting of the sword. The old man was definitely in the secular world, a first-rate swordmaker, and every movement was all natural. When the 13 long swords were born, the old man even martyred himself with the swords, which made the long swords complete. When the sword was completed, thunder fell from the sky. The visions are varied. The reverse immortal sword box, forged by the world's #1 swordmaker. Oh Yezi, learning to cast swords at the age of 3, casting the divine weapon blowing snow at the age of 7, known as the first swordcasting genius in the secular world. At the age of 30, Oh Yezi's swordcasting skills came to fruition, and at the sword-casting conference, with a giant K sword, he overwhelmed his fellow swordcasters and won the crown of the first swordcasting master. Oh Yezi was drunk on swordcasting and wanted to break through the way of his own swordcasting, but suffered from the lack of a famous teacher to guide him. Until he was 40 years old, at the top of the heavenly pond, he happened to meet an old man, who chopped off the giant K with a sword, and then he realized the power of the immortal soldiers. Since then Oh Yezi spent 30 years, traveled to the famous mountains and rivers, set foot on the 5 lakes and all over the world, looking for 13 kinds of unprecedented materials, with the method of mortals, casting the immortal soldiers. It took another 10 years for the reverse immortal sword box to be completed, and although it has far surpassed the giant K, it still has a huge gap compared to the immortal soldier. Oh Yezi had an unyielding spirit in his chest, and he did not hesitate to martyr himself, sacrificing himself to the sword, and the reverse immortal sword box came into being. The reverse immortal sword box is the first and only treasure between heaven and earth that breaks the shackles of immortals and mortals with the power of the world. Hence the name reverse immortal. Between the images floating around, there was even a line of writing reflected. A magic treasure that comes out of breaking the immortal mundane shackles with the method of mortal sword forging. Between Lin Yu's heart and soul being shocked, admiration for the old man in the picture couldn't help but rise. Lin Yu could hardly imagine. An ordinary man. How tough must he be? And how sincere he must be about the way of sword casting, to be able to do it, to cast an immortal's weapon with a mortal's method? Bang, bang, bang. Between Lin Yu's shock, the images in his sea of consciousness exploded violently. It turned into a stream of light and was absorbed by the tree of the great Tao. To Lin Yu's surprise, this time the stunning passing of the reverse immortal sword box had turned into 2 forces that caused the tree of the great Tao to shake violently. Chapter 15 Flower of the Weapon Tao. The future Grand Master of Weapon Refining. 2 forces. A surge into the flower of Kendo. There were wisps of sword intent that drooped down, causing the flower of the sword Tao to grow a few more points in a split second. Wow! And then between the shaking of the tree of the great Tao, the second power was on the tree of the great Tao, concluding a new flower of the great Tao, drawing on the stunning past of the reverse immortal sword box. The effect of the flower of the sword Tao is increased. Flower of sword Tao effect 1, for the speed of comprehension of the sword road. To enhance 3 times, 2, any sword road aptitude, can be added to the scorching sword intent, 3. Any sword road can be added to the thunder inflammation sword intent, casting the thunder attribute of the sword road aptitude. The power is doubled. 4. Casting any sword road can be added to the reverse of the immortal intent, the power of the sword road aptitude, to double, drawing on the stunning past of the reverse immortal sword box, and concluding the flower of the Tao of weapons. Effect of the flower of the Tao of weapons, casting any magic treasure can double its power. The elevation of the flower of the sword Tao, and the conclusion of the flower of the weapon Tao, another line of words, were reflected in Lin Yu's sea of consciousness. This effect, Lin Yu looked at the handwriting and was delighted. Previously, the effect of the flower of the sword Tao was only to cast a thunder attribute sword Tao and double its power, but with the reverse immortal sword intent, the power of all divine abilities was doubled. If the thunder attribute sword Tao was combined with the reverse immortal sword intent, it would be a twofold increase. Besides, after the flower of the sword Tao was upgraded, Lin Yu's comprehension of the sword Tao had reached a staggering 3 times. The effect of the flower of the artifact Wei was even more impressive. The power of any magic treasure can be doubled by casting it. Emperor Tianqi, this sword case you offered is very useful to me. Tell me, what are your conditions? Lin Yu looked at Emperor Tianqi and said, don't dare. I brought this sword box here only to congratulate Emperor Lin Yu for gaining entry into the immortal sect. Emperor Tianqi said in a hurry, no, this imperial prince makes a clear distinction between grudges, so if you have any requests, you can speak freely. Lin Yu shook his head. The hardest thing in the world to return is a favor. Emperor Tianqi had not offended the Greenwood dynasty, yet he had sent such a precious thing. It would be false to say that there was truly nothing in his heart. Then I'll be bold enough to say it? Emperor Tianqi asked cautiously. Say. Lin Yu nodded. My daughter and you are considered fellow students? I would like to ask you to take care of my daughter in the immortal sect. Emperor Tianqi saluted. Lin Yu's heart fluttered. Sure enough, this Emperor Tianqi's ambition was not small. This was trying to cultivate an immortal for his own dynasty. Okay, if Tianqi Yao is able to enter the outer sect, I can take care of her in the outer sect. For a moment or two, Lin Yu nodded his head in agreement after pondering for a moment. It was rare for the royal family of the Tianqi dynasty to directly use Tianqi as their surname. Many thanks to Emperor Lin Yu. Emperor Tianqi sniffed and hurriedly thanked him. Brush. With a wave of his palm, Lin Yu carried the sword box on his back. All right, this is the end of this matter. Lin Yu didn't linger here and got up to lead Emperor Chengmu away. 3 days passed in a flash. Lin Yu spent most of his time cultivating within his chambers. The Qi Xingdan and spirit stones given by Song Qingfeng, coupled with the triple time effect of the flower of time, allowed Lin Yu's cultivation level to steadily increase, right up to the 7th level of Qi refining. In his spare time, Lin Yu accompanied his parents. The days were as calm as ever. To Lin Yu's surprise, in addition to the 7-colored spirit Ganoderma, his old man had also managed to get hundreds of spirit stones, as well as some exotic treasures out. Father, where did you get this spirit stone? Lin Yu was surprised. You don't know anything about feather. We, the Greenwood dynasty, have always had the task of helping the immortal sect in collecting various ores, even spirit stones and medicinal herbs. The immortal sect leaves some spirit stones as a reward every time. Some of those spirit stones were wasted by our attempts at cultivation, but most of them were kept. These 100 or so, that's what's left, Emperor Aoki said with a smile. As lords of dynasties, they all naturally have ambitions to try to become immortal themselves. But nay, even with the Dharma and spirit stones, it was still a luxury to want to cultivate for initiation. For example, Emperor Qingmu himself, he had been practicing the Qi execution technique since the age of 16, but after so many years, he hadn't even managed to rush his Qi to the Dantian, not to mention the refining of Qi. Of course, the benefits are not without merit. At least in the Jianghu, Emperor Chengmu is also a first-class upper-class expert. Whether it was longevity or physical fitness, it was far beyond ordinary people. So it is. Lin Yu nodded. But it's good now. You can enter the immortal sect. It's considered to be the fulfillment of the long-cherished wish of our Greenwood lineage. When father is in the ground, he will also be able to straighten his back and meet his ancestors. Emperor Chengmu said with a smile. Father, it's not impossible for you to enter the way of cultivation. Lin Yu said thoughtfully. Possibly? Emperor Chengmu's eyes couldn't help but light up at his words. Of course, the 7-colored spirit pill refined by the 7-colored spirit Ganoderma, one of which can cleanse the muscles and marrow and recast the foundation, with the foundation that father has laid down over the years. Using this to break through to the Qi refining realm shouldn't be too much of a problem. Lin Yu pondered. How's this? Is it not a waste to give me such a heaven-defying thing to eat? No, 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 feather. You just eat. Emperor Chengmu shook his head repeatedly. Father doesn't know. 7-colored spirit pill. Every cultivator can only eat one in their lifetime? More is invalid. And one 7-colored lingji can become at least 3 pills. When the time comes, mother will be able to eat it too. Lin Yu laughed. Really? Emperor Chengmu's gaze lit up once again. That's natural. Lin Yu had the flower of the Dan Dao, and the properties of the world's elixirs had long been blended by him. If Lin Yu didn't have a Dan formula, he would have been able to open a furnace to make pills himself. If that's the case, my father will sit and wait for your 7-colored spirit pill. Emperor Chengmu's gaze was bright, and his heart was filled with anticipation. Buzz! At this moment, in the sky above the Great Hall, a sword light sped over before coming to a steady stop. Senior brother Lin, it's almost time. We should return to the outer sect. Song Qingfeng stood on top of the sword, his face slightly pale. Senior brother, are you injured? Lin Yu walked out of the hall and looked at Song Qingfeng, whose face was pale and whose dharma robe was still stained with a few traces of blood, revealing a look of astonishment. Chapter 16, Vast Immortal Luo Sect. 370,000 treasures. Lin Yu was incredulous. Song Qingfeng, cultivators in the Foundation Establishment realm. There was once a realization of the scorching sword intent, with the sword of earth fire, at the peak of the innate power, against the odds to kill the Foundation Establishment cultivator, which was astonishing. In the secular world, who can hurt Song Qingfeng? It's just a minor injury. Song Qingfeng shook his head without saying much. Whoosh! Lin Yu sniffed and stopped asking questions, but instead rose up and landed on Song Qingfeng's long sword. The one who could injure Song Qingfeng was feared to be a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Lin Yu wasn't qualified to get involved. Father, precious, on mother's side, I'm afraid she won't be able to say goodbye. Wait for me to come back. Lin Yu waved his hand towards Emperor Chengmu. Take care. You are at your mother's. I'll make it clear to her. Emperor Chengmu waved his hand, his face full of reluctance. Elder brother, let's go. Lin Yu sighed. Yes. Song Qingfeng nodded his head and pinched up a sword technique, and the long sword under his feet turned into a shocking wave and disappeared with Lin Yu. Senior brother Lin, since we're going back to the outer sect, then something related to the immortal Luo sect must be told to you. Song Qingfeng wrote his sword and thought about opening his mouth. Please also guide me. Senior brother, Lin Yu said in a hurry. Compared to the Red River village where you stayed before, the outer sect is considered to be our immortal Luo sect, where disciples are truly trained. In our immortal Luo sect, each of the outer sects is in a different minor and major secret realm. Different outer sects have some differences above their inheritance. Song Qingfeng said with a straight face. Senior brother, is there more than one outer gate? Lin Yu couldn't help but stare at his words. Of course there's more than one place. Song Qingfeng said with certainty. Under the immortal Luo sect, there are 370,000 cultivation treasures just like Red River Village. The number of outer gates, although not as many as the cultivation treasures, is still more than 3,000. Otherwise, just by relying on a Red River Village, our immortal Luo sect has only been able to produce so many outer disciples for more than a decade, and the legacy is afraid that it would have been cut off long ago. Song Qingfeng said. Lin Yu thought about it. The outer sect that senior brother is in is called the Cloud Sky Little Mysterious Realm. Just one outer gate of the Cloud Sky Little Mysterious Realm is responsible for hundreds of cultivation treasures. Song Qingfeng added. A secret realm responsible for hundreds of cultivation treasures? Lin Yu looked at Song Qingfeng thoughtfully. Hundreds of cultivation treasures may seem like a lot, but those who are truly qualified to enter the outer gate are only a few hundred or so each time, and joining the outer sect is just the beginning. After all, outer disciples, too, are divided into ordinary, elite, and core. Your identity will determine the treatment you can enjoy in the outer sect. Song Qingfeng said. The outer sect is divided into so many levels? Lin Yu froze. Of course, the outer gate is actually the selection. The more talent you show, the more resources the clan will incline towards you. Then the more. If one is good enough to enter the inner sect, then one can be considered a true disciple of the immortal Luo sect. At the mention of the inner sect, in Song Qingfeng's eyes, a burning bright light lit up. Even senior brother is not qualified to enter the inner sect? Lin Yu froze. The qualifications of the inner sect are not so easy to obtain. Song Qingfeng laughed bitterly. A foundation establishment cultivation, and you can't even get into the inner sect? Lin Yu was even more shocked. It's not that Tsukiji can't get in, it's that senior brother can't get in. Song Qingfeng shook his head. In short, there are many conditions if you want to enter the inner sect. It's too early for you to say that. All you have to do is to strive to get the outer sect core status in the outer sect examination a month from now. Song Qingfeng turned his head, looked at Lin Yu and said, "The outer door test?" Lin Yu came to be interested. "Aha! For the first month of joining the outer sect, you will all be given the status of ordinary disciples of the outer sect. Within a month's time, the sect will conduct a comprehensive examination of your cultivation, combat prowess, and so on, and after a month, the final examination will be conducted. This examination, it's critical. If one is assessed as an ordinary disciple, there is no hope of entering the inner sect in this life, and basically there will be no status in the outer sect. To be assessed as an outer sect elite, one's status is far from that of an ordinary outer sect disciple. If you can be evaluated as the core of the outer sect, then not only can you enjoy the best treatment, but you can also, in the outer sect, hold some power. The most crucial thing is that if you want to enter the inner sect, you must first become an outer sect core." Song Qingfeng said with a straight face, "Outer sect core? Is that one of the criteria for entering the inner sect?" Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. "Exactly. Senior brother Lin, you were able to reach the qi rushing through the dantian in 3 hours, and you were able to cultivate to the 7th level of qi refining in such a short period of time. With such a talent, you definitely have the qualifications to compete for the core of the outer sect. If you can become an outer sect core, senior brother and I, as the person in charge of Red River Village, will be able to receive a not-so-small reward for this." Song Qingfeng looked at Lin Yu solemnly. "Don't worry, senior brother. Senior brother will definitely go all out." Lin Yu spoke with a straight face. Between the two exchanges, they traveled all the way across the sky towards a large, rolling mountain. Along the way, Lin Yu met quite a few cultivators in some places far away from mortals. Some Song Qingfeng recognized and would stop to say hello. Some of them didn't recognize each other, but after seeing Song Qingfeng, they all chose to avoid them from a distance. Of course, Lin Yu also encountered some demonic beasts, and some of their auras were even stronger than Song Qingfeng's. When they encountered these demonic beasts, Song Qingfeng would not hesitate to stay away. The two of them walked and stopped along the way, taking 4 days before Song Qingfeng stopped in front of a majestic mountain. In 4 days' time, Lin Yu's cultivation level, once again, had risen, reaching the 8th level of qi refining realm, a progress that could be described as miraculous. "Senior Lin, see that waterfall? The entrance to the cloud sky little mysterious realm is behind that waterfall. This waterfall itself, carved with formations, if you don't know the way to enter, even if you're a cultivator, it's hard to get in." Song Qingfeng pointed to the distance, a rushing waterfall, and said, "The entrance is in the middle of a waterfall?" Lin Yu was a little surprised. Giggle. At this moment, a sound of breaking air came from far away, and then a mouthful of gourds, with amazing speed, appeared not far from the two. Above the gourd, 2 women stood, the woman at the head of the group, with her white dress flying and her face still covered with a veil, had a cool and noble temperament. Behind the woman was a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Her features were tender but extremely delicate, a proper beauty embryo. Buzz off! The thing that surprised Lin Yu was that the 2 women had just appeared, and a golden light actually lit up on their bodies at the same time. Chapter 17, Heavenly Spirit Body. You can cultivate immortality while lying down. On the 2 women, between the golden light that lit up, they flew towards Lin Yu's eyebrows. The golden light on the young girl blazed even more than the woman at the head. Wow! The vast golden light transformed into a picture between the convergence of Lin Yu's eyebrows. In the picture, a woman in white dusty clothes was sitting on top of a piece of cold ice, surrounded by heavy snow that spilled down. And then Lin Yu saw that on the woman's body, there was an aura of supreme coldness that surged out, inducing the wind and snow of the 8 directions to add to her body. For a moment, coldness surged and flowed around the woman. There was a hidden mouthful of Tao platforms that coalesced in the woman's dantian. Cultivation Heaven's Pride Feng Mingxue, introduced at the age of 16, at the age of 18, broke the refining of qi and entered the innate, took 3 years, promoted to the peak of the innate, known as Xian Luozong Yun Tian Small Secret Realm, the first genius in 100 years. At the age of 19, Feng Mingxue entered the extremely cold ice field alone and realized the way for 3 months on top of 1,000 years of cold marrow, using the power of extreme cold as a guide to enter the state of epiphany and advance to the foundation establishment in one fell swoop. At the time of foundation building, Feng Mingxue drew the power of extreme cold into her body and refined the 1,000-year cold marrow. When it was a stunning past, between the images that surfaced, another line of writing was reflected. Immortal Luo Sect, Cloud Sky Little Secret Outdoor. The first genius in 100 years. The speed of cultivation. It seems that it's not as fast as me. Lin Yu's heart fluttered. Wow, between Lin Yu muttering to himself in his mind. The image had already dispersed, turning into a golden light that was absorbed by the tree of the great Tao. On the tree of the great Tao, the flower of enlightenment shook with great light. There was a heavy layer of Tao rhythms that layered out, and the thumb-sized flower of enlightenment grew one size larger, reaching 2 fingers thick. Drawing on Fong Mingshue's amazing past, the flower of enlightenment is elevated. Flower of enlightenment effect 1. Cultivation speed is increased by 2 times. 2. Enlightenment is increased by 2 times. 3. Every time you cultivate, you can enter the state of epiphany. The moment the flower of enlightenment was elevated, the effect of the flower of enlightenment was also elevated. Great! The speed of cultivation, once again, not to mention the fact that every time you cultivate, you can enter the state of enlightenment. It's just like hanging on. Lin Yu was overjoyed in his heart. Epiphany. This is something that can be encountered but not sought by cultivators. Before Lin Yu, the effect of the flower of enlightenment was just the probability of entering an epiphany. The Fong Mingxue in front of her, who had cultivated so far, had only entered the state of enlightenment once, and had been hailed as a stunning pastime. In the state of enlightenment, one could comprehend the true meaning of the great Tao at a deeper level, and one's understanding of the Dharma would reach an astonishing level. One epiphany is worth 10 years of hard work, said on the state of epiphany, and after the flower of enlightenment was elevated, Lin Yu could do it. Every cultivation was an epiphany. Hula hula. Between Lin Yu's delight, another image surfaced in his sea of consciousness. In the middle of the picture is the same small village. This small village, however, was obviously quite a bit better than Red River Village. A tender young girl, seated under an ancient tree. On her knees was the spread-out Qi Xing knowledge. Between the young girl sitting on her plate, the surrounding aura, surprisingly, swarmed towards the young girl on its own as if it was affinity with the young girl. Let the young girl in a flash, in one fell swoop from mortal, straight to the realm of Qi rushing to the Dantian. Another genius. She's very different from me. When I first started practicing, it was through the Qi Xing skill that I was able to pull the aura into my body. And this girl, it seems like the aura, itself, is drilling towards her body. Lin Yu looked at the image, his heart filled with awe. Qi flaming spirit, the body of the spirit of heaven. Those who are favored by the great Tao have a unique affinity for the aura of heaven and earth and the great Tao. Without cultivating the method, one can draw aura into the body, making it one of the fastest cultivating physiques among cultivators. Ji Yanling's first contact with the cultivation method awakened the body of the heavenly spirit, accomplished the infusion of spiritual Qi, and entered the realm of Qi rushing into the Dantian, which was a stunning past. I said why it's so strange. So it's a heavenly spirit body. Lin Yu came to a sudden realization. Wow! At this moment, the image quietly dispersed and was absorbed by the tree of the great Tao. This time, once again, a flower of the great Tao was concluded, drawing on Ji Yanling's amazing past, and concluding the flower of physique. Effective flower of physique. 1. Cultivation can be slowly increased even without practicing. 2. Purity of aura in the body is doubled. 2 simple effects, but Lin Yu was dumbfounded by them. You can raise your cultivation without practicing? What does it mean to increase the purity of aura in the body? Doubling it again? Lin Yu muttered to himself in astonishment in his heart. Wow! At the same time, a ray of light drooped down between the gentle trembling of the flower of physique. Lin Yu felt that the aura in his body was actually running slowly on its own. Following the line of the Qi Xing skill, the aura between heaven and earth surged into the body on its own. Lin Yu also discovered that the aura in his body was completing a kind of metamorphosis at an astonishing speed. The power contained therein was raised at an alarming rate until it reached double. Before returning to normal, the Dharma operates on its own, and the aura purifies itself. Isn't this cultivating immortality while lying down? Lin Yu felt within his body, the rising aura, and his expression became even more odd. Ahem! That, can you stop staring at us? Between Lin Yu's delight, Ji Yanling's embarrassed voice came from his ears. Lin Yu came back to his senses, only to realize that Fong Mingxue and Ji Yanling were both looking at him oddly. Song Qingfeng was even more worried. It was Lin Yu who was abrupt. It's really because I've been in the village for too long, and every day I've been in the company of a big green bull, and now that I've met the 2 fairies, I can't help but lose my temper. Lin Yu sniffed and graciously admitted it. After all, a look is a look. There's no point in not admitting it. Sure enough, Lin Yu's greatly generous attitude caused Fong Mingxue and Ji Yanling's complexion to ease up. So you're a cattle rancher too? Fong Mingxue was even looking at Lin Yu with some excitement. You too? Lin Yu's heart fluttered. Yeah, I've been herding cows for 15 years, and before I came out, Greenie gave birth to 2 little tiny greenies. Fong Mingxue said proudly. You're lucky. The cow I had was a bull and had a bad temper and always kicked me with his hooves when I was a kid. Nothing. Lin Yu regretfully opened his mouth, and his words made even Fong Mingxue chuckle. Senior Lin, don't be quick to meet senior sister Fong Mingxue Fong, Song Qingfeng hurriedly reminded, with a few moments of solemnity on his face. Lin Yu, meet senior sister Fong. Lin Yu hurriedly saluted. Senior Lin, no need to be polite. Senior brother Song, see you later. Fong Mingxue nodded towards Lin Yu and the two of them, setting up the gourd. She entered the waterfall and disappeared. Senior brother Song, you seem to be afraid of this senior sister Fong? Lin Yu couldn't help but ask as he saw that Song Qingfeng was obviously relieved after Fong Mingxue left. Do you know what identity this senior sister Fong is in the outer sect? Song Qingfeng heard this and asked Lin Yu with wide eyes. Chapter 18. Having entered the immortal sect, one must shine forever. What identity? Lin Yu came to be interested. Yun Tian Little Secret Outer Sect, Chief Great Disciple. It's also the only disciple in the Jindan realm, in the and now outer sect. Song Qingfeng said with a mesmerized look in his eyes. Chief Great Disciple? Lin Yu's heart fluttered. Aha! After becoming an outer sect core, there will be an outer sect core ranking battle every year. Senior Sister Fong, reigning first for 3 consecutive years. The position of chief, no one can shake it. Senior brother me, I'm just barely among the top 20. Not to mention me, among the outer disciples, there's no one who doesn't have a weak heart when they see senior sister Fong. Only you, kid, have the guts to stare. Song Qingfeng laughed bitterly. Senior sister Fong was able to reign as chief for 3 years. That was because I wasn't there. Now that I'm here, that's different. Lin Yu laughed. What's different? Song Qingfeng asked. The position of chief, the future shall be mine. Lin Yu smiled and opened his mouth. You're ambitious, kid, but the sea mouth is wide open. 3 years of Jindan is already a great talent. I've never seen it anyway. 1 year of Jindan, I guess only God's own son can do it. Not to mention that even if you were to have a year of Jindan, it would still be too late. After all, the core ranking battle will begin in half a year. Half a year from now when that battle is over, senior sister Fawn will surely enter the inner sect, so you won't be able to catch up in any way. Song Qingfeng smiled and shook his head. It was normal to be hesitant when first entering the immortal sect, not to mention that Lin Yu's natural talent was so good, so Song Qingfeng understood. Does it have to be 6 months? Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as he sniffed. Go, enter the secret realm first. I'll take you to see Elder Lu later, Song Qingfeng said. Elder Lu? Lin Yu pondered. Before, the old village chief, it seemed that he was the one who reported the message to Elder Lu. Elder Lu Daoxian Lu, the Cloud Sky Little Mysteries Outer Sect. There are a total of 4 great elders, 2 vice sect masters, and 1 sect master. The vice master and the master of the gate, basically don't care. All the disciples, basically, are under the jurisdiction of the 4 great elders. If you want to stand firmly in the outer sect, not only is your own strength important, but so is your background. Senior is from Elder Lu's lineage. Although Elder Lu is only at the 2nd level of Jindan cultivation, he is an alchemist and his status is no less than the vice sect master. Song Qingfeng said with a straight face. Lin Yu nodded. Then, Senior Sister Fong, which lineage is she from? Senior Sister Fong, it's from the sect master's lineage. There's a special reason why Senior Sister Fong was able to enter under sect master. It's not comparable to us, Song Qingfeng said. Understood. Lin Yu nodded. Giggle. Song Qingfeng made a seal with both hands. A light reflected in his palm, and with a tremor of the long sword under his feet, he rushed into the waterfall with Lin Yu. Originally, Lin Yu thought that he would be pummeled by the current, but I didn't expect the water of the waterfall to directly give way. In an instant, the two of them entered the Cloud Sky Miner's secret realm. The first thing Lin Yu felt was that the aura within the little secret of Cloud Sky was too thick. It was dozens of times thicker than in the village chief's cabin. The flower of physique shook and drew in an endless stream of heaven and earth aura, filling Lin Yu's body. Lin Yu didn't have to actively cultivate at all. In the sky above the secret realm, the clouds were heavy and burning like fire for 10,000 miles. Lin Yu looked downward at a well-organized medicinal field. Farther away, the mountains rise and fall. From time to time, there was a cultivator in the mountains, traveling with a royal treasure. Senior Lin, the one in the center, that's the Gate Master's Peak. It's also the place in the secret realm where the aura is the thickest. Sect Master's Peak has strict rules, and only the Sect Master and the Sect Master's lineage are allowed to enter. The sidekick has to have a pass to do that. These two next to it are the Vice Sect Master's Spirit Peaks, with a spiritual aura second only to the Sect Master's Peak. 4 more, and it's Elder Peak. That's the one we're going to. That's the one. After Song Qingfeng gave some pointers, he led Lin Yu towards a mountain peak adjacent to the main peak of the secondary sect. On each peak, there is a resource hall, a task hall, and a transmission hall, 3 major halls. By some deacon or disciple, you can call on the 3 temples for anything you need. After meeting Elder Lu in a moment, I'll take you to the resource hall to receive your identity token and cultivation resources. With an identity token, you'll be able to go to the Hall of Tasks to pick up quests, or go to the Hall of Transmission to learn the Dharma. Between Song Qingfeng's explanations, he had already brought Lin Yu and landed outside Elder Lu's Elder Peak. Senior Brother Song. Greetings, Senior Brother Song. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Song Qingfeng couldn't continue with his sword, so the 2 of them had to hike up the mountain. Along the way, many disciples, all of them, bowed respectfully towards Song Qingfeng. This is where the ordinary disciples of the outer sect live. Song Qingfeng led Lin Yu, and when he came to a position a quarter of the height of the mountain peak, he pointed to a patch of connected wooden houses and said, "Cabins again." Lin Yu's face was odd. This ordinary disciple's residence was only slightly larger than Red River Village. This is just an unusual outer disciple's residence. Naturally simple. The residence of the elite disciples is much better, with a detached courtyard and a small medicinal field. The residence of a core disciple is the cave. Even though it looks similar to a courtyard, there is a spirit gathering array inside that can enhance the efficiency of cultivation. Song Qingfeng led Lin Yu all the way up, patiently introducing Lin Yu along the way. Lin Yu sniffed inside. Sure enough, everything in the immortal sect is based on strength. If you are amazing enough, all the resources will be directed towards you. The so-called pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger in the immortal sect is to add to one's own problems. In a nutshell, the clan is only afraid that you're not stunning enough, so don't think of anything stupid like a one-hit wonder. When you enter the immortal gate, you have to keep shining so that people can see you. Song Qingfeng reminded. Lin Yu understands. Lin Yu nodded. Between the 2 of them exchanging words along the way, they had already ascended to the top of the mountain. On top of the mountain, a temple, its doors closed, stood alone. Senior Brother Lin, that's the Hall of Elders. I'll take you to see Elder Lu. Song Qingfeng said that he was about to go forward and knock on the door. Boom! But right at this moment, a violent roar violently emanated from the Hall of Elders. A shocking wave of scorching heat rose up to the sky, causing the massive temple to tremble. Chapter 19, 3 Elements of Alchemy. Core Disciple Treatment. Gotta! The furnace blew up again. Song Qingfeng looked at Lin Yu and let out a bitter smile. Is blowing up the furnace a failure of alchemy? Lin Yu asked curiously. Right. This is already the 8th time this month that Elder Lu has blown up the furnace. Song Qingfeng nodded with a smile. Is it so easy to fail at alchemy? Lin Yu froze and glanced at the effects of his flower of the Dandao. The flower of the Dandao didn't mention that alchemy would fail at all. It only mentioned that when he was alchemizing, 10% of the time, he could refine the Dan pattern. It's one thing for alchemy to fail easily, but it has nothing to do with Elder Lu's side. Elder Lu is an earth-grade alchemist, and earth-grade pills only blow up once or twice in 10 furnaces. Song Qingfeng said. Then why does Elder Lu blow up the furnace 8 times a month? Lin Yu became even more curious. Dan recovery. Song Qingfeng said. Dan recovery? Lin Yu wondered. Aha! There are 3 most important things for an alchemist to make pills. The alchemy technique, the formula and the fire. Dan fire can melt spiritual medicines and refine the medicinal power. The alchemy technique is to take the medicinal power and condense it into an elixir. A Dan formula is, to put it bluntly, a template that contains detailed records of the portions, types, and other details of the elixir. The refining of any elixir requires a complete formula. Song Qingfeng had followed Lu Daoxian for many years, and although he was not an alchemist himself, he was still familiar with alchemy. Since Lin Yu was interested, he naturally didn't mind saying more. Dendo is fun too. Lin Yu nodded. The flower of the Dan Dao allowed Lin Yu to be able to smell and recognize medicines and be medicinal, but in the end, he still hadn't practiced it. There are 3 main sources of the Dan formula for each clan. The first is the one that has been passed down from generation to generation of the clan, one that has been proven over a long period of time. Song Qingfeng said thoughtfully. The second one is to create a Dan formula. This approach is difficult. Not only do you have to have an amazing understanding and attainment of medicinal properties, but your own level of alchemy, you also have to reach an extremely high level, at least in the outer sect. I haven't heard of any alchemist that can deduce a Dan formula on their own. And the third one is the restoration of the Dan formula. Song Qingfeng said, there are many clans in the world that have disappeared into the river of history, and those that have disappeared have something preserved. These are places that we call relics. Every time these relics are discovered, you can get legacies, pills, magic treasures and other leftovers from them. All of these remnants are actually incomplete under a long period of time. For these things to be effective, a great deal of time and effort must be expended on restoration, especially the pills. Some of the pills unearthed from the ruins have the formula preserved for the most part, just not quite complete and relatively simple to repair. There are some elixirs where the formula is long gone, and the elixir has a very useful and must be pushed out through the elixir. Against the grain, the difficulty of recovering a Dan formula like this would be high. Song Qingfeng said one by one. What senior brother means is that Elder Lu is just working through the pills and pushing back against the formula? Lin Yu asked. Exactly, Elder Lu. It should have calmed down by now. I'll go knock on the door, Song Qingfeng said and went up and knocked on the door. What is it? Elder Lu's extremely impatient voice was heard from within the temple. Elder Lu, Lin Yu has brought it back, Song Qingfeng said in a hurry. Lin Yu? Elder Lu froze, and then his eyes lit up. Come in. Bang! Between Elder Lu's words, the door to the temple opened on its own. Senior brother Lin, follow me. Song Qingfeng made a wink towards Lin Yu, and then led him into the hall. Lin Yu had just entered when he saw a verdant stone pathway. On either side of the trail, there are two well-kept medicinal fields. At the end of the pathway was a pavilion with a Dan furnace. At this moment, an old man, holding an elixir that had been sliced down to a small piece, had an annoyed look on his face. Song Qingfeng, Lin Yu, greetings Elder Lu. Lin Yu and Song Qingfeng walked outside the pavilion and hurriedly saluted. Lu Daoxian raised his head and swept a glance at Lin Yu, and a flash of burning fire flashed across his pale eyes. Nice! In such a short period of time, cultivating to the 8th level of qi refining. If we're talking about the speed of cultivation, you're a few points faster than that girl. Fang Mingxue. Lu Daoxian sized up Lin Yu, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became in his heart. It's all because of senior brother Song, who taught you well. Lin Yu said humbly. How many kilograms does he have? Doesn't the old man know? If he really has the ability to teach you like this, in our lineage, as to these years, we can't even cultivate an inner disciple? Lu Daoxian glared at Song Qingfeng, and in his tone, there was quite a flavor of hatred. It is the disciple who is incompetent. Song Qingfeng bowed his head with a bitter smile on his face. Lin Yu, you're very good. If you're cultivated well, you'll have a chance to enter the inner sect. Lu Daoxian turned his words around and casually fished out a token, flinging it to Lin Yu. Take the old man's token to the resource hall. They'll naturally know what to do. Lu Daoxian said indifferently. Senior brother Lin, don't thank Elder Lu yet. If you take Elder Lu's token and go over there, you'll be able to directly receive the treatment of a core disciple of the outer sect. When Song Qingfeng saw the token, he hurriedly opened his mouth. That's okay? Lin Yu was surprised. Didn't it say that all those who just entered the outer sect could only enjoy the treatment of ordinary outer sect disciples? Whose face are you punching, kid? As an elder, if you don't even have this privilege, why are you still a laboring elder? Lu Daoxian said with disdain. Thank you, Elder Lu. Lin Yu's heart fluttered and he hurriedly thanked him. No need to say thank you. Cultivate well, or else when a month later, if people know that you're taking the treatment of the outer sect core but can't become the outer sect core, then the old man will be disgraced. Lu Daoxian casually waved his hand and said, disciples will do their best. Lin Yu spoke with a straight face. Okay, you guys go. This damned elixir. Where exactly did it go wrong? Elder Lu said, once again looking at the elixir in his hand with an annoyed expression. Elder Lu, this elixir of yours, can you show it to a disciple? Seeing this, Lin Yu said with a flash of his gaze, you're interested in this potion. Ha! Lu Daoxian came to be interested. When disciples smell this Dan fragrance, they always can't help but think of some spiritual medicine. Lin Yu pondered. What? Just as Lin Yu finished speaking, Song Qingfeng and Lu Daoxian, both of them couldn't help but widen their eyes. Chapter 20, Lin Yu, a million cultivators. You're the only one. Lin Yu, tell me, what exactly did it feel like? Between Lu Daoxian's surprise, he hurriedly asked. Disciple grew up in Red River Village, and on weekdays he is in charge of herding cows. Seen a lot of flowers and plants that I can't name. Just now, disciple, smelling this Dan fragrance, his mind involuntarily surfaced. Some unknown flowers and herb spirit medicine. Lin Yu said half-heartedly. The effect of the flower of the Dan Dao allowed Lin Yu to be able to smell and recognize medicines and medicinal principles, giving him direct insight into the dozens of spiritual medicines that were used to refine that elixir. In this regard, Lin Yu naturally wouldn't say so explicitly. After all, he had only just entered the door of cultivation. No one had taught him the knowledge of the Dan Dao at all. If he knew everything, wouldn't he be explicitly telling Lu Daoxian that he had a problem? The only way to be safe is to speak in a cloudy manner and let Lu Daoxian and the others guess. It's not true that you have to show your talent in cultivation, but you can't be like a little cutie. Like that, revealing all your secrets. Smell the medicine. Elder Lu. Master Lin wouldn't be born with the ability to smell and recognize medicines, would he? Song Qingfeng exclaimed in shock. Smelling and recognizing medicines was an extremely rare alchemy talent. Within a million cultivators, not even one may come out. And those who had this kind of talent were invariably alchemy wizards. Whether or not it's a smell, try it and you'll know. Lu Daoxuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Lin Yu with a burning gaze. Lin Yu, come with me. Lu Daoxian got up and walked towards the large hall behind the pavilion. Den. There is also a plaque hanging in the main hall. Lu Daoxian led Lin Yu and pushed the door open. Inside the Dan room, there were rows and rows of shelves, and on each shelf, there were all sorts of spirit medicines. There were some elixirs that were just randomly piled on top. Some of the elixirs were contained in special boxes such as jade boxes and wooden boxes. The space inside the den was even bigger. Lin Yu, this is the old man's den. Things under the heavenly grade, except for some extremely rare spirit medicines, are all in the collection. You now, choose the spirit medicine that comes to your mind. For Lao Fu, Lu Daoxian handed the elixir in his hand to Lin Yu, and spoke solemnly. Yes. Lin Yu wasn't polite and took the elixir, placing it under his nose and sniffing it carefully. Brush, brush, brush. On the shelves all around, a variety of spiritual medicines were grabbed and ingested by Lin Yu and placed neatly in front of him. Earth Spirit Ginseng, Hayakumo, Rootless Grass. Lu Daoxuan's gaze lit up with every spirit medicine Lin Yu grabbed and ingested. By the end of the day, Lu Daoxuan's eyes were already filled with shock. These elixirs, it was exactly as he had deduced. One must know that he himself was an earth-grade alchemist. He had cut off a bit of the elixir, taken it, and then deduced it over and over again through the effects of the elixir. But what about Lin Yu? After just smelling it for a moment, he identified so many spirit medicines. After Lin Yu grabbed and ingested 31 spirit medicines, Lu Daoxian was already shocked beyond words. Exactly the same. Lin Yu had projected all of the spiritual medicines that Lu Daoxian had projected. Smell the medicine. This is definitely smelling and recognizing medicines, or the top talent of them all. Lu Daoxian breathed heavily and spoke excitedly. It wasn't as if Lu Daoxian had never seen a genius who possessed the talent of smelling and recognizing medicines, but these people, at one time, were able to recognize 3 kinds of spirit medicines, and that held up the phrase genius. If it's 6, it's a wizard. Where's Lin Yu? 3 dozen kinds in one breath. This is already a monster, a demon. And there are not many of them in the search of the cultivation world. Fishing for treasure. Ha ha, I, Lu Daoxian, am going to turn over a new leaf. Lin Yu, if you have such talent, what's an outer sect core? What's an inner sect disciple? Your future accomplishments will be frighteningly high. Lu Daoxian grabbed Lin Yu's shoulders in a frenzy. Not even an inner disciple is nothing? Song Qingfeng was dumbfounded. Elder Lu, there's one more medicine. Lin Yu frowned. One more flavor? Lu Daoxian froze. Which flavor? Lin Yu said, walking deeper into the Dan room, and after carefully sniffing it, he took down a porcelain bottle from one of the shelves. Lin Yu opened the porcelain bottle and sniffed it before handing it to Lu Daoxian. This is it. This is mindless water? So it is. No wonder the old man, who has clearly deduced all the ingredients of the pills, fails time and again. It turns out that it's this heartless water that's missing. Yes, the medicinal properties of this elixir, neutral and calm, can strengthen the root and cultivate the vitality, but if it is refined according to the formula deduced by the old man, even if it succeeds, the medicinal properties will be on the manic side. But if we add this heartless water, which is predominantly yin and soft, it would be completely different. Lu Daoxian held the heartless water, and his gaze flickered dramatically, as if he had been enlightened. Lin Yu, you kid, you've gotten a lot of credit for this one. Lu Daoxuan's eyes were even more excited when he looked at Lin Yu as he passed through. Disciple just has a better nose. Lin Yu spoke humbly. It's not a nose spirit. Lin Yu, like this. You and Song Qingfeng first, go and collect your identity tags and resources. Old me verify this new Dan formula. When you come back, I'll personally teach you how to make pills. Lu Daoxian spoke with certainty. Yes, Lin Yu nodded. Senior Lin, let's go. Song Qingfeng looked at Lin Yu, and his gaze was slightly different than before. Ha ha ha, with this treasure of Lin Yu's, not to mention my lineage of Lu Daoxian, the Cloud Sky Minor Secrets Outer Sect will be changed as a result. Lu Daoxian looked at Lin Yu, who had followed Song Qingfeng away, and was even more excited than ever. Lin Yu followed Song Qingfeng and first went to the resource hall to collect his identity plate investments, pills and spirit stones, and other resources, and then it went straight to the Palace of Transmission. Senior Lin, ordinary outer disciples. They can choose 3 kinds of Dharma cultivation, and if you hold Elder Lu's token, you can read and learn as much as you want from the spells within the Hall of Transmission. Song Qingfeng led Lin Yu and entered the Hall of Transmission. Lin Yu had only flashed his token, and the deacon in charge of the Hall of Transmission had run his ass over. He personally opened the door to the Hall of Transmission for Lin Yu. So much, the moment he walked into the Hall of Transmission, Lin Yu couldn't help but widen his eyes. One could only see that inside the Hall of Transmission, there were quite a few jade slips on the numerous shelves, all of which were illuminated with a faint golden light. Chapter 21, half a month into the innate. This talent is capped. All of these spells, all of them with their own amazing pasts? Lin Yu looked at those jade slips, the hidden golden light, and felt like he was diving headfirst into a golden mountain. Senior Lin, within the Hall of Transmission, it contains all the entry-level Dharma doors that have been accumulated over the years in the cloudy sky little mysterious realm, as well as some yellow and Xian-ranked Dharma doors. You take your time to choose, and when you meet the right one, you practice. As for some better techniques, at that time, on Elder Lu's side, they will naturally be passed on to you. Song Qingfeng said with a straight face. Yes. Lin Yu nodded heavily and couldn't wait to walk over to a bookshelf and pick up a jade slip. Buzz off! Between the jade slips entering his hand, a golden light flew out and merged into Lin Yu's brow, evolving a picture. Easy skywalking steps, created by Easy True Lord, the true Lord of Prosperity, a genius of the world, carrying a self-contained spiritual body, at the innate realm, realized the true meaning of prosperity, and created his own prosperity touring heavenly steps, and was known as the exiled immortal man. A picture surfaced in Lin Yu's sea of consciousness, evolving words that were then absorbed by the tree of the great Tao. Wow! Between the images dispersing, the flower of enlightenment and the flower of physique on the tree of the great Tao simultaneously lit up with divine and incomparable Tao rhythms. The stunning past of one Dharma door was absorbed by the tree of the great Tao, and Lin Yu was already moving towards the next one. Inside the Hall of Transmission, there were too many dharmas that contain stunning passages. There is the so-called entry-level, fastest flying kendo that grows the flower of kendo. There was the dragon elephant body refining skill, which was claimed to open up the introduction to body refining and amaze the world, creating the flower of the physical body and the flower of the accompanying physique. There are even many, in the state of epiphany, pioneering Dharma doors that grow the flower of enlightenment. After the stunning past on each Dharma door was absorbed by the tree of the great Tao, the flower of the great Tao on Lin Yu's tree of the great Tao would stretch out. In particular, the flower of enlightenment had grown from the original thickness of 2 fingers to the size of a palm in a matter of moments. The patterns on the petals that looked like Tao marks were all gradually clearing up. A crystal clear petal, between the drooping, made Lin Yu involuntarily immerse himself in a state of epiphany. This talent of senior brother Lin, just how high is it? At this moment, Song Qingfeng, who had accompanied Lin Yu all the way, as well as the deacon of the Hall of Transmission, were all dumbstruck. They realized that Lin Yu didn't stay in front of each Dharma sect for more than 10 breaths. However, every time, after Lin Yu consulted the Dharma, a Tao rhythm flowed open around him. Lin Yu's aura was at times free and easy, wanting to go to the 9 heavens, at times wild and flamboyant, as if a volcano was erupting, and at times like a blistering wind and rain, stirring up ups and downs, a breath for a true meaning. And there were more than 10 true meanings that Lin Yu had realized? It's more than that. As the flower of enlightenment and the flower of physique and the flower of sword Tao grew, an unending source of heaven and earth aura came surging in on its own, pouring into Lin Yu. At first those auras were just like a trickle of water, but soon, like 100 rivers converging on the sea and enlightenment, they madly surged into Lin Yu's body. But in the twinkling of an eye, Lin Yu's cultivation level was straight up to the 9th level of chi refining, born with a sword body. Smell the medicine. And now that this aura is infusing itself, it's clear that it's still awakening some kind of spiritual body. This senior brother of mine, just how much talent does he have? The more Song Qingfeng looked, the more shocked he became in his heart. The speed at which he learns the Dharma is just too fast. Look at him, the sword light that is almost ready to erupt. Searing heat true intent, thunder true intent, thickness true intent, extreme cold true intent. When we learn divine powers, we all learn the moves first. And after 1,000 hammering, if we can realize part of the true meaning, the power of the divine power is multiplied. But he's good, he doesn't learn the moves, but directly comprehends the true intent. This, the deacon of the Palace of Transmission. Cold sweat came down on his forehead. He had been guarding the Palace of Transmission for 100 years. What kind of cultivators hadn't he seen before? However, he had never really seen one like Lin Yu, who had started learning directly from the true intent of the divine ability. Whoosh, 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 as Lin Yu exuded an aura that became more and more astonishing. There was a disciple in the Hall of Transmission who was attracted. They came out of different places, all with a hell of a look on their faces. Who is this man? He looks so familiar. 9th level of Qi refining? Could it be some ordinary disciple who, after accumulating for several years, has developed a thick skin? But it's not right. If we are in the outer gate and have been there for a few years, we should have met, if not familiarized ourselves. But this guy doesn't ring a bell at all. Does that mean he's only been here a year? A year? Who are you cursing? If you want to cultivate to the 9th level of Qi refining, can you do it without 3 to 5 years? Don't forget, even senior sister Fong Mingxue Fong took a year to cultivate to the 9th level of Qi refining. 3 or 5 years? That's even less likely to have never seen it. Quite a few disciples, all of them revealed a look of amazement. Senior brother Song, do you recognize this senior brother? A disciple whose aura was slightly inferior to Song Qingfeng's couldn't help but ask. This is senior brother Lin Yu. Song Qingfeng spoke with a straight face. Senior brother Lin Yu, how long has it been since you were initiated? That disciple couldn't help but ask. Today, just entered the outer gate, Song Qingfeng said through gritted teeth. Senior brother Song, just kidding. That disciple immediately rolled his eyes when he heard that. Getting started today. Then in accordance with the rules of Xian Luo Zone, from this Lin Yu, contact cultivation, go home to visit relatives, plus the way back and forth. Hold up is also practicing for less than half a month. In less than half a month, cultivating to the 9th level of Qi refining? That's not bragging, is it? That's it. Senior brother Song, you've gone too far in swindling us like this. Yes, senior brother Song quickly say, is this an outer sect from another secret realm, sent over to exchange senior brothers? The other disciples, too, were filled with disbelief. See for yourselves. Song Qingfeng didn't say anything, and immediately took out the ticket for Lin Yu to receive the resources. Really got in today. On this voucher, there is the Great Seal of the Resource Palace. And the date, is this true? A group of disciples, all of them exclaimed in shock, only feeling that the worldview they had built up over the years, shattered to pieces. Half a month, cultivating to the 9th level of Qi refining? Is that possible? In this world, is there really such a genius? All the disciples, looking at each other with disbelief, simply could not believe it. Just the 9th level of Qi refining? Song Qingfeng skimmed his lips, his gaze dead set on Lin Yu. Boom! Only to see that Lin Yu, who was flipping through the jade slip, had a stream of innate Qi erupting from his body, like an ocean, surging out in all directions. Innate Qi. This Lin Yu has advanced to the innate realm at this point? Everyone present, feeling Lin Yu's body, the innate Qi that was spewing out, was even more shocked. Chapter 22, Rabah, can't let Lin Yu get away. Just reached the 9th level of Qi refining and promoted to innate? Where's the polishing the elders talked about? What about accumulation? I'm almost wondering if the Dharma we're practicing is a fake. Inside Lin Yu's body, everyone was dumbfounded when the innate Qi came out. The way of cultivation is about 1 drink and 1 peck. The promotion of a great realm required time to accumulate and polish. Sometimes it also takes the opportunity of promotion to make it work. Back then, Fong Mingxue had spent a year cultivating to the 9th level of Qi refining, and then polished it for almost a year before she was able to advance to innate. But when it comes to Lin Yu, what shackles, what an opportunity. It's all fake. Earlier, when senior brother Lin said that he wanted to surpass senior sister Fong, I only thought that senior brother Lin was aiming high, but now it seems that it's me who has become a frog in the bottom of the well. Song Qingfeng laughed bitterly. In his perception, wanting to advance to the Jindan realm within half a year, it was something that was simply impossible. For cultivators, half a year was a blink of an eye. But now, this perception of Song Qingfeng was completely broken. Lin Yu could enter the innate in half a month. Why couldn't he enter the Jindan in half a year? Senior brothers, what are you? Lin Yu woke up from his state of epiphany and looked at Song Qingfeng and the others somewhat strangely. At this moment, Lin Yu's innate Qi was in the sea of Qi, stirring across the board. It's okay, it's okay. The crowd shook their heads, all of them looking at Lin Yu in awe. Senior brother Song, senior brother is almost done with his cultivation. I want to go back to my place and consolidate my cultivation. Lin Yu opened his mouth. At this time, within the Hall of Transmission, the amazing pasts of the major Dharma sects were all absorbed by the Tree of the Great Tao. The divine abilities recorded within the Dharma Gate were all cultivated by Lin Yu as well. Lin Yu naturally wanted to go back and consolidate things properly. Elder brother will take you there now. Song Qingfeng hurriedly nodded and led Lin Yu away. To Lin Yu's surprise, Song Qingfeng brought Lin Yu not to the ordinary disciples' residence, but to the outer sect core disciples' residence, Hanging Gun Peak, a peak of Elder Dooley Do, outside the outer gate of the little secret of the cloud sky. Unlike Lu Daoxian, Dooley had a great deal of authority in the cloud sky little mysterious realm. After all, he was the only elder at the 9th level of Jindan, almost manager of the small secret realm of cloudy sky, big and small affairs. This old Lu is getting more and more excessive. Previously, he opened the back door for Song Qingfeng, allowing Song Qingfeng, who was only an ordinary outer disciple, to receive elite disciple treatment as soon as he arrived. This time it's even more excessive, all daring to receive core disciple treatment. Isn't this nonsense? Dooley looked at the information reported by the Resource Palace. It is true that rules are dead and people are alive. As one of the 4 great elders, it was reasonable for Lu Daoxian to occasionally open some back doors for his disciples, but you can't mess around with it. Just entering, taking the core disciple treatment. What does this make the other disciples think? Besides, if you take it, you take it. A core disciple supply is nothing, but can you at least come up with some results? Lu Daoxian had given a dozen or so disciples, before and after, better treatment by crossing over as an elder over the years, but not even an inner disciple could be trained. This is excessive. No, I'll tell the meeting peaks. In the future, if you want to cross over to receive core disciple treatment, you'll have to be personally vetted by the old man before you can do so. Dooley frowned and opened his mouth, taking out his summoning magic treasure. He was about to send a message to the peaks. However, before Dooley sent the message, his own message Jade Talisman, on the contrary, was the first to drip ringing non-stop. What's with all the information coming in at once? Dooley froze and began to consult the information. Elder Lu's Danxia Peak. A monster has come out. Half moon breaks the innate. Elder Lu is simply smoking in his ancestral tomb. Half a month into the innate even stronger than Fong Mingxue. It's rumored that kid, he doesn't even learn moves when he learns divine abilities. He directly learns true intentions. Dooley's eyes rounded as he looked at the information coming from the deacons of the peaks. Half a month into the innate? Learning divine abilities and directly learning true intentions? Elder Dooley looked directly dumbfounded. And then Dooley's heart just stirred as he hurriedly glanced at the information reported up from the resource hall. Lin Yu, what is the name of that disciple? Dooley asked. Seems like his name is Lin Yu. He came from Red River Village. He just received his identity card today and broke through to innate. A deacon responded quickly. Hurry, quickly go ask that Lin Yu if 1 core disciple resource is enough. Not enough to get 2 more. Dooley, who had a displeased look on his face before, sent out another message towards the deacon of the resource hall at this time. Deacon Lin, come over here and join me on a trip to Elder Lu's Dansha Peak. The more Dooley thought about it, the more wrong it became. So he sent another message to the deacon of his peak. To Elder Lu's Peak? Deacon Lin froze. Robbers. Dooley spoke with certainty. What? Elder Lu's Dansha Peak. A disciple entered the innate in half a month? Really? At the same time, the news that Lin Yu had entered the innate in half a month quickly spread throughout the outer sect. The remaining peak masters of the peaks, when they received the news, their eyes turned red. A Fong Mingxue, 2 years into the innate, just be known as the cloud sky small secret outside the door. The first genius in 100 years, must become an inner disciple. And now Lin Yu, half a month into the innate. What kind of talent is that? It's a monster, a demon. Even the strongest ones among the 3,000 outer sects of the immortal Luo sect would have to be red in the eyes. Rob, all the deacons of my Tianyang Peak, all of them will go with me. We must snatch that Lin Yu back, carry it all back. Cloudy Sky Peak, outer sect master Zhou Junbai's cave residence. Nice. At this moment, Zhou Junbai was looking up and down at Ji Yinling, who Fong Mingxue had brought back. In less than half a month, you've cultivated to the 5th level of qi refining. Such a speed of cultivation is a few points faster than Ming Shui. In time, the chief of my Cloud Sky Little Secret Outer Sect will be you. Cloud Sky Little Mysterious Realm. The name of the first genius in 100 years. I'm afraid that it will also change hands and fall on you. The more Zhou Junbai looked at it, the more satisfied he became. Am I really that talented? Ji Flame Spirit sniffed and cheered. Of course, with a talent like yours, those treasures under our name won't produce one in 100 years. Looking at the 3,000 outer sect, we may not even be able to find a second one this year. With a talent better than yours, Zhou Junbai spoke with certainty. Gate Master, something big is going on. Elder Lu's Danxia Peak. Someone broke the innate in half a month. Zhou Junbai had just affirmed Ji Yanling's talent when a deacon barged in with an excited face. One sentence made Zhou Junbai's eyes widen at once. Chapter 23. You old things. You don't even have a face. Zhou Junbai and Fong Mingxue glanced at each other with unbelievable faces. And it was Ji Yanling, who was a beginner, who was a little confused in her head. Is that true? Zhou Junbai reacted, his eyes overflowing with essence as he glared at the deacon. 1,000 times over. Now Danxia Peak is blowing up. The other elders and the 2 vice sect masters, they all set out to rob people. The deacon spoke with certainty. Where's Lu Daoxian? What reaction? Zhou Junbai hurriedly asked. Lu Daoxian seems to still be refining pills. Right now, up and down Danxia Peak. I guess Lu Daoxian is the only one who doesn't know. Deacon Yun Tian Peak was somewhat gloating. Go! Follow this seat to Danxia Peak. Zhou Junbai's eyes lit up. Sect Master. It's not appropriate for us, Cloud Sky Peak, to run and rob someone, right? Deacon Yun Tian Peak froze. What's inappropriate? Zhou Junbai rolled his eyes. That's a half moon into the innate monster. The brain is caught by the door to not rob. Gate Master. I think that if you robbed it, with Lu Daoxuan's character, he would probably be able to smash all of Cloud Sky Peak for you. Deacon Yun Tian Peak. As long as he thought of Lu Daoxuan's frenzied appearance, his heart panicked a little. Smash it then build it again. If one Cloud Sky Peak can be exchanged for Lin Yu, this seat will build a few more for him to smash. Zhou Junbai's overbearing words were heard by Deacon Yun Tian Peak and Fong Mingxue and the others. That's a lot of crap. If we go late here, we won't even get any hair. Zhou Junbai had taken the lead in leaving Cloud Sky Peak after he said that. That's great. Lin Yu had already entered his cave at this time. It was said to be a cave, but it was actually a small 3-story courtyard building. Inside, it was a space of its own, with separate medicinal fields, practice rooms, dam rooms, and other facilities. Lin Yu, at this moment, was looking carefully at the flower of the Great Tao on the Great Tao tree. The flower of enlightenment, at this point, was already the size of a palm, and although it was still budding, the petals were already clearly visible. The effect of the flower of enlightenment was raised even further. Flower of enlightenment effect. 1. Cultivation speed is increased by 8 times. 2. Gnosis is increased 8 times. 3. Cultivation can enter the state of epiphany 10% of the time, and the effect of epiphany is increased by 5 times. The effect of the flower of enlightenment has not only been multiplied, but a new enlightenment effect boost has also been added. Kendo flower effect. 1. For the realization of the way of the sword, increase 5 times. 2. Any sword Dao avatar may be augmented with searing sword intent. 3. Any sword Dao aptitude can be augmented with Thunderflame sword intent to cast a Thunder attribute sword Dao aptitude, increasing its power by 2x. 4. Performing sword Dao. You can add reverse immortal intent, and the power of the sword Dao avatar is increased by 1x. 5. Perform Kendo to add extreme cold sword intent. Physique, flesh and flower effects. 1. Even if you don't practice, your cultivation will increase rapidly. 2. The purity of the innate chi in the body, increased by 2 times. 3. The nourishing effect of innate chi on the physical body is increased by 1x. 4. The nourishing effect of innate chi on the divine soul is increased by 1x. The 3 flowers of the Great Tao had all had their effects more than doubled after drawing on a large amount of stunning pasts within the Hall of Transmission. On the contrary, the other flowers of the Great Tao basically remained intact. This is just the benefits brought about by one of the outer sex transmission halls. If I see more of the Dharma, will I get more of the amazing past? Lin Yu was elated. Lin Yu was now, tentatively figuring out why the Dharma sect possessed a stunning past. The creation of a Dharma sect required a cultivator with a sufficiently majestic accumulation, plus some opportunities, to be able to create it. It's easy to develop a stunning past, but it's better to eat up those several divine abilities first. For example, the easy sky steps are great. Lin Yu no longer thought much about it, took out the spirit stones, took the pills, and entered the state of epiphany to begin further cultivation. Elder Du, senior brother Lin is practicing. It's not quite appropriate for you to just barge in like that, is it? At this moment, Song Qingfeng looked at Du Li, who had come aggressively and made a gesture to barge inside, and felt that his head was getting big. Lin Yu is practicing? Du Li sniffed and frowned. Originally, Du Li planned to carry Lin Yu back first, but once he heard that Lin Yu was practicing, he hesitated. Cultivators cultivate, and they most avoid being disturbed. If he barged in and caused Lin Yu's cultivation to go awry, he would be in big trouble. Yes, senior brother Lin has specially explained that he must not be disturbed. Song Qingfeng gritted his teeth and spoke. Old me has a method that can awaken Lin Yu without affecting him. At the same time, another old voice came, and another elder arrived. But you're talking about the dream entry technique? This dream entry technique of yours, if the other party opens their mind, naturally there's no harm, but if it's Lin Yu, but if there's some resistance, it will hurt Lin Yu, so it's better for me to do it. Not only that, a beautiful woman came through the air. The beautiful woman looked like she was just 30 years old, and she was graceful and elegant, especially the pair of eyes. There was a heavy haze of light surging through them, tantalizing the soul. What? The hallowed vice sect master wants to come and rob people too? Du Li's face darkened when he saw this. Robbing people? The beautiful woman smiled just lightly. That Lin Yu, has he ever passed the outer disciple examination, assigned to Danjia Peak? No. Du Li froze. If you don't have it, how can you call it robbery? Yes please, the beautiful woman said in an aggravated tone. That's right, it's called please. What made Song Qingfeng even more helpless was that Zhou Junbai's voice, too, came at that moment. And then Zhou Junbai led Feng Mingxue and the others, and they came through the air. The beautiful woman who watched this scene frowned. The others' hearts thumped even more. The gatekeepers are here. How's this for a robbery? This is the doorkeeper, the only half-step yuaning outside the Cloud Sky little secret sect. Song Qingfeng looked at the present sect master, gritted his teeth, and sneakily, he intended to send a message to Lu Daoxian. Elder Lu, if you don't come, the house will be gone. On Song Qingfeng's side, before he had the chance to send the message out, the summoning jade talisman in his hand had already fallen into Zhou Junbai's hands. With a swipe of Zhou Junbai's palm, the message that Song Qingfeng had just inscribed was directly erased. The corners of Song Qingfeng's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he watched the scene. The selfsame sect master. This is not even face. Get out. All of you. Get out of Danjia Peak. Otherwise, I'll smash all your peaks. At this moment, Lu Daoxuan's nearly frenzied voice came from far away. Boom! Lu Daoxuan's figure wrapped in Dan fire appeared in front of Lin Yu's courtyard all of a sudden. A pair of pale eyes with blazing flames staring at Zhou Junbai and the others. Crazy gazes, looking at the other peak masters. All of them had their eyes jumping. Chapter 24, Lin Yu, disciple has an immature idea. Dogen get out! Zhou Junbai was just about to open his mouth, but he was angrily interrupted by Lu Daoxian. Zhou Junbai's face instantly darkened. Dogen, you're going too far. How can you speak to the sect master like that? Seeing this, Du Li fainted and opened his mouth. And how do you want me to talk? A bunch of shameless ones. They all ran to my territory to rob people. Do they still want me to be grateful? Believe it or not, starting tomorrow, my lineage will stop the supply of pills from all your peaks, so that you can drink the northwest wind? Lu Daoxuan's sentence caused several peak masters and vice sect masters to not dare to speak. Lu Daoxian, this was the strongest alchemist outside of the Cloud Sky little secret sect. The supply of pills for the 3 elders, the 2 deputy sect masters, and even the sect master, could all be pinched in Lu Daoxuan's hands. Old Lu, don't move to cut off our supply of pills. Childish, too childish. Zhou Junbai also had a headache. This old clapper, he's just a rolling stone. I'd love to. Zhou Junbai, don't press me with the sect master's faction either. It's no good. If you piss me off, I'll go to the inner sect and sue you. Let the elders of the inner sect comment on it. Lu Daoxian looked askance at Zhou Junbai and gritted his teeth. You, Zhou Junbai's eyes jumped. Go into the inner gate and sue yourself? Other elders, perhaps they couldn't do this, nor were they qualified to do so, but Lu Daoxian reckoned that he could really do it. Old Lu, calm down. It's not that Lin Yu's talent is too high. We've come over, mainly because we also want to, so that Lin Yu's talent can be better utilized. Deputy Sect Master Lu Xian hurriedly opened her mouth to calm down. What? You guys think that I can't teach Lin Yu well? Lu Daoxian sneered back. Oil and salt, disliking Lu Xian with one sentence. Old Lu, that's not true. As the saying goes, there are specialties in the arts. Your lineage's heritage is based on alchemy, but in terms of cultivation, it's definitely not as good as my lineage. Old Lu, what do you think of this? This seed won't snatch someone from you and switch with you. This girl is called Ji Yanling, born with the body of the heavenly spirit. In the future she will be an inner disciple. This seed will take Ji Yanling and exchange it with you. Zhou Junbai pointed at Ji Yanling. Gatekeeper. Ji Yanling was directly confused. Trade yourself for Lin Yu? Is this a compliment or a scolding? Zhou Junbai, can you be more shameless? A mere celestial spirit body. What can one compare to Lin Yu? What made Ji Yanling even more speechless was that she was directly despised by Lu Daoxian. Sister, they're bullies. Ji Yanling felt that she was on the verge of crying. It was fine before I came. The gatekeeper was a compliment to himself. In a flash, but you have to trade yourself out. Even if you trade it out, the point is that people don't see it. Is he really a once-in-a-century genius? When Fong Mingxue heard this, she also smiled bitterly, not knowing how to comfort. Sect master. That's not true. Your sect master's lineage, the cultivation way is indeed stronger, but that Lin Yu, born with a sword body, and on the sword way, when it comes to my lineage is the strongest. Lin Yu, if he follows me to cultivate, guaranteed that his cultivation of the sword way, a day 1,000 miles. Lu Xian interjected. What natural sword body? Lin Yu's true talent is smelling and recognizing medicines, or the top of the line kind. Leave it to you to learn anything but to fight and kill? Isn't it better for me to teach him to make pills myself and become an alchemist than to follow you guys? Lu Daoxian opened his mouth to retort. If Lin Yu didn't have the top-notch talent of smelling and recognizing medicines, so many people had come to snatch people and let go of them. But Lin Yu has a top-notch talent for smelling and recognizing medicines. Previously, Lin Yu had identified the ingredients of the elixir without any errors or omissions, but he had directly allowed himself to recover a recipe for the elixir, and now the pills have been refined. No alchemist would let go of such an alchemical genius. What? Lin Yu also knows how to smell and recognize medicine? This time even Zhou Junbai, his expression became serious. If Lin Yu really had such a high talent for alchemy, it would be truly remarkable. The status of an alchemist could be far from that of an ordinary cultivator. Take Lu Dogen for example. Among the 4 elders, Lu Daoxian had the lowest cultivation, and even in a frontal choke, he might not be a match for Fong Mingxue, his disciple, but Zhou Junbai all had to give face and didn't dare to mess around. No wonder Lu Daoxian was so mad. Old Lu, if that's the case, it's actually better. Alchemist status is noble, but the way of alchemy, after all, is only auxiliary. Cultivation is the main thing. Lin Yu worshipping under me won't affect his alchemy path, Zhou Junbai said undeterred. Cultivation is important, but the means of attack is the greatest reliance between life and death. It's better to follow me and practice the way of the sword. Lu Xian also said without blushing. The way of the sword is strong, but the way of the weapon is all connected. According to what I'm saying, Lin Yu can also follow me and cultivate the way of the gun. Dooley also said in a loud voice. In a moment, 3 elders, 2 vice sect masters, and 1 sect master once again went down, none of them having the intention of letting go. Bang! As a group of executives bickered, the door to Lin Yu's cave opened with a bang. Lin Yu stood behind the door and looked strangely at Zhou Junbai and the others who were arguing with red faces and necks. Lin Yu, if you are willing, directly enter the old man's lineage. I will teach you alchemy with all my might. Without saying a word, Lu Daoxian stepped forward and grabbed Lin Yu's hand, asking with an expectant face, Lin Yu, this seat has a method called the Cloud Sky Scripture. The grade is as high as divine. If you join my sect, this seat will definitely teach you everything. Zhou Junbai was even more shocking. Cloudy Sutra. This was the highest technique of the Cloud Sky Little Secret Outer Sect, with a grade as high as divine grade, and it was the technique that Zhou Junbai had brought out from the inner sect. Not even Fong Mingxue had obtained the complete Cloud Sky Scripture. Lin Yu, you were born with a sword body. I have a set of sword scriptures here called the 9 Xin Divine Sword Art. If you are willing to join my disciple, I can also teach you everything. Lu Xian also opened her mouth with a smile. Zhou Junbai and the others, between opening their mouths, all stared at Lin Yu with burning eyes. If Lu Daoxian didn't let go, then it was up to Lin Yu to make his own choice. Elders, vice sect masters, you all want Lin Yu to worship under you? Lin Yu finally understood what Zhou Junbai and the others were thinking and asked with a smile. Of course, Zhou Junbai and the others spoke in unison. If that's the case, disciple has a compromise. Lin Yu looked at the elders, vice sect masters and sect masters with a coy look on his face. Chapter 25, The 7 Peaks Teach Together. Omnipotent Cultivator Training Program. What compromise? Zhou Junbai came to be interested. Seniors, Elder Lu treats the late generation with the favor of knowing them. Disciple will worship under Elder Lu. However, disciple, worshipping under Elder Lu, does not prevent disciple from learning the inheritance of the sect master, the vice sect master, and even the remaining 3 elder sects. Lin Yu's coy words were heard by Zhou Junbai and the others. Lin Yu worshipped under Lu Daoxian, but it is still possible to follow the crowd and learn. Good boy, is this your plan, to have us teach you together? Zhou Junbai came back to his senses, his eyes narrowing slightly as he looked at Lin Yu thoughtfully. Old me does think that Lin Yu's method is good. On the contrary, it was Lu Daoxian who was instantly happy. Just now, Lin Yu had said that when worshipped under his lineage, With Lin Yu's words, everything could be in order. Lu Daoxian also knew very well that with Lin Yu's talent, it would be a waste to only learn alchemy. Might as well teach everyone together. Don't look at Yun Tian's small secret outer sect. Among the 3,000 outer sects of Immortal Luo sect, it was only in the middle of the pack. But whether it was the Cloud Sky Scripture or the Nine Xian Divine Sword Technique, those were both divine quality spells, no worse than the top outfits. Even within the inner sect, it was an extremely good legacy now. Sure is good for you. Zhou Junbai shook his head. That's not true, Sect Master. The reason why you guys came to snatch someone is simply because you want to cultivate a genius for our Cloud Sky Little Secret Outer Sect. Let us raise our eyebrows, improve our status, and be rewarded by the sect among the 3,000 outer sects. Gentlemen, envision this. If all of our peaks combined their efforts and cultivate a disciple who was good at alchemy and weaponry, and who was strong and unrivaled in fighting, how great a feat would it be then? Lu Daoxian, however, was uncharacteristically bitter and persuasive, so not unavoidable. But as the saying goes, you can't chew on greed. Although Lin Yu's talent is good, what if his heart is divided into multiple uses and he misplaces his talent instead? Dooley spoke with a straight face. The matter is simple, Lin Yu said with a smile. Tell me about it, Zhou Junbai casually said. In a month's time, there will be an outer disciple examination. Let's make it a month. Within a month, the disciple can follow all the teachers and study together. At the time of the assessment, the teachers may set up different assessment items to verify the progress of the disciple's cultivation. If a disciple can pass the examination, naturally, there is no delay in cultivation. If a disciple cannot pass the examination, he should be honest and choose the most suitable lineage to cultivate in. Lin Yu said methodically. Zhou Junbai and the others' gazes lit up when they heard this. If that is the case, it is indeed possible. I really can't find a reason to refuse your offer. Zhou Junbai stroked his chin with a heartfelt expression. In short, Lin Yu's idea has my full support. Those who agree stay. Those who don't go slowly. Lu Daoxian even gave an ultimatum. What do you all think? Zhou Junbai scanned the entire room. I think it works. Our 7 peaks, jointly instructing Lin Yu in cultivation. This is the first time since our Cloud Sky Outer Sect was established, combined with Lin Yu's talent. I'm really looking forward to the results a month from now. That's right. Although Lin Yu has never shown his talent in the artifact refining path, the Dan Dao and artifact Dao are quite common, so it may not be impossible. It's decided. The 7 peaks are joining forces. We'll take 1 peak for a day and rotate to guide Lin Yu in his cultivation. We'll see what happens in a month's time. Lu Xian and the others nodded their heads squarely. Then it is so decided. Everyone, today, old man, I'm going to instruct Lin Yu in the way of alchemy. Tomorrow, old man, I will naturally have Lin Yu go find you all. Lu Daoxian smiled and spoke. Okay. Zhou Junbai and the others sniffed and left satisfied. At this moment, Song Qingfeng and the others looked at Lin Yu with envy. No one expected that the matter would end in such a way. Outside the Cloud Sky Little Secret Sect, the 7 peaks instructing a disciple at the same time was something that had never happened before. Lin Yu, come with me. After Lu Daoxian waited for everyone to leave, he took Lin Yu and returned to the Great Hall of Elders. Lin Yu, smelling and recognizing medicine is just talent. But if you want to take this talent for alchemy and turn it into a skill for alchemy, then you need to start with the basics. Old me today. I will teach you the basics of alchemy. Brush. Between Lu Daoxian's words, he took out a jade slip and handed it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu took the jade slip, and as soon as his divine sense swept through it, a large amount of information surfaced within. Within this jade sketch, there are 123,000 types of spirit medicine effects under the heavenly grade, which are the insights of the old man's alchemy for hundreds of years. To make pills, you must first clarify the pharmacology. This is the foundation. You first memorize the medicinal properties of these 123,000 herbs. After 3 hours, if you can pass the old man's test, the old man will then teach you the alchemy technique. Lu Daoxian said with a straight face. Yes. Lin Yu sniffed and immediately sat down on his knees. Wow! In the middle of the reading process, the flower of the Dan Dao drooped a brilliant light. Lin Yu not only kept this information in mind, but also frantically deduced the fusion changes between these 123,000 types of spirit medicines, their medicinal effects. 3 hours are up. Lu Daoxian then took away the jade slip and inquired. After inquiring, Lu Daoxian was shocked. In 3 hours of work, Lin Yu had not only memorized 123,000 kinds of spirit medicines, not to mention his answers, but he could also cite a few. It has a very unique insight into the fusion of many medicinal powers. Weird. It's really weird. It's not easy to memorize this in 3 hours. You are also able to deduce the effects of the medicinal power of these many spirit medicines. After fusion, Lin Yu, you were really born for alchemy. After the test was over, Lu Daoxian felt like he was really going to take off. As long as Lu Daoxian thought about the fact that a future alchemist like Lin Yu was from his own disciples, he was so cool. Lin Yu, since that's the case, old me, today, I will pass on an alchemy technique to you. Between Lu Daoxian's words, he once again took out a jade slip. Buzz. When Lin Yu fixed his eyes on it, he realized that above the jade slip, a faint golden light was lit up. Chapter 26, The Alchemist's Bullying. Sending you a heavenly Dan flame. There are alchemy techniques that amaze the past? Lin Yu's gaze lit up. Lin Yu, the worldly Dharma sect is divided into, the introductory, yellow, Xian, earth, heaven, divine, holy, imperial, and immortal sects. This alchemy technique is called the divine flame record. It's a divine alchemy technique, and the strongest part of it is the piece of imperial fire. You comprehend well first. I'll go prepare some things and come back for you later. After Lu Daoxian handed the jade slip to Lin Yu, he turned around and left. Buzz. Lu Daoxian had just left, and Lin Yu couldn't wait to consult the contents of the jade slip. In an instant, there was a golden light that lit up and converged into Lin Yu's brow, evolving a picture. A blazing, incomparable flame wavered amidst a sea of lava. Not far from the lava was a thatched cottage. At the entrance of the hut, an old man, sitting on his knees, expounded on the way of alchemy while making pills. Spring goes to fall, sunrise and sunset. That ball of flame, not knowing how long it had been listening to it, had heatedly taken shape in the middle of the old man's sermon. Divine Fire Record, created by the Divine Fire Taoist. The Divine Flame Taoist, originally a divine flame, was born in a place where he listened to Emperor Yuxian's sermon for 100 years, and borrowed the Tao of the Dan Dao to take shape. When the Divine Flame Taoist took form, he gathered what he had learned from 100 years of listening to the sermon, fused the characteristics of his own Dan fire, and comprehended the method of alchemy. Because the Divine Flame Taoist is a Dan fire incarnation, hence the name Divine Flame Record. Divine Fire Record was born because of the Dan fire, and fusion of Yuxian Dan Emperor alchemy way itself is only a divine product, but in the way of the royal fire, a unique step in the world, by countless alchemists, regarded as the first law of the royal fire, and more than adhering to the name of the sky and the earth. When it is stunning past, between the images floating around, lines of writing were reflected, not created by a cultivator, but a Dan fire, a dharma that was birthed after listening to the Dan Dao. Lin Yu looked at the notes and showed a shocked expression on his face. Indeed, under the heavens, everything has a spirit. Lin Yu mused to himself. Wow! Between Lin Yu's thoughts, the image had already dispersed and was absorbed by the tree of the great Tao. Between the golden light being drawn by the tree of the great Tao, the flower of enlightenment and the flower of the Dan Dao all lit up with a brilliant and incomparable light. Between the swaying petals, there were vague signs of stretching out, drawing on the stunning past of the Divine Fire Record. The flower of enlightenment is elevated. Flower of enlightenment effect. 1. Cultivation speed is increased by 9 times. 2. Gnosis is increased 9 times. 3. Cultivation can perfectly enter the state of epiphany, and the effect of epiphany is increased by 6 times. Drawing on the stunning past of the Divine Fire Record, the flower of the Dan Dao is elevated. Flower of Danto effect. 1. Smell and recognize the medicine. The pharmacology is clear. 2. At the time of alchemy, 10% of the time, 2 Dan lines can be refined, and there is a great probability that 3 Dan lines can be refined. 3. The control of the fire is as wonderful as heaven, and an extra Dan line can be added when refining the Dan. Between the flower of enlightenment and the flower of Dan Dao shaking, the petals all stretched out in a circle. 10% can refine 2 Dan lines, and the control of the fire is so wonderful that it can add another Dan line? If I'm lucky, won't I be able to directly refine a pill with 4 Dan lines out? Lin Yu had a shocked look on his face. It should be known that at the time when Dan Chang alchemist, after tasting all the grasses, only managed to refine the Xing Qi Dan containing 3 Dan lines at the first time of alchemy, and was known as a stunning past, but Dan Chang alchemist, it was impossible to ensure that, for every furnace of pills, they were all 3 Dan lines. It doesn't even succeed 10% of the time. But what about Lin Yu? As long as the pills were refined, then there would be at least 3 Dan lines. This is counterintuitive. Lin Yu held back his excitement, carefully comprehending the Divine Flame Record and learning the alchemy techniques within. According to the notes of the Divine Fire Record, alchemy is divided into 4 steps: the fire, the medicine, the melting of the Dan, and the formation of the Dan. There are two kinds of ways to keep the fire at bay. One of them is to use the body's spiritual chi to transform fire and use it for alchemy, which is the means of fire control of most alchemists. The second is to take in the Dan fire in order to refine the pills. But the Dan fire, which was originally a heavenly treasure born from adhering to heaven and earth, was extremely rare. Even if you come across it, you'll have to take it in before you can do so. Some Dan fires can be very dangerous, but once it succeeded, then alchemy was twice the work with half the effort. As for the chemical medicine, it is to extract the essence of the medicine with the power of the fire. Dan fusion is the fusion of medicinal power to form a Dan embryo. Dan formation was to use the power of the Dan fire to make the medicinal properties of each of the elixirs perfectly blend, thus finally forming the Dan. Each step of alchemy had a special maneuver to go along with a unique line of action. Under the blessing of the flower of enlightenment and the flower of the Dan Tao, in less than a moment's time only, the divine flame record had already been consumed by Lin Yu. Buzz! Between Lin Yu's thoughts, the innate chi in his body erupted out, transforming into Dan fire that wrapped around his body, making the temperature inside the great hall. All of them suddenly rose. Brush up! Between Lin Yu's thoughts, the Dan fire around his body, sometimes dim, sometimes blazing, changed in thousands of ways. Any further subtle changes in the fire were all perfectly controlled by Lin Yu. The imperial fire is meticulous. To be able to control the Dan fire to this extent, you're already qualified to start refining pills. At this time, Lu Daoxian returned and looked at Lin Yu's body, which was arbitrarily changing the Dan fire, and was even filled with sighs. 3 years of knowledge of medicine. 3 years of imperial fire. This is the basic process for alchemists to learn how to make pills. Normally, to learn alchemy, from not knowing anything, to striking out to make an alchemy, one would need at least 6 years of polishing. But Lin Yu was good. It's only half a day, and it's 6 years of people's lives. Can disciples start refining pills? Lin Yu's eyes lit up and he was eager to try. Aha! Between Lu Daoxuan's nods, he took out 10 spirit medicines and a pair of Dan formulas and handed them directly to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, this is 10 copies of the spirit medicine and formula for refining the Qi Xingdan. As long as you can succeed and refine a furnace of Qi Xingdan, you will be considered an introduction to alchemy. Lu Daoxian said with a straight face. 1 out of 10 furnaces is considered an introduction? Lin Yu wondered. Of course, any grade of elixir, as long as you can produce 1 out of 10, you can become an alchemist of the corresponding grade. For example, old me, if I can make 2 out of 10 furnaces of earth grade pills, I'll be an earth grade alchemist. It is also for this reason that if you want to hire an alchemist to make pills, you need to bring your own 10 furnaces of materials, and the cost of making the pills has to be calculated separately. Lu Daoxian explained. So it is. Lin Yu sniffed. Then what if the first furnace comes to fruition? Then the remaining 9 furnaces of materials naturally belong to the alchemist. I can make pills in 1 furnace. That's my skill. The elixir that comes into my hands will not be returned. That's the rule. This is what makes alchemists so profitable. Lu Daoxian opened his mouth in a domineering manner. Alright, you go out and make pills. If you can really get started in alchemy for the first time, I'll give you a great gift. Lu Daoxian said with a straight face. What great gift? Lin Yu's heart fluttered. Heavenly Dan flame. Lu Daoxian raised his eyes and spoke faintly. Chapter 27. With an apprentice like this, the old man's life is complete. Heavenly Dan flame? Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Within the divine flame record there were detailed records of the Dan flame. The heavenly grade pill flame was able to easily refine the medicinal power of heavenly grade spirit medicines, and was even enough to be used to refine divine grade pills. The heavenly grade Dan flame itself also contained an extremely astonishing power. If he could control it perfectly, it could be much better than a Jindan cultivator, who could use his chi to transform fire. Dan flames are extremely hard to find. Celestial grade Dan flames are even rarer, and many celestial grade, and even divine grade alchemists seek them out. But old me, I know the whereabouts of a heavenly Dan flame, Lu Daoxian said with a brilliant gaze. Why doesn't the teacher take it for himself? Lin Yu froze. The old man's potential is exhausted. In this life, I'm afraid that being able to become a heavenly alchemist is the limit. Give me this thing. Spoil it. Old me has been waiting for a disciple who can surpass old me to appear. I didn't realize that this wait would be a year, but now it's okay. With your appearance, I don't know how much you'll surpass old me in the future. A heavenly grade Dan flame. In your hands, that's what will make you a great talent. Lu Daoxian looked at Lin Yu with a cherished gaze. Disciple, I will definitely go all out and never let my teacher down. Lin Yu spoke with a straight face. Begin. Use the old man's Dan furnace to make pills. The old man will be around to guide you. Lu Daoxian took out the Dan furnace and placed it in front of Lin Yu. Phew! Lin Yu took a deep breath and manipulated the innate chi in his body to evolve the Dan fire, controlling the temperature and preheating the Dan furnace. Brush up! Between Lin Yu's hands flipping, a strain of spiritual medicine flew up and fell into the incomparably hot Dan furnace. Under Lu Daoxian's attention, Lin Yu's hands formed a hand trick, controlling the Dan fire and refining the medicinal power. Perfect! Even though this is the first time I've made pills, every style of hand technique is impeccable, and the Dharma runs and flows naturally. Lu Daoxian stared at Lin Yu. Originally, Lu Daoxian thought that no matter how talented Lin Yu was, it was still his first time alchemizing pills, and he was afraid that he would make mistakes in many details. But soon, Lu Daoxian realized that Lin Yu didn't need his reminder. Every step was done with meticulous care. Even Lu Daoxian, an Earth-grade alchemist, was completely unable to pick any faults. Lin Yu's movements were becoming more and more skillful and perfect between his hands making seals. The natural movement is pleasing to the eye. In less than half an hour's time, there was already a faint aroma of Dan in the Dan furnace, diffusing out. The fused Dan has succeeded, only one step short of becoming a Dan. With Lin Yu's performance, it's likely that he'll succeed on the first try. Lu Daoxian sniffed the fragrance of the Dan and stared at the Dan furnace without blinking, fearing that he would miss a single detail. Boom! 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 Under Lu Daoxian's nervous and incomparable attention, Lin Yu's hands formed 36 hand seals in a split second and slapped on top of the Dan furnace. The Dan furnace was suddenly rotating at a high speed in a mysterious and incomparable manner, with a streak of firelight on it, crisscrossing across it. Boom! A moment later, the lid of the furnace lifted by itself, and there was a blazing fire that rose to the sky. There was even an incomparably strong Dan fragrance that filled the air. Brush! Lu Daoxian was even more impatient to wave his hand, and 12 Qi Xingdan fell into his hands. 12 pills have been formed. All 4 Dan lines? Lu Daoxian glanced at the 12 Qi Xingdan in his palm and revealed a look of great horror. Every potion has its own limit. For an entry-level Qi Xingdan, the limit of pills that could be formed in one furnace was just 12. It was very difficult to become a Dan at the limit. Lu Daoxian, an Earth-grade alchemist, personally refines them, and usually only makes 10 pills in a furnace. There's no guarantee, yet, that it will be able to refine the Danmaku. But on Lin Xian's first alchemy, 12 pills were formed, and they were still all clear 4 Dan pattern pills. I think that back then, when Dan Cheng alchemist made his first alchemy, 6 pills were formed, and a 3 Dan striped Xing Qi Dan appeared. He was hailed as the outer sex genius with the highest alchemy talent in the past 1,000 years. And now Dan Cheng alchemist, the alchemy grade is as high as divine, but compared to Lin Yu, it's still more than a notch behind. Our Cloud Sky Outer sect has really come out with a true dragon in this mess of diving. Lu Daoxian stared deathly at the Qi Xingdan in his hand and couldn't help but let out a loud laugh, even bursting into tears from his excitement. Lin Yu, this is the old man's, hundreds of years of time, collected Dan formulas, and alchemy tips. You take it. Starting tomorrow, you don't have to come to the old man's place. Lu Daoxian once again took out 2 jade slips and shoved them into Lin Yu's hands. What does the teacher mean by this? Lin Yu froze. Lin Yu, as the saying goes, when the master leads you in, cultivation depends on the individual. If you are less talented, the old man can still teach you slowly. But your talent, it's too high, so high that in less than a day's time, there's nothing more the old man can teach you. Lu Daoxian shook his head and looked at Lin Yu. Poorly gifted disciples are not good to teach, but a gifted disciple is harder to teach. Teacher is overstating it. Disciple has just started. There are still many places that I need your guidance in the future. Lin Yu said with a straight face. Lin Yu, all you're lacking right now is the experience of constant alchemy, and an increase in your cultivation level. With your talent, as long as your cultivation keeps up, you'll soon become an Earth-grade alchemist. If there is any need for spirit medicine, take old man's token and go to the resource hall to get it. In the meantime, if you don't understand anything, you can come and ask Lao Fu. If I don't understand either, I will ask other alchemists for you. You go back and have a good rest. Tomorrow go to the main peak, follow the sect master, and cultivate the Cloud Sky Sutra. With the Cloud Sky Scripture, your cultivation enhancement will go even further. When I'm ready, I'll take you to fetch that heavenly Dan flame. Lu Daoxian had a resolute attitude and sincerely helped Lin Yu make plans. Yes, Lin Yu nodded helplessly. Go back. The collection of heavenly grade Dan flame is extremely difficult, and I still have to plan carefully. Lu Daoxian said. Yes. Lin Yu made a deep bow towards Lu Daoxian before exiting the hall. I, Lu Daoxian, have 2 great joys in my life. The first one was when I was recognized by my teacher and entered the path of alchemy. This second piece, you'll be able to meet Lin Yu. This life of mine is complete. Lu Daoxian looked at Lin Yu's back and was filled with relief. Lin Yu returned to his cave and happened to meet Song Qingfeng, who was preparing to go out. Senior brother Song, are you going out? Lin Yu asked with a smile. Yes, there are a dozen or so people from Red River Village who managed to enter the outer sect. The people have been brought back. Senior brother, go over and settle down. Song Qingfeng laughed. Senior brother, among those disciples, is there a Tianqi Yao? Lin Yu's heart fluttered. Chapter 28 Follower. Tianqi Yao. Tianqi Yao? Song Qingfeng froze, then nodded and said, yes, she's considered one of those few disciples who reached Shichong Dantian relatively early. Song Qingfeng said, and really into the outer gate. Lin Yu nodded and smiled. Emperor Tianqi had previously given away the reverse immortal sword box. Lin Yu had promised to take care of Tianqi Yao if she was able to enter the outer sect. Senior Lin, you're on good terms with her? Song Qingfeng asked. The relationship is okay. Rather, it was her father, the Emperor of Tianqi, who sent this sword case to me, and I promised that I would be at the outer gate and take care of her. Lin Yu patted the sword case on his back. So this sword box of senior brothers is a gift from Emperor Tianqi. Song Qingfeng revealed a different color. The aura of the reverse immortal sword box. It was extraordinary. Lin Yu had been carrying it. Song Qingfeng had noticed it a long time ago. He just didn't ask. If senior brother Lin wants to take care of her for a while, senior brother does have a method. Song Qingfeng said thoughtfully, please also guide me. Senior brother. Lin Yu opened his mouth. Senior brother Lin, although you are still an ordinary disciple of the outer sect nowadays, you are basically the inner core of the outer sect, enjoying all of the outer core as well. You can have Tianqi Yao follow you around and take care of your life and living. See how she does and bestow some resources. Song Qingfeng said. Still? Lin Yu froze. Sure. Song Qingfeng nodded. Let alone the outer sect core. Even the outer sect elites have their own followers. With your current status, senior brother Lin, if you were to put out the word that you want to take followers, many of the outer sect's elite disciples would come over and sign up. Perhaps even some of the core disciples of the outer sect will be moved. Song Qingfeng said with certainty. The status of an elite disciple of the outer sect was indeed not low, but with the outer core, there was still no comparison. The best way for those outer sect elite disciples to have a better future was actually to become followers of the outer sect's core, especially a demon like Lin Yu. The 7 peaks were taught at the same time, which was tantamount to backing up the cloud sky little mysterious realm, the 7 biggest backers. If you followed Lin Yu, it wasn't to say that you were walking horizontally in the outer sect, but you were definitely a step above. As for resources, Tianqi Yao was responsible for taking care of Lin Yu's life and living. So naturally, she lived with Lin Yu. The concentration of spiritual qi in the core cave of the outer sect was not something that could be compared to an ordinary outer sect disciple's residence. So be it. I'd also like to thank senior brother for bringing Tianqi Yao over to meet me. Lin Yu said with a smile. Little things. Song Qingfeng smiled before excusing himself and leaving. Lin Yu returned to his cave and went straight to the alchemy room. Within Lin Yu's alchemy room, there was also a Dan furnace. Even though it was only an entry-level Dan furnace, it was sufficient. Let's first verify if I will fail in alchemy, then try to see if you can refine a yellow grade pill. As Lin Yu pondered, he took out the ingredients for the remaining 9 furnaces of the Qi Xingdan. The furnace was opened again to make the elixir. Within a short time, another furnace of Qi Xingdan was refined by Lin Yu. It took less time than before. It's still the limit of 12 pills of Chengdan, clear of the 4 Dan lines. Lin Yu looked at the second furnace of Qi Xingdan that he had refined and became even more satisfied. Gulp! Lin Yu swallowed a self-refined Qi Xingdan and continued refining. 9 furnaces of material. All of them were successfully refined without failing in a single furnace. And each furnace was the limit of 12 pills with 4 Dan lines. Stabilize. With the flower of the Dan Dao around, alchemy is too stable. Not only will they not fail, but they are all 4 Dan lines that are extreme to become Dan. Lin Yu looked at the individual porcelain vases that were placed in front of him, and was satisfied. Senior brother Lin, breakfast is ready to eat. At this moment, a sweet voice came in from outside the alchemy room. Is all the food ready? Lin Yu could still hear Tianqi Yao's voice. Got it. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yu included the 9 bottles of Qi Xingdan in his identity token. An identity token is not only a symbol of identity. There was also a space 3 feet square, which was extremely convenient for storing items. Lin Yu pushed out the door. Tianqi Yao then stood playfully by the door. At this time, Tianqi Yao was still wearing the apron that was brought over from Red River Village there, a face that was beautiful and sweet. Compared to Fang Mingxue, although a few points less mature and dignified, but also a full beauty embryo. It was just that compared to the spontaneity she had felt during her time in Red River Village. At this time, Tian Yao's gaze as she looked at Lin Yu was tinged with a bit of awe. After all, Lin Yu, who had made the Seven Peaks executive scramble and ultimately decided that the matter of being jointly cultivated by the Seven Peaks had long since spread, not to mention Tian Yao, a newbie, even the core disciples of the outer sect had to bow down when they saw Lin Yu. Let's go. Let's eat. Lin Yu smiled. Monks also need to eat. You have to build a foundation to open up the valley, and before that you should still eat and drink. Yes, Tian Yao nodded and led Lin Yu to the lobby. On the table, there was hot rice. This was rice cooked from spiritual rice. The grains were crystal and full, and there was aura flowing on top of them. Mundane rice, for cultivators, didn't really have much benefit other than being able to fill their stomachs. But spiritual rice is different. It contained aura in itself, and after eating it, it could slowly raise one's cultivation level. On top of that, there was a three-course meal. They are all cooked with spirituality. Sit down and eat together. Lin Yu smiled and gestured for Tian Yao to sit down together. Tian Yao, since you're here, what do you need to do? Did Senior Brother Song ever tell you? Lin Yu laughed. Aha! Tian Yao nodded her head. Senior Brother Song told me everything. Laundry and cooking and cleaning. If Senior Brother Lin has any matters that require traveling to and from the various peaks and halls, he can order me to do it, Tian Yao said as she snapped her fingers. Aha! If there is something, I will naturally order you to do it. When there's nothing to do, you'll be practicing here. After you finish eating in a while, go to the resource hall and collect all of these spirit medicines. Lin Yu nodded his head, took out a pen and paper, and wrote down a list of spirit medicines. On the list, there was a portion of spirit medicines for refining yellow-grade pills. One part was the materials for refining the 7-colored spirit pill. Yes, Tian Yao hurriedly took the paper and read it carefully before storing it in her identity token. Lin Yu had eaten his meal and immediately got up, heading straight to the sect master's cloudy sky peak. Chapter 29, The Flower of Enlightenment Blooms. The Kung Fu Shakti came to great fruition. Greetings, Senior Brother Lin. As Lin Yu traveled along, many disciples bowed respectfully. Although Lin Yu had just been initiated, there weren't many disciples now that dared to address Lin Yu as a senior brother. Senior Brother Lin, it's here. Lin Yu had just arrived at the bottom of the sect master's cloudy sky peak, and Fong Mingxue and Ji Yanling were already waiting there. Lin Yu, meet Senior Sister Fong, meet Senior Sister Ji. Lin Yu spoke with a straight face. Go! The sect master has been waiting for a long time. Fong Mingxue nodded slightly and traveled towards the mountain peak first. Compared to Elder Lu's Dansha Peak, Yun Tian Peak was much cleaner, basically not seeing any disciples. For Zhou Junbai, disciples with ordinary qualifications were of no interest to him at all. Those who were able to enter Cloud Sky Peak were disciples with talents like Fong Mingxue, so the number was naturally smaller. A few moments later, the three of them arrived at the sect master's hall. What a strange aroma! Lin Yu had just approached the sect master's hall when he smelled a faintly fragrant fragrance. Under the warm fragrance infiltration, Lin Yu realized that the speed of the flower of the physique, drawing in spiritual qi, was all that much faster. The sense of God has become much sharper. This is the incense of enlightenment, taken from the heavenly spirit tree of enlightenment. It is made into an incense stick by means of alchemy. The incense of enlightenment has the effect of meditating the mind and enhancing enlightenment. Normally, the sect master himself can't even afford to use it, but today it's all because of you, Senior Brother Lin, that the enlightenment incense has been lit. Fong Mingxue spoke gently. Then, Senior Brother, you'll have to inhale more of the aroma in a while. Lin Yu smiled and opened his mouth. Fong Mingxue smiled and went up and knocked on the door. Sect Master, Master Lin has arrived. Come in. Between the sound of Zhou Junbai's voice, Fong Mingxue pushed the door open. In the middle of the grand hall, Zhou Junbai sat on top of the throne. In the center of the large hall, 3 jade tables were placed, and on the table in the center, there was also an incense burner. An incense burner was lit with an incense of enlightenment. Lin Yu is here. Zhou Junbai got up and looked at Lin Yu warmly. At this time, Zhou Junbai had already learned from Lu Daoxuan's side the news that Lin Yu's first time alchemizing Dan. The limit became 12 Dan, and they were all 4 Dan lines. In his heart, there had long been more than just a high regard for Lin Yu. It's a living ancestor. Lin Yu, Fong Mingxue, Ji Yanling, greetings, sect master. Lin Yu, the 3 of them, hurriedly saluted. No need to be polite. Sit down, all 3 of you. Zhou Junbai pointed to the 3 jade tables. When Fong Mingxue and Ji Yinling heard this, they directly sat down in the left and right positions, giving the center position to Lin Yu. Lin Yu was not polite and sat down in the center seat. Akiyuki, you have followed this seat for nearly 20 years. Originally, this seat, I planned to wait until you entered the inner sect, and then pass the complete cloud sky scripture to you. But today, since I'm going to pass on my merits to Lin Yu, I'll pass them on to you as well. With a flick of Zhou Junbai's finger, a jade slip had landed on Fong Mingxue's table. Thank you, Sect Master. On Fong Mingxue's face, a touch of joy appeared. Ji Flame Spirit, you have great talent, but after all, you're just starting out. So this seat will first pass on the first volume of the Cloud Sky Scripture to you. When you have realized it, this seat will pass on the next volume. Zhou Junbai once again flicked out a jade slip and landed on Ji Yinling's table. Thank you, Sect Master. Ji Yinling similarly revealed a joyful expression. Cloudy Sutra. This was a divine cultivation technique. Not knowing how many times more profound it was than the introductory Qi Xing skill, to be able to cultivate the Cloud Sky Scripture, the start was far beyond others. Lin Yu, the Cloud Sky Scripture is profound and unfathomable. By all rights, this seat should be the same as Ji Flame Spirit and only pass on the first volume to you. But your talent, this seat can't fathom it, so I'll simply pass on the complete Cloud Sky Scripture to you. This seat also wants to see how far you can take this Cloud Sky Scripture and cultivate it. Zhou Junbai flung his sleeve and the last jade slip landed in front of Lin Yu. Thank you, Sect Master. Lin Yu forced himself to hold back his joy and received the jade slip that contained the Cloud Sky Scripture. Golden light. A golden light similarly glowed from the jade sketch and flew down in Lin Yu's brow. A picture that emerges. An old man, sitting in front of a 12-story agora. The agora was magnificent, with a heavy layer of brilliant immortal light dropping down, as if it was a heavy layer of divine sky. Highly unpredictable. Cloudy Sky Sutra, created by Venerable Cloudy Sky Taoist. Venerable Cloudy Sky Taoist, a famous cultivator 10,000 years ago, once observed supreme immortal treasures within an ancient relic and comprehended the 12 cloudy sky true meanings. Once the Cloud Sky Scripture was introduced, even though it was only a divine grade Dharma, it was famous for its amazing and incomparable 12-fold cultivation speed, and was known as the first divine grade cultivation method, when it was a stunning pastime. Cloud Scripture. 12 times the speed of cultivation? Lin Yu looked at the notes and couldn't hide his shock. That's quite an outrageous feat. Lin Yu's flower of enlightenment, after many boosts, was only 9 times the speed of cultivation. This Cloud Scripture, however, is 12-fold. Wow! At the same time, the images in Lin Yu's sea of consciousness dissipated once again and were absorbed by the tree of the Great Tao. Only the flower of enlightenment on the tree of the Great Tao lit up with a brilliant and incomparable light at that moment. A heavy weight of petals, amidst streams of light, slowly stretched out in exactly 10 pieces. Each petal was crystal clear and hazy, and between the shaking, a heavy Tao rhythm hung down, drawing on the Cloud Scriptures to amaze the past. The flower of enlightenment blooms. The flower of enlightenment bloomed for a moment, and another line of writing was reflected. Flower of enlightenment effect. 1. Cultivation speed is increased by 10 times. 2. Gnosis is increased tenfold. 3. Cultivation can perfectly enter the state of epiphany, and the effect of epiphany is increased tenfold. 4. The Dharma under the holy product can be a great success in a moment. Lin Yu was dumbstruck. The Dharma under the holy product is a great accomplishment in a flash. Wouldn't this mean that as long as the grade of the Dharma didn't exceed the divine grade, Lin Yu could directly cultivate to the point of great accomplishment? This ability, it's so unbelievable. This must be a qualitative change formed after the flower of enlightenment bloomed. Lin Yu looked at the only flower of enlightenment blooming on the tree of the Great Tao in shock. Akiyuki, you've been practicing the Cloud Sky Scripture for 20 years, so it's up to you to demonstrate for Lin Yu and Ji Yinling. A little. Zhou Junbai looked at Fong Mingxue again and said, yes. Fong Mingxue nodded her head, and between the operation of the Jindan power in her body, a 7-story Qianlu slowly emerged from the top of her head. The sect master's great hall was all shaken up when the 7 heavy agarikas came out. The aura between heaven and earth was pulled in by the 7 heavy agaric tower and infused into Fong Mingxue's body. Chapter 30, 1 Incense Burning. The Cloud Sky Scripture has come to great completion. The key to the Yunxiao Sutra is to use the meaning of the clouds to evolve the heavenly agora, thus increasing the speed of cultivation. 7 layers of agaric means that Ming Shui has already cultivated the Cloud Sky Sutra to the 7th level. When practicing, the speed of drawing aura can reach 7 times. Zhou Junbai began to explain the Cloud Sky Scripture. 1 layer of agaric means 1 level of cultivation. This first volume of mine can only be cultivated to the 3rd level. Ji Yinling looked at her Dharma and said with some regret, Ji Yanling, cultivation is most avoided. Over-ambitious. The limit of the cloud sky scripture is the 12th level, and when cultivated to great completion, one can have 12 times the speed of cultivation, but for you to be able to cultivate to the 3rd level in a year is already considered fast. Your senior sister Ming Shui, it also took 3 days to cultivate the 1st level. It took another 3 years to cultivate to the 3rd level. Now that 20 years have passed, it's only been cultivated to the 7th level, Zhou Junbai said with a straight face. Then, Sect Master, have you ever cultivated to the 12th level? Lin Yu asked curiously. The 12 levels of the Cloud Sky Sutra, how can it be so easy to cultivate? Zhou Junbai sniffed and directly glared. Not to mention me being an inner sect outcast, even in the entire inner sect, there are only a handful of people who can cultivate the Cloud Sky Sutra to its great completion. This seat doesn't have much talent. It took half a month to cultivate the 1st level back then. It took 80 years to cultivate the 7th level. It took another few hundred years before I could just barely reach the 8th level. Zhou Junbai shook his head and sighed. In terms of cultivation talent, Zhou Junbai was not considered high, and was only slightly stronger than Song Qingfeng. The reason why he became the Cloudy Sky Small Secret Realm Sect Master, one is that he has someone in the inner sect, and the other is that he has been practicing for a long time, and his cultivation level is just quite high. Is it that hard? Ji Yanling couldn't help but be staggered. The higher the grade of the Dharma, the harder it is to cultivate. Naturally, today, you are considered to be practicing for the first time, and this seat will personally instruct you. When you have cultivated to the 1st level, it will be considered as an initiation, and you will be able to comprehend it on your own. Now, you start practicing. Zhou Junbai looked at Lin Yu and Ji Yanling expectantly. Yes, Lin Yu and Ji Yanling looked at each other and both began to study the Cloud Sky Scripture. Buzz. Before long, a heavy agora appeared faintly above Ji Yanling's head. The moment the agora surfaced, the aura within the hall surged madly towards Ji Yanling. Cultivating the 1st level of the Cloud Sky Sutra in less than an incense burner? Zhou Junbai's eyes lit up as he looked at the agora above Ji Yanling's head. Senior sister is so highly enlightened. Much higher than me. Fong Mingxue also revealed a different color. Great! Ji Flame Spirit was able to cultivate the 1st level within the time it took to burn incense, which means that Ji Flame Spirit and the Cloud Sky Scripture are highly compatible. In the future, it is absolutely expected that one will be able to cultivate the Cloud Sky Scripture to the 9th or even the 10th level. Zhou Junbai's fists clenched, clearly not expecting that Ji Yanling's talent was so high. On the contrary, it's Lin Yu. This seat originally thought that with his enlightenment, he should be able to cultivate the 1st level faster than Ji Flame Spirit, and now it seems that Lin Yu and the Cloud Sky Scripture don't seem to be a good enough fit. Zhou Junbai looked at the motionless Lin Yu with a disappointed look on his face. The choice of a cultivator's dharma is actually not the higher the better, but also depends on whether it fits with oneself. Senior brother Lin has amazing talent. If the Cloud Sky Sutra doesn't work, he can choose another dharma. Fong Mingxue also shook her head and sighed. Boom! At this moment, Lin Yu's body shook violently, and then there were actually Tao rhythms that rose up to the sky, intertwining horizontally and horizontally above his head. There's a reaction. Although Lin Yu's speed in cultivating the Cloud Sky Scripture is not as fast as Ji Yanling, it's still a lot faster than you. Ming Shui. Zhou Junbai swept away his previous disappointment, and his gaze once again became burning. Rumble. Above Lin Yu's head, a heavy agora emerged, clearly visible, as if it were substance. First perfection. So that's how it is. It's not that Lin Yu's cultivation speed is slow, it's that he's cultivated to the 1st consummation of the Cloud Sky Sutra in one fell swoop. Zhou Junbai looked at the Qianlu above Lin Yu's head, and then glanced at Ji Yanling's head, the twisted and blurred Qianlu, his eyes overflowing with divine aura. No, not the 1st wait. At this moment, Fong Mingxue couldn't help but cry out in shock. Boom! Only to see that a second agora had appeared above Lin Yu's head. Oh my god! In less than an incense burner's time, directly cultivating the Cloud Sky Sutra's 2nd perfection? That's just a handful of those that can do it, right here in the inner sect. As strong as Zhou Junbai, he looked at the 2-story aggrandized building above Lin Yu's head with an expression of seeing a ghost. Is this Master Lin's enlightenment? Fong Mingxue's heart was even more trembling, but that's just the beginning. Boom, boom, boom. Inside Lin Yu's body, roaring sounds resounded one after another, and then layer after layer of agaric buildings emerged, triple, quadruple, 5-fold, 12-fold, but in just a split second's time. The agora above Lin Yu's head reached the 12th level. When the 12-tiered agora appeared in the world, and a Taoist sound resounded through the heavens, Taoist rhythms spread out. resonating with heaven and earth. Tidal waves of aura surged, enlightening Lin Yu's body. Gulp! Zhou Junbai swallowed his saliva with difficulty, looking at the 12-fold agora above Lin Yu's head, shocked and speechless. Fang Mingxue was even more dismayed and horrified. Brush! Zhou Junbai raised his palms and rubbed his eyes fiercely, suspecting that he had blurred his eyes. 12. The cloud sky scripture is a great success. In less than an incense burner's time, directly repairing the cloud sky scripture to the grand completion realm? Zhou Junbai looked at Lin Yu dumbfounded, feeling that his worldview had all been turned upside down. In the inner sect of the immortal Luo sect, there weren't even a few who had cultivated the cloud sky scripture to its great completion. Which one hasn't comprehended it for hundreds of years? But Lin Yu, in less than an incense burner, directly became a great success? Zhou Junbai wouldn't even dream of doing that. Boom! Between the rise and fall of the 12-stranded Qianglu, Lin Yu's body trembled once again, and then a majestic majesty roared out. Chapter 31. Smiling like a child hundreds of years old. Innate 2. 10 times the cultivation speed of the flower of enlightenment. This, coupled with the 12-fold cultivation speed of the great completion of the cloud sky scripture, allowed Lin Yu to advance to the innate second-level realm in one fell swoop. As the cloud sky scripture continued to operate, Lin Yu continued to draw in an unending stream of heaven and earth aura. This is the second level of innate. Fang Mingxue bitterly looked at Lin Yu. When she first went from being an innate 1 to an innate 2, it also took her more than a month to become one. Lin Yu, however, only used 1 day. Besides, Lin Yu, the cloud sky scripture had already been perfected, and heaven knows how fast his future cultivation would be. The gap is only getting wider. Akiyuki, this seat thought that this year's chief would still be you, but now it looks like it's probably going to change hands. Zhou Junbai opened his mouth in shock. If someone said that he could cultivate to the Jindan realm from nothing in half a year, Zhou Junbai would slap a big ear on his face and tell him to wake up. But if this person was Lin Yu, Zhou Junbai was so guilty in his heart that he didn't even have the courage to question it. Ming Shui is looking forward to, in half a year's time, fighting with senior brother. A flash of light flashed in Fang Mingshue's eyes. Gate Master, what do we have to learn next? At this moment, Lin Yu opened his eyes, dispersed the 12-strong agora above his head, and looked at Zhou Junbai expectantly. What do we learn next? When Zhou Junbai heard this, he was first stunned, and then his entire body was embarrassed. His own strongest dharma, the Cloudy Sky Sutra, had been cultivated to perfection by Lin Yu in the time it took to burn incense. What else could he teach Lin Yu? At this time, Zhou Junbai was horrified to find that his old face are not are to snatch over the disciple, simply cannot teach. Yeah, what do we learn? Lin Yu, at this moment, was on a roll and said expectantly. Zhou Junbai's face reddened as he sniffed. One couldn't tell Lin Yu that you had already left the school and that I could no longer teach you. Could one? Lin Yu, if you want to be fast, you can't be fast enough. This cloud sky scripture of yours, you've already cultivated it. Why don't you go over to Lu Xian's side and take a look? Lu Xian's 9 heavenly sword scripture. It's also a divine product. You happen to learn a fighting technique? In particular, one of the styles, called the 9 Xian divine sword art, is extremely powerful. Zhou Junbai said somewhat sheepishly. Going to find Vice Sect Master Lu Xian now? Lin Yu froze. Aha! Vice Sect Master Lu Xian's 9 heavenly sword scripture is one of the strongest offensive great arts amongst the divine laws. Zhou Junbai nodded heavily. Then disciple will go to Vice Sect Master Lu Xian's side. Lin Yu sniffed and hurriedly got up, saying goodbye and leaving. Lin Yu, how was it? Did Zhou Junbai pass on the cloud sky scripture to you? Lin Yu had just left the sect master's peak, and on Lu Daoxuan's side, he sent a message to Lin Yu. Lin Yu's way of alchemy. Lu Daoxian was not worried, but Lu Daoxian was afraid that Zhou Junbai was hiding something because it was the 7 peaks instructing Lin Yu at the same time. Pass it on. Disciple now is heading to Vice Sect Master Lu Xian's side. Lin Yu quickly replied. What? You're leaving Cloudy Sky Peak at this point? Old me knew that this 1000-dagger Zhou Junbai would hide something. How long have you been over here? And what can you learn? I'll ask that old undead Zhou Junbai to go. Lu Daoxuan's eyes reddened when he heard that Lin Yu had already left Cloud Sky Peak. The Cloud Sky Sutra was a divine dharma. How many can you learn in such a short time? It's like Zhou Junbai, who threw the Yunxiao scripture to Lin Yu, didn't teach anything, and let Lin Yu go. Zhou Junbai, can we have some face? It was agreed that the 7 peaks would teach Lin Yu together. If you're so irresponsible, don't teach. I'll find someone to teach Lin Yu myself. Lu Daoxian directly gave Zhou Junbai a bunch of messages. Zhou Junbai was immediately infuriated as he listened to Lu Daoxuan's angry voice within the transmission jade slip. Tell me about it. How is this seat not serious? This seat hasn't had time to teach yet, and he has perfected the 12th level of the Cloud Sky Sutra. Come, the Cloud Sky Sutra is for you. You teach it. Zhou Junbai was also enraged. What the hell? Lu Daoxian was equally confused as he listened to Zhou Junbai's words. Didn't get to teach? 12 perfections? Zhou Junbai, you didn't swindle me? Lu Daoxian was dumbfounded. Swindling you is your son, Zhou Junbai said, directly ending the transmission. Ha ha ha. Lu Daoxian was forced to end his summoning by Zhou Junbai, but he was as happy as a several hundred-year-old child. Senior Lin? Lin Yu quickly arrived at Vice Sect leader Lu Xian's sword Heavenly Peak, and many disciples showed strange colors when they saw Lin Yu. Senior brother was ordered by the sect master to come over here to learn the sword Dao from the Vice Sect master. The sword Dao. I wonder which senior can lead the way? Lin Yu said with a smile. I'll show you the way. An ordinary disciple of Sword Peak immediately flew over. Lead the way for Lin Yu. If this was lucky, becoming a follower of Lin Yu at that time would be a step to heaven. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Yu smiled and opened his mouth. I dare not. You might as well call me senior. The disciple leading the way waved his hand repeatedly as he sniffed. My name is Su Han. You can just call me senior brother Su. Then it's hard work for senior brother Su. Lin Yu smiled and didn't care. Senior brother Lin, follow me. At this time, the Vice Sect master should be at the Sword Chi water pool, instructing a few senior brothers, practicing the sword Dao. I'll take you there, Su Han said with a straight face while leading Lin Yu forward. Yes, Lin Yu nodded and followed Su Han, traveling towards the top of the mountain. The two went over the mountains and into a valley. Rumble. Just after entering the valley, Lin Yu saw a waterfall above the cliff face, rushing down, make a deafening noise. Under the waterfall is a pool of water. At this moment, in the sky above the water pool, a sword light, crisscrossing across the sky, emitted bursts of air-breaking sounds. Lin Yu took a glance and saw that there was a group of disciples, standing in the middle of a pool of water, with their hands on their sword techniques, commanding a flying sword. Look at you. How many times has this seat taught you? When you're guarding the sword, you have to have the god and the sword merge in order to reach the point where the human sword is united. With your sword-carrying techniques, if the enemy doesn't cleave to death, your own people will be scared to death by you. And you can't even guard one sword clearly, and you want to guard two? Why don't you go to heaven? Laugh. What are you laughing at? You think you're great at sword riding? Look at you. The sword flew 30 feet and the aura dissipated 70% of it. Don't learn how to defend the sword, just swing it directly. It's still more powerful. Lu Xian stood in the air, her willow eyebrows raised, her almond eyes rounded, but all the disciples that she pointed out, all of them reddened their faces. Lin Yu looked at Lu Xian's stern appearance and his expression became odd. I didn't realize that Lu Xian looked upside down, but when she instructed her disciples, she was of violent temper. Disciple Lin Yu, meet Sect Master Lu. Lin Yu flew forward and saluted towards Lu Xian. Lin Yu? Zhou Junbai let you over here this time? When Lu Xian saw Lin Yu, the fire in her heart instantly dissipated with a bright smile. Chapter 32, Born for the Way of the Sword. Starting Sword Royalty Greatest Achievement. The sect master said that disciples Cloudy Sky Scripture is almost finished learning, and asked me to come over to learn the 9 heavenly swords scripture. Lin Yu said with a straight face. Lin Yu had just finished speaking, and the Vice Sect Master peaked disciples below. Each one of them looked at Lin Yu with a strange expression on their faces. You want to learn the 9 heavenly swords sutra? Can you learn? In order to learn the 9 heavenly sword scripture, one must first learn to defend the sword. One must know that which of the deputy sect master peak disciples present hadn't been learning how to use the royal sword for more than a year, but let alone learning the 9 heavenly sword scripture. Even the sword defense was still full of mistakes. Lin Yu Zhou Junbai doesn't know the way of the sword. Let's not listen to him. Lu Xian was also dumbfounded. Sect master doesn't know the way of the sword? Lin Yu froze. Yes, the sect master cultivates the way of the fist. It's okay to royalize a weapon on weekdays, and the way of the sword is not as good as the disciples under my sect. If you want to learn the 9 heavenly sword scripture, you need to start by learning to control the sword. Lu Xian said patiently. Aha, as it should be. Lin Yu nodded his head. He still understood the reasoning behind gradual progression. Lin Yu, bring the sword, right? Lu Xian glanced at the sword case on Lin Yu's back. Naturally, I brought it. Boom. Lin Yu removed the reverse immortal sword box on his back, and between a slap of his hand, the box opened, and inside, 13 shin pin long swords were inserted into the box. Each of the long swords flashed with a cold aura. It's over. Senior Lin is going to get a lecture. Yes, the Vice Sect Master hates disciples. who are greedy and can't chew more than they can chew, were only allowed to bring one sword on weekdays, and senior brother Lin even brought 13. Many disciples, looking at the 13 swords in the sword box, were covering their foreheads. What a sword! But what made those disciples speechless was that not only did Lu Xian not scold Lin Yu, but instead, her beautiful eyes lit up and she looked at the 13 swords of the reverse immortal with quite a bit of amazement. The material used to forge the sword is just a worldly material, but it has been, in an extremely subtle way, increased in potential. This is a Xian treasure built with mundane methods. Lu Xian saw the extraordinary nature of the 13 swords of the reverse immortal at a glance and marveled in awe. When, between Lu Xian's words, her jade finger flicked on a long sword, and the biting sound of the sword spread in all directions, Lu Xian closed her eyes and listened carefully. A few moments later, once again opened his eyes. His eyes are hard to hide the marvel, the materials needed to cast the sword. Perfect fusion. The sound of the sword is like cracking, and the sword energy is like frost. Just one sword is enough to be used up to the Jindan realm. 13 swords if controlled at the same time, using them up to Yuaning, are not impossible. Lu Xian did not hide her appreciation for the 13 swords of the reverse immortal in the slightest. It was only by luck that disciple was able to obtain this sword box. Lin Yu smiled and opened his mouth. Nice, Lin Yu. This seed will teach you sword control. Lu Xian withdrew her mind and looked at Lin Yu, saying with a straight face, the way of the sword is about using qi to control the sword, and using the spirit to merge the sword. You will learn the way of the imperial sword, and learn it to a great extent, before you can learn it further. Lu Xian added, sword with qi, combine swords with gods? Lin Yu sniffed and carefully realized the 8 true words. Exactly. The imperial sword looks simple. 8 characters are enough to summarize it, but it is extremely difficult to learn. Lu Yang, for example, has been learning sword control for 3 years and still hasn't achieved great success with a single sword. Lu Xian pointed to a foundation establishment disciple in the distance, causing that disciple, at once, to dry up and turn red. Vice sect master. Wasn't it you yourself who said that 3 years of refining to the point of a disciple is already a genius? Lu Yang said boldly. How dare you talk back? Lu Xian sniffed, her eyes stomped, and Lu Yang instantly stopped talking. What does it take to be considered a single sword imperial sword mastery? Lin Yu pondered. Lin Yu, did you see the stone tablet on that waterfall? Lu Xian pointed to the source of the waterfall. See? Lin Yu looked up and saw that at the location of the source of the waterfall, there stood a stone monument covered in sword marks. The stone monument wasn't very tall, so if it wasn't for the cultivator's good eyesight, he wouldn't have been able to see it clearly. If you are able to use your sword, go up against the water of the waterfall, and carve a word on the stone tablet. You will be a single sword imperial sword. Great achievement. Lu Xian said with a straight face. Engraving is a great accomplishment? Didn't you split the monolith? Lin Yu wondered. Of course not. The highest level of sword guarding should be to use it like an arm and lift it like a weight. It's simple to make one's sword skill explode with heaven-destroying power. Just cultivate high enough. In fact, the power of the sword skill, control from the heart, thousands of miles away, take the enemy's head, but also does not hurt a blade of grass in a tree, before it can be a great success. Lu Xian patiently explained. Lifting weights is the only way to achieve greatness. Lin Yu nodded in understanding. Lin Yu, you were born with a sword body and a talent for sword Dao. Naturally it goes without saying. You today, as long as you can imperialize this sword, you will be considered an initiator. Lu Xian said expectantly. Disciple try. Lin Yu closed his eyes in contemplation, and after a moment, he snapped his eyes open and flicked his finger towards a long sword. Giggle. Lin Yu pointed out just one finger, and the long sword rose up across the sky, weaving in and out of the air recklessly as Lin Yu's fingertips changed. No? That's a sword imperial? And you can control the long sword and travel recklessly? The disciples present, their eyes were all looking straight. Even Lu Xian was stunned, and there was a sword flash in her eyes. It said that this kid, practicing divine abilities, doesn't learn moves, but only true intentions, and it's really true. This is simply made for the sword. Lu Xian opened her mouth in awe. Go! Lin Yu looked at the long sword that danced with his fingertips and pointed towards the top of the waterfall. Giggle! With a gentle tremor, the longsword flew into the waterfall and went up against the water. The waterfall flew down and washed over the longsword, trying to change the direction of the imperial sword. And yet it's simply useless. Lin Yu's fingertips twitched slightly, and the longsword flew out of the waterfall like a swimming fish, rushing towards the stone monument. Brush up, between Lin Yu's fingertips waving. The longsword was on the stone monument, carving a sword character. Come back, brush. Lin Yu waved his finger once again. and the long sword broke back into the air, landing in the sword box with unparalleled precision. Oh my god, this is a single sword imperial sword mastery? How is that possible? Could it be that today, the water of this waterfall is milder than usual? Everyone was looking at Lin Yu in shock, and there were even disciples, who rushed into the waterfall with their swords, wanting to go up against the water. Dang it! But immediately afterward, a trilling sound rang out. The long swords that rushed into the waterfall were impacted by the current and fell into the pool of water. Vice Sect Master, is this considered a single sword imperial sword mastery for disciple? Lin Yu looked at his side, Lu Xian, who was already looking dumbfounded, and asked, "Of course it counts." Lu Xian looked at Lin Yu strangely and nodded heavily. Then disciple, can I learn the 9 heavenly sword scripture? Lin Yu asked expectantly. Not yet. In order to learn the 9 heavenly sword scripture, one must manage to control at least 9 swords at a time. Lu Xian said. Yes, brush. Lin Yu sniffed and moved his finger towards the 13 swords of the reverse immortal, making a gentle move. The 13 swords of the reverse immortal unexpectedly rose across the sky at the same time. Chapter 33, 9 Skies Amazing Past, 9 Sword Chi Avenue. 13 swords? No, Lin Yu couldn't be trying to. At the same time, Imperiali's 13 swords. Could he? The 13 swords of the reverse immortal simultaneously rose up across the sky and surrounded Lin Yu, flying up and down. All of the disciples who watched showed expressions of seeing ghosts. Lu Xian's eyes were even more beautiful and she was breathing heavily. Go! Giggle! 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 Between the 13 swords of the reverse immortal across the sky, Lin Yuan pointed out his fingers. Inside Lin Yu's body, the innate chi gushed endlessly, and the power of the divine soul stirred out. The 13 swords of the reverse immortal instantly broke through the air and rushed into the waterfall, swimming against the current. Wow! The light of the sword reaches. The water that flew down the waterfall was dissolved by the sword chi. The 13 swords were like swimming fish, coming against the water of the waterfall to the stone monument. Brush up! Between Lin Yu's flipping fingers, the 13 swords of the inverse immortal trembled, and then right on the stone monument, he carved a large character. 10 steps kills a man. 1,000 miles does not leave a man behind. The matter is over. The body and the name are deeply hidden. Between Lin Yu's waving of his hand, stone chips flew about, and an iron-drawn handwriting emerged. With each handwriting, there was sword intent flowing. When the 20 words were carved down, even more monstrous sword intent shot up into the sky. Kill a man at 10 steps and leave no one behind for 1,000 miles. When the deed is done, do you hide your body and your name? Lu Xian looked at the stone monument from afar as Lin Yu carved 2 lines of poetry, and her beautiful eyes were also heavy with swordlight. 13 imperial swords at the same time, and they are perfectly coordinated and organized. How is this possible? How could anyone, in such a short period of time, be able to learn the royal sword to this level? The disciples present were completely dumbfounded and incredulous. Brush, brush, brush. Between the shock of the crowd, the 13 swords of the reverse immortal had already flown backward and inserted themselves into the sword box. Vice Sect Master, 9 heavenly sword scripture. Can disciple learn it now? Lin Yu stood beside Lu Xian and spoke coyly. When the many disciples heard this, the corners of their mouths all twitched. I have a feeling that senior brother Lin is faking it, but I have no proof. I feel really loaded by him. Many disciples, all of them were looking at Lin Yu with strange gazes. Barely enough to learn. Lu Xian was shocked in her heart, but she still had to put on a general appearance. Otherwise, where's the authority as a teacher? Please also ask the Vice Sect Master for guidance. Lin Yu's gaze lit up. This seat will teach you. With a flip of Lu Xian's jade hand, a jade slip had appeared in her palm. The 9 heavenly sword scripture, and all these years, this seat's experience and insights from cultivation, are all inside. Lu Xian placed the jade slip in her hand and handed it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu hurriedly took the jade slip. Buzz off! When the jade slip entered his hand, the same dots of golden light lit up on it and flew into Lin Yu's brow. And then a picture. Then emerged. A one-armed old man, standing on top of a majestic mountain, observing the operation of the heavenly Tao in order to realize the way of the sword. The moment the sword was completed, the old man waved his hand, and there was a long river of 9 sword chi, which was declared from above the firmament, as if to shake the heavens and the earth. 9 heavenly sword scriptures, created by the 9 heavenly sword immortals. The sword immortal of the 9 heavens, bearing the 9 heavens sword body, born with the 9 heavens sword intent, was once on the immortal sword mountain, realizing the operation of the heavenly Tao, understanding the sword Tao with the heavenly Tao, and creating the 9 heavens sword scripture. the 9 heavenly sword scripture was released, and it can melt all kinds of sword intent in order to forge the great Tao of sword chi, although only the divine magic door, but has the root of the immortal product, known as the current world, one of the most growth potential of the sword Tao avatar, when for the stunning past, a divine grade Dharma sect yet it has immortal grade roots? Lin Yu's heart shook. Wow! Before Lin Yu could think about it in detail, the image had already dissipated and was absorbed by the tree of the great Tao. On the tree of the great Tao, the flower of physique and the flower of flesh and the flower of sword Tao were swaying at the same time, drawing on the amazing past of the 9 heavenly sword scripture, the flower of physique and the flower of flesh. The effect is increased. Between the swaying of the flower of the juxtaposition of physique and flesh, the petals grew at an astonishing rate. Physical flesh juxtaposition of flowers effect. 1. Even if you don't practice, your cultivation improves by leaps and bounds in a day. 2. The purity of the innate chi in the body, increased by 3 times. 3. The nourishing effect of innate chi on the physical body is increased by 2 times. 4. The nourishing effect of innate chi on the divine soul is increased by 2 times. 5. The breath of the innate comes with the power of the 9 heavens. Between the elevation of the flower of physique and flesh, the innate chi in Lin Yu's body was once again compressed and purified. The innate chi in Lin Yu's body was even rotating in his body on its own in the way that the cloud sky scripture operated. It nourished Lin Yu's physical body and strengthened Lin Yu's divine soul. The innate chi, flesh, and divine soul in Lin Yu's body were improving every moment. Wow! Between the trembling of the flower of the sword Tao, it similarly grew in size, each petal resembling a twisted longsword, drawing on the stunning past of the 9 heavenly sword scriptures. The effect of the flower of the sword Tao is increased. Kendo flower effect. 1. For any comprehension of the way of the sword, increase by 6 times. 2. Any sword Tao avatar can be augmented with extreme cold sword intent and searing heat sword intent. 3. Any sword Tao aptitude can be augmented with thunderflame sword intent to cast a thunder attribute sword Tao aptitude, increasing its power by 2 times. 4. When you perform sword Tao, you can add reverse immortal sword intent, which increases your power by 2 times. 5. All sword intent comprehended can be transformed into the sword chi avenue. After the effect of the flower of the sword Tao was raised, it directly added an ability to transform sword intent into the sword chi avenue. Lin Yu, the 9 heavenly sword scripture is a divine ability that specializes in the true intent of the sword Tao. This seat will instruct you once. Lu Xian looked at Lin Yu, who was scrutinizing the 9 heavenly sword scripture, and spoke with a straight face. In Lu Xian's heart, Lin Yu's talent was even stronger. But it was only the first time he practiced the 9 heavenly sword scripture, so it was difficult for him to fully understand it. He had just been frightened by Lin Yu himself, and he must seize the opportunity to rebuild the majesty of his vice sect master. Lin Yu, the 9 heavens sword scripture is not actually considered a complete sword Tao divine ability. Back then, the 9 heavens sword immortal who created the 9 heavens sword scripture, with 9 types of sword intent, could evolve 9 sword chi avenues. Thus the 9 heavens sword scripture has a total of 9. Each time you cultivate a sword chi avenue, it's one realm, as strong as the 9 heavens sword immortal back then. He only cultivated the 9 heavens sword chi avenue, which was known as the limit. But theoretically, according to our understanding of the 9 heavens sword scripture, the limit of the 9 heavens can be broken. It's just that no one can do it. This seat has been practicing the 9 heavenly sword sutra for hundreds of years now, and has only cultivated the 7-fold sword chi avenue. The 7-fold sword chi avenue allows this seat, with the 7th cultivation level of Jindan, to battle Zhou Junbai's half-step Yuaning power. Lu Xian looked squarely at Lin Yu, her face unable to hide her pride. 7-fold sword chi avenue? Lin Yu's heart fluttered. Exactly. Today, this seat, I will demonstrate for you, the 7-fold sword chi avenue. How much you can realize can depend on your own enlightenment. Between Lu Xian's words, 7 finger-thin swords had appeared in Lu Xian's hands. Chapter 34, Breaking the Extreme. 13 long rivers of sword chi. Vice sect master Lu Xian, actually wanting to personally demonstrate the 9 heavenly sword scripture? This is a good opportunity. We are now definitely not qualified to learn the 9 heavenly sword scripture, but it's a great opportunity to see the vice sect master personally demonstrate. Each and every one of the disciples present even widened their eyes and watched carefully. Brush. Vice sect master Lu Xian, her jade finger gently clicked on a small sword, and the aquamarine blue small sword then instantly rose up across the sky. Rumble. The small sword, which was only the size of a thumb, flew up and then, in a flash, turned into a long river of sword chi, like a river in the sky, hanging upside down in the air. Between the long rivers of sword chi surging, it was like a great river of swords coming from the sky. between the sword intent surging inside. It was like a torrential river, continuous and endless, and once it fell, it was afraid that it would be enough to flatten the 8 directions. This sword, it is the sword chi avenue of water. The aura in the body is unending, and the sword chi will not be extinguished. Giggle. Between Lu Xian's words, her jade finger once again pointed, and a small sword with a golden body had flown up. Clank, clank. This time, the sword roared and the sound moved the sky. With one sword, there was an infinite amount of sharp sword light that streaked across the landscape, evolving a long river of golden sword chi. This sword is the sword chi avenue of gold, extremely sharp. Nothing is unbreakable. Giggle. Every time Lu Xian pointed out her fingertips, a small sword would definitely fly out and cross the sky, evolving the Tao of sword chi. In just a few moments, 7 avenues of sword chi, hanging in the air, tumbled endlessly. Water properties, metallic, fire properties, earth properties. A sword represented a sword chi avenue, containing completely different characteristics. A heavy weight across the air, emitting a heaven-destroying aura. Is this the 9 heavenly sword scripture? To transform the Tao with a sword, to overwhelm the heavens and the earth. Once it falls, who can withstand it? This is the power of the Jin Dan, the might of a divine ability. Besides, Vice Sect Master, it's just cultivating 7 sword chi avenues. If you cultivate 9, or even after breaking the limit of 9, what level of power will you reach? The disciples present were all shocked as they looked at the 7-fold sword chi avenue, and their gazes towards Lu Xian were filled with admiration. Lin Yu was also dazzled and mesmerized. 7 avenues of sword chi, too spectacular. A random fall. I'm afraid it's enough to flatten 1,000 miles of territory. This is the power of the Golden Dan. Brush. With a move of Lu Xian's jade hand, the 7 heavy sword chi avenue dispersed and once again transformed into 7 small swords that flew back into Lu Xian's palm. It flopped up and down like a swimming fish. Lin Yu, what do you think of this seat? 7 swords coming out in unison. Lu Xian looked at Lin Yu's shocked appearance and felt great joy in her heart. With this hand of his own, he could definitely pull back a city and establish a great image in this Lin Yu's heart. Too strong. I wonder when a disciple will be able to possess such greatness. Lin Yu said sincerely. Lin Yu, you don't need to be shocked. With your talent, after practicing for a few decades, you should be able to achieve the level of this seat. Now you first comprehend the 9 heavenly sword scripture. As long as you do that first, and turn one type of true intent of the sword Tao into the great Tao of sword chi, then you are considered to be initiated. Practice diligently in the future, and sooner or later you will be able to surpass the seat. Lu Xian said in a serious tone. Yes, then disciple, try this. Lin Yu revealed an expression of eagerness to try. Giggle. Lin Yu's finger flicked towards the reverse immortal sword box and a reverse immortal sword had flown out like a swimming dragon. Buzz. Between the reverse immortal sword flying out, the light shone brightly, and there was a hidden watery sword intent flowing. This, the originally confident Lu Xian, looking at the reverse immortal sword, flowing out of the sword intent of water, her heart was a burst of bitterness. This is how one comprehends the water sword intent? A sense of frustration rose in Lu Xian's heart, when she thought about when she practiced the 9 heavenly sword scripture. It took her 3 months to cultivate a sword intent. Wow! The reverse immortal sword gently trembled and transformed into a great river of sword chi. Although the long river of sword chi that Lin Yu had evolved could only be considered a small stream compared to Lu Xian's long river of sword chi, however, it was truly evolving a heavy sword chi avenue. This took the water sword chi avenue and cultivated it? Lu Xian almost dropped her jaw in shock. The disciples present were even more dumbfounded. Giggle. But that's just the beginning. Lin Yu's fingertips, one after another, pointed out, and the reverse immortal swords rose up in the air one after another, and then transformed into a long river of sword chi that crossed the air. The water sword chi avenue, the sword chi avenue of fire, earth's sword chi avenue. In just the blink of an eye, the sword chi avenue that Lu Xian had just executed was cast out by Lin Yu and placed horizontally in the air. Lu Xian almost fainted from the shock. He had only demonstrated it once, and Lin Yu had learned it all? How is that possible? The 7-fold sword chi avenue was something he had learned for hundreds of years. What you have accomplished for hundreds of years, and people have learned it so easily? Giggle. Between Lu Xian's shock, another reverse immortal sword flew out. The 8th sword chi avenue hangs high, and then the 9th Tao of sword chi was similarly cast out by Lin Yu as if it was a waterfall. 9. Taisei? This has taken the 9 heavenly sword sutra and cultivated it to the great completion realm? Lu Xian really felt stupid. The 9 heavens sword scripture, since its inception, except for the founder, the 9 heavens sword immortal, No one else had been able to cultivate to the nine heavens grand completion realm. As far as Lu Xian knows, there was only one person in the inner sect who had cultivated the nine heavenly sword scripture to the 8th level only. Now it was Lin Yu, who had directly cultivated it to the 9th level of greatness. That old thing Zhou Junbai, sending Lin Yu over so early. It couldn't be that Lin Yu has already cultivated the Cloud Sky Sutra to great success, right? A thought popped up in Lu Xian's heart all of a sudden. Definitely. Damn you, Zhou Junbai, and not mentioning the previous warning. Old me just now was showing off the sevenfold sword Qi Avenue in front of Lin Yu. Where does this make old me's face? Where to put it? Lu Xian's silver teeth clenched slightly, but soon, Lu Xian couldn't get angry anymore. Giggle, 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 only to see that Lin Yu, after evolving the ninefold sword Qi Avenue, surprisingly still didn't stop, but once again offered up a mouthful of reverse immortal swords. The sword Qi Avenue of time, searing sword Qi Avenue, thunder's sword Qi Avenue, against the immortal sword Qi Avenue. In just the blink of an eye, on top of the 9 sword Qi Avenues, another 4 sword Qi Avenues were evolved by Lin Yu and spread across the air. The limit of the ninefold sword Qi Avenue of long years was directly broken by Lin Yu. Chapter 35, Torturing Lu Xian, Vice Sect Master Lu's toughest day. 13 heavy sword Qi Avenue, that's nearly twice as much as the Vice Sect Master. This, 13 heavy sword Qi Avenues crossed the sky, and no one present was able to calm down. They say that the 9 heavenly sword scripture, although it is a divine product, has immortal potential. All these years, yet no one has been able to cultivate to the 9th level of greatness, let alone break the limit. But now, in Lin Yu's hands, it's been realized. With 13 heavy sword Qi Avenues, the 9 heavens sword scripture is no longer a divine product, but is comparable to a holy product, right? Lu Xian even trembled in her heart, having the urge to reverse herself and go follow Lin Yu, learning the way of the sword. Lu Xian's mind floated. Such a sword Dao talent was no longer something that could be cultivated by an outer sect. Letting Lin Yu now directly enter the inner sect, he was afraid that he would become a disciple that all the bigwigs in the inner sect would go crazy for. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Between a wave of Lin Yu's hand, the 13 heavy sword Qi Avenues dispersed, and the 13 swords of the reverse immortal flew backward and inserted themselves back into the sword box. It's strong, but casting 13 sword Qi Avenues at the same time is very consuming. Just this short period of time only, it made the innate power in my body consume 30%. Lin Yu felt in his body the innate qi that had been consumed alarmingly, and his heart was quite shocked. Lin Yu's innate qi, with the addition of the flower of physique, was 3 times as pure as an ordinary innate cultivator. Even so, Lin Yu estimated that with 13 sword qi coming out at the same time, he would be able to perform it at most 3 times. A different cultivator of the same realm would have been drained in a single blow. My sword Qi Di Dao, and Vice Sect Master Lu Xian's sword Qi Di Dao, are not comparable at all. It's caused by the cultivation level. Lin Yu recalled the might of Lu Xian when she executed the sword Qi Avenue, making his desire for cultivation much higher. Lin Yu, you're very good. Cultivating the 13th sword Qi Avenue. Lu Xian looked at Lin Yu, and after hesitating for a moment, she still put on an appearance of taking things for granted. Just great, Vice Sect Master. This is being struck by senior brother Lin Yu. Striking a demonic spell, isn't it? This is breaking all the limits of the 9 heavenly sword sutra. Just great. When the disciples present heard this, the corners of their mouths all twitched and their faces were filled with oddities. Disciple understands. Disciples are just getting started. They still have to learn and practice hard. Lin Yu said with a straight face. That's right, Lin Yu, you've consumed a lot today. Why don't you go back to rest and relax first? Lu Xian asked tentatively. Disciple also feels that I need to go back and consolidate my cultivation first. Lin Yu nodded deeply. Then disciple will come back tomorrow. As soon as Lu Xian heard this, she became anxious. Come back tomorrow? That's more like it. Even your own crushing 9 heavenly sword sutra, you have directly cultivated it to its great completion. Come back tomorrow. What will this seat teach you? Lin Yu, the pattern is small. You're gifted in your speed in practicing the sword Dao is fast, but you can't hang yourself from one tree. You're young. You need to develop in many ways, Lu Xian said in a serious tone. What does the Vice Sect Master mean by this? On weekdays, aren't we all instructed that we should progress step by step, and that if we refine one discipline, we should be proficient in it, and most of all, we should avoid double-mindedness. How come what senior brother Lin is taught is different from what we are taught? Quite a few disciples were getting weirder and weirder as they listened. The Vice Sect Master's lesson is right. Lin Yu came to a sudden realization. Yeah. You see, Vice Sect Master Wang, is the strongest refiner we have here, up to heavenly grade. Aren't you talented in alchemy? The Tao of Dan and the Tao of weapons are quite common. You can follow Vice Sect Master Wang and learn more about the Tao of weapon refining. There's also Elder Dooley, but he's a master of the gun Tao, and he has a divine gun Tao divine ability in his hands. Lin Yu, there's so much you can learn. Don't trap yourself in the sword path. Lu Xian persuaded bitterly. Disciple understands. Then disciple will rest for a day. And tomorrow I will go to Vice Sect Master Wang's place to learn the way of refining weapons. Lin Yu spoke with a straight face. Go on. Remember to take care of your rest. Cultivation should be done in a relaxed manner. Don't be in a hurry. Lu Xian hurriedly sent Lin Yu, personally, out of the main peak of the Vice Sect. Previously, this seat also felt that those disciples, who were rotten to the core, were too laborious to teach. But who knows, now that I've met one like Lin Yu, my heart is even more tired. Lu Xian watched Lin Yu go away, and even more so, she let out a long breath of relief, feeling that this was the hardest day since she had become the Vice Sect Master. No, we have to inform Vice Sect Master Wang in advance, otherwise tomorrow, if Lin Yu kills his way straight over, Vice Sect Master Wang will have to lose face. I'm afraid. Between Lu Xian's words to herself, she directly sent a message to Vice Sect Master Wang. Wang Chengkong, Lin Yu will come over tomorrow and learn refining from you. Remember, how many nins you have. Use them all. You don't know. This Lin Yu learns things. How fast? Lu Xian said. Vice Sect Master Lu is joking. The way of refining weapons. There is no shortcut, no matter how fast you learn. Don't you have to take it step by step? Wang Chengkong said dumbfounded. Believe it or not, it's up to you. After Lu Xian finished speaking, she no longer paid attention to Wang Chengkong. Senior brother Lin, the spirit medicines you wanted have all been brought back. Lin Yu had just returned to his courtyard when Tian Xiao greeted him. On the table in the hall, there were also portions of elixirs. It's more than that. The originally barren medicinal field at the entrance of the cave had already been tended to by now. Good job. Lin Yu smiled and casually took out a Qi Xingdan and a spirit stone, handing them to Tian Xiao. Go cultivate yourself. I'll call you if there's anything. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he collected the materials on the table and went to the alchemy room. This is the Qi Xingdan? Or a 4-dan strike Xing Qi Dan? Tian Xiao revealed a shocked expression after just a glance. After Lin Yu returned to the alchemy room, he directly sat down on his knees, intending to refine a furnace of yellow-grade Yuan Qi Dan. The effects of the Yuan Qi Dan were similar to those of the Xing Qi Dan, but the Yuan Qi pill was a yellow-grade pill, and its medicinal effects were far from those of the Xing Qi pill. Royal fire. Melt the medicine. Fusion Dan. Sung Dan. To Lin Yu's delight, a set-down was smoother than he had imagined, and it was not too much to say that it was all in one go. In less than 2 hours only, a furnace of Yuan Qi Dan had already been refined by Lin Yu. It's still the limit of 12 pills, but there are only 3 Dan lines. Lin Yu looked at his hands, 12 warm 3-dan strike Yuan Qi pills, and his brows couldn't help but frown. Chapter 36, Lin Yu, you can't go wrong with the God of Learning. Strange. I refined the Yuan Qi pill and the Xing Qi pill in the same way, again without any mistakes. So why is there a Dan pattern missing after the pills are formed? Lin Yu was a bit puzzled. Ask Elder Lu. Lin Yu thought a little before sending a message to Lu Daoxian. Elder Lu, there's something that disciple doesn't know and wants to ask for advice. Lin Yu opened his mouth in vain. Say. Lu Daoxian received Lin Yu's message and was so pleased in his heart. What Vice Sect Master? Sect Master. In front of Lin Yu, wasn't it all nothing that could be taught? But himself is different. Lin Yu still had a lot of alchemy knowledge to ask for advice from himself. Elder Lu, disciple has just refined a furnace of Yuan Qi Dan, and it is clear that no matter whether it is the grasp of the fire or the control of the details, it is just as perfect as that of the Xing Qi Dan, but the refined Yuan Qi Dan, compared to the Xing Qi Dan, has one less Dan line. Lin Yu asked in disbelief. What? Say it again. How many Dan lines of Yuan Qi Dan did you refine? Originally, there was still some small theft of joy, small complacency Lu Daoxian. When he heard Lin Yu's words, he immediately felt that the whole person was not good. 3 Dan lines Lin Yu said rightfully. 3 Danish stripes. Lu Daoxian sniffed and directly shut himself up. Yesterday was Lin Yu's first time refining pills, and today he was already able to refine the yellow-grade pill Yuan Qi pill, and it was also a 3-dan pattern. It was important to know that he, an earth-grade alchemist, had only refined the 3-dan patterns once so far, but Lin Yu had not only refined it, but seemed to be very dissatisfied with the result. That is to say, you refined a Yuan Qi Dan with 3 Dan lines and you're still not very satisfied? Lu Daoxian gritted his teeth a little. Lu Daoxian suspected that Lin Yu had come specifically to strike at himself, but he has no proof. Yeah, disciple thinks that it should be possible to refine a Yuan Qi Dan with 4 Dan lines, Lin Yu said seriously. Lu Daoxian almost didn't choke to death. Think you can refine a 4 Dan pattern? When you're a potion, is it up to you to decide whether or not the Dan lines appear? And I ask for your guidance, Sensei. Before Lu Daoxian could slow down, Lin Yu had already asked again. Lu Daoxian lived awkwardly. How does he answer that question? If he knew, how could he refine a 4 Dan stripe elixir? Wouldn't he have done it long ago? But you can't say to Lin Yu, I can't answer this question of yours, can you? Not only can't I answer it, but I have enough trouble refining the 3 Dan lines. So much for that. Where is the majesty of the master? Where's the face? Lin Yu, good question. In fact, throughout the ages, how to refine more Dan patterns is the ultimate goal that all alchemists want to explore, Lu Daoxian said in a tone filled with sighs. Aha! Lin Yu nodded. But Lin Yu, you have to know that the road to alchemy is a long one, and you must first learn to think for yourself. You should first recall the process that you used to refine the Yuan Qi Dan, and see if you can find out where exactly the problem lies, Lu Daoxian said in an inscrutable manner. What's the problem? Lin Yu frowned and began to carefully recall the process of his alchemy. Fire control. Surely no problem. Lin Yu was incredibly confident in the ability of the flower of the Dandao to control the fire, and could be certain that it was definitely not out of the fire. If I transform the medicine, my hand technique, which was performed perfectly, shouldn't be a problem either. Fused Dan, and perfect too. Becoming a Dan is even more so. Lin Yu carefully recalled it, but he could never find the key to the problem. No. With a flash of light in his heart, Lin Yu directly touched a handful of Dan ash from the Dan furnace. Dan Gray. This was the ashes that remained after the medicinal power within the elixir had been refined out. Lin Yu held the Dan ash and smelled it, and his eyes lit up. Right, within this Dan ash, there is still a medicinal fragrance. This means that when I was refining the medicinal power, I didn't do it perfectly. Could it be that this is the reason why I refined the Yuan Qi Dan and it's only 3 Dan lines? Lin Yu murmured to himself thoughtfully. At this moment, Lu Daoxian's heart was also moved. Dan Gray? Lin Yu could still distinguish the medicinal power from within the Dan ash? But it's not right. The fire of my alchemy is exactly according to the Dan formula. It should be able to refine the medicinal power completely. Lin Yu frowned. Why do alchemists need a formula to make pills? A complete Dan formula will not only list the materials needed for the elixir, but also explain each step. The control of the Dan fire. This is all summarized by alchemists. After thousands of years of verification, it could even be said that as long as the alchemist did not make any mistakes during the alchemy process, the alchemy would not fail. Friar. That was the result of the alchemist's own lack of skill in the art. Boom. Lin Yu pondered briefly before he once again used his qi to turn fire and began to quench the Dan ash with the fire recorded in the Dan formula. But no matter how Lin Yu quenched it, the remaining medicinal power within the Dan ash could not be refined out at all. Got it. If we follow this fire, it's simply impossible to refine the medicinal power within the spirit medicine. Perfectly. Lin Yu's gaze flickered. Elder Lu, there's a problem with the Dan formula. Lin Yu turned to Lu Daoxian and spoke with a straight face. Something wrong with the Dan formula? Lu Daoxian sniffed and the corner of his mouth twitched. Lin Yu, do you know that the formula for this Yuan Qi Dan has been circulating for an unknown amount of time? No one ever mentioned that there would be a problem with the Dan formula. Lu Daoxian was very subtle in his words. After all, it was the Dan formula that Lin Yu was questioning. To know that any Dan formula that had been passed down for a long number of years was in itself very telling. Elder Lu, wait. Lin Yu ended the transmission and once again took out a furnace of materials and began to refine pills. But this time, Lin Yu no longer refined the pills exactly according to the recipe, but with his ability to smell and recognize pills, he paid attention to the medicinal power of each spirit medicine and controlled the fire by himself. This time around, Lin Yu was obviously much slower than the first time he made pills. However, the moment he became an elixir, Lin Yu's gaze lit up violently. 12 Yuan Qi Dan, clear of the 4 Dan lines. Elder Lu, there is indeed a problem with the Dan formula. Lin Yu contacted Lu Daoxian again. Really? Lu Daoxian was a bit nonplussed. Disciple has just refined a Yuan Qi Dan with 4 Dan lines. Lin Yu said with a straight face. You altered the formula? Lu Daoxian's heart trembled. Aha! The disciple's control of the fire has been modified. Lin Yu said with a straight face. Can you show me your altered Dan formula? To old man? Lu Daoxian said hesitantly. Sure. Without saying a word, Lin Yu directly sent the modified Dan formula to Lu Daoxian. Chapter 37, Uniform Autism. Lin Yu was too terrifying. Lu Daoxian received the Dan formula sent over by Lin Yu and compared it with the original Yuan Qi Dan formula. The gap in fire control. It's a bit big. Lu Daoxian was a bit torn in his heart as he compared the Dan formula. The effect of the fire on the elixir was crucial, and if one was not careful, it would be the end of blowing up the furnace. Blow up the furnace and blow up the furnace. It's not like the old man hasn't blown up a furnace before. What if what Lin Yu said was true? After Lu Daoxian hesitated for a long time, he gritted his teeth and took out a formula for the Yuan Qi pill and opened the furnace to refine the pill. So smooth, but as soon as Lu Daoxian struck, he revealed a look of astonishment. Lin Yu's improved Dan formula was just too smooth. Just refining the medicinal power was much smoother than before. Yuan Qi Dan. Lu Daoxian had refined many. This one went surprisingly well. Fusion Dan. Sung Dan. A breath of fresh air is something that has never hurt before. Brush. The moment the Dan was completed, Lu Daoxian couldn't wait to take out the Dan. 12 pills of limit formation Dan? 3 Dan lines? When Lu Daoxian looked at himself and saw that he, at the limit of one furnace, had formed 12 Dan, all of which were still of 3 Dan lines, his entire being was shocked. Although he was an earth-grade alchemist, but when refining Yuan Qi Dan, a dozen or so furnaces may not produce a furnace with 3 Dan lines. After using Lin Yu's improved Dan formula, it was a direct result. Coincidence? It must be a coincidence. The Yuan Qi Dan has been passed down for a long time. How could there be a problem? Lu Daoxian didn't believe it and opened the furnace again to make pills. Batch after batch of Yuan Qi pills were refined by Lu Daoxian, and the more he refined, the more shocked he became. 6 furnaces of Yuan Qi Dan. Each furnace is the limit of 12 pills. 4 of these furnaces have 2 Dan lines. 2 furnaces and 3 Dan lines. Oh my god. All of them are at least 2 Dan lines. Lin Yu just changed the fire of the Dan formula, and it made my alchemy level rise a few notches? Lu Daoxian was completely convinced. At this moment, Lin Yu was still refining various pills. Bone strengthening elixir. Soul nourishing pill. All sorts of yellow product pills were refined by Lin Yu one after another. As long as he couldn't refine the 4 Dan patterns, Lin Yu would simply make adjustments to the Dan formula. It's great. As long as I make the corresponding adjustments to the Dan formula, I can ensure that I will be able to refine a 4 Dan pattern yellow grade pill, but it's a pity that wanting to refine a Xianpin elixir won't work for the time being. Lin Yu looked at the 7 gathering Ganoderma and opened his mouth with some disappointment. The fact that Lin Yu couldn't concoct Xianpin pills wasn't a problem with Lin Yu's alchemy, it was a problem with his cultivation. Lin Yu's innate qi was far beyond that of cultivators in the same realm, but it was still only innate. Evolving the Dan flame with the innate qi, it was difficult to extract the medicinal power from the Xianpin spirit medicine. I want to refine a Xian grade pill, so to raise my cultivation level, I either need to take in the Dan flame. Lin Yu mused to himself. The power of the Dan fire was not comparable to transforming fire with qi. The quality of a yellow grade Dan fire was equivalent to the Dan fire evolved from the innate qi of the peak innate realm. The Xianpin Dan fire. Its quality rivaled that of the Foundation Establishment fire. Earth grade Dan fire, corresponding to the fire of the Golden Dan. The Heavenly Dan flame, which corresponded to the fire of the Yuan Ing. Elder Lu said that he's going to take me to subjugate the Heavenly grade pill flame. And once I've subjugated it, I'll definitely be able to refine the Xian grade pills. It's still an Xian ranked elixir with at least 4 Dan lines. Lin Yu muttered to himself expectantly. Boom! Lin Yu already had enough pills in his hand. So naturally, he stopped refining pills and took out the Yuan Qi pill, bone strengthening pill, soul nourishing pill, and other pills to take. Holding the spirit stone once again, he entered the state of enlightenment to cultivate. Early the next morning, the innate power within Lin Yu's body went up another level, straight to the innate triple realm. At this rate, my cultivation will, soon enough, reach the peak of innate. When the time comes, you can make a trip to the Qingcong sect. But for now, it's better to eat something and head over to Vice Sect Master Wang's site to learn about refining weapons. Lin Yu got up and spoke to himself. Tian Qi Yao, the spirit medicines you received back yesterday are almost used up. Go get another batch back in a while. Lin Yu ate breakfast, gave an explanation, and went straight to Vice Sect Master Wang's side. Hey, you guys, isn't it Lin Yu who's coming over to learn how to refine weapons? Is it necessary for the Vice Sect Master to move this thing, to give it straight? At this moment, at the foot of Tianyang Peak, 3 Foundation Establishment disciples were following the steps, constantly placing a jade disc. Yes, this is a cloud sky formation disc, as high as a Xian grade. It used to be used to test the core disciples who have studied refining. For more than 30 years, Lin Yu hasn't learned how to refine weapons at all. And to bring out this cloudy sky formation disc, isn't that bullying? Definitely a bully. This cloud sky formation plate, not many of those core disciples who have been studying refining for more than 30 years can pass it. A few foundation establishment disciples, talking about it. You know shit. Instead, one of the disciples with the highest cultivation level sniffed and immediately chided out. Do you know how much of an impact senior brother Lin caused yesterday at Cloud Sky Peak and Sword Peak? The foundation establishment disciple with the highest cultivation level opened his mouth with a cold smile. Senior brother Zhao, Lin Yu just made a trip to the 2 peaks. How much of an impact can he cause? Yes, senior brother Zhao, don't bluff. Many foundation establishment disciples were filled with disbelief. Lin Yu went to a trip to the sect master's side, and directly took the cloudy sky scripture, practiced it to 12 major accomplishments, and made the sect master self-conscious. It is said that yesterday, the sect master was alone, sitting at the enlightenment cliff all night, lost in thought. Senior sister Fong Mingxue announced that she's going to enter the Heart Demon Cave for enlightenment. As for Vice Sect Master Lu's sword Heavenly Peak, it's even worse. Senior brother Lin Yu directly took the 9 heavens sword scripture and cultivated the 13th sword Chi avenue. Vice Sect Master Lu's mind is broken, taking a group of disciples in the middle of the night, at the sword Chi waterfall, and refining the imperial sword for a night. Several senior brothers, all of them are dizzy and their arms are too tired to lift. Vice Sect Master Lu also gave a death order. Those disciples, if they can't do the single sword imperial sword to achieve great success within 3 days, all of them will be thrown to the 10,000 swords cliff to go to the training. Senior brother Zhao's words caused the other foundation establishment disciples to turn white. In case Lin Yu was so great at refining artifacts, too, what would be the outcome for them? Senior brothers, is senior brother that terrifying? At this moment, Lin Yu's voice came from far away, and in the next instant had appeared not far away. Chapter 38, Flower of the Formation Tao. Insight into all principles of the Tao of formation. Lin Yu appeared, looking with a strange face at the Tianyang Peak disciples who were constantly placing a formation disc in various locations. Senior Lin? The Tianyang Peak disciples were similarly startled when they saw Lin Yu. So it's senior brother Lin who's here. Zhao Huayu, but I've been waiting for you for a while. Senior brother. The senior brother Zhao, who was in the lead, had actually seen the world, and saluted with a smile without blushing or jumping. Lin Yu, meet senior brother Zhao. Lin Yu returned the salute. Senior brother Zhao, what are you guys doing? Lin Yu asked curiously. He had just heard only the second half of it, so naturally he wasn't clear about the cause. Senior Lin doesn't know, but we're in the middle of setting up an array formation, with an array disc, Zhao Huayu said with a straight face. Formation? This is for me? Lin Yu came to be interested. Alchemist, layout artist, all belong to the more noble professions among the monks. Among them, the alchemist had the highest status. After all, it was related to the cultivation of the cultivator. Alchemists came in second. After all, a powerful magic treasure was an undeniable increase in strength for a cultivator. Layout makers came in at the bottom of the list. Of course, it wasn't because the booster was weak. On the contrary, the booster fights extremely well. A powerful formation master could even cross over and dominate the course of a large-scale melee. The reason why formation masters were at the bottom of the list was because there were far more formation masters than alchemists and artifact refiners. After all, alchemists and artifact refiners could all moonlight as array makers, especially the refiner. Basically, every refiner was an array everyone. Exactly. Vice Sect Master Wang said that in order to learn how to refine weapons, one must first be gifted in the Tao of formation. This cloudy sky grand formation is the test that our Tianyang Peak uses to test disciples, whether or not they have a talent for the Tao of formation. Zhao Huayu opened his mouth against his will, his heart all agitated. Where was the cloudy sky grand formation used to test formation talent? That was used to test the results of the practice. But Vice Sect Master Wang gave such an explanation, so he naturally could only say so. And what should be the test? Lin Yu's interest intensified. In a moment, senior brother, we'll open the cloudy sky formation. The cloudy sky formation is a trap formation. As long as senior brother Lin, you can walk out within this cloudy sky formation, you'll be considered to have passed the test. Zhao Huayu said somewhat shyly. To let a disciple who hadn't learned the Tao of formation at all, to walk out of the cloudy sky grand formation, this was simply a travesty. So when do we start? Lin Yu asked. It was true that Lin Yu had never learned the Tao of formation, nor did he have the flower of formation, but since the Tao of formation was related to refining weapons, Lin Yu was naturally interested. Besides, Lin Yu's flower of enlightenment was effective for learning all dharmas. Formation is naturally no exception. Are the array plates all set up? Zhao Huayu asked. Greetings, senior brother Zhao. It's all set up. A few foundation establishment disciples hurriedly said. Senior brother Lin, you can start any time. If you can't pass, don't force yourself. As long as you squeak out a word, senior brother will immediately remove the cloudy sky formation. Zhao Huayu reminded somewhat sheepishly. Senior brother understands. Do I just have to go in? Lin Yu asked. Right, just ascend the steps, Zhao Huayu said. Okay. Lin Yu nodded his head and climbed the steps without hesitation. Buzz. Lin Yu had just ascended the steps when he realized that the space around him had changed. One could only see a mysterious and unpredictable formation pattern in all directions, emerging and transforming into a heavy cloud that covered the sun and the moon. Between the rotation of the sky and the earth, the original steps had long since disappeared. You can't even tell north, south, east and west. This cloud sky grand formation, likewise has a stunning past? To Lin Yu's delight, the moment the cloudy sky formation opened, a piece of golden light similarly floated up from the formation and landed in his brow. Wow! A picture that emerges. It was none other than the cloudy sky miner's secret realm. However, the little secret realm of cloud sky in the picture was barren, with not a single silhouette. Instead, there was a heavy cloud of splendor between heaven and earth, mysterious and serene. This is the small secret realm of cloud sky that has never been discovered? Lin Yu murmured to himself thoughtfully. Under Lin Yu's gaze, he didn't know how long it had been, but the cloud haze within the little secret of the cloudy heavens unexpectedly fell with the wind and converged in one direction. Between the convergence of the clouds in the sky, under the baptism of time, a formation pattern was actually evolved. Formation patterns flowed, evolving a great formation. After an unknown amount of time again, a woman broke into the middle of the cloud sky's small secret realm and discovered the large formation that Yun Xia had evolved on her own, putting it away. Cloudy sky formation, metaphysical grade formation, cloudy sky big formation, although only Xian Pin is to draw the cloudy sky avenue, by the heaven and earth, the natural birth of the formation, born of the spirit of heaven and earth and the will of heaven and earth. It shall be a marvelous passing. Wow! Between the lines of words that surfaced in Lin Yu's sea of consciousness, the images quietly dispersed and were absorbed by the tree of the great Tao. Another flower of the great Tao was slowly concluded, drawing on the stunning past of the cloud and sky formation, and concluding the flower of the formation path, flower of the array effect. 1. You can gain insight into the principles of all formations under the earth product. 2. Arrangement speed, doubled. Can you gain insight into the principles of all great formations below the earth grade? Lin Yu's heart fluttered as he looked around. Wow! A ray of light dangled down between the swaying flowers of the Tao of formation. Lin Yu realized that the surrounding heaven and earth had, once again, changed. A heavy cloud haze transformed into a formation pattern under Lin Yu's attention. The method of laying the formation and the method of breaking the formation were all clear in a flash. Got it! The so-called trapped formation is to use the power of formation patterns to draw the power of heaven and earth to form an independent space. Lin Yu came to a realization, and then closed his eyes, carefully sensing the flow of the array pattern. Huayu, Lin Yu, have you entered the cloudy sky formation? At this moment, Zhao Huayu received a transmission from Wang Chengkong. Greetings Vice Sect Master. Senior brother Lin has already gone in, Zhao Huayu said in a hurry. What's the situation? Wang Chengkong asked. Senior brother Lin stood still and didn't move. Zhao Huayu glanced at Lin Yu, who was standing still in the middle of the formation, and said breathlessly, just stand still. This is a metaphysical trap formation, not to mention Lin Yu, a disciple who hasn't learned the Tao of formation. Not many of your senior brothers can walk out. When Wang Chengkong heard this, he opened his mouth in triumph. Vice Sect Master, do we really not need to put in some water? Zhao Huayu asked somewhat sheepishly. Of course I'm letting go. If we don't release the water, isn't that the same as shutting Lin Yu out? But it's going to have to be this seat that puts it there itself. This seat will go over there, Wang Chengkong said with a smile. Chapter 39 Heaven's Chosen Backstabber. Wang Chengkong's small mind. After Wang Chengkong ended the summoning with satisfaction, he walked towards the bottom of the mountain. Zhou Junbai and Lu Xian. Too stupid. Or is this seat smart? Let's give Lin Yu a head start first, and let him know that the way of refining weapons, that's very difficult to learn. In a moment, put some more water on Lin Yu. Tell him that his qualifications are very good, but he also needs to learn with an open mind. And won't the majesty of this deputy sect master of mine be established? The more Wang Chengkong thought about it, the more pleased he became in his heart. Zhou Junbai and Lu Xian. Both of them couldn't do anything with Lin Yu, but being held to death by himself, wasn't this a disguised proof that he was stronger than both Zhou Junbai and Lu Xian? Between Wang Qinkong's complacency in his heart, his speed was all a few points faster, and he soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. Lin Yu, just keep standing still? Wang Qinkong glanced at Lin Yu within the cloudy sky formation and asked with a smile, but it didn't move. Zhao Huayu was speechless. It was also that Lin Yu was smart and didn't move around, or else he wouldn't be able to say that he would have to suffer some pain. Not moving just right. This seat will give Lin Yu some tips. Brush. A crystal clear, as white jade carved jade bird had appeared in Wang Qinkong's hand. The jade bird is exquisite. There was also a formation pattern engraved on it, fluttering its wings in a spiritual manner. With this linglong jade bird leading the way, Lin Yu will definitely be able to walk out. Wang Qinkong made a gesture, about to release the jade bird in his palm. Lingering jade bird. It's actually a magic weapon. The linglong jade bird and its owner, their minds were connected, and after putting it in, with a little guidance, it would naturally be able to help Lin Yu get out of the cloudy sky formation. Brush. At this moment, Lin Yu, who had been standing still with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and took a step towards the front. Buzz. Lin Yu had only taken one step, and the cloudy sky grand formation, surprisingly, twisted slightly. How? When Wang Qinkong saw this, he was startled. Zhao Huayu and the others, too, revealed ghostly expressions. Vice Sect Master. If disciple didn't see it wrong, this kick of senior brother Lin's directly stepped on the eye of the formation. Zhao Huayu asked with some disbelief. The eye of the formation. It is both the centerpiece of the grand formation and the hood, the dead center of the grand formation. Generally speaking, if you want to break a formation, you must first find the eye of the formation. Once the eye of the formation was found, the difficulty of breaking the formation would be reduced to an astonishing level. Coincidence? It must be a coincidence. Wang Qinkong was also dumbfounded. A foot stepped out and directly stepped on the eye of the formation. How heaven-defying luck must this be? Brush. What made Wang Qinkong even more terrified was that Lin Yu stepped on the formation eye, and between the surges of innate qi in his body, he wanted to rush towards the true eye. Change. Seeing this, Wang Qinkong swung his palm out violently. Brush. One could only see the array discs that made up the cloudy sky grand formation instantly change their positions. Ha! Between the changes in the cloudy sky grand formation, Lin Yu revealed a look of astonishment. Negative. Lin Yu realized that the formation eye he had just sought out had disappeared. The direction of the flow of the large array pattern also all changed. When the disciples present saw this, they looked at Wang Qinkong even more oddly. Change the position of the formation eye. The selfsame Vice Sect Master had not only given Lin Yu a test that was impossible to pass. After Lin Yu found the eye of the formation, he also changed the position of the eye. That's intentionally difficult. Wang Qinkong, on the other hand, was staring at Lin Yu in the middle of the large formation. Wang Qinkong realized that after the change in the formation eye, Lin Yu instantly retracted, spewing out the innate qi. Could it be that this kid isn't taking his chances? Rather, it really sought out the location of the eye of the formation? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The location of the eye of the cloud sky grand formation. Not to mention Lin Yu, a disciple who hasn't studied formations. Even if he's a Xian Pin formation master, he wouldn't be able to find it without spending 3 to 5 days. Wang Qinkong shook his head, shaking off his mind unrealistic thoughts. But right at this moment, Lin Yu moved again. Brush. Only to see Lin Yu, quickly stepping, 7 to the left, 3 to the right, and after 10 steps, he once again stood on the eye of the formation. Wang Qinkong's face went white as he looked at Lin Yu, who was once again standing on the eye of the formation. Vice Sect Master. You don't say that Master Lin is standing on the eye of the formation again? Zhao Huayu had a hellish expression on his face. After all, after Wang Qinkong's operation, the formation eye changed, and he was unable to find it, so he could only speculate. Change again. Wang Qinkong didn't believe it and changed the position of the formation eye again. Brush. But no matter how Wang Qinkong changed the position of the formation eye, Lin Yu could always easily stand on the formation eye. The more Wang Qinkong changed, the more shocked he became in his heart. Lin Yu was standing on the eye of the formation at one time, and it might really be a blind cat catching a dead mouse, but to be able to stand on the eye of the formation with unparalleled precision time and time again, that wasn't luck, that was called strength. Outside. Excessive. You think I'm playing whack-a-mole with you? Lin Yu looked at the array eyes that changed over and over again, and his heart was somewhat annoyed. Lin Yu didn't know that it was Wang Qinkong, the Vice Sect Master, who was standing outside. and only thought that it was Zhao Huayu and the others, who were joking with him. Zhao Huayu and the others, listening to Lin Yu's irritated voice. One of them even looked at Wang Chenghong with an aggrieved face. Wang Chenghong's old face similarly blushed. Inappropriate people. It's kinda inappropriate to be a human being yourself. But at this moment, there was only one thought in Wang Chenghong's mind. If he really let Lin Yu break out of the formation, then what face would he have left to guide Lin Yu in his cultivation? Wang Chenghong's heart was agitated, but he gritted his teeth and didn't say a word, just kept changing the position of the formation eye. Come again? When Lin Yu saw that the eyes of the formation were still changing, a wry look flashed in his eyes. If that's the case, you guys shouldn't blame senior brother for being impolite. Zhao Huayu and the others, their heads were all over the place. This Lin Yu, it's clear that he's putting the blame on them all. On the contrary, it was Wang Chenghong who remained silent. Boom! Without saying a word, Lin Yu moved out a few steps back and directly removed the sword case from his back. Cloudy Sky Grand Formation, totaling 12 variations. That is to say, no matter how you change it, the eyes of the formation will only appear in 12 positions. Then I'll break it all together for you. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Between Lin Yu's words, 12 reverse immortal swords rose up across the sky from the reverse immortal sword box. In an instant, 12 heavy sword chi avenues were evolved, chopping down towards the 12 positions of the Cloudy Sky Grand Formation at the same time. Shit, you even saw the 12 changes of the Cloudy Sky Grand Formation? Wang Chenghong's eyes instantly rounded when he heard Lin Yu's words. Brush. Without saying a word, Wang Chenghong's body shifted and instantly disappeared. Run away. Listen, you few. If you dare to tell Lin Yu that what just happened was done by this seat will skin you. Boom! Wang Chenghong's voice had just entered the ears of Zhao Huayu and the other disciples when the entire Cloudy Sky Grand Formation fell apart between the roars. Chapter 40. So refining weapons is so simple. Between the collapse of the Cloud Sky Formation, Lin Yu had already stepped out from within the formation. A group of Foundation Establishment disciples, who had set up a formation disc, were even more riddled with cracks. Broken. The Cloud Sky Formation. It really was directly broken open by senior brother Lin. This, a group of disciples, looking at Lin Yu who was picking up the steps, simply didn't know what to say. No wonder the selfsame vice sect master, once he heard that Lin Yu wanted to come over to learn how to refine weapons, was as if he was on the verge of an attack, and had brought out the Cloudy Sky Grand Formation. Senior brother Lin, just now, senior brother, but also according to the rules, testing senior brother's formation Dao qualifications. And please, senior brother, don't take it to heart. Zhao Huayu reacted and also said in a hurry, since it's a test according to the rules, senior brother naturally won't care. Lin Yu froze and looked at Zhao Huayu with a smirk. So very good, very good. Zhao Huayu nodded sheepishly and hurriedly said, Senior Lin, since you passed the test, senior brother will take you to see the vice sect master. Thank you, senior brother. Lin Yu smiled, and together with Zhao Huayu, went straight to the vice sect master's hall. Lin Yu is here? Lin Yu entered the vice sect master's hall and Wang Chenghong was already waiting inside. At this time, Wang Chenghong, sitting upright and looking like a high-ranking person, looked at Lin Yu with a cloudy look. Lin Yu has met vice sect master Wang. Lin Yu saluted. No need to be polite. Wang Chenghong nodded his head slightly. Lin Yu, I heard Huayu say that you passed the test of the Cloud Heavenly Grand Formation. The talent is really good. But remember, the Dao of formation is vast and profound. So don't be complacent, Wang Chenghong said in a serious tone. What? Just nice? Zhao Huayu sniffed and felt foolish. Lin Yu's talent was good. So what was the talent of his own people? Slop that's been composting in the pig trough for 7 days and nights? My disciple is incompetent and will work harder. Lin Yu sniffed and said with an empty heart. Aha! The Dao of formations is vast and the Dao of weapons is profound. You should practice hard. This seat watches over you. When Wang Chenghong spoke, he was quite a bit of a generation master. Disciple honors the teachings of vice sect master Wang. Lin Yu spoke with a straight face. The children are teachable. Since that's the case, then this seat will teach you the way of refining weapons today. Seeing this, Wang Chenghong let out a long breath of relief in his heart. One is always in the dark. Many thanks for the vice sect master's guidance. Lin Yu saluted. Artifact refining is actually similar to alchemy. Artifact refining is divided into 4 steps: Imperial Fire, casting the artifact embryo, inscribing formation patterns, and forming the artifact. Royal Flame. On Elder Lu's side, he must have already taught you. This seat will start teaching you from casting artifact embryos. Wang Chenghong got up and walked to the center of the hall, and between a wave of his hand, a casting table had appeared in front of Lin Yu. casting the artifact embryo. It's actually taking the material and casting it into a prototype of a magic treasure according to what you have in mind. As Wang Chengkong opened his mouth, a fist-sized black stone appeared in his hand. This stone, named Blackstone, yellow material, known for its hard texture, it's best used to create seal-type magic treasures. And the seal type of magic treasure is also the easiest to build amongst the magic treasures. Wang Chengkong said. Why? Lin Yu asked curiously. Because seal-type magic treasures, in general, are used to smash people. Nothing fancy about the ability. Since it's a smasher, it only needs to have two characteristics, heavy and hard enough. As soon as Wang Chengkong opened his mouth, blazing flames surged out from his palm, searing the black gold stone. The original irregularly shaped black gold stone, under Wang Chengkong's control, was slowly refined and forged with Jindan True Essence, and soon turned into a seal. This black gold stone is only the size of a fist. How heavy can it be? Lin Yu froze. In terms of weight, this massive black gold stone weighs no more than 100 pounds. Wang Chengkong said. 100 pounds? Lin Yu frowned. 100 pounds of black gold stone. If it were to be smashed on an ordinary person, it would naturally be lethal. But for the monks, that's nothing. The role that the black gold stone plays in this magic treasure is mainly hardness. If you want to make this magic treasure heavier, you'll need to use the power of the formation. Wang Chengkong said methodically. The power of the array? Lin Yu's heart fluttered. So it seems that the role of refining weapons to learn how to make formations first. Exactly. For example, the Yellow Grade's Mountain Grand Formation. Once on this magic treasure, engraved with the Mountain Grand Formation, then after this magic treasure is sacrificed, it will not only transform into the size of a mountain, but also weigh as much as a mountain. One seal smashes down, and an innate cultivator will be seriously injured if not killed. Provided, of course, that you smash it, Wang Chengkong said. So it is. Lin Yu came to a sudden realization. Today, this seat will demonstrate for you how to curtain engrave formation patterns. Between Wang Chengkong's words, he began curtain engraving formation patterns, only to see Wang Chengkong's fingers flying, his body's Jindan True Essence blossoming out, carving a dense array pattern on top of the seal. Each array pattern, which was thinner than a hairline, numbered in the hundreds. Wang Chengkong was a heavenly grade refiner. Creating a yellow grade Dharma treasure was naturally a snap. This time, however, Wang Chengkong was casting especially carefully. With each formation pattern, it strives for perfection. No way. At this time, Wang Chengkong was walking on thin ice, afraid that the magic treasure he had built would have any flaws. Otherwise it would be a shame. Accompanied by Wang Chengkong, who continued to carve formation patterns, Lin Yu could truly feel that the seal had an extra heavy aura compared to before. Remember, the inscription of the array pattern must be done in one go, without the slightest deviation. A flaw in any of the array patterns will cause the power of the magic treasure to be greatly reduced. After Wang Chengkong finished engraving the array pattern, he was quite self-satisfied in his heart. He had done quite a perfect job this time. Can't find any flaws. The last step is to become a weapon. Watch my hand technique and make sure you memorize it. Brush up. Wang Chengkong casually threw his hand, and the artifact embryo with the engraved array pattern rose into the air. Placing a series of hand techniques, he struck the seal on top of it. Under Wang Chengkong's hand technique, the originally rough seal became glowing with color, and the formation patterns on it, one after another, were hidden and disappeared. Buzz! When the last formation pattern disappeared into thin air, Wang Chengkong casually waved his hand and the seal fell into his hands. Is this built? So refining weapons? It's so simple. Before Wang Chengkong could show his complacency, Lin Yu choked him with a single sentence. Chapter 41, Touch. Let's see if you're tough enough. What? Simple? The corners of Wang Chengkong's mouth twitched violently when he was still confident, not to mention the rest. The way of refining weapons. On the point of curtain engraving array pattern, it is not known how many cloth array masters are difficult to die. Carving hundreds of array patterns on a fist-sized black gold stone was quite astonishing, both in terms of the control of power and the exertion on the divine soul. Lin Yu here, but simple? It shouldn't be too hard. Lin Yu nodded seriously. Here. Without saying a word, Wang Chengkong took out a black gold stone and handed it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, how about this? You just follow the method that this seat just taught you, and make this black golden stone into a seal magic treasure. This seat's requirements are not high, as long as this seal can be sacrificed out. Wang Chengkong opened his mouth. Just be able to sacrifice it? Lin Yu said seriously. Right. Wang Chengkong nodded heavily. Then disciple try. Lin Yu looked at the black golden stone in his hand and after a little thought, the innate fire flooded it. Within a short time, The black gold stone was quenched into the shape of a seal, by Lin Yu, worthy of being an alchemy genius. There is not a single problem with the piece of imperial fire and casting of vessel embryos. Wang Chengkong marveled in his heart, but his face did not show the slightest bit. But curtain engraving formation patterns, that's hard. Wang Chengkong's eyes narrowed slightly. The curtain engraving of formation patterns was extremely important in the process of refining weapons. Generally, refiners are on the unusual stone, curtain engraved formation pattern. Thousands of hammering before using the refining materials. Otherwise you simply can't afford to use it. Lin Yu did not learn anything. Directly refining weapons can be carved out of the formation curtain to hell. Grass. This seat forgot and taught Lin Yu the method of laying the mountain formation. Wang Chengkong's heart suddenly thumped. Just now, he was so focused on testing Lin Yu that he forgot that he hadn't even taught Lin Yu the formation pattern of the complete mountain grand formation. Lin Yu was putting too much pressure on people. Brush up. At this moment, Lin Yu, however, joined his fingers like swords. The innate power in his body converged at his fingertips, and he had already begun to inscribe formation patterns. I'll go. This guy, it couldn't be that he just looked at it once and memorized all the formation patterns. All of them, right? Wang Chengkong was dumbfounded. Zhao Huayu was even more horrified. One and done. The clouds are flowing. Zhao Huayu realized that Lin Yu had engraved the formation pattern for the first time curtain, but it was as if he had rehearsed it 1,000 times. Brush. Wang Chengkong immediately glared at Zhao Huayu. Look at Lin Yu, and look at you. At first, this seat, but hand in hand to teach you curtain engraved formation pattern. The result froze to teach 3 months. You are still not clear drawing. In order to avoid disturbing Lin Yu, Wang Chengkong chose to summon Zhao Huayu. Word bombing. Zhao Huayu immediately looked embarrassed. When he thought about it, the stones he had consumed when learning to inscribe formation patterns in the curtains had piled up to a mountain. The first time he built a magic treasure, he even wasted more than a dozen black gold stones before he could barely build it. But what about Lin Yu? That's called easy writing. Buzz. Between Wang Chengkong and Zhao Huayu's exchanges, the formation patterns required for the mountain grand formation had already been engraved by Lin Yu's complete curtains on the black gold stone. The mediocre seal, at this point, had taken on an additional air of heaviness. Lin Yu's hand technique changed again at this moment. Following Wang Chengkong's example, his palms slapped on the seal one after another. The array pattern on the seal was gradually hidden and disappeared. The breath, however, rose one after another. It worked. This guy, he actually managed to cast a magic treasure? Wang Chengkong looked at the seal in Lin Yu's hand and his heart trembled. Formation, learn at a glance. Hand tricks, learn at a glance. He hadn't taught himself anything at all, and this Lin Yu knew how to refine weapons. More crucially, the seal Lin Yu had created was also more aesthetically pleasing. There were 4 dragon heads poking out of the seal, and the dragon's bodies intertwined to transform into the seal, filling it with a domineering aura. Boom! After the seal was successfully created, Lin Yu casually offered it up. The seal instantly enlarged, radiating a mountain-like thickness. The dragon pattern on it was even more alive, as if it wanted to fly up in the air. Vice Sect Master Wang, this is considered a success for the disciple, isn't it? Lin Yu spoke with a coy face. Wang Chengkong nodded his head repeatedly, but reacted and hastily collected his emotions. It's sort of a success, but with this seal of yours, there are too many useless patterns and motifs that will affect the texture of the seal itself. Look at the seal of this seat. It looks rough, but it's all in one. 2 seals, although they are both of the same yellow grade, if they were to collide directly, you're afraid that this seal will shatter at the touch. Wang Chengkong once again put on the appearance of a strict teacher. Broken at the touch? Lin Yu looked at Wang Chengkong oddly. Unbelievable? Then this seat will give you a test, Wang Chengkong said, and casually beckoned Lin Yu's seal into his hands. That heavy? Just as the seal entered his hand, Wang Chengkong froze. Heavy. It was at least twice as heavy as the bite of the seal that Wang Chengkong had built. How? 2 pieces of black gold stone, about the same weight and the same formation. Why is there such a difference in weight? Wang Chengkong somewhat won't. How could Wang Chengkong know that Lin Yu's flower of the artifact Dao was able to double the power of a refined magic treasure? Vice Sect Master Wang, do you want the 2 seals to touch? Lin Yu said sullenly. That's natural. Wang Chengkong couldn't even speak a bit well. At this time, Wang Chengkong was certain. Once the 2 seals collided, the one that shattered would definitely be the one you own. But he swore that he was going to do the verification. Do you touch it yourself, or don't you? Lin Yu, this seat has been refining artifacts for hundreds of years, and to take this seat seal and touch it with you would be bullying you. Zhao Huayu, you also have this seal, take it out for a test. Wang Chengkong looked at Zhao Huayu. Mine? Zhao Huayu froze and subconsciously had to take out his own seal. But when Zhao Huayu thought about it carefully, it wasn't right. How could the vice sect master want his seal for no reason? There are questions. There must be a problem. Zhao Huayu, who had already taken the blame once, immediately shook his head and was about to refuse. Huayu, don't tell this seat that you gave it away or lost it. I saw you playing with it yesterday. Wang Chengkong's sentence directly stuck Zhao Huayu's thought-out speech in his throat. How? Zhao Huayu looked at Wang Chengkong's threatening expression and screamed in his heart. While then trembling, he took out a seal. Chapter 42 Flower of the Weapon Dao Elevation. All underneath the sacred product are well versed. Seeing this, Wang Chengkong threw a count your boys know what gaze to Zhao Huayu. Lin Yu, watch this. Wang Chengkong took the seal in Zhao Huayu's hand and without saying a word, the two came to blows. Boom! Click! The two magic treasures clashed together, and an ear-piercing cracking sound came out. My seal! Zhao Huayu couldn't help but wail out, only to see that the seal Zhao Huayu had refined was directly smashed into pieces by the seal Lin Yu had built. Wang Chengkong's heart jumped even more. Although he had long guessed that the seal Lin Yu had refined was evil, he could never have imagined that the difference would be so great. Good thing I'm resourceful, or else it'll be the old man's seal that breaks. Wang Chengkong was grateful beyond measure in his heart, and then without hesitation, he put away his seal. Cough cough. Wang Chengkong put away his own seal before he coughed lightly and glared at Zhao Huayu. Look at you. This seat told you a long time ago that the way of refining weapons is vast and profound, so you have to study it diligently. You just won't listen. Now it's good. The refined magic treasures. What a load of shit. Broken brass. Wang Chengkong's 3 words directly confused Zhao Huayu. What crap. Previously, when I first refined this seal, you took this seal of mine as a benchmark. Now it's just straight up crap? Zhao Huayu was filled with innocence, but he didn't dare to retort, and could only nod his head repeatedly. The vice sect master's lesson is right. Lin Yu, don't take after your senior. Even if it's ugly to refine weapons, it's still unbearable. This magic treasure of yours is as good as it is refined, and it's just a drop short of this seat. Wang Chengkong looked at Lin Yu again with a face of appreciation, oblivious to the fact that it was he himself who had just questioned the hardness of Lin Yu's magic treasure. So disciple, this is considered an introduction to refining? Lin Yu smiled and opened his mouth. Of course it counts. Wang Chengkong directly nodded his head. As far as the level of this seal was concerned, it was unique within the yellow grade refiners. But, Wang Chengkong was about to open his mouth again. However, disciple, for the first time refining a weapon, the fire was a little bit worse, and there was a slight mistake in the engraving of the array pattern. Otherwise, the power of the magic treasure should be able to go even further. This technique of becoming a weapon is a bit crude. Lin Yu didn't wait for Wang Chengkong to finish his speech before he made a profound self-criticism, all the while eyeing Wang Chengkong. Good boy. Wang Chengkong smiled bitterly in his heart when he heard this. This kid is asking for a better refining technique. Lin Yu. Wang Chengkong understood Lin Yu's mind and also spoke with a straight face. Disciple here. Lin Yu saluted. A more profound weapon refining technique. This seat naturally has it. Originally, this seat was planning to pass on the Dharma when you've gotten started in refining, but now it seems that with your talent in the Tao of refining, it's entirely possible for you to learn it directly. Between Wang Chengkong's words, he took out a jade slip. In here, there is the accumulation of this seat over the centuries, totaling 1,370,000 formation patterns under the divine grade. There are also 3,600 commonly used formations of the method of laying out formations. Among other things, there's also a divine grade artifact refining technique, the true explanation of artifact refining. Together with this seat, the insights of several hundred years will be passed on to you today, Wang Chengkong said, handing the jade slip in his hand, cherishing it, to Lin Yu. Disciple, thank you Vice Sect Master Wang. Lin Yu received the jade slip with a solemn expression. Wow! A golden light lit up within the jade brief and flew into Lin Yu's sea of consciousness, and a picture emerged. The person in the picture was a young cultivator. He didn't seem to have a high status in the clan, doing several of the same things over and over again every day without getting tired of it. As soon as the day dawned, he went to a refining room where hundreds of cauldrons were placed and cleaned the refining room. When a group of refiners, in groups, entered the refining room, the youth could only stand guard at the door, take a peek now and then or eavesdrop on a few insights. When the refiners had finished refining, the youth went in again and disposed of the large number of failed magic treasures properly. At night, the youth delved into the formation patterns on these failed magic treasures. Reproduction of formation patterns on bamboo. Day after day, year after year. Lin Yu had no idea, through the image, how long the youth had been repeating himself. Lin Yu only knew that the mountain stream behind the youth's residence had long been piled high with bamboo inscribed with formation patterns. Until one day, the youth used all of his family's belongings to exchange for a batch of weapon refining resources and began to work on refining weapons. The true solution to weapon refining. Created by Mo Fan Weapon Immortal. Mo Fan Weaponry Immortal, because of his mediocre qualifications, was assigned as a disciple of the miscellaneous service room, responsible for the miscellaneous goods of the manager's hall. Mo Fan, with great perseverance, persisted for 67 years, and with no one to guide him, he created his own artifact refining method, the true solution of artifact refining, using the failed artifacts he had refined as a reference. The true solution to the refining of weapons just came out, with detailed to shocking basics of refining, known as the refining way, the best foundation building method. When the stunning passed, wow! The image in Lin Yu's sea of consciousness gently trembled and turned into golden light that was absorbed by the tree of the great Tao. Between the shaking of the tree of the great Tao, the flower of the artifact Tao above it vaguely stretched out for a few moments, drawing on the true solution to refining weapons to amaze the past. The effect of the flower of the way of weapons is increased. Flower of the Ware Road effect. 1. Casting any magic treasure can increase its power by 2 times. 2. The speed of curtain engraving formations is doubled. 3. Knowledge of the effects of all refining materials under the holy products. At this moment, there was a massive amount of information on weapon refining materials that flooded into Lin Yu's memory. Knowledge of all the effects of refining materials under the sacred grade? The speed of curtain engraving formation patterns doubled? Lin Yu's heart shook. The most difficult part of refining weapons was the curtain engraving of formation patterns. The more profound the formation, the more formation patterns there were, and the more time-consuming and labor-intensive it was to carve them. If the speed of the curtain engraving formation pattern was doubled, it would definitely be able to greatly shorten the refining time. Lin Yu, what this seed has learned is all within this jade slip. What degree you can learn depends on your own enlightenment. Wang Chunkong said with a straight face. Many thanks, Vice Sect Master Wang, for teaching the way. Lin Yu sniffed and bowed respectfully. Lin Yu, you can go now. Huayu, you stay. Wang Chunkong nodded his head before opening his mouth with a smile. Chapter 43, Cultivating Immortality, Cultivating the Human Condition. Yes. Lin Yu smiled and turned to leave. Huayu, it was really hard on you just now. Once Lin Yu left, Wang Chunkong looked at Zhao Huayu amiably. Where is the Vice Sect Master's words? To be able to share the Vice Sect Master's worries is what a disciple should do. Zhao Huayu, who originally had a bellyful of grievances, once he saw Wang Chunkong's amiable appearance, the grievances in his heart immediately dispersed quite a bit. You kid, although your talent is average, but this pattern, this seat likes it. When Wang Chunkong heard this, his heart became even more comfortable. This way, just now you took the fall for this seat, and this seat won't treat you badly. In a moment, you go to the resource hall and receive a copy of the resources to build a Xian grade magic treasure over here. And this seat will personally build a Xian grade magic treasure for you. Wang Chunkong said. Many thanks, Vice Sect Master. When Zhao Huayu heard this, his heart burst with joy. Xian Pin magic treasure. Zhao Huayu naturally had it, but that Xian Bao, it was just a generalized magic treasure received at the resource hall. With Vice Sect Master Wang Chunkong, a tailor-made magic treasure, it simply could not be compared to the same thing. That's good stuff to be able to cross paths with your life. No need to be polite. Wang Chunkong shook his head. Zhao Huayu was preserving his majesty as a Vice Sect Master. What's a magic treasure? But Huayu, what will you do next time if you encounter such a situation? Wang Chunkong looked at Zhao Huayu and asked. Don't worry, Vice Sect Master. If senior brother Lin comes back, the pot will be taken by the disciple. Zhao Huayu said with a sense of humor. The children are teachable. The children are teachable. When Wang Chunkong heard this, he immediately revealed a satisfied smile. Go to the resource hall and collect the materials. Yes. Zhao Huayu sniffed and hurriedly exited the great hall. Phew, it's too hard. Facing this Lin Yu, I actually feel the pressure that I felt when I faced my master back then. Only at this point did Wang Chunkong take a long breath of relief. Senior brother Zhao. Zhao Huayu had just walked out of the main hall when he heard Lin Yu's voice. Senior brother Lin, you haven't left yet? Zhao Huayu froze. Not gone. Isn't this waiting for senior brother Zhao? Lin Yu said with a smile. Wait for me? Zhao Huayu looked flattered. Senior brother Zhao, you've been wronged. Lin Yu landed in front of Zhao Huayu and looked at him with a smile. Senior Lin, you saw it all? Zhao Huayu's heart thumped when he heard this. Vice Sect Master Wang, everything is written on his face. How could senior brother not see it? Lin Yu shook his head and smiled. Senior Lin, Vice Sect Master Wang, is just being facetious, Zhao Huayu hurriedly explained. Senior brother understands. Senior brother Zhao. Senior brother is waiting for you here. There is actually something that I want to ask senior brother Zhao for a favor, Lin Yu said with a straight face. Senior brother Lin, please speak. Zhao Huayu hurriedly opened his mouth. Lin Yu's talent was something that Zhao Huayu could see clearly. What the future Lin Yu could achieve, Zhao Huayu didn't even dare to think about. And if he could help Lin Yu now, he would definitely have a few more moments of creation in the future. Brush. Lin Yu's palm flipped, and the seal that he had just refined, as well as a furnace of 4 danlines of yuan qi pills, appeared in his hand. Lin Yu directly handed the magic treasure in pills to Zhao Huayu. Senior Lin, what do you mean by that? Zhao Huayu froze and hastily excused himself. Senior brother Zhao, it wasn't senior brother's intention to break your magic treasure. This seal, consider it as a senior brother, compensating senior brother, Lin Yu said with a straight face. Make no mistake, that magic treasure of senior brothers is no match for this magic treasure of yours. Senior brother, Zhao Huayu waved his hand repeatedly. Senior brother Zhao, I cultivate the sword Dao. The seal is of no use to me. Besides that magic treasure, I think it should be the first magic treasure that senior brother refined, and its significance is far beyond other magic treasures, Lin Yu said with certainty. Zhao Huayu was silent, and then asked, then this elixir, here's the payoff, Lin Yu said with a straight face. Payoff? Zhao Huayu froze. Senior Zhao said that Vice Sect Master Wang has a good face. He will not be able to say in the day, but will have to commission the senior brother again, Lin Yu said with a smile. Is senior brother hoping that I, in the future, will cooperate with Vice Sect Master Wang as I did today? Zhao Huayu's expression was suddenly odd. How could Zhao Huayu not expect that Lin Yu deliberately waited for himself, just to let himself cooperate with Vice Sect Master Wang? Exactly. Although Vice Sect Master Wang has a good face, I can see that Vice Sect Master Wang is also sincere to me. I can pretend that I don't know, but if I'm missing my senior brother's cooperation, it's not right after all. That's why I want to. I implore elder brother to help. Lin Yu saluted towards Zhao Huayu. In Zhao Huayu's heart, he was suddenly overwhelmed with emotions. With Lin Yu's status and position today, there was absolutely no need to be so polite to him, an ordinary outer sect core. Lin Yu, however, didn't have the slightest bit of bravado, and even considered his emotions in every way. That's a favor. Elder brother helped, but this elixir, senior brother can't take it. Zhao Huayu spoke sincerely. Senior brother needn't be polite. These pills, they're just something that senior brother refined himself. They're not considered expensive. Lin Yu unquestionably put the elixir, stuffed it into Zhao Huayu's hand, and then turned around and left, not giving Zhao Huayu the chance to refuse. Zhao Huayu still wanted to refuse, but hesitated and thought better of it. After all, Lin Yu had said that this elixir was only refined by Lin Yu himself and wasn't considered expensive. It's probably just an introductory elixir like the Qixingdan. Zhao Huayu opened the porcelain bottle and poured out an elixir, but he was instantly frozen. Immediately after Zhao Huayu, he hurriedly put the elixir back into the bottle, at the same time as a thief in general, looking around. Yuan Qi Dan. It's still a Yuan Qi Dan with 4 Dan lines. It's senior brother Lin Yu, who refined it himself. After Zhao Huayu made sure no one was around, he tiptoed away. Brush. Meanwhile, Wang Chenkong, who was in the middle of the Great Hall, withdrew his gaze with a complicated expression. Wang Chenkong, in fact, didn't have a prying mind. It was just that under the shroud of Jindan's cultivation, the movements outside could not be hidden from his ears. Wang Chenkong was originally just curious as to why Lin Yu didn't leave, but he didn't expect to see this scene. Wang Chenkong's complex expression and gaze changed drastically. What in the world is the old man capable of? To think that I could have the honor of being Lin Yu's leader on the path of artifact refining. Wang Chenkong couldn't help but sigh. Wouldn't Wang Chenkong not know that he was good at saving face? But he didn't realize that Lin Yu knew exactly what was on his mind, but was happy to act with himself, putting himself in his place. He even tried to ask Zhao Huayu for help. I only hate that old me, myself, is not proficient in my craft and cannot instruct Lin Yu more. Otherwise, if we could really take Lin Yu and receive him under our door, what a beautiful thing would that be? Wang Chenkong had a resigned look on his face, and for the first time, he was annoyed at his own accomplishments. I can't, someone else can. Perhaps it's time to make a trip to the inner sect. Wang Chenkong's gaze flickered slightly. Chapter 44 The Way of Time. A shot of Shakura Fong. This time, Lin Yu didn't head directly to Elder Du Li's Hanging Lance Peak, but first returned to his cave. Although the flower of the artifact Dao had been upgraded, There were still 1,370,000 formation patterns in the jade slip that Wang Chenkong had given himself. For each formation pattern, Lin Yu had to experience it for himself. There were also more than 3,000 types of formations that Lin Yu had to similarly memorize. These take time to learn, but for Lin Yu, who had the flower of the Tao of weaponry and the flower of the Tao of formation, comprehending these was naturally simple. After Lin Yu returned to his cave, he directly entered the state of enlightenment and studied the true explanation of weapon refining. At the same time, he did not forget to raise his cultivation level. However, in just half a day's time, Lin Yu had already cultivated the true explanation of artifact refining, to the point of great completion, while at the same time memorizing all the array patterns and formations. Senior Brother Lin, Elder Du's Hanging Gun Peak, Elder Su's Fiery Jade Peak, and Elder Li's Cloud Viewing Peak, all have people who want to see you. The sun had just set when Tian Shiyao's voice came from outside the cave. People from the 3 elder peaks? When Lin Yu heard this, he couldn't help but stare, before saying, "Ask them to go to the parlor. I'll be right there." Yes, Tian Shiyao led the order to leave. The disciples of the 3 great elder peaks, why are they here for no reason? Lin Yu frowned before getting up and walking out of the cave, heading to the meeting room. Wen Ru, Quo Vadis, Miao Sanjie. Greetings, Senior Brother Lin. Lin Yu had just arrived at the parlor when he saw 2 men and a woman, simultaneously rising and saluting towards himself. Senior brother is courteous. Lin Yu smiled and returned the greeting. 3 senior brothers and sisters, please sit down. Tanchi Yao, why don't you quickly serve tea to the 3 senior brothers and sisters? Lin Yu sat down on the main seat and commanded towards Tian Shiyao. Yes, Tian Shiyao led the order to leave. Wen Ru's 3 people looked at each other, and with a tacit understanding, each took out a jade slip and neatly placed it in front of Lin Yu. Senior Lin, this is Elder Du Li, ordering me to send it. Inside is Elder Du Li's Divine Gundao avatar. Elder Du said that Lin Yu, you cultivate various great paths together, and running between peaks is a waste of time. This divine ability is given to you, so you can learn it directly, and if you don't understand anything, you can just ask directly with the summoning magic treasure. Wen Ru opened her mouth strangely. This was a divine ability. The so-called Tao should not be lightly transmitted. In the past days disciples wanted to learn, but they had to go through layers of selection. After determining the qualifications, Du Li also had to teach by hand, solemnly, but now it's good. Directly sending the divine abilities over to Lin Yu for him to learn on his own. Elder Du Li, aren't you afraid that Lin Yu won't learn? What if I get carried away? Senior Brother Lin, Elder Su means the same thing. In here is Elder Su's Divine Grade Blade Dao Divine Ability. Senior Brother Lin, this is Elder Li's Formation Dao Sect. Chu He and Miao San Dao also opened their mouths strangely. All 3 of them had been initiated for a long time, but they had never seen their own elders teaching their disciples so casually. Self-taught? Lin Yu also looked strange. Exactly. The 3 elders have all spoken. Senior brother will just learn by himself, and ask directly if he doesn't understand. Wen Ru's 3 people all said with certainty, then I'd like to thank the 3 senior brothers and sisters for making the trip. Lin Yu was surprised, but he still smiled and accepted the jade slip. That's right, Senior Brother Lin. The 3 elders, there's one more request, Xuehua said with some embarrassment. What? Lin Yu wondered. The 3 elders, I hope that when Master Lin is practicing, he won't go back to the practice room, but instead practice in the courtyard. Miao Sanzhou said. To practice in the courtyard? Lin Yu was a bit confused. What kind of request was this? The 3 elders, indeed, are so accounted for. As for the purpose, if the 3 elders don't say, we can't ask. Wen Ru's 3 people all shook their heads and said, okay, then, Senior Brother, in this courtyard, cultivate these 3 great dermas. Lin Yu smiled, not caring. Then we'll take our leave. The 3 Wen Ru got up. 3 senior brothers and sisters. No more sitting? Lin Yu asked with a smile. No need. The 3 men shook their heads. The 3 of them were so embarrassed by this trip that they couldn't wait to run away earlier. Then senior brother sends off the 3 senior brothers and sisters. Lin Yu personally sent the 3 to the door. Practicing in the courtyard? The 3 elders, they shouldn't be trying to hide in the shadows and observe, right? Lin Yu watched the trio leave and looked oddly at the 3 jade slips in his hand. These 3 divine abilities likewise have their own stunning pasts. The immortal Luo sect is too strong. Cloud Sky Little Mysterious Realm, just one of the 3,000 outer sects, but in the hands of the sect master and all the elders, the depths are all incredibly strong. Lin Yu lowered his head and looked at the 3 jade samplices, quietly flowing with golden light, and couldn't help but reveal a look of emotion. Buzz, On the 3 jade sketches, golden light flowed and flew down on Lin Yu's brow. 3 images, mirrored. Within the first image was a youth with a disdainful gaze, holding a long spear. He was wrestling with an old man. The disdainful youth's lance shook, swallowing the air like a tiger, each shot seemingly capable of stabbing through the sky. However, no matter how the young man, how he strikes, he can never hurt the old man in the slightest. Instead, it was the old man who, with every strike, caused the youth to cough up blood and fall back. Slow, slow, slow. Your gun, it's too slow. Even if you cultivate for another 100 or 1,000 years, against Lao Fu, you will still only be defeated. Between the old man's strikes, he carried the banter of a cat catching a mouse, and even a contemptuous voice came out. Slow? The youth stood with a gun, and although his body was covered with injuries, there was an unyielding will flowing through him. The youth didn't flinch, charging at the old man again and again, but was repulsed again and again. Lin Yu strangely realized that the youth in the picture, the speed of his gun, was getting slower and slower, but the pressure he brought to the old man was getting bigger. Strange, the speed at which he discharges his gun is clearly getting slower and slower, but the old man seems to be becoming overwhelmed as he copes with it. Lin Yu stared at the image and muttered incredulously to himself. The original youth's gun was so fast it was scary. However, it was easily diffused by the old man, but after slowing down, it made the old man, instead, hard to resist. There were even times when the old man was almost pierced by the youth. The way of time. It's the way of time. After Lin Yu carefully examined it, a strange color appeared in his eyes. Lin Yu realized that every shot the youth swung had the power of time flowing through it. Clang! Lin Yu had just reacted when the youth in the picture swung out another shot. The shot! It was obviously slow to the extreme, but it seemed to have crossed the river of time, appearing in the center of the old man's brow in an instant. Chapter 45 Body of Time. The Terror of the Age Gun Technique. Pust! The old man's brow was instantly pierced through by the youth, and then his body fell straight down. Age Gun Technique. Created by the Time Gun Immortal. The immortal gun of time was born with the body of time and practiced the way of time. He was once chased by a deity-dividing practitioner at the out-of-body realm, and in the midst of a desperate situation, he comprehended the true meaning of the rush of time, and under the fusion and integration of these meanings, he created the Gun of the Ages technique. The Age Gun Technique, although it is only a divine artifact, is known as one of the fastest gun techniques in the world, stunning heaven and earth when it comes to stunning the past. Wow! Between the stunning past of the age gun technique being drawn upon by the tree of the great Tao, the flower of time on the tree of the great Tao, the juxtaposed flower of physique and flesh, and the flower of the way of the sword swayed open at the same time. Not only that, but a new flower of the great Tao was being concluded. Indeed, the effects of the sword Tao and the gun Tao are all in common. Drawing on the stunning past is equally beneficial to the flower of the sword Tao. Lin Yu's gaze lit up. Drawing on the stunning past of the age gun technique, the effect of the flower of time is increased. Flower of time effect. 1. When practicing, the flow of time around you slows down to 6 times, and 1 day of practice can be worth 6 days of practice. 2. The way of time, the heavy intent of history, is applied to the avatar and can give the avatar a heavy intent. 3. The way of time, haste intent, is applied to the avatar to grant haste. Drawing on the stunning past of the age gun technique, the effects of the juxtaposition of physique and flesh blossom have been increased. Physique, flesh and flower effect. 1. Even if you don't cultivate, your cultivation enhancement is still amazingly advanced. 2. The purity of the innate chi in the body, increased by 4 times. 3. The nourishing effect of innate chi on the physical body is increased by 3 times. 4. The effect of the innate chi on the nourishment of the divine soul is increased by 3 times. 5. The breath of the innate, which comes with the power of the 9 heavens. Drawing on the stunning past of the age gun technique, the effect of the flower of Kendo has been increased. Kendo flower effect. 1. For the realization of any sword path, increase 7 times. 2. Any sword Dao avatar may be augmented with searing sword intent. 3. Any sword Dao aptitude can be augmented with thunderflame sword intent to cast a lightning attribute aptitude, increasing its power by 2 times. 4. When you perform sword Dao, you can add reverse immortal sword intent, which increases your power by 2 times. 5. All sword intent comprehended can be transformed into the sword chi avenue. 6. By casting time sword chi avenue, the speed of the avatar is doubled. Drawing on the stunning past of the gun of the ages and concluding the flower of the gunway. Gunway flower effect. 1. Performs the way of time spear technique, doubling its power. 2. Perform the gunway avatar to change the flow of time by a factor of 2. Change the flow of time by a factor of 2. The flower of the way of the gun. It actually has the power to change time? Lin Yu was breathing heavily. Between his thoughts, Lin Yu allowed the tree of the great Tao to draw on the stunning past of the remaining 2 dermas and directly entered a state of epiphany, comprehending the lance of the ages. Brush, brush, brush. At the same time, a small hill on the far side of Lin Yu's cave. Between the distortions of the void, 3 silhouettes appeared in the treetops like ghosts. Elder Du, Elder Su, Elder Li. The 3 were exactly the remaining 3 of the 4 great elders. After the 3 of them appeared, they looked at each other, and then they collected their own aura with great tacit understanding. I knew that you too, like old man, wouldn't dare to personally teach Lin Yu, but again, I want to know how far Lin Yu can take our divine abilities and cultivate them. Elder Su smiled and opened his mouth, with the appearance that I already knew about that little mind of yours. No way, Lin Yu's talent is just too frightening. Zhou Junbai, Lu Xian, and Wang Chengkong are all rumored to have been viciously ravaged. I'm afraid that Lin Yu, the old man, has screwed up the old man's Tao heart. Du Li also shook his head and said, that's it. The Cloud Sky Scripture and the 9 Sky Sword Scripture are said to have been cultivated by this Lin Yu. To the Grand Completion realm, Wang Chengkong was hit even worse. As soon as Lin Yu left, he had to go out for a break and has now left the outer sect. You just listen to him fart. This guy must have gone back to the inner sect. I'm afraid I've been hit hard. Elder Li and Elder Su both spoke with a smile. What do you guys say? Lin Yu can take the 3 of us and cultivate our divine abilities to what level? Elder Du shook his head and asked with a smile. The Tao of Formation has no egg difficulty for Lin Yu. After all, before Lin Yu learned the Tao of Formation, he gave insight into the 12 changes of the Cloud Heavenly Grand Formation. Elder Li spoke bitterly. Although Elder Li was a heavenly grade formation master, he could not compare to Wang Chengkong in terms of his attainments in formations. My blade path is similar, as long as Lin Yu isn't naturally averse to the Tao of the sword. With his insight into the 9 heavenly sword scriptures, it won't be difficult to cultivate to greatness. A matter of minutes. Elder Su also shook his head and spoke. If not, why would they deliberately allow their disciples to directly send the avatar over and secretly watch it themselves? It's just the fear of taking a hit. Elder Du, what about you? You're Gun Wei, but the way of time. Elder Su and Elder Li both looked at Du Li. Du Li was definitely the strongest of the 4 elders. He could even go head to head with Lu Xian, the vice sect master who majored in the sword Tao. Can't say. My age gun technique is the way of time. As you all know, the power of time, the most mysterious and unpredictable power, is too difficult to cultivate. The Lance of Ages can strike the fastest attack in the world by altering the flow of time. Introductory is doubling the time. Once accomplished, it can change the flow of time by 9 times. The strongest one of the cultivators in the inner sect who cultivates the age gun decree only has 7 times the flow of time. I've been practicing for hundreds of years, but I've only managed to cultivate to the 3rd level and change the flow of time by 3 times. Du Li spoke with a straight face. Indeed, the way of time, when comprehended, is extremely difficult. Even if Lin Yu's enlightenment is high, he shouldn't be able to directly achieve great success. Elder Su nodded. Tay say? How? Back then, when the Lance Immortal of Time created the Lance of the Ages, but he left a sentence at the end of the spell. If the Lance of Ages wants to achieve great success, it must possess the body of time. Du Li spoke with certainty. Buzz. Meanwhile, Lin Yu, who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the courtyard, had a heavy temporal intent surging out of his body. Chapter 46 Immortal Spirit Body, Flower of the Divine Soul Blade Tao. Time Intent. Lin Yu is practicing the age gun technique. It's introductory, isn't it? The 3 great elders felt the time intent flowing out from Lin Yu's body, and a look of gravity appeared in their eyes. Du Li, can you tell? How many weights is this? Elder Su and Elder Li both looked at Du Li. Just try it. Du Li also opened his mouth seriously. Although Du Li had also practiced the age gun technique, it would be too difficult for him to determine the number of weights Lin Yu had practiced by virtue of his intent. How do I try? Elder Su and Elder Li's gazes lit up when they heard this. Brush. Du Li glanced at a large tree next to Lin Yu, and there was a leaf right there on the tree that fell without a sound. At the same time, Du Li also picked a leaf from the treetop beside himself. The 3 great elders realized that after the leaves that were falling from Lin Yu's head were 3 inches closer to his head, the speed at which they were falling slowed down all of a sudden. There was almost a momentary freeze. Brush. Elder Du Li, at the same time, also loosened his palms and allowed the leaves in his hands to fall. 2 leaves, in stark contrast. 9 times. There's a demon out of the Cloud Sky Outer sect. The leaves on Lin Yu's side are falling 9 times slower than this side. This is the great success. capable of changing the flow of time by 9 times. Elder Su and Elder Li were instantly confused after comparing them. No way. Absolutely not. But the Time Gun Immortal made it very clear that without the body of time, it would be impossible for the Age Gun technique to achieve great success at all. That's why the Lance of Ages, even though it can change time and is famous in the immortal cultivation world, the vast majority of people don't choose to major in it. Dooley couldn't suppress his voice in shock. What if Lin Yu is the body of time? Elder Su muttered. Lin Yu is the body of time? When Dooley heard this, he first revealed a look of dismay, and then he was enlightened and awakened. Yeah, it's not the body of time. It can't be cultivated to great completion. It's the body of time not on the line? But it's still not right. Lin Yu was born with a sword body. How can one person be in 2 body types? Dooley reacted, once again puzzled. It was a recognized thing in the cultivation world that a cultivator could only possess 1 physique at most. Aha! Dooley, do you remember that in our cultivation world, there is a legend circulating about the immortal spirit body? Elder Su sniffed and opened his mouth gravely. The body of an immortal spirit? When Dooley and Elder Li heard this, their pupils both contracted violently. The body of an immortal spirit. This is a legendary physique. It was said that the immortal spirit body was one of the strongest physiques in the world. Normally, a physique that possesses a unique effect. For example, if you are born with a sword body, your body contains an innate sword chi, and you can practice the sword way with half the effort. Another example was G Flame Spirit's heavenly spirit body, which was affinity with the heaven and earth great Tao and had a physique that could attract heaven and earth auras on its own. But not without exceptions. The body of an immortal spirit. It is said that this immortal spirit body is born with an immortal root. Immortal roots can not only grant cultivators a high and amazing cultivation talent, but also an innate affinity for the 7 great Tao. It was known as the fastest physique to cultivate between heaven and earth. Old Su, do you mean that Lin Yu is an immortal spirit body? When Dooley and Elder Li heard this, their breathing became involuntarily ragged. It's not out of the question. Breaking the innate in half a month. If it's not the body of an immortal spirit, who can do it? Also, look at the Cloud Sky scripture and the 9 Heavens sword scripture. Lin Yu has achieved great success in a split second. How can one do this if one is not born with an affinity for many avenues? As for the Age Gun technique, cultivating it to greatness requires the body of time. But what if Lin Yu's immortal spirit body, among the 7 great Tao paths that he has affinity with, has the great Tao of time? Wouldn't that be the same? The more Elder Su said, the more he felt that his guess was true. If not for this, there was no way to explain how Lin Yu was able to take the Lance of the Ages and cultivate it to the grand completion realm. If Lin Yu really is an immortal spirit body, our Cloud Sky Outer sect will really be rich. Uncovering an immortal spirit body, our Cloud Sky Outer sect will surely be given key support. Our status, too, will all go up a notch. It's not even impossible to return to the inner sect to serve. The 3 elders all murmured. Both of you, if that's really the case, we'll have to think about how we can make more good karma with Lin Yu, Dooley said with a flash of his gaze. Indeed, Elder Su and Elder Li, both of them had their gazes lit up. But I've heard that Lu Daoxian has been subconsciously preparing many backhanders in the past few days, and it's said that he's going to bring Lin Yu to take in a heavenly Dan flame. Dooley laughed. I heard that too. Gentlemen, let's go. Go sit at Elder Lu's place. The 3 elders looked at each other, and then they headed towards Dansha Peak with a tacit understanding. The Age Gun Dao, which can change time 9 times. At this moment, Lin Yu, who had cultivated the Age Gun technique to its great completion, was even more ecstatic in his heart. The Age Gun path changes 9 times the time. The flower of time can change twice as much again, 10 times as long. Wow! At the same time, the tree of the great Tao within Lin Yu's body shook once again, drawing on the amazing past of Divine Soul Triple Jedi Chopper and concluding the flower of the sword path. Blade Way Flower Effect. 1. Blade Tao Avatar, which can be augmented with Divine Soul attack effects. Another line of writing emerged between the conclusion of the flower of the Tao of the blade. A Blade Tao flower that adds the effect of Divine Soul attacks? So it seems that this Divine Soul Triple Destruction Slash should belong to the Divine Soul attack technique. A smile appeared on Lin Yu's face as he looked at the handwriting that surfaced. Drawing on the stunning past of a million tattooed gods, the effect of the flower of the array road is enhanced. Lin Yu's flower of the formation Tao, likewise at this moment, stretched out a few points. Flower of the array effect. 1. You can gain insight into the principles of all formations under the earth product. 2. Arrangement speed, increased by 2 times. 3. Formation effect, doubled. The conclusion of the flower of the Tao of blades and the enhancement of the effect of the flower of the Tao of formation allowed Lin Yu's overall strength to once again increase by a large margin. Boom! The next morning, inside Lin Yu's body, even more majestic innate chi surged out, flooding the entire courtyard. Chapter 47, a room has collapsed, and the four elders are all repeat robbers. The innate chi in Lin Yu's body was released and withdrawn, but his cultivation level, however, had already risen once again, reaching the innate 4th level realm. Great! Lin Yu opened his eyes, satisfied with his cultivation speed. Lin Yu. At the same time, Lu Daoxuan's voice came from far away, and then there were 4 figures that came in unison. Lu Daoxian, Du Li, Su Changfeng, Tom Li. The 4 elders soon appeared in front of Lin Yu. Disciple Lin Yu, meet the 4 elders. Lin Yu hurriedly saluted. Lin Yu, there's no need to be so polite when you see us in the future, Du Li said gently. Rights must not be abolished. Lin Yu smiled and shook his head. Lin Yu, didn't the seat say before that I would take you to fetch the heavenly Dan flame once I've made sufficient preparations? The time has come today, Lu Daoxian said with a smile. Elder Lu, already prepared? On Lin Yu's face, a flash of joy flashed. It was originally not even close, but these 3 old things, they found the old man in the night and said they wanted to go together. In that case, naturally, there will be no problem. Lu Daoxian gave the Du Li trio an odd look. The 3 elders, are they going to come along as well? Lin Yu froze. Yeah, there's nothing to do anyway, so why don't we go out together? The quality of the heavenly Dan flame is comparable to that of the Yuan Ing flame, but the power is not inferior to that of a Jin Dan cultivator, and with Lu Daoxuan's strength, the risk of making sufficient preparations is not small. We, the 7 peaks, naturally have to contribute since we are instructing you in cultivation at the same time. Du Li and the 3 of them all said in a serious manner. Then I'll be grateful to the 3 elders. Lin Yu hurriedly thanked him. All on your own. What's polite about it? The 3 of them, Du Li, all shook their heads. Lin Yu, this seat has a magic treasure called the Skycloud Shuttle, which has an extremely fast flying speed. How about we use the seat's Skycloud Shuttle to catch up? Between Du Li's mouth, he casually offered a magic treasure. The magic treasure was only the size of a palm, shaped like a crescent moon, with light streaming from it. It was extraordinary. How can a disciple refuse? Lin Yu smiled and nodded. Boom! Du Li nodded his head and casually tossed his hand, then offered the Sky Cloud Shuttle. The heavenly cloud shuttle rose against the wind, and in an instant, it transformed into the size of tens of feet. Du Li made another hand signal and portals opened on the Sky Cloud Shuttle. Gentlemen, please. Du Li made a gesture of invitation. Lin Yu and the others weren't polite and took a step into the Sky Cloud Shuttle. As Lin Yu had expected, the Sky Cloud Shuttle was also a space of its own within it, like a mobile cave. The surrounding walls, crystal clear, allow you to see outside. Old Lu, I'll be in charge of catalyzing the Sky Cloud Shuttle, and you'll be in charge of guiding the direction. As soon as Du Li entered, the heavenly cloud shuttle broke through and left the cloudy sky little mysterious realm. The heavenly great Dan flame is in a valley 300,000 miles away in the north. Lu Daoxian said, 300,000 miles north? That's not the territory of the Earthfire Outer Sect? Du Li's heart stirred. 300,000 miles to the north was where one of the immortal Luo sect's 3,000 outer sects, the Earthfire Little Mysterious Realm's territory, was located. Exactly. It's their frontier. Lu Daoxian opened his mouth playfully. Old Lu, you're pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. The sect master of the Earthfire Outer Sect, Gu Yen, but he has always been petty. If he knew that we ran into his territory to rob things, he would have to blow up. Su Changfeng also laughed bitterly. The immortal Luo sect's 3,000 outer sects, each of which had their own territorial divisions. Generally speaking, between outer sects, one would not easily enter someone else's territory. Things like today, going to someone else's territory and robbing things, are even easier to do. Robbed and robbed. They're incapable of finding that heavenly grade Dan flame. Are they not going to allow us to go and get it? Lu Daoxian said with an indifferent face. That's right. Heavenly treasures are for the virtuous. The stuff is at the doorstep of their Earthfire Outer Sect. If they can't find it, then they don't have the blessing. Li Tongtian also spoke up. Besides, it's not the first time we've, run into someone else's territory to rob them. A few years ago, in order to create a heavenly treasure for Feng Mingxue, didn't Zhou Junbai run to the territory of someone else's Qifeng Outer Sect and take away a heavenly starstone? Lu Daoxian shrugged his shoulders. No, I remember that time. Zhou Junbai was whisked all the way back by the Qifeng Outer Sect master, and didn't dare to go out for 3 years. Even the Qifeng Outer Sect master, who was promoted to Yuaning, didn't dare to go over to congratulate him. Du Li also couldn't help but open his mouth with a smile. Lin Yu was listening to the exchange between the four elders, and his heart was also odd. Nice guy, every one of them is a repeat offender. Look at this, there's no shortage of face writing and robbing people. Cheeks have been refined into city walls. That being said, we still need to keep in mind the style of our Cloud Sky Outer sect. Do things on the down low. When we reach the boundaries of the Earth Fire Outer sect, we'll hurry on our own. The Cloud Sky Shuttle is too big of a target. At that time, this seat will use a heavenly grade formation disk to block off that area. Once we succeed, the four of us will go all out and suppress the heavenly Dan flame as fast as we can, so that Lin Yu can take it in. When it's done, never linger. Leave immediately. Lu Daoxian spoke lightly. Don't worry, we've all got a point. That's right, it's not the first time we've done this kind of thing. There's plenty of experience. Dooley and the three of them all opened their mouths with smiles. Very relaxed. Earth and Fire Outer Gate. The main hall of the gate. Great, but after 3 years of initiation, you've refined a Yuan Qi Dan with 2 Dan lines. Nowadays, you're pretty strong amongst yellow-grade alchemists. Gu Yen, the Earth Fire Outer Sect Master, was looking at the Yuan Qi Dan in his hand with delight. It's all because of the Sect Master. Who taught you well? Not far in front of Gu Yen, a woman in her mid to late 20s returned humbly. Han Yen, you don't have to be too modest. If you weren't a Dan spirit body, at this seat's level, it wouldn't be enough for you to have such an achievement in such a short period of time, especially 2 Dan lines. That's quite rare, Gu Yen said with certainty. The body of the Dan spirit, natural-born alchemist. The talent on top of the alchemy course is extremely high. Gu Yen was bubbling with joy whenever he thought that he had such a genius under his door. It's a pity that the Dan spirit body can only give the disciples some advancement in alchemy. Cultivation is slower after all. When cultivation is slow, the innate fire's power will not be enough to perfectly melt the spirit medicine. Otherwise, disciple thinks that the refined Yuan Qi Dan will be better. Han Yen did not seem to be satisfied with the 2 Dan lines. You needn't hurry. The innate fire is indeed inferior for alchemy, but it's not like it can't be remedied. Getting the Dan fire is. You're in luck. A few days ago, when this seat was practicing, on a whim, I sensed the scent of a Dan fire within the boundaries of our Earthfire Little Mystery Realm. Gu Yan's eyes flickered as he said, Chapter 48, you guys are so skilled. Murder and arson are a must. The scent of the Dan fire? Han Yan was delighted in her heart. Aha! Although that aura was only a glimpse, it can be ascertained that it is at least an Earth-grade Dan flame as well. Gu Yan said with a burning gaze. Ground level? Isn't that on the same level as our Earthfire Outer sect, the inherited Dan flame? Han Yan was shocked. The reason why the Earthfire Little Mysterious Realm was named Earthfire was because here, an Earth-grade Dan flame had once appeared. This Earthfire, after being taken in by the first sect master of the Earthfire Little Mysterious Realm, had been continued as the inheritance Dan Fire of the Earthfire Little Mysterious Realm. This would also ensure that the Earthfire Outer sect must have an alchemist above the Earth-grade. After all, the Dan Flame, only an alchemist could take in. The Earth-grade Dan Flame was a great temptation for any Heaven-grade alchemist. Therefore, in the Earthfire Outer sect, for every sect master who stepped down, there would be an inner sect alchemist, who would apply to come over and become the sect master. Therefore, the Earthfire Outer sect, among the 3,000 outer sects, was also quite strong. Gu Yen himself was a heavenly alchemist from the inner sect. Yes, at least Earth-grade, Gu Yen said with certainty. If no genius like you had appeared under this seat would not hesitate to take away that Dan flame. But since you are the body of a Dan spirit, I think it would be a better choice for this Dan fire to fall into your hands. Gu Yan's words were sincere and not half false. The inheritance Dan fire of the Earthfire Outer sect, even though it was only an Earth product, it was not at all weaker than the heavenly fire in terms of power. After all, it had been nourished by generations of alchemists of different Dan Dao. One could say that it just doesn't have the name of heavenly fire. So Gu Yan truly wanted to fulfill Han Yen. Disciple thanks sect master. Han Yen hurriedly saluted. There's no need for thanks. As long as you can remember that this seat has helped you before, that's enough. Gu Yan said with a smile. The world is a place for profit. The world is a place for profit. Gu Yan is actually not without selfishness. Han Yen is the body of the Dan spirit. Obviously the future achievement is extremely high. Investment wave is also worth it. Sect master's gift of teaching. Disciple will never forget it. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. Regardless of Han Yan's future, how much he accomplishes, the sect master is Han Yan's teaching mentor. Han Yan spoke seriously. With your words, this seat is satisfied. This seat has already sent disciples to follow the scent of the Dan flame over there. I'm sure that in a short while, the location will be determined. at which time this seat will personally take you over to collect it. Gu Yan said with certainty, Sect Master, we found out the whereabouts of the Dan Flame. At this moment, an excited voice came out from within Gu Yan's summoning magic treasure. Great, hold that place, this seat will go over right now. Gu Yan sniffed and spoke solemnly, Old Lu, something's wrong with the situation. At this moment, Lin Yu and the others had already approached the edge of the mountain range where the heavenly flame was located. The mountain range was barren of spiritual chi and was almost a mundane place, so it was only logical that there would be no cultivators coming and going. However, at this moment, there were quite a few cultivators in the mountain range, traveling with their royal treasures, searching for something. There is something wrong. It couldn't be a disciple of the Earthfire Outer sect who discovered that heavenly grade Dan Flame, could it? Lu Daoxian was also a bit confused. Phew! At this moment, there was a brilliant light in the distance that rose up into the sky, and then the cultivators who were traveling with their imperial treasures exploded all of a sudden, rushing straight to where the light was. Grass! A mission signal from our immortal Luo sect's outer gate. It's the location where the heavenly Dan Flame is. Damn it! This seat has found that heavenly grade Dan fire for so long without any movement, and something happens as soon as it comes? Lu Daoxian began to grind his teeth. Originally, Lu Daoxian and the others had planned to quietly take the heavenly Dan Flame and turn around and leave, but now it's good. The heavenly Dan Flame had allowed the disciples of the Earth Fire Outer sect to find it. Whatever, I've come all this way, so I can't return empty-handed, can I? Right, it doesn't matter if we came here for nothing, but if Lin Yu misses this opportunity, it'll be hard to find another heavenly Dan Flame in the future. Lu Daoxian glanced at Lin Yu and said through gritted teeth, For elders, if things are not possible, disciples can find another way. Lin Yu hurriedly opened his mouth. Lin Yu was naturally happy to be able to obtain a heavenly grade Dan Flame, but Lin Yu likewise didn't want the four elders to risk their lives for themselves. Fellow hands, that's no small thing. Don't worry, we have our own way. Here, change into these clothes. Between his mouth, Dulé took out 5 sets of black hooded robes and distributed them to Lin Yu and the others. Lin Yu, this is a special material burqa. Even if a Jin Dan comes, he won't be able to detect our identity. Lu Daoxian numbly put on his hooded robe, revealing only a pair of eyes, while giving Lin Yu an explanation. This stuff is good. Lin Yu's eyes lit up at his words. Dao robe that can block the probe of Jin Dan cultivators. This is a necessary thing to kill and set fire to Ah. Elder Lu knows his stuff. Go! After the group of people finished preparing, they headed straight for the heavenly Dan Flame. Bang! 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 Along the way, the 5 of them encountered several sets of cultivators. These cultivators, without even having time to react, were directly knocked out and dragged into the haystack by Lu Daoxian and the others. The movements are ridiculously skillful. A moment later, Lin Yu saw a cave. The environment around the cave was very silent. It was not too much to say that there was not even an inch of grass, and there was nothing out of the ordinary to be seen. At the entrance of the cave, however, there were 8 cultivators guarding it, all at the Foundation Establishment realm. 8. The 4 of us. One of us puts down 2. Go easy on it, don't hurt yourself. Lu Daoxian transmitted. Okay. The 4 great elders had already appeared at the entrance of the cave between their shapes. Bang! 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 The 4 elders struck. 2 decisive. 1 person at a time. 8 Foundation Establishment cultivators, put down on the spot. Get over here. The 4 elders, having put down 8 Foundation Establishment cultivators, beckoned towards Lin Yu. Brush! Lin Yu hurriedly flew out. At this moment, Lin Yu saw that a fallen Foundation Establishment cultivator, who had not completely fainted, had even touched a signaling magic treasure. Offended. Bang! Between the flash of Lin Yu's gaze, the innate power in his body erupted, and he stomped on the door of that Foundation Establishment cultivator's face. The original Foundation Establishment cultivator, who still had a few bits of spirit left, completely fainted. Well done. Lu Daoxian gave a thumbs up towards Lin Yu before diving headfirst into the cave. Lin Yu and the others hurriedly followed. The entrance inside the cave was small, but inside, it was all over the place. Lu Daoxian skillfully led Lin Yu and the others all the way down, and Lin Yu soon felt the temperature in the cave pulling up crazily. A moment later, the crowd rounded a cave and all looked ahead in shock. Chapter 49 Pure Lotus Heavenly Flame, concluding the Flower of Qi. At the end of the cave was an immense melting hole. Magma tumbled inside the cave, emitting a scorching, incomparable aura. In the middle of the magma, a flame shaped like a lotus flower, hundreds of feet in size, was swaying. The space around the Dan fire was slightly distorted under that incomparably scorching aura. What made Lin Yu even more delighted was that above that Dan fire, there was a golden light that was flying towards his eyebrows. This Dan fire, likewise, has its own stunning past. Lin Yu's heart fluttered. Another picture was reflected in Lin Yu's sea of consciousness. A flame, as weak as a candle flame, fluttered in the middle of the cave. Weak, it's just too weak. It was all much inferior to Lin Yu's innate fire. Between the fluttering of the Dan fire, it was in the middle of a cave that a snow-white lotus flower was found. The Dan flame swayed and landed on top of the lotus flower, and surprisingly began to draw on the power of the lotus flower. Pure lotus heavenly flame. Originally a yellow-grade Dan flame. Yellow-grade Dan fire, the most inferior Dan fire in the world. The flame that is disliked by all alchemists. But the pure lotus heavenly flame, its own luck is amazing. Even in the drift between, found a heavenly lotus, after swallowing its medicinal power, in one fell swoop metamorphosed into heavenly Dan fire. When for the stunning past, so it is, this pure lotus heavenly flame, it's actually devoured the heavenly pill pure lotus? Lin Yu was dumbstruck as he looked at the information that surfaced within the image. Pure lotus, a heavenly elixir. It is one of the extremely rare and precious types of heavenly medicines, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it is hard to find in the world. The effects of the pure lotus were also unbelievable. Recasting the roots, there is no way back for a monk to cultivate. At any realm, laying a foundation that was not solid enough would lead to a broken cultivation path in the future. But it would be different if you could get a pure lotus. Taking the pure lotus heavenly pill refined by the pure lotus could recast the foundation and recultivate all the realms below the Yuaning. It is also said to have a certain probability of metamorphosing one's physique. It could be said that it was far more precious than many divine medicines. The creation of this pure lotus heavenly flame was truly too amazing. Wow! Between the swaying of the tree of the great Tao, a flower of the great Tao once again concluded, drawing on the stunning past of the pure lotus heavenly flame and concluding the flower of luck. Flower of chance effect. 1. Double your own chi. The flower of luck used to raise your luck? Lin Yu's heart fluttered. The word chi is nebulous, yet real. In the world of cultivators, there were too many examples of people who had repeatedly obtained great creations because of their own good fortune. Some people were even called sons of chi because their chi was so frighteningly good. Lin Yu then knew that there was a type of physique in the world called the body of chi, a physique that was enough to rival the body of immortal spirit. For example, with a mortal's cultivation, he fell off a cliff and not only did he not die, but he also gained a miraculous feat and has risen to prominence ever since. In short, going out and picking up treasures is the base manipulation of the body of chi. If I upgrade this flower of luck, will I be able to do the same and go out and pick up treasures? Lin Yu smiled oddly. Hurry, strike, rumble. Between Lin Yu's days, Lu Daoxian had already offered up a mouthful of array discs. The array disc rumbled and moved, evolving a heavy array pattern in an instant, isolating the entire molten cave. And then Lu Daoxian, the four of them, even rushed directly towards the pure lotus heavenly flame. Buzz off! The pure lotus heavenly flame sensed the threat, and a heavy heat wave spread across the sky and rolled towards Lu Daoxian's four people. The incomparably berserk power was declared on the formation patterns, causing them to be violently distorted. The magma within the cavern also boiled as if it was boiling, and began to roll wildly. Fortunately, Lu Daoxian four people, a long time ago, prepared Jindan true essence to protect themselves, and at the same time played a hand trick. Control pure lotus heavenly flame. Lin Yu realized that the way the four elders struck out was very strange. They didn't use their divine abilities, but instead used their own great Tao to evolve great Tao chains that intertwine out towards the pure lotus heavenly flame. And then little by little, he suppressed the breath of the pure lotus heavenly flame. The four great golden Danes joined forces, and their power far surpassed the pure lotus heavenly flame. No matter how much the pure lotus heavenly flame struggled, it was difficult to break free from the bonds of the great Tao chains. The pure lotus heavenly flame, which was originally 100 feet in size, was shrinking at an alarming rate under the suppression of the four great Jindans. Great! Suppressing this heavenly flame is much faster than we expected. Lin Yu, get ready to refine the Dan fire. It's simple to take in the Dan flame. Just control it with the fire royal hand technique. We will suppress the power of the pure lotus heavenly flame to the point where you can take it in. Lu Daoxian quickly reminded. Yes. Lin Yu sniffed and waited even more sternly. In less than a moment's time, the pure lotus heavenly flame was suppressed to the size of a zhang by the four great elders. The breath was weaker than before, by an unknown amount. It's now. Lin Yu, make a move. Lu Daoxian opened his mouth to remind. Yes. Lin Yu sniffed, and the innate power within his body swept out. What pure innate power? Between Lin Yu's outbursts, the four great elders, all of them, revealed strange colors. They had seen a lot of innate 4th level cultivators, but one had never seen that the innate power was as pure as Lin Yu's. Divine Fire Record. Lin Yu opened his mouth in a grave manner and executed the fire control technique recorded within the Divine Fire Record. Divine Fire Record. In itself, it was the means to defend the fire, unique in the world, and was known as the first fire doctoring method. Now that the Divine Flame Record was out, the Pure Lotus Heavenly Flame shook violently, as if it had met its nemesis, and was controlled by Lin Yu little by little. This fire defense technique is absolutely brilliant. Definitely can take it in. Dooley and the others, their gazes lit up. Prepare yourselves, on my command. Let go of the Pure Lotus Heavenly Flame. Lin Yu, when the time comes, we'll let go and you can just draw the Heavenly Flame into your body. Lu Daoxian added. Yes. Lin Yu nodded his head as the innate chi in his body was consumed in an endless stream. A moment later, the Pure Lotus Heavenly Flame, which had originally been struggling hard, had completely calmed down. It's now. Boom. Lu Daoxian gave an order, and the 4 of them closed their hands at the same time. Come here. Lin Yu's hand knuckled violently, and the Pure Lotus Heavenly Flame transformed into a streak that surged into his body. Chapter 50, Is the Epiphany your dining hall, where you can come and go as you please? Boom. As the Pure Lotus Heavenly Flame entered his body, Lin Yu's body trembled violently. Lin Yu could truly feel a force as scorching as magma rushing into his body in a brutal and incomparable manner. The feeling was as if magma was running through the meridians. Lin Yu exerted the Divine Flame Record with all his might, controlling the Pure Lotus Heavenly Flame as it traveled through his meridians. Little by little, the power of the Pure Lotus Heavenly Flame was channeled into his Qihai Dantian. Wow! In just a moment's time, a snow-white lotus flower was rooted in the sea of Qi and Dantian. It worked! Lu Daoxian opened his mouth in delight. No good. However, immediately afterward, Lu Daoxian, the 4 of them, changed color at the same time. Ha! Lin Yu similarly revealed a look of astonishment. Lin Yu found that there was a surprisingly majestic and incomparable power that rushed out from within the Pure Lotus Heavenly Flame and surged into his Qihai Dantian. Boom! The cloud sky scripture that Lin Yu cultivated was operating on its own at this moment. 12 weighted agaric towers emerged above Lin Yu's head, crazily refining the power that swept out from within the Pure Lotus Heavenly Flame. This is the power of the Pure Lotus. Lin Yu was blessed to the core. Under the enhancement of the cloud sky scripture, almost in an instant, Lin Yu's cultivation level was promoted from the 4th level of innate to the 5th level of innate. Lin Yu's foundation, too, was being recast. Back then, the Pure Lotus Heavenly Flame, devouring the power of the Pure Lotus, changed its destiny against the heavens and metamorphosed into a heavenly Danflame in one fell swoop. Yet there was still a small portion of medicinal power that remained. And now that the Pure Lotus Heavenly Flame had been subdued by Lin Yu, the remnants of the Pure Lotus power was naturally released to the fullest extent. Rumble. Lin Yu entered the state of enlightenment, and between the flowers of time dropping down, they changed the flow of time, crazily raising his cultivation level. Innate 6, every moment, Lin Yu's cultivation level was insanely rising. That was close. Within this Dan fire, how is it that such amazing medicinal power is still hidden? If it wasn't for this brat Lin Yu, who had cultivated the Cloud Sky Sutra to its 12 major accomplishments, I'm afraid that he would have directly exploded and died. But and now, this power, it's cheaper for Lin Yu. It's enough to raise Lin Yu's cultivation level by a few minor realms. Lu Daoxian and the others, who were originally nervous, looked at the 12-fold Qianlu that surfaced above Lin Yu's head and were filled with envy, and at the same time, they were also sincerely delighted. Brush. At this moment, at the entrance of the cave, between the distortions of the void, Gu Yan appeared with Han Yen. What's going on? Gu Yan just arrived and saw the cave entrance, the disciples lying around. His face suddenly changed. Brush. With a wave of Gu Yan's hand, an aura was struck into the 8 disciples, who instantly came to their senses. We have met the sect master. The 8 disciples had just woken up, and when they saw Gu Yan in a daze, they hurriedly saluted. What the hell is going on? Gu Yan's face was blue as he swept his eyes over the 8 disciples. One of the disciples in particular had a shoe print on his face that ran across his cheek, and it looked like he had been knocked out by a foot. Sect master, we don't know either. We were ordered to guard this place, and suddenly a few people appeared and just put us down. The 8 disciples, likewise, were confused. It's embarrassing to talk about being fucked over in your own territory. Great. This seat would like to see who dares to be a bandit in my Earthfire outer sex place today. Gu Yan's face turned blue, and between his movements, he headed straight for the cave, and laid down a big formation. A few moments later, Gu Yan appeared outside Lu Daoxuan's grand formation. his heart even more irritated. Listen up inside. Will you all roll out yourselves? Or will I break the formation and then blow you all up? Guyan coldly said in a chilly tone. Immortal Luo sect. As one of the pinnacles of the immortal cultivation world, the 3,000 outer sects, no matter which one, were all overbearing in the outside world, practicing thunderbolt tactics. Crap, that's the voice of that old thing Guyan. Lu Daoxian and the others guarding Lin Yu's heart jumped when they heard this. Be quiet. We're sure to be recognized when we make a sound. Let him break the formation. It's only a heavenly grade formation. This seat can still afford to lose it. We must make sure that this little fellow, Lin Yu, finishes his cultivation. Lu Daoxian gritted his teeth and spoke. Originally, they were planning to collect the pure lotus heavenly flame and leave. But how could they not expect that within the pure lotus heavenly flame there was still such a majestic medicinal power? Looking at Lin Yu's appearance again, it was clear that he had entered a state of epiphany. Epiphany. This is an unattainable creation. Once interrupted, who knows when we'll encounter it next? Playing the grandson. Ha! When this seat breaks this great formation of yours, then I will beat you all into true grandsons. Guyan was even more furious when he saw Lu Daoxian and the others not squeaking. Come on. Between Guyan's words, there was a Dan fire within his body that transformed into a giant palm of flames that pressed on the heavenly grade formation. Rumble. The heavenly grade grand formation roared violently, and the densely packed formation patterns were all burned through by the incandescent and incomparable power. No, this old thing, Guyan, has moved on to real fire. This is sacrificing the inheritance Dan fire. The main effect of this heavenly grade grand formation is isolation. I'm afraid it won't last more than 3 hits. Lu Daoxian laughed bitterly. Boom! At the same time, Lin Yu's body trembled as his cultivation level rose once again, reaching the innate 8th realm in one fell swoop. Brush! Lin Yu's cultivation had just broken through when he opened his eyes, and the 12-fold agora above his head dissipated. Go! Lin Yu said as he suppressed the pure lotus power within his body, which had yet to be refined. Lin Yu, you're confused. We're holding up. You shouldn't have forcefully interrupted the state of epiphany. When Lu Daoxian saw this, he was in a great hurry. It wasn't a forced interruption. The disciple withdrew himself. Elders need not worry. Just wait until you get back to the clan and get into shape again. Lin Yu laughed. Ha! Lin Yu's words caused Lu Daoxian and the other 4 elders to be confused. Are you kidding me? The epiphany is still renewed? You think it's tea? However, very quickly, they thought of Lin Yu's heaven-defying talent, and helplessly stabilized their shaking Dao hearts as they began their next move. Lu Daoxian even raised his hand and once again offered up a mouthful of array discs. Brush! Between one array pattern dropping down, Lin Yu only felt a heavenly rotation, and then the figures of Lin Yu and the others disappeared at the same time. Boom! Lin Yu and the others had just disappeared when the heavenly product formation was blasted open by Guyan. Chapter 51. This pot is properly dumped on the door owner. Guyan looked at the empty melting hole, and his nose went askew. Teleportation disc. Bastard. This has been planned for a long time. Even the teleportation array is ready. Guyan had an insight into the means by which Lin Yu and the others had left at a glance. The aura of the cloud scripture. The immortal Luo 3,000 outer sect. Those who cultivate the cloud sky scripture are only in Zhou Junbai's lineage. Good you Zhou Junbai. You robbed the chiefing outer sect before and were blocked from going out for 3 years, and now you're still dead in the water. Today, my seat, I'm going to have a good natter with you. Guyan directly sensed it. The aura left behind by Lin Yu's cultivation of the Cloud Sky Sutra. Guyan speculated on the rhyme of the Tao, but he could also determine that this person must have practiced the Yunxiao scripture to an extremely high level of profundity. 3,000 outer doors. Who could cultivate to this point if not Zhou Junbai? Between Guyan's cold smiles, he instantly turned around and left in a huff. Gatekeeper. Hanyan's heart thumped when she saw Guyan walk out with a grimace on his face. Go with this seat to the Cloud Sky Outer Sect. This seat is going to make that guy Zhou Junbai, how he ate the Dan fire in. Spit it out. Guyan sneered and rolled up Han smoke and disappeared. This is the legendary teleportation array, isn't it? At the same time, 10,000 miles away from the mountain range where the pure lotus heavenly flame was located, Lin Yu and the others appeared. Lin Yu said with a look of amazement. Exactly. This is what this seat, specially asked Vice Sect Master Wang to build. It's just easier to leave. It can teleport a distance of 10,000 miles at a time. The only drawback is that this thing randomly teleports, and it's useless if you use it once. Lu Daoxian laughed out loud. Old Lu, guess what that old thing, Guyan, looks like now? Dooley said with a forced smile. Must be pissed off. Lu Daoxian laughed, but because he left in a hurry. This kid Lin Yu's breath from practicing the Cloud Sky Sutra didn't have time to erase it. Gu Yan is now, presumably, already rushing towards the Cloud Sky Little Mysterious Realm, right? Su Changfeng said. Afraid of what? Catch an adulterer in the act of catching a thief in the act of catching a thief in the act of catching a thief. Who was Gu Yan to say that the one who practiced the Cloud Sky scripture is from our Cloud Sky outer sect? This seat also said that it was the ones from the inner sect who did it. If he, Gu Yan, has the ability to do so, go into the inner sect and look for those few to settle the score. That's it. Besides, the Cloud Sky Sutra is a dharma practiced by the sect master, so it's none of our business? Lu Daoxian and the others, with a face that didn't care. No, the smell of elixir. At this moment, Lin Yu's nose twitched before he looked in the direction of the north. Elixir? What grade? Lu Daoxuan's eyes lit up at his words. A lot. There are qi xing flowers, and yuan qi grasses. There's also the flavor of the tianxian fruit. It's ripe. Lin Yu took a closer sniff and was instantly shocked. Tianxian gua. This was a heavenly spirit fruit. Although it wasn't as rare as the pure lotus, it was still an extremely precious thing. Tianxian fruit? We're not supposed to have been teleported near some natural medicine garden, are we? Lu Daoxian knew Lin Yu's ability to smell and recognize medicine too well. Since Lin Yu had said it, there was definitely no mistaking it. Go over there. The group of people immediately went straight to the direction Lin Yu had pointed out. A moment later, Lin Yu and the others saw a tens of acres-sized medicinal garden. Inside, exotic flowers are everywhere. In the middle of the medicinal garden, a fruit tree swayed with a purple-colored fruit hanging on it. It is indeed the heavenly Shen fruit, and all ripe. There's no sign of being tended. It's a natural medicinal garden. Ha ha ha, what kind of luck must it be to teleport to a random location right near a natural medicinal garden? Lu Daoxian and the others, they couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lin Yu, on the other hand, glanced thoughtfully at the flower of qi on the tree of the great Tao. Double the qi and the effect is that good? Lin Yu's heart was odd. You three, guard the perimeter. Lin Yu, you're also an alchemist. Gather spiritual medicines with this seat. When the time comes, we'll split the harvest equally, Lu Daoxian said with a smile. Yes, Lin Yu smiled and followed Lu Daoxian, entering the medicinal garden and collecting spirit medicines. Lin Yu and the others, on their side, were busy. Gu Yan, however, led Han Yan and arrived outside of the Cloud Sky small secret realm. Earthfire Outer Sect Master Gu Yan has important matters to see Sect Master Zhou. Although Gu Yan had a lot of fire in his heart, he was still very measured. The offense is the same as the offense, but as an outer sect of the immortal Luo sect, the proper etiquette cannot be lacking. Sect Master Gu Yan, the deacon in charge of guarding the entrance to the heavenly cloud little mystery realm, was stunned when he heard this, and hurriedly came out to check. It's really Sect Master Gu Yan, late Senior Wu Xian, deacon of the Cloud Sky outer sect. Meet Sect Master Gu Yan. Wu Xian hurriedly saluted. Take me to see Zhou Junbai. Gu Yan spoke indifferently. Yes, Wu Xian nodded, while secretly sending a message to Zhou Junbai. Gu Yan is here? Zhou Junbai, who was currently instructing Fong Mingxue and Ji Flame Spirit, could not help but stare at the news. Although the Cloudy Sky Little Mysterious Realm and the Earthly Fire Little Mysterious Realm were neighboring each other, their relationship could not be said to be good because they were in competition. Only on weekdays, meet and greet kind of thing. It was the first time that Gu Yan had appeared at the door in person. Take Sect Master Gu Yan to the hall of meeting. This seat will arrive in a moment. Zhou Junbai returned. Ming Shui, Flame Spirit, today's cultivation, it ends here. You guys follow this seat and go meet Sect Master Gu Yan. Zhou Junbai glanced at Fong Mingxue and Ji Yinling and said, yes. When Fong Mingxue and Ji Flame Spirit heard this, they hurriedly dispersed the Qianlu above their heads and got up to follow Zhou Junbai, heading to the hall of meeting. Not long after Zhou Junbai's trio arrived at the hall of meeting, Gu Yan and Han Yan arrived. Sect Master Gu Yan, your great presence in my Cloud Sky Little Mysterious Realm truly makes my Cloud Sky Little Mysterious Realm pulsating with light. Zhou Junbai didn't know the inside story, and when he saw Gu Yan, he greeted him warmly. Zhou Junbai, this seat thought that you were going to turn this seat away like you did with the Chiefing Sect Master. Gu Yan sniffed and said in a conspiratorial manner. Zhou Junbai's brows furrowed when he heard this. Does this Gu Yan seem to have a lot of anger? Zhou Junbai couldn't help it in his heart, but he still smiled and said, Gu Sect Master is not saying anything, please sit down. When Gu Yan heard this, he was not polite and sat down directly in the parlor. I still don't know, what is Sect Master Gu personally here for? Zhou Junbai asked. Simple, return the Dan flame that you took from within the boundaries of our Earthfire outer sect. Gu Yan swept a glance at Zhou Junbai and said indifferently, Chapter 52 Penalty Hall, the Inner Sect's Center of Power. What Dan Fire? Zhou Junbai frowned. Is this Gu Yan out of his mind? When had one ever been to the boundaries of the Earthfire Outer Sect? When have you ever charged for a Dan Fire? It's really a case of the pot calling the kettle black. Load. You pretend again for this seat. Gu Yan sniffed and was instantly enraged. Gu DM. You make it clear to this seat. How is this seat pretending? Zhou Junbai wasn't happy about it either. We're all masters of the gate. Why do you come to me to make accusations? If he really took the Dan Fire, then forget it. The key is that he didn't take it. Okay, this seat, then, we'll talk to you today. Today, someone knocked out my earthly flame outer sect disciple and took away one of the Dan flames within our boundaries, Gu Yan said in a cold voice. Sect Master Gu Yan, then you must have misunderstood. Our sect master has been staying at the sect today, guiding the two of us in our cultivation, and has never left for a moment. Fong Mingxue said in a hurry. Yes, the sect master is always there. Ji Yanling also nodded repeatedly. Hear that? Zhou Junbai looked askance at Gu Yan. You think this seat will believe them? Gu Yan spoke disdainfully. How come you can't be trusted? I say Gu Yan, this seat is giving you face, isn't it? This seat will just say that this seat, today, has indeed never left the sect for a moment. If you come to our Cloud Sky Outer sect as a guest, this seat welcomes you. But if you're here to look for some kind of Dan flame, sorry, go elsewhere. Zhou Junbai's fire also came up. Although Gu Yan would have a higher status than himself due to his status as a heavenly alchemist and as the same sect master, but it doesn't mean you can bully people either. Yes, playing dirty with this seat, are you? This seat asks you, among all the outer sects of my immortal Luo sect, how many of them cultivate the Cloud Sky Scripture? Gu DM asked. Apart from this seat, it's just the disciples under this seat, Zhou Junbai said with certainty. Immortal Luo sect's inner gate, countless Dharma doors, and in order to ensure that different outer sects have different paths of development, and to ensure the diversity of the sect's cultivators, this kind of crushing magical ability, there will not be two outer sects practicing at the same time. This seat will ask you again, your Cloud Sky Outer sect, who else besides you has cultivated the Cloud Sky Sutra to more than the 6th level? Gu Yan smiled coldly and opened his mouth. Above the 6th level of the Cloud Sky Meridian, who else is there besides this seat? Zhou Junbai froze. There seemed to be only two people in the Cloud Sky Outer sect. One was Zhou Junbai himself. One was Lin Yu, who had cultivated the Cloud Sky Sutra to the 12th major completion. If this seat remembers correctly, other than those disciples who have already entered the inner sect, you, Zhou Junbai, are the only one, aren't you? The cloudy aura left behind where the Dan flame was taken is at least cultivated to the 6th level or above. Inner disciples, if they want to take away the Dan fire, they don't have to hide it at all. Just say the word. So, who else but you? Gu Yan stared at Zhou Junbai and spoke in annoyance. When Zhou Junbai, Fong Mingxue and Ji Yanling heard this, their expressions all became odd. At this moment, all three of them were thinking of Lin Yu, especially Zhou Junbai. Earlier, he had heard that Lu Daoxian was planning to take Lin Yu and collect a Dan flame, the heavenly Dan flame in Lu Daoxuan's mouth. It couldn't be the one in Gu Yan's mouth, could it? Zhou Junbai's expression was odd, and he instantly surmised the circumstances of the matter. Cultivating the Cloud Sky Sutra to more than the 6th level is what this seat did? Where's the evidence? Zhou Junbai understood in his heart, but when Lin Yu was involved, it was even more impossible to say. In a nutshell, deadbeat. Evidence? You want more proof? Gu Yan became even angrier. Come on, by the looks of you, there's no proof. No proof? Then slow down. Zhou Junbai got up. Zhou Junbai, looks like you're determined to deny it? You want proof, don't you? Alright, this seat will report the matter to the Inner Sect's Hall of Punishment, so that the Hall of Punishment's people can come and investigate. Gu Yan rose with the same exasperation. Zhou Junbai's face couldn't help but change when he heard the words Penalty Palace, Hall of Punishment. This was the department of the immortal Luo sect that was in charge of penal authority. Traitor to the clan. The same family kills each other. Everything related to the immortal Luo sect's own rules were all under the control of the Palace of Punishment. The matter of the Dan fire being robbed within the Earthfire minor mysterious realm boundary could be big or small. If it was just a rivalry involving the two outer sects, everyone would pull their punches and the matter would be settled. Once it's reported to the Palace of Punishment, it's a different nature. Once the Palace of Punishment really sends someone over to investigate, even if they are hit with the charge of injuring a fellow disciple, Zhou Junbai, the sect master, will not have to do his job. Not so much, Sect Master Gu Yan. It's just a small matter. Reporting it to the Palace of Punishment, That's a bit excessive, isn't it? At this moment, Lu Daoxuan's voice came, and then Lu Daoxian, Du Li and the other 4 elders, as well as Lin Yu, all walked into the hall. Lin Yu, the 5 of them, rushed back after scavenging the natural medicinal garden for spiritual medicines. As soon as they heard that Gu Yan had directly approached Zhou Junbai, they came together. Lu Daoxian was also frowning at this moment. Lu Daoxian had known for a long time that Gu Yan would definitely come to his door, catch a thief and take the spoils. Anything like that, as long as you don't get caught in the act, you'll be fine. This is the tacit understanding of the major outer doors. But who knew that this Gu Yan was directly involved in the Hall of Punishment? Not so much. If the Dan Flame is in your frontier and is taken by someone else, see to it, Gu Yan still wouldn't let go. Gu DM. Then you are recognizing death. And the Dan Flame is what this seat has taken, right? Zhou Junbai said through gritted teeth. Who else could it be if not you? Gu Yan asked rhetorically. Or it could be me. Lin Yu looked at the serious appearance of Zhou Junbai and the others and spoke with a smile. You? Gu Yan sniffed and swept a glance at Lin Yu, and couldn't help but snort out a laugh. But you're only in your teens. What gives you the right to take in the Dan Flame? That's it. Lin Yu, there's nothing for you here. Go back immediately. Zhou Junbai also said in a deep voice. When Lin Yu heard this, he just shook his head before looking at Gu Yan and said, Sect Master Gu Yan, how did you determine that the Dan Flame was taken by our sect master? Cloud Scripture. Gu Yan sneered. Got it. Lin Yu nodded his head, and then between a tremor of the innate power in his body, the 12-weighted agora above his head emerged. Cloud Sky Scripture. 12 major accomplishments? How? Gu Yan looked at the 12-fold agora that surfaced above Lin Yu's head and immediately exclaimed in shock. Chapter 53, People are dumbfounded. What breed of demon is this? Gu Yan felt that people were stupid. This Lin Yu's age, at a glance, was a disciple who had just entered the outer sect this year. However, he had taken the Cloud Sky Scripture and cultivated it to the great completion realm. Even if one was from one's mother's womb and began to cultivate, it was impossible to have such a speed of cultivation. Ah, really you? Gu Yan took a deep breath and calmed down, looking at Lin Yu with an odd expression. Indeed it is the work of the late generation, nothing to do with the sect master. Lin Yu nodded graciously. Gu DM, since the Dan Flame was taken by Lin Yu, then how do you want to dispose of it? Draw the line. Making a scene in the Palace of Punishment because of a disciple's matter. You're not afraid of losing face. When Zhou Junbai saw that Lin Yu had recognized him, he even took a step forward and vaguely protected Lin Yu. Zhou Junbai, don't be small-minded and measure the heart of a gentleman. The thing of striking out at a junior disciple is something that this seat can't do yet. Gu Yan glared at Zhou Junbai. The real reason for Gu Yan's anger was not actually the loss of the Dan Fire. Rather, he felt that Zhou Junbai was not doing his job. An old undead who had no hope of advancing any further and wasn't even an alchemist yet. What was the point of taking away the Dan Flame? Isn't that not giving the future generations a chance to live? Now that he knew that it was Lin Yu who had taken the Dan Fire, and saw that Lin Yu's Cloud Sky Scripture had become a great success, the fire dissipated quite a bit. Zhou Junbai, it was this seat that misunderstood you. After Gu Yan was silent for a moment, he made a bow towards Zhou Junbai. When Zhou Junbai saw this, he couldn't help but show surprise. This old thing, Gu Yan, is really ancient. No harm done. It is this seat that has failed to discipline. Zhou Junbai hurriedly returned the salute before making a wink towards Lin Yu. It is the disciple who takes it without asking. I beg your pardon, Sect Master Gu Yan. Seeing this, Lin Yu also saluted. Gu Yan's expression eased a few points when he heard this. Lin Yu, if the Dan Flame is really taken by Zhou Junbai, this seat will give up its old face and must make Zhou Junbai spit out the Dan Flame. Now that it's you, it's a competition between juniors, which this seat can understand. This seat, however, still wants to confirm whether or not you have the qualifications to be in charge of this Dan Flame. Gu Yan looked squarely at Lin Yu. Sect Master Gu Yan, how do I verify this? Lin Yu laughed. What level of alchemy are you at now? Gu DM asked. Sort of a yellow product. Lin Yu hesitated and said. Before, Lin Yu had already been able to concoct yellow grade 4 danlines pills, and now that he had taken in the pure lotus heavenly flame, the Xin grade was probably no problem. You said that you are already a yellow grade alchemist? When Gu Yan heard this, a look of dismay once again appeared on his face. How is that possible? The Han Yen by her side was the body of a Dan spirit. Nowadays, it's just a yellow product. Lin Yu can indeed refine yellow grade pills. Lu Daoxian smiled and boasted. Okay, if you can really concoct a yellow grade pill, this seat can recognize you. This seat will not be held responsible for the matter of you collecting the Dan Flame in the Earth Fire frontier. Gu Yan's eyes lifted. Sect Master Gu Yan, you want disciples here, to refine a furnace of pills out? Lin Yu opened his mouth strangely. Exactly. Gu Yan nodded. If so, this seat has a proposal. Lu Daoxian smiled and spoke. What's the offer? Gu Yan froze. Sect Master Gu Yan, have the disciples behind you. Go out for now. Lu Daoxian kindly reminded. Gu Yan frowned, somewhat displeased. Lu Daoxian, as far as the alchemy techniques of your Cloud Sky Little Mystery Realm are concerned, Han Yen doesn't care to steal a lesson yet. Sect Master Gu Yan has misunderstood. This seat doesn't have that in mind, but letting her out is really for her own good. Lu Daoxian hurriedly opened his mouth. Okay, Han Yen, wait for the seat outside. Gu Yan stared at Lu Daoxian, and although he was puzzled in his heart, he still said to Han Yen, yes. Han Yen sniffed and gave Lin Yu a deep look before exiting the hall. Zhou Junbai even closed the door of the temple. Can we start? Gu Yan frowned. What the hell are these people up to with all their goddamn chatter? Lin Xian, tell me, what kind of elixir do you want to refine this time? This seat prepares the materials for you, Lu Daoxian said with confidence. Xian Qi Dan then, Lin Yu said thoughtfully. What? Xian Qi Dan? Lu Daoxian also froze when he heard this. Gu Yan was even more surprised and could not contain himself. Xuanqi Dan, this is a Xianpin elixir. Aha! Disciple would like to see if I can refine a Xianpin pill now that I have the Dan flame. Lin Yu said indifferently. Lin Yu, give it to him. Lu Daoxian still wanted to open his mouth to persuade him, but it was Gu Yan who glanced at Lu Daoxian and said with a straight face, okay. When Lu Daoxian heard this, he immediately took out the ingredients for the 10 furnaces of Xianqi Dan and handed them to Lin Yu. Sect Master Gu Yan, 10 furnaces succeeded in 1. No problem, right? Lu Daoxian asked. 1 out of 10 furnaces is supposed to be the mark of a Xian grade alchemist, so naturally, it's fine. Gu Yan nodded his head and stared at Lin Yu with a burning gaze. Lin Yu, old rules, use this seat's alchemy furnace. Lu Daoxian took out his alchemy furnace. Then disciple, this is the beginning. Lin Yu closed his eyes and recalled the Xianqi dance formula. Carefully. Mindfulness. The pure lotus heavenly flame then roared out. Gu Yan sensed the scent of the pure lotus heavenly flame and was truly heartbroken. Heavenly Dan fire. This is a heavenly grade Dan flame. It was even better than his own earth grade Dan flame, which had just fallen into someone else's hands. Buzz. Between Lin Yu's hand techniques, the pure lotus heavenly flame surrounded his body, and then enveloped the Dan furnace, preheating it. What a divine fire control hand technique. Under the heavens, the only one who can control the Dan fire to such an arm's length is the divine flame record. Gu Yan couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration, already recognizing Lin Yu in his heart. With this kind of fire control ability, he himself personally wouldn't even dare to say that he could surpass Lin Yu. Brush up. Between Lin Yu's hand changes, a single medicinal herb flew up and fell into the Dan furnace. Spirit medicines that were as high as Xin grade were easily refined by Lin Yu under the effect of the pure lotus heavenly flame. Sure enough, a heavenly grade Dan flame. The increase is just too great for an alchemist. Lin Yu controlled the pure lotus heavenly flame and melted the medicinal properties, his heart equally marveling. Gu Yan watched Lin Yu concoct pills while paying attention to the changes within the furnace, but as Gu Yan looked on, his face changed. No, Lin Yu's control over the Dan fire is clearly like an arm's length and natural, but this fire, it's not right at all. Gu Yan frowned, realizing that Lin Yu was not, at all, refining the Xianqi Dan formula according to its fire. Chapter 54, Tao Heart Destroyer. Lin Yu, as a heaven-grade alchemist, Gu Yan had naturally refined Xianqi pills. Lin Yu didn't follow the Dan formula to refine the pills. There was only one result of doing so. Friar, Sect Master Gu Yan, take it easy. Lin Yu must have his reasons for alchemizing pills like this, Lu Daoxian said with confidence. What sense? The reasoning behind blowing up the furnace? Gu Yan frowned. Sect Master Gu Yan, take a look at this Dan formula. Lu Daoxian smiled and took out Lin Yu's modified Yuan Qi Dan formula and handed it to Gu Yan. This is the formula for the Yuan Qi Dan? The fire is totally off. Gu Yan just swept a glance at the Dan formula and saw the difference in the Dan formula in Lu Daoxian's hand. If it's not right, it's right. Sect Master Gu Yan, this seat used this Dan formula to refine the Yuan Qi Dan, and the level of alchemy skyrocketed. This seat has refined 6 furnaces of Yuan Qi pills. Not only have they not failed once, but 4 of them are of 2 Dan lines and 2 of 3 Dan lines. What do you think? Lu Daoxian said with a smile. Do you mean that this copy of the Dan formula, which is better than the original one, works better? Gu Yan froze, and waves of shock surged in his heart. Modifying an elixir recipe that has been passed down for a long time to make it more effective? How is this possible? Not to mention that Lu Daoxian, an Earth-grade alchemist, couldn't do it. Even Gu Yan, a heaven-grade alchemist, couldn't do it. Exactly, Lu Daoxian said with a straight face. Are you trying to say that the one who modified the Dan formula was Lin Yu? The way Gu Yan looked at Lin Yu completely changed. That's him. Lin Yu's high alchemy talent is no longer something we mortals can understand. He alchemizes pills 10% of the time and can produce 4 Dan lines. But the Yuan Qi Dan, he only refined 3 Dan lines. So he thought that there was something wrong with the formula for the Yuan Qi Dan and proceeded to modify it once more. The modification process. It's just a furnace of Dan. And then it's done. Lu Daoxian shrugged his shoulders and said, hiss. When Gu Yan heard this, his heart jumped and he sucked in cool air. What a fucking monster. Zhou Junbai, and the 3 Duli elders, Fang Mingxue and Ji Yanling, were also looking at Lin Yu with expressions of seeing a ghost. Sect Master Gu Yan, now you know why this seat doesn't allow the disciples under your sect to watch Lin Yu make pills, right? Lu Daoxian laughed bitterly. This was for fear of striking Han Yan, not to mention a disciple like Han Yan who hadn't entered the world deeply enough and had an unstable Dao. Even he, a veteran, was nearly struck down by Lin Yu and his Dao was destabilized. Without a big heart, it was best not to watch Lin Yu make pills. Will have low self-esteem. This seat understands. Gu Yan smiled bitterly and nodded. His own Dao heart was a bit unstable. Boom, boom, boom. Between the 2 exchanges, Lin Yu's hand techniques, even more so, changed one after another. Having completed the step of melting the Dan, to the final formation of the Dan, Lin Yu's hands flew up and down. A hand technique, hitting the top of the Dan furnace one after another. Between the roaring of the pure lotus heavenly flame, the lid of the Dan furnace lifted, and there was a strong medicinal fragrance spreading out. It worked, without ever blowing up the furnace with the change in the fire. He really refined the Xian Qi Dan, all at once. It can be regarded as a Xian-grade alchemist. Gu Yan's heart trembled even more as he smelled the fragrance of the Dan that spread out from the Dan furnace. Sect Master Gu Yan, it's the first time that my junior refined a Xian Qi pill, and there are still many places that I haven't played well. Please also examine the Dan. Senior, Lin Yu turned towards Gu Yan and made a gesture of invitation. Yes, Gu Yan took a deep breath, and between a single move of his hand, 12 Xian Qi pills flew out from within the furnace. 12 pills of limit formation Dan. 12 Xian Qi pills flew out, and Gu Yan's expression had become serious. When Gu Yan saw, on the 12 Xian Qi Dan, the 4 Dan lines that dazzled and intertwined, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. 12 pills of limit formation Dan. All 4 Dan lines. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, this seat would never have believed that this elixir was refined by a disciple who had been initiated for less than a month. Gu Yan was completely convinced in his heart. The first time he refined a Xianpin elixir, he succeeded. The limit becomes 12 pills. Dan lines 4 ways. Change the Dan formula. Which of these is not the goal of an alchemist's quest? At least Gu Yan, a heaven-grade alchemist, had never refined a 4-Dan pattern Xian Qi Dan. That disciple, can he be qualified to hold the pure lotus heavenly flame? Lin Yu asked with a smile. Of course I have. If even you aren't qualified to have it, this seat really can't find an alchemist who is qualified to have it. It's only Han Yan's fault. Bad luck. Gu Yan had a bitter smile on his face. Originally, under the door, out of a Han Yan, Gu Yan has been astonished, but only now did he realize that the so-called body of the Dan spirit, compared to Lin Yu, was the difference between immortal and mortal, not comparable at all. Latecomer. Thank you Sect Master Gu Yan for making it possible. Lin Yu hurriedly saluted. This is your own creation. Gu Yan shook his head, heartily. This seat, however, does have an unkind request, and I would like to ask Master Nephew Lin Yu to fulfill it. Gu Yan looked at Lin Yu seriously. Sect Master Gu Yan, please speak. As long as the disciple can do it, he will naturally try his best to fulfill it. Lin Yu spoke with a straight face. Lin Yu, your Yuan Qi Dan and Xian Qi Dan formulas. This seat wants a copy. Of course, this seat doesn't want it for nothing. This seat will definitely give you a satisfactory price. Gu Yan looked at Lin Yu with a burning gaze. Gu Yan was very clear at this moment how valuable the Dan formula that had been modified by Lin Yu was. Any elixir, as long as there could be one more Dan line, the value could be multiplied tenfold. An elixir formula that could increase the success rate of alchemy and increase elixir patterns could be used as a base in the hands of any clan. Sect Master Gu Yan is not saying anything. If Sect Master Gu Yan needs it, 2 copies of the Dan formula, disciple will send it to Sect Master Gu Yan. Also this furnace of Xian Qi Dan, give it to senior sister Han Yan. Lin Yu smiled and opened his mouth. Lin Yu naturally knew that Gu Yan had originally intended to give the pure lotus heavenly flame to Han Yan to take in, but he was robbed of it himself, sentiently and reasonably. Lin Yu couldn't not show a furnace of elixir to Danmaku in exchange for a heavenly Dan flame. No matter how you counted it, it was Lin Yu's blood money. Gu Yan's heart trembled at the words. This Lin Yu, so atmospheric. 2 Dan formulas, a furnace of 4 Dan line Xin Shi Dan, which is a heavenly price, unexpectedly said to give it away without even blinking an eyebrow. This Xin Shi pill, this seat can accept it instead of Han Yan, but not these 2 Dan recipes. After a moment of silence, Gu Yan said with a straight face, Chapter 55, 7-colored Xin Dan, 9 great perfections of the innate. Why? Lin Yu froze. Lin Yu, Gu Yan is afraid that, after taking advantage from you today, the good karma will run out, and in the coming days there will be no way to buy a new Dan formula. Zhou Junbai said with a smirk. Lin Yu was able to modify 2 Dan formulas, and was bound to be able to modify more in the future. One satiated and one full. Gu Yan still can tell the difference. It's still you, Sect Master Zhou, who is perspicacious. Gu Yan admitted it graciously. Don't worry, Sect Master Gu Yan, our 2 major outer sects, after all, are from the same clan and the same origin. Helping each other is supposed to be. These 2 Dan formulas, Sect Master Gu Yan, feel free to accept them. In the future, if there is another Dan formula, Lin Yu will sell it to Senior. Lin Yu smiled and opened his mouth. Is that true? Gu Yan's eyes lit up when he heard this. More real than real gold. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. Lin Yu, in that case, this seat will accept a favor from you. If he has any need in the future, he can go to the Earthfire little mysterious realm to look for the seat. Gu Yan spoke solemnly. Sect Master Gu Yan is polite. Lin Yu saluted. Zhou Junbai, the Cloud Sky Outer Sect. Truly a true dragon emerges from shallow waters, making this seat envious. The matter of the Dan formula was finalized, and Gu Yan looked at Zhou Junbai with an envious face. Sect Master Gu Yan is overstated. The Han Yan under your door is also a Dan spirit body, and her qualifications are also exceptionally rare. Zhou Junbai and Gu Yan, the 2 of them, you a word and I a word, will be business blowing each other up, played to the fullest. The matter of the Dan fire was considered to have been satisfactorily resolved. Sect Master Zhou, within this sect, there are still things to do, so I won't bother you. Farewell. A few moments later, Gu Yan rose to take his leave. This seat sends you off. Zhou Junbai personally got up to see him off. Lin Yu waited for a group of people to leave and then also turned around and went back to his cave. Gate Master, the matter of the Dan fire, this is just going to be forgotten? Han Yan couldn't help but ask after she followed Gu Yan and left the small secret realm of Cloud Sky. Han Yan, this person, Lin Yu, has a high talent for the Dan Dao that is the only thing I've seen in my life. In the future, if you can get a single star of help from him in the Dan Dao, your future will be unlimited. This pure lotus heavenly flame, being a knockout, is worth $1,000. Gu Yan said with a straight face. Gate Master, Lin Yu's alchemy, is it really that exaggerated? Han Smoke was confused for a moment. What's going on here? How come the teacher has become a forest blower after a while? Gu Yan hesitated for a moment before taking out the furnace of Xin Shi Dan that Lin Yu had refined. This furnace of Dan was made by Lin Yu just now in the temple, on an impromptu basis. You take one look and you'll see the difference. Gu Yan took the elixir in his hand and handed it to Han Yan. This is a 4-Dan striped Xian Great Elixir. Xian Shi Dan? Han Yan poured out the elixir, and with a glance at it her beautiful eyes widened as she opened her mouth in horror. Didn't Lin Yu just learn alchemy? So this is a Xian Pin alchemist? It could also refine 4-Dan stripe pills. With this pure lotus heavenly flame, I can start working on refining the 7-colored Xian Dan. After Lin Yu returned to his cave, he went straight to the alchemy room. The 7-colored Xian Dan was a Xian Great Elixir, and the formula was available on Lu Daoxuan's side. The materials have also been available for a long time. Previously, Lin Yu wasn't sure, so he had never refined it. Now that he had the pure lotus heavenly flame, Lin Yu was already certain that he could refine a 7-colored Xian Dan with 4 Dan lines. Actually, Lin Yu could waiting for the flower of the Dan Dao to bloom further, before proceeding to start refining it, but at that time, Lin Yu probably wouldn't be able to use it. 7-colored Xian Dan. Cultivators use it before foundation establishment to recast their roots for the best effect, and once they advance to the foundation establishment realm, the effect is very average. What's more, the medicinal effect of a 4-Dan striped 7-colored Xian Dan was already enough. Buzz. Lin Yu gathered the Dan fire and opened the furnace to refine the Dan. Lin Yu spent the entire time adjusting the fire with his ability to smell and recognize medicine. bound to refine the best 7-colored Xian. At the same time, the juxtaposed flowers of physique and flesh were drawing in an unending stream of heaven and earth aura, further refining Lin Yu's body. The residual medicinal power of the pure lotus. 6 pills were formed in one furnace limit, and all of them were also 4 dan lines. In that case, 1 for me, 1 for each of my father and mother, and there are still 3 left. Only after the 7-colored Xian became a dan did Lin Yu reveal a satisfied smile. With my cultivation level, after eating this 7-colored Xian, coupled with the medicinal power of the pure lotus, I will directly advance to the 9th level of the innate roots recast without flaws. At that time, you will be able to travel to the Qingtsong sect and meet the old senior of the Qingtsong sect. Lin Yu took a 7-colored Xian between thoughts. Buzz! The 7-colored Xian instantly melted in his mouth and the medicinal power surged into Lin Yu's limbs and bones. It caused 7-colored light to light up all around Lin Yu, and a heavy Dao rhythm tumbled down. Boom! At the same time, the cloud sky scripture operated on its own 12-fold agaric floats. Lin Yu realized that the medicinal power of the 7-colored Xian was not only growing his innate qi, it was also nourishing his physical body and strengthening his divine soul. It's all-encompassing metamorphosis and enhancement. Even the life essence within Lin Yu's body was purifying and thickening. Boom! This one building of Lin Yu's was 3 days long. In the end, a majestic innate majesty swept out, causing the temple to tremble. In Lin Yu's sea of qi and dantian, the 9 heavens of innate qi tumbled and flowed endlessly in the meridians. 9 great perfections of the innate. One step further, its foundation building. According to the cloud scriptures, the promotion of innate to foundation establishment requires that one seeks out foundation establishment objects to cast the foundation of cultivation. Foundation building objects likewise affect the future of cultivators. Lin Yu mused to himself, Tsukiji, immortal roots. The only way to go farther on the path of cultivation was to forge a perfect foundation. But the foundation building material, it's harder to find, so there's no rush. You can make a trip to the Greentsong sect first. When the affairs of the Qingtsong sect are over, I'll make a trip back to the Qingmu dynasty and hand over the 7-colored Xian to father and mother. As Lin Yu pondered, he immediately got up, left the cave, and headed straight for the sect master's cloudy sky peak. Outer disciples, if they want to go out on their own, they still have to have a note approved by the sect master. Senior Lin? Lin Yu had just entered Cloud Sky Peak when he met Fong Mingxue. Greetings, senior sister Fong. Lin Yu smiled and saluted. 9 great perfections of the innate? When Fong Mingxue saw Lin Yu, a flash of incredulity couldn't help but flash through her beautiful eyes. Chapter 56, Drinking a Cup of Desperate Wine, Slaughtering the Yuaning. Less than a month, straight through the 9 perfections of the innate. This senior brother of his own, just how high is his natural talent? Senior sister Fong doesn't have to be surprised. It's just a matter of chance that Lin Yu is able to have the cultivation he has today. Lin Yu laughed. Opportunities are there for everyone, but to cultivate so quickly and have a foundation as solid as a mountain. Senior brother Lin was the only one at that time. Fong Mingxue shook her head and smiled before asking. Senior brother came to the sect master's peak, but he wants to see the sect master? Exactly. Senior brother has a matter to go down the mountain. This time it's for the purpose of asking the peak master for a pass token. Lin Yu said with a straight face. Aha! Senior sister happens to have a matter, too, to meet the sect master. Go together. Fong Mingxue laughed. Okay. Lin Yu smiled and followed Fong Mingxue, heading to the sect master's hall together. Akiyuki. Lin Yu, you're here? Lin Yu and the two of them had just entered the great hall, and between the distortions of the void, Zhou Junbai had already appeared on the throne. You two have come at the right time. This seat happens to have something to look for you. Zhou Junbai looked at the Lin Yu duo with a straight face. Please command, sect master. Lin Yu and Fong Mingxue opened their mouths squarely. Mingxue, have you ever heard of the secret realm of prosperity? Zhou Junbai looked at Fong Mingxue and asked. The secret realm of the free? Fong Mingxue's beautiful eyes flashed. But the secret realm of prosperity where the prosperity sect was once located? Exactly. At its peak, the Easy sect also had a Yuaning celebrity sitting in its ranks. It was just removed overnight 1,000 years ago. Since then, the Easy secret realm disappeared into the void, and the Easy sect's unspoken secret, the Easy heavenly heart technique, disappeared into the heavens and the earth. Zhou Junbai said with a straight face. A clan with a famous Yuaning master in attendance was annihilated? Why? Lin Yu was surprised. The legend is because of a jug of wine. Fong Mingxue whispered. A jug of wine? Lin Yu sniffed and looked surprised. Aha! Exactly a jug of wine, but not a mortal wine. Zhou Junbai's eyes raised. The Easy heavenly mind technique. A method to hone the state of mind. The sect master of the free sect. His chance is also amazing. Having obtained the winemaking method of an ancient wine immortal, he is also a heavenly genius in general. Using the easy heavenly mind skill to fuse the brewing technique, he brewed a pot of self-satisfied wine. I've heard that this pot of wine can wear away the heart demons and allow one to easily pass through the Yuaning heart demon tribulation. Zhou Junbai laughed. Yuaning heart demon tribulation? Lin Yu was shocked. Cultivators cultivate, encountering great realms and crossing over. When the innate breaks the foundation, there is a foundation building calamity. Foundation building to Jindan. There is Jindan robbery. Jindan to Yuaning. There is the Yuaning tribulation. One of them, the Yuaning tribulation, was also called the heart demon tribulation. The heart demon tribulation descended and would cause the cultivator to enter a state of going off the deep end. The inner dark side will be infinitely magnified. If you can't get through it, you will be lightly transformed into a demon who only knows how to slaughter, and have your fellow disciples sent away. Heavy is the death of the soul on the spot. A pot of self-satisfied wine, yet it could dissolve the heart demon tribulation. Such an effect was astonishing. As the saying goes, a piker is a piker, and a piker is a piker. You have a heaven-defying method but not enough strength to be no different than a moving treasure trove to other cultivators. Zhou Junbai shook his head and sighed. In the world of cultivation, there are birdsong and flowers, and there is a free and easy life, but there is also no shortage of bloody killings, and brutal jousting. In short, back then, someone, who saw the method of brewing self-existent wine, exterminated the easy sect. This seed has learned from some of the cultivators of the inner sect that there were no less than a handful of sects involved in this matter in the first place. 5 went for the firstborn. Zhou Junbai said. 5 went for the firstborn? There won't be our Xian Luo sect, right? Lin Yu couldn't help but mutter. He could not help but think wildly. It is really the clan's predecessor door. Robbing too lightly. Ha ha ha. I say, you kid, what's on your mind? Laugh my ass off. Zhou Junbai couldn't help but laugh. Ha? Why is sect master laughing? Lin Yu was a bit confused. Lin Yu, do you know where that ancient wine immortal came from? Zhou Junbai laughed. Shouldn't. Lin Yu's heart shook. That's right. That ancient wine immortal is from our immortal Luo sect. Among the inner sects, there are 800 similar brewing methods without 1,000. Lin Yu, remember, our immortal Luo sect has long been based on the peak, can be called the immortal sect, simply do not have to hold these moths. Zhou Junbai looked at Lin Yu and said with a straight face, disciple remembers. Lin Yu nodded with an odd expression on his face. You weren't so honorable when you robbed someone's chiefing outer gate. Is it possible that this is an internal conflict? All this is beside the point. Even though the easy sect was destroyed, the method of brewing the free wine was never taken. Zhou Junbai said with a straight face. Why? Lin Yu frowned. The 5 great Yuaning's simultaneous attack to destroy the door didn't even manage to bring out the method of brewing the Zizhou wine? With the 5 great Yuaning striking, it should have been a lopsided slaughter. It's a pity that they didn't count on the fact that the master of the Easy sect has more than just one strange wine. The ZZ wine. Sect Master Easy. Drink a cup of desperation wine. The battle power has skyrocketed more than 3 times. Not only did he kill 3 Yuaning in a row, but he also sealed the secret realm of prosperity with the power of his Yuaning before he died. Since then, the secret realm of prosperity has become a place of trial that opens once every 100 years. Every time it opens, it provokes forces from all sides to enter it and compete in an attempt to find the easy heavenly heart technique in the brewing formula. I also don't know what kind of prohibition the easy sect master has put down. After the easy secret realm opens, once a Jindan cultivator goes in, it will cause the secret realm to collapse. It's probably left so backhanded, hoping that the clan can come back from the dead. This seat, today, would like to ask you all if you are interested in taking a trip to the secret realm of prosperity? Zhou Junbai asked with a smile. Sect Master, I'm Jindan. I can't get in. Fong Mingxue spoke with a straight face. You're in charge of leading, Zhou Junbai said with a straight face. Even though you can't get in, there has to be a young disciple who can hold down the fort. With our immortal Solomon's rules in place, the characters of the older generation wouldn't dare to make a move on the young. But no one cares when young people strike and beat the living daylights out of them. Who's to blame if you can't learn? This is also the tacit understanding of the great immortal sects. In case those senior siblings of yours, who have really obtained the easy heavenly heart technique, want to bring it back to the sect, it won't be that easy. It's gonna get robbed, Zhou Junbai said. Ming Shui, willing to lead. Fong Mingxue nodded her head. Lin Yu, what about you? Even though you're only at the 9th level of innate cultivation, it's good to go and see what's going on. Zhou Junbai looked at Lin Yu and asked, Can't go. The disciple is not available. Lin Yu smiled bitterly at his words and refused. Chapter 57, The Three Elements of a Cultivator. Flesh, Aura, and Divine Soul. Not available? How come you're not available? Zhou Junbai froze. Lin Yu was too talented. The Cloud Sky Scripture, 9 Heavenly Sword Scripture, and the Age Gun technique had been cultivated to a grand completion, and his cultivation had even reached the 9th great perfection of the innate sky. Allowing Lin Yu to travel to the secret realm of prosperity for training was the result of his discussion with the 2 vice sect masters and the 4 great elders, behind closed doors. Can't become strong. Yes, an old senior of the Qingtsong sect said that he wanted to pass on a technique to his disciple, and that it had to be before foundation establishment. Disciple has come here to ask you, sect master, for a pass order to travel to the Qingtsong sect, Lin Yu explained. So, although the Qingtsong sect is small, their foundation building method is truly unique. It would be really nice to learn how to do it. Zhou Junbai's eyes lit up. Sect master has also heard of the Qingtsong sect foundation building method? Lin Yu's heart fluttered. Naturally, I've heard of it. Zhou Junbai nodded his head. Please also guide me. Sect master. Lin Yu came to be interested. Aha! Since you have already attained the 9th great perfection of the innate, you should indeed start preparing for foundation building. Today, my seat, I will speak with you in detail. Zhou Junbai smiled and nodded. This matter is a long story. You can sit down. Yes. Lin Yu sat down directly on the ground, quite spontaneously. What is a Chikyu? To cast the foundation of immortality with one's own heritage and accumulation is to build a foundation. Although foundation establishment is only the 3rd realm of cultivation, it is in fact the most important realm on the path of cultivation. It's about a cultivator and how far he can go in the future. Throughout history, there have been cultivators who, because of unstable foundations, have ended up being obliterated because of their obvious transcendent talent. Zhou Junbai said carefully, although it is said that there is still a way to recast the foundation after building it, but the difficulty, more than 100-fold? And for the sake of this perfect foundation building, different sects have their own secret methods of foundation building. For example, our immortal Luo sect's foundation building method uses heaven and earth's wonders as a guide and the innate chi as a base. This method is recorded within the Cloud Sky Scripture. Zhou Junbai said, aha, the wonders of heaven and earth, each of which is something that is born from the spirit of heaven and earth, nurtured by heaven and earth. The more precious the foundation building item that is found, the more perfect the foundation will be. And among them, the spirit of the great Tao is the best. Lin Yu said thoughtfully, the spirit of the great Tao is the rarest and rarest among the wonders of heaven and earth. Known for being born with a strand of the power of the great Tao, it is known as the best thing to build a foundation. Exactly. The spirit of the great Tao, though not graded, is even rarer and harder to find than immortal pills and immortal gold. It's up to fate. So generally, we seek out heaven and earth wonders that fit our own Tao. To complete the foundation building, you have a special physique, so the foundation building materials, all the more reason to be cautious. In this matter, Wang Chengkong said he has already thought of a way. Zhou Junbai said, Vice Sect Master Wang, already thought of a solution? Lin Yu froze. Aha! Wang Chengkong said it was to give you a surprise and did not go into details. Zhou Junbai said, if that's the case, then what is so peculiar about the foundation establishment technique of the Qingtsong sect? Lin Yu became even more curious in his heart. Cultivators have 3 elements: flesh, aura, soul. The powers of the 3 elements complement each other, and we cultivators, unless we are gifted with a special talent, are all majoring in aura. With aura, nourish and strengthen the physical body and divine soul, Zhou Junbai said. Therefore our foundation building is actually the foundation of aura. But in this world, there is no shortage of cultivators who want to enhance the foundation establishment effect by improving their physical bodies and divine souls. The foundation building technique of the Qingtsong sect is the technique to grow the power of the physical body. It is said that this method can enhance the foundation building, double the effect. Zhou Junbai said with a burning gaze. It doubles the effect of foundation building? Lin Yu's heart shook. Exactly. Actually, a similar method is also available in our immortal Luo sect. For example, the great mystic outer sect of Mount Wancheng has a technique called the Qi-looking technique, which can enhance the effects of foundation building by boosting the power of the divine soul. It also doubles the effect of foundation building. There is also the Vajra minor secret outer sect, which has a secret method named the indestructible Vajra fist. Cultivating this fist technique can strengthen a cultivator's physical body strength and double the effect of foundation building. Zhou Junbai explained. Such a good secret method, why not popularize it to all outer sects? Lin Yu wondered. Popularization? When Zhou Junbai heard this, He immediately stared at Lin Yu with an odd expression. Do you think that all the disciples, like you, are monsters, and that cultivating the Dharma to greatness is as simple as eating and drinking water? That's true. Lin Yu nodded deeply. You kid, say you're fat. You're really wheezing on it. Zhou Junbai glared. If you want to use the secret method to enhance the effect of foundation building, you must cultivate the secret method to a great completion. Those secret techniques, when practiced, are again extremely difficult. For most cultivators, the quest is to build the foundation faster. Practicing those secret techniques rashly, once you fail, not only will it affect your own foundation building, but more likely, the age at which you build your foundation. Back then, that brat Song Qingfeng was originally qualified to enter the inner sect. It's just that this kid, with a high heart and unwilling to become only an ordinary disciple of the inner sect, spent too much time searching for the spirit of the great Tao, delaying the age of foundation building. Zhou Junbai said with emotion, Immortal Luo sect, valuing age so highly? Lin Yu frowned. Naturally valued. Zhou Junbai spoke with certainty. The earlier the foundation is built, the better the talent proves and the greater the immortal destiny. Then, Senior Brother Song, is there still a chance to enter the inner sect? Lin Yu asked. Of course I have. But, Zhou Junbai sniffed and wanted to speak. But what? Lin Yu said with interest. Forget it, this matter is too early to say. If the time comes, you will naturally know. Zhou Junbai shook his head. In fact, if it were any other disciple that wanted to learn the secret techniques of the Qingsang sect, this seat would never agree to it, and would at most allow for borrowing from it. As for you kid, just do what you want, Zhou Junbai said. Thank you, sect master. Lin Yu saluted. But the secret realm of prosperity, you still have to go, Zhou Junbai said. Why? Lin Yu froze. You kid, when this seat doesn't know about your enlightenment, even the cloud sky scripture, which is as difficult to learn as this, has been given a great deal of time to learn. A mere green sun sect's secret technique, isn't it the same as learning it? It's just as well to go over there when you've learned that secret technique. Don't think about being lazy. Zhou Junbai rolled his eyes and said, Chapter 58, Rushing to the Qingsang sect, guard the way of the heart. Yes, then when disciple finishes the matter at hand, he will go and join senior sister. Lin Yu smiled awkwardly. Okay, then the matter is decided. Ming Shui, make a trip to the peaks, gather the younger generation of disciples, and set off for the secret realm of prosperity tomorrow. Only then did Zhou Junbai reveal a look of satisfaction. Yes, Fong Mingxue led the order to leave. Then disciple, farewell as well. Lin Yu also got up. This is the sect master's token. You take this token, and if you want to go down the mountain again in the future, you don't need to report. Zhou Junbai said and threw Lin Yu a token. Thank you, sect master. Lin Yu hurriedly saluted. Go on. Zhou Junbai waved his hand, and Lin Yu turned around and left the sect master's hall. It turns out that this seat, still thinking of giving up this old face, went on a trip to Wangcheng Mountain, the Vajra outer sect, to ask for 2 volumes of secret methods for Lin Yu. Now that we have the secret method of the Qingsang sect, it will save us a lot of trouble. But Wangcheng Mountain, it's still necessary to make a trip, and I'm afraid that getting slaughtered is inevitable. Zhou Junbai watched Lin Yu leave with a despondent look on his face as he thought of the Wangcheng Mountain sect master. It's not good to take advantage of that old acquaintance. It's rumored that on this trip, the Xian Luo Great Mysterious Outer Sect, which is in the top 10 of my Immortal Luo sect's outer sect, will also send disciples over. I don't know if this kid, Lin Yu, will be lazy and not go. Don't miss the chance to see the top row of geniuses in the outer sect. Zhou Junbai playfully muttered to himself, and then in a single movement of his body, he had already disappeared. Thunder! Giggle! As Lin Yu exited the cloudy sky little mystery realm, a sword of the reverse immortal had flown out of the sword case and landed at his feet. The 13 swords of the reverse immortal each have their own strengths. The fastest among them was the Thunderbolt sword. Clank! Lin Yu's mind moved, and the Thunderbolt sword had already broken through the air, like a purple bolt cutting through the sky, 1,000 miles in a flash. Quick! This was the first time that Lin Yu had rushed by using his imperial sword, but the speed was a lot faster than Song Qingfeng brought that time. In the beginning, Song Qingfeng, for one thing, was considerate of Lin Yu and was afraid of hurting him. The second was his sword, which really wasn't fast. Now that the shocking thunder was out, coupled with Lin Yu going all out, his speed was naturally fast to the extreme. It was supposed to take 3 days, but Lin Yu only took half a day to reach the Qingsang sect. Senior Lin Yu, in compliance with Senior's wishes, has come to ask, Lin Yu stood outside the mountain gate of the Qingsang sect and made a deep bow towards the ruins of the Qingsang sect. Brush! Lin Yu had just finished speaking when there was a clear breeze, and then the old man from the Qingsang sect had already appeared in front of Lin Yu. You've perfected the ninth great perfection of the innate? The old man appeared and looked at Lin Yu in astonishment. His whole body was now in a daze. Originally, it was thought that it would take at least 2 years for Lin Yu to cultivate to the innate great circle. But how long has it been? In less than a month, you've reached the innate great circle? The late generation is just cultivating a bit faster. Lin Yu laughed. The corners of the old man's mouth twitched at his words. Are you sure? This cultivation speed of yours, it's just faster? Come with the old man. The old man forced down the shock in his heart and turned towards the mountain gate. Yes, Lin Yu followed. The old man led Lin Yu directly into the ruins of the Qingsang sect, a dilapidated temple that had long since fallen into disrepair under the erosion of the years. Not far away stood a courtyard. It is said to be a courtyard, but it is actually a wooden house on one side, with a fence enclosing a yard. Come in. The old man turned back, glanced at Lin Yu, and entered the wooden house first. Lin Yu had thought that the cabin was just the outside, and that the inside was bound to be a cave with its own space. But Lin Yu guessed wrong. The place where the old man lived was indeed just an ordinary cabin, but it's well organized inside. A bed, a table, a few chairs. It was really simple. Are you weird? I'm a cultivator of immortality. Why do I have to live in this humble wooden house? And the Qingsang sect has long since fallen, yet I still haven't left? The old man saw Lin Yu's surprise and said with a smile, Latecomer, I dare not speak out of turn. Lin Yu shook his head. Actually, that's easy to say. When I was young, I was dying to live. It was the Qingsang sect that gave old me a place to live. A home. A few moments of reminiscence appeared on the old man's face. This is it? Lin Yu asked thoughtfully. That's right. This is it. The old man stroked the pillar, which had long been somewhat decayed, and looked out the window. Along with the window. Back then, the old patriarch once asked the old man why he practiced. The old man's answer is to be fed and warmed, and to stop being bullied. The old man laughed at himself and opened his mouth. Senior is honest. Lin Yu laughed. That's the same answer as the old patriarch. The old man smiled. But when the old me cultivated to the foundation establishment realm, the old patriarch asked this question again. The old me's answer changed. The old man turned back and looked at Lin Yu and said, Changed? Lin Yu pondered, opening his mouth. Aha! At that time, the aura of the Qingsang sect had begun to dry up, and there were often disciples who chose to leave the sect in pursuit of a better future. At that time, the old patriarch asked the old man what the purpose of cultivation was. The old man said, in order to keep the inheritance of the Qingsang sect. A stern light flashed in the old man's eyes. Senior, is it for these words that you have been guarding the Qingsang sect? Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. Aha! Do you also think that the old man is stupid? With my cultivation at the peak of Jindan, if I were to leave this place, I wouldn't be able to enter the inner gate of Immortal Luo sect, but in the outer gate, as an elder, I would actually still be qualified. As for other small sects, being a supreme elder is enough. The old man smiled to himself. Over the years, the clans that had come to draw the old man in were not few, but they were all rejected by the old man. Slowly, these clans stopped coming. Instead, rumors are circulating. On Qingsang Mountain, there lived a cultivator who practiced cultivation foolishly. Oil and salt. Stubborn. Of course it's not stupid. Lin Yu said sincerely. Senior, what you are guarding is not a fallen sect, but the Tao in your heart. The old man. Who guards the word in his heart? The old man's heart suddenly trembled when he heard this, and then an inexplicable Tao rhythm unexpectedly rose up in his body. Chapter 59, Breaking the Knot in the Heart. Nudging half-step yuaning. Boom! Around the old man, Taoism was like a sea, and majesty rolled. Senior seems to have broken through the realm? Lin Yu froze, not realizing that his casual remark would have such a great impact on the old man. On the old man. So it is. So that's it. Between the old man's breath erupted. He even looked up to the sky and whistled, and in his voice, he was full of open-mindedness. Wow! The old man's mind collected, and the majesty that escaped, slowly collected within his body. Old me, Qingsang sect, Qingsang Zi, thank you for solving the problem. Fellow Taoist. Qingsang collected his breath and looked at Lin Yu with a straight face as he respectfully saluted. Elder, make it impossible. The late generation is just speaking from the heart and feeling. Lin Yu hurriedly returned the salute. What a great line from the heart. With feeling. Fellow Taoist Lin Yu. This from your heart. With a feeling. has solved the old man's heart problem that I couldn't figure out for half of my life. The old man sniffed. With his Jindan perfection cultivation, he died defending the Qingtsong sect for 100 years. Qing Sangzi had similarly questioned himself. Was it worth it? Qing Sangzi couldn't figure it out, but now figured it out. Worth it. It's true what Lin Yu said. Protecting the Green Sung sect's legacy was his Tao. For the sake of the Tao in one's heart, what is the harm in sticking to it for 1,000 or 10,000 years, not to mention 100 years, until one's body dies? With Lin Yu's words, the confusion that had plagued Qing Sangzi for 100 years was solved. Lin Yu, now, I will pass on to you the two major techniques of my Qingtsang sect. Qing Sangzi looked at Lin Yu with a burning gaze. Two major spells? Lin Yu's gaze lit up. Exactly. 1. On my Qingtsang sect's cultivation method. The 9 revolutions of mountain and river. The 9 revolutions of mountains and rivers is a method of cultivating the physical body. Qing Sangzi spoke with a straight face. Flesh body cultivation technique? Lin Yu's gaze flickered. Exactly. Refine the body. Refine the qi. Refine the spirit. This is originally between heaven and earth. The 3 great ways of cultivation. In extremely ancient times, the 3 ways of cultivation, there was no difference between the strong and weak, and there were even true prides of heaven who practiced all 3 ways together. Qing Sangzi opened his mouth thoughtfully. Refining the body, refining the qi, refining the spirit? When Lin Yu heard this, he immediately revealed a look of interest. Aha! But the appearance of a book of qi refining methods changed this pattern, and since then body refining, and God refining, have gradually declined, and qi refining has become the mainstream cultivation method. Qing Sangzi said, Senior is talking about the Xing Qi skill? Lin Yu thought of the Qi Xing skill. The 3 treasures immortal sovereign had created the Qi walking technique so that all those who wanted to step into the immortal sect would have a method to cultivate, and it was likely that it was the one Qing Sangzi was talking about. Aha! It's that traveling Qi skill. The introduction of the Qi Xing skill has greatly lowered the threshold of Qi refining. Cultivation thresholds, the still extremely high body refinement and God refinement, are naturally slowly being abandoned. We, the Qingtsong sect, on the other hand, are one of the few sects that still practice the ancient method of body refining. Qing Sangzi explained. So it is. Lin Yu sniffed and came to a realization. As for the second volume, it's from the 9 revolutions of the mountain and river, separated from the foundation establishment's secret technique, the Green Song technique. Qing Sangzi spoke with a straight face. Building a foundation with the Green Song technique can tap into the potential of the physical body, allowing the effect of foundation building to be doubled. Lin Yu's gaze lit up. It seems that fellow Taoist Lin Yu still knows quite a lot, but you only know one thing, not the other. Qing Sangzi proudly opened his mouth. May it be heard. Lin Yu saluted. If you cultivate the Green Song technique alone, the foundation building effect can be doubled. But if one cultivates the 9 revolutions of mountain and river and then builds a foundation with the Green Song technique, one can complete a true physical body foundation. Qing Sangzi looked at Lin Yu and said, Flesh building? When Lin Yu heard this, he immediately revealed a shocked expression. Exactly. Flesh body foundation building. The old man said that in ancient times, 3 ways of cultivation coexisted in the world. The physical body can complete the physical body foundation. The aura can complete the aura foundation. And the divine soul can complete the divine soul foundation. There is a Gaijin genius who cultivates the 3 paths together and can complete the 3 elements of foundation building. Ternary foundation establishment is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 3 compared to aura foundation establishment. It's 9 times the base. Qing Sangzi said divinely. 9 is the pole of number. They say it's 9 times, but the difference is, I'm afraid, 1,000 miles away. Lin Yu muttered. Yes. It's just that body refinement and God refinement are both ancient methods. The threshold of cultivation is too high, and it's impossible for a non-extremely talented person to achieve all 3 methods at the same time. Coupled with the fact that the threshold is too high and the cultivation is too time-consuming, it has also gradually withdrawn from the long river of history. As strong as the immortal Luo sect, it wouldn't take the initiative to instruct its disciples in the 3 elements of the same cultivation. Qing Sangzi said. It is indeed too slow to cultivate all 3 methods at the same time. Lin Yu nodded. Fang Mingshua's cultivation speed was already considered extremely fast. It had also taken nearly 5 years to cultivate to the perfection of innate 9. If the 3 disciplines were practiced together, one might not be able to cultivate to the innate in 15 or 20 years. This is too costly for the younger generation. But you're different. Qing Sangzi stared at Lin Yu with a burning gaze. You were able to cultivate to the 9th perfection of the innate in such a short period of time. It is entirely possible to cultivate another body refining technique. After all, as long as you can complete foundation establishment before the age of 25, it won't have any impact on your future whatsoever. You're only 16 or 17, and you've got 9 years to go. Ching Songzi spoke with a straight face. Originally, Ching Songzi only intended to pass on Lin Yu's Ching Song skill, but after seeing Lin Yu's cultivation speed, he changed his mind. It was just that with the secret method, it was a bit of a waste of Lin Yu's natural talent to enhance the foundation building effect. Will building a foundation past the age of 25 affect the future? Lin Yu came to a sudden realization. Aha! Establishing the foundation at the age of 25 is also one of the assessment criteria for inner disciples in an immortal sect like the Immortal Luo sect, Ching Sanzi said. So it is. Lin Yu nodded. Lin Yu, what's recorded here is the 9 revolutions of mountain and river and the green sun technique. Before the old patriarch left, he placed this inheritance in the hands of the old man, and today, the old man will pass it on to you. Ching Sangzi solemnly took out a jade slip and handed it to Lin Yu. Thank you, elder. Lin Yu saluted again and solemnly received the jade slip. Buzz! Between the jade slip entering his hand, a golden light brightened up and surged into Lin Yu's brow. Boom! Golden light converges. An image shone brightly in Lin Yu's sea of consciousness. Chapter 60, Creating 9 Mountain and River Seals. Flesh body entering the innate. In the middle of the image was a man with a sturdy and robust figure, traveling between heaven and earth. The man looks extremely strange. Mortals have 7 orifices: eyes, ears, mouth and nose. Men, however, are born with 9 orifices. The vertical eye in the center of the brow is born with a heavy pupil. When it is 2 orifices, men seem to love the mountains and rivers between heaven and earth. Everywhere you go, you are stopping to watch. Lin Yu also followed the man and saw many famous mountains and rivers. Eventually, the man stopped at a place, a mountain peak. At first glance, it seemed to be no different from an ordinary big mountain, but upon closer inspection, Lin Yu immediately revealed a shocked expression. One could only see that in the great mountain, there were natural Tao rhythms flowing, and there was aura in all directions, swarming in with the natural Tao rhythms, and the mountain peaks, which were originally no more than ordinary, unexpectedly rose up at an astonishing speed as the aura condensed. The 9 turns of the mountain and the river, created by the Taoist of Green Mountain. Green Mountain Taoist, originally a piece of spiritual stone petrified out of the shape of a natural strength. Young, was an ancient era, the first body refining sect, indestructible immortal sect accepted as a disciple. Taoist Green Mountain is exceptionally gifted in the path of body refining, and in less than 100 years, he has cultivated the undying immortal scripture to the 5th level. But since then, cultivation has stagnated. Taoist Green Mountain had no choice but to walk out of the indestructible immortal sect and travel through heaven and earth in order to seek a breakthrough method. And later, because he witnessed the formation of the secret realm, he created his own body refining method, the 9 revolutions of the mountains and rivers. The 9 revolutions of the mountain and river, rooted in the process of the formation of the secret realm, compares the cultivator's physical body to the secret realm of the human body, and opens up a new era of refining the body, when it is a stunning past. Wow! In an instant, the juxtaposed flowers of physique and flesh on the tree of the great Tao slowly unfolded, drawing on the stunning past of the 9 revolutions of the mountain and river. The effect of the flower of juxtaposition of physique and flesh is increased. Physique, flesh and flower effect. 1. Even if you don't practice, your cultivation gains are still amazing. 2. The purity of the innate qi in the body, increased by 5 times. 3. The effect of the innate qi on the nourishment of the physical body is increased by 4 times. 4. The effect of the innate qi on the nourishment of the divine soul is increased by 4 times. 5. The breath of the innate, which comes with the power of the 9 heavens. 6. The speed of body refining doubled. Between the juxtaposed flowers of flesh and physique stretching, new effects had surfaced. Fellow Taoist Lin Yu, you can first cultivate on your own. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me, Ching Sangzi said with a straight face. Yes. Lin Yu nodded and began to study the 9 revolutions of the mountain and river. Boom! Lin Yu had just begun his cultivation when his physical body trembled violently, and a great seal of the mountains and rivers suddenly appeared above his head. So quickly, a mountain river seal was created? Ching Sanzi looked at the top of Lin Yu's head, the great seal of the mountain and river that had emerged, and immediately revealed a horrified expression. There are 9 revolutions of mountains and rivers, corresponding to the 9 orifices of the Green Mountain Taoist. With 9 orifices, for 9 secret realms, one can conclude the great seal of mountains and rivers. Open an orifice, the speed of refining the body doubles, opening the 9 orifices, when it is the realm of great fulfillment. cultivated to the extreme. The flesh body holds the greatness of the 9 secret realms within it, and the flesh body is invincible. Lin Yu concluded a great seal of the mountain and river when it was the 9 revolutions of the mountain and river initiation. Boom! Without waiting for Qing Shangzi to come back to his senses, one mountain and river great seal after another was concluded above Lin Yu's head, high in the sky, sinking and floating. However, in just a moment's time, the 9 heavy mountain and river great seal was concluded as much as it could be. 9 grand accomplishments? How? Qing Shangzi exclaimed in shock. The 9 revolutions of the mountains and rivers correspond to the 9 orifices. It is difficult to achieve great success if you are not a person with 9 orifices. But Lin Yu, it was clear that he only had 7 orifices. So how could he become a great success? What made Qing Shangzi even more terrified was that between the 9 mountain and river seals tumbling about, there was an unceasing source of heaven and earth aura that surged in and poured into Lin Yu's limbs and bones. In just a few moments, Lin Yu's fleshly body had already given birth to innate qi. Cultivating the innate qi out of the flesh? Heavens, this has reached the realm of the flesh body innate? Qing Shangzi looked dumbfounded. The way of refining the body was inherently harder than refining qi. Otherwise, how could a qi-xing skill make the way of body refinement fall out of favor? But Lin Yu, not only did he cultivate the 9 revolutions of the mountain and river to perfection in a split second, he even cultivated the innate power of his physical body. Boom! At the same time, the 12-fold agora above Lin Yu's head emerged once again. Innate aura, flesh innate power, the 2 kinds of innate power, intertwined and flowing within Lin Yu's body, complemented each other, constantly tempering Lin Yu's fleshly body. This is the 12 major accomplishments of the Cloud Sky Sutra. No wonder he was able to cultivate to the innate 9 realm in such a short period of time. So it turns out that he has cultivated the Cloudy Sky Scripture to its great completion. Old Patriarch, our Qing sect has no regrets. Being able to seek out such a genius as the inheritor of the 9 revolutions of the mountains and rivers. The 9 revolutions of mountains and rivers will surely shine in Lin Yu's hands. Qing Shangzi's face was relieved and touched. Wow! At this moment, the 12-fold agora above Lin Yu's head quietly dispersed. The 9 great seals of the mountains and rivers also flew into Lin Yu's 7 orifices. Among them, 4 mountain and river seals flew into Lin Yu's eyes. It made Lin Yu's pupils briefly interlaced, like heavy pupils taking in the heart. 9 mountain and river great seals entered his body, and Lin Yu only felt that these 9 orifices in the Hotian were still drawing spiritual qi in an unending stream to strengthen his physical body. Unfortunately, the aura of this place has long been depleted. As strong as the 9 mountain river great seals, it is difficult to draw much aura. Senior Lin Yu, thank you senior for teaching me the way. Lin Yu got up and made a deep bow towards Qing Shangzi. Flesh into the innate. Although Lin Yu did not break through at this time, but can really feel their own heritage then at first, deeper than double. It's the old man who should be thanking you, fellow Taoist. My Qing sect truly has no regrets. The mountain river 9 revolutions will eventually shine in the future. Qing Shangzi said with emotion. How about, we don't even thank you? Lin Yu smiled and scratched his head. It's the old man who's being pedantic. Qing Shangzi was first stunned before he burst into a hearty laugh. Senior, the late generation still has a mission ahead of them, so I'm afraid I can't stay here. Are you planning, senior, to remain here? Lin Yu got up and asked. The old man will leave. Qing Shangzi smiled and spoke. Why? Lin Yu's heart fluttered. As fellow Taoist said, the old man guards the Tao in his heart. Then no matter where the old man is, a square inch under his feet is Qing Song. Qing Shangzi looked at Lin Yu with a sprightly expression. Chapter 61 Outer Sect Top 10. The Xian Luo Great Mystery Realm had also come. Elder, this is a true realization. Lin Yu smiled and opened his mouth. Figured it out. Qing Shangzi nodded heavily. In that case, when you and I meet again in another day, Senior is afraid that he will already be a Yuaning cultivator. Lin Yu laughed. It's also possible that it was death under the heart demon robbery. Qing Shangzi opened his mouth spontaneously. When Qing Shangzi brought up the heart demon tribulation, he didn't have much fear in his heart and was very spontaneous. Has Senior ever heard of the easy sex self-contained wine? Lin Yu asked with a smile. Lin Yu had originally come on this trip for the Qingsong skill, but he hadn't expected to snatch a rabbit out of the grass and practice the Qingsong sex flesh-body Dharma door. The 9 revolutions of the mountains and rivers. The green song technique was through and through the same source, so Lin Yu naturally cultivated it together. Now it was also time to plan a trip to the secret realm of the free, self-indulgent wine? I've heard a little about it. Legend has it that the wine of self-compassion can dissolve the demons of the heart and help one to easily pass through the heart demonic tribulation and advance to the realm of Yuaning. Qing Shangzi opened his mouth thoughtfully. Elder, Actually, this time, I have another mission. Lin Yu spoke with a straight face. What mission? May I need my help? Qing Cangzi said sincerely. This quest is to travel to the secret realm of prosperity and search for the self-explaining wine and the formula for brewing it. Lin Yu smiled and opened his mouth. The secret realm of prosperity has opened? That's right, counting the time. The secret realm of prosperity is indeed open. Qing Cangzi counted with his fingers and his eyes showed a brilliant expression. Senior, are you willing to go along? If the late generation really obtained that self-satisfied wine, then I will definitely talk with the senior and drink wine. Lin Yu smiled and looked at Qing Cangzi. If that's the case, then I'm afraid I can't even go if I don't want to. Qing Cangzi stroked his beard and smiled. Then it's a deal. However, Senior still needs to make a trip back to the Greenwood dynasty to deliver 2 pills to his parents. I'm afraid I'll have to have Senior give Senior a ride. Lin Yu smiled coyly. Lin Yu was only at the innate realm, so if he was talking about speed, how could he compare to Qing Cangzi, who was at the half-step Yuaning realm? So that's what you, kid, were playing at. Qing Cangzi laughed and cursed before casually waving his hand. Boom! A large seal had appeared above Qing Cangzi's head. This seal is called the Qingcang seal. It is my Qingcang sect's inherited divine treasure. Qing Cangzi explained. Vice sect master Wang Chengkong once said that seal-type magic treasures, their greatest effect is to smash people. Since the Qingcang sect used the seal as an inherited divine treasure, I'm afraid it has another wonderful use, right? Lin Yu pondered, opening his mouth. That's natural. The way of the imperial weapon under the world was originally different. As the saying goes, a foot has its limits. If you get the chance, let your boy see it. Between Qing Cangzi's words, his body moved and he had already landed on the seal. Lin Yu, come up here. Let's make a trip to the Greenwood dynasty first. Qing Cangzi said. Thank you, Elder. Lin Yu had already landed on the seal between flashes. The secret realm of the free. It was said to be a secret realm, but under the great battle in the beginning, it had long been covered with fine cracks. Together with the sealing of the easy sect master, it was now long shaken. Such a dilapidated secret realm. Not to mention Jindan and Yuaning making a move. A strong person amongst the 9th level of foundation establishment was afraid that he might also be able to blow up. At this moment, at the entrance of the secret realm, the void distorted one after another, and a piece of magic treasure broke out. Senior sister Ming Shui, is that the entrance to the secret realm of prosperity? Zhao Huayu spoke curiously. It was clearly Fong Mingshui at this moment, arriving with the disciples of the Cloud Sky Outer Sect. Cloud Sky Outer Sect. Not many people came this time. Fong Mingshui led the way. Zhao Huayu under Wang Chengkong's sect, Song Qingfeng under Lu Daoshuan's sect, and then there was Yang Luqing under Lu Xian's sect, as well as Ji Flame Spirit under Zhou Junbai's door. Aha! That's the entrance. Did you remember everything you were told when you came here? Fong Mingshui asked. All written down, west and north. They've been checked all over, so don't waste your time checking. Over there is the ruins of the Easy Sect. If you want to find the self-reliance wine, it's best to investigate that side thoroughly. There's also the fact that every time the secret realm of prosperity opens, it only lasts for 7 days. Song Qingfeng and the others all said with a straight face. I wonder who it is that is so familiar with the secret realm of prosperity. So it's senior sister Ming Shui of the Cloud Sky Outer Sect. At this moment, a sprightly voice came out, and then 2 silhouettes had appeared not far away. Shen Luo Great Mysterious Realm? The 2 had just appeared, and Song Qingfeng, Zhao Huayu, and the others, their expressions couldn't help but change. The great mystery beyond the gates of Shen Luo, the existence of the top 10 of the immortal Luo sect's outer sect. So it's senior brother Tianqi. Fong Mingshui hurriedly saluted. Senior sister Ming Shui is polite. Apocalypse smiled faintly, his attitude quite warm. Senior brother Tianqi, it seems that he has a lot of confidence in this secret realm of prosperity. Surprisingly, you only brought one senior brother here? Fong Mingshui glanced thoughtfully at the young man beside Tianqi. His age, which was quite a bit younger than Song Qingfeng, but his cultivation level had clearly reached foundation establishment perfection. Where strength speaks, what's the use of having too many people? The young man noticed Fong Mingshui's gaze and swept a glance at Song Qingfeng and the others as he opened his mouth brusquely. Qing Yang, don't be rude. Don't be quick to meet senior sister Fong Mingshui. Apocalypse sniffed and a look of displeasure flashed across his face. Yes, senior brother, Qing Yang to Tianqi, seems to be quite reverent. Sniffing and shrinking his neck, he very perfunctorily saluted with Fong Mingshui. Qing Yang, meet senior sister Ming Shui. Senior brother, there seems to be someone over there. Quite interesting. Senior brother, go over and take a look. Qing Yang didn't wait for Fong Mingxue to respond. His body moved away in a flash. Is this the shattering hollow step? The shrinking ground that comes only after cultivating to the 7th level? Fong Mingxue's beautiful eyes couldn't help but flash. When Song Qingfeng and the others heard this, their complexion immediately became grave. Shattered steps. The strongest mastery of the Xian Luo Great Secret Outer Sect. Sacred Dharma. It was said to involve the way of time and space, and it was extremely difficult to cultivate. The great mysterious realm of Xian Luo had not been cultivated for hundreds of years. I didn't expect this Qing Yang. Not only did he cultivate, but he also cultivated to the 7th level. Exactly. This kid Cheng Yang, aside from being a bit proud, his talent is real good. Not only has this hollow shattering step, cultivated to the 7th level, the realm of shrinking the earth, even the Xian Luo Sutra of the sect master's lineage has been cultivated to the 8th level, Apocalypse said with a sigh. Then I must congratulate the Xian Luo outer sect for obtaining this fine disciple. The talent is real. Fong Mingxue sighed. Although this person was not as demonic as Lin Yu, he was still a genius that Fong Mingxue herself was far inferior to. The chi makes it so. But this kid Qing Yang, his natural talent is too high and he learns everything fast. Instead he lacks sharpening. That's why this time, the sect master asked me to bring Qing Yang out to practice. Young people, they still need more setbacks. Tianqi appeared to be saying Qing Yang's faults, but the smile on his face could not be concealed, so bright that it was going to smoke. Just cultivating to the 7th and 8th levels, it seems far inferior to that monster Lin Yu. While Fong Mingxue didn't care about Tianqi's boasting, Ji Yanling couldn't help but mutter as she couldn't stand to see Tianqi's smelly appearance. This statement was made. Apocalypse's smile was instantly awkward on his face. Chapter 62 Heaven and Earth Academy. Not weaker than immortal Luo. Not as Lin Yu? Dare I ask Lin Yu, which senior brother is it again? Apocalypse swept his gaze over the crowd one by one. Song Qingfeng and Zhao Huayu. Apocalypse had met them all. Ji Yanling was a familiar face, but Lin Yu was definitely not her. Senior brother Lin Yu. Something went out and he hasn't had the time yet to meet up with us. Fong Mingxue glanced at Ji Yanling and spoke gently. Senior brother Lin Yu, when will you be initiated? And how many times have you cultivated your Cloud Sky Outer Sex Cloud Sky Sutra? To the first few levels? Apocalypse looked at Fong Mingxue with a burning gaze. On practicing Dharma, the Cloud Sky Scripture could be much better than the Xian Luo Scripture. After all, the 12 levels of the Cloud Sky Scripture could increase the speed of cultivation by 12 times, making it the most divine cultivation method in the world. In the beginning, Zhou Junbai was able to get this Cloud Scripture, but it really made the other outer sects red in the eyes for a long time. No good. Fong Mingxue pondered, opening her mouth. What's not to like? We are all outside the immortal Luo sect. Between the disciples, they understand each other. It can't be called a leak. Apocalypse was dumbfounded, only thinking that Fong Mingxue, this was hiding Lin Yu's cultivation. Indeed, it's not easy to say. If I say it's senior brother, I won't believe it either. Fong Mingxue said with a faint smile. 3,000 outer sects. Who doesn't know that senior sister Mingxue never speaks rashly? How could senior brother not believe? Apocalypse shook his head. Junior brother Lin Yu has already cultivated the Cloud Sky Sutra to 12 major accomplishments. Fong Mingxue spoke with a straight face. 12 major accomplishments? When Tianqi heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned, and then hurriedly asked, dare I ask this senior brother Lin Yu, when was he initiated? It's been a month since the introduction, full stop. Fong Mingxue said seriously. A full month? Apocalypse was dumbfounded at his words. This Mingxue senior sister, what is not good to learn? How to start learning? Wang Chengkong bragging. Senior sister Mingxue. Just kidding. Do you know what kind of physique Qing Yang has? Apocalypse shook his head and laughed lightly. What physique? Fong Mingxue came to be interested. Born Linglong body. Apocalypse said with a straight face. Born Linglong body? But in the legend, the born Linglong body that is born with a delicate flesh body, a clear mirror mind, flawless dirt, and can enter the state of epiphany from time to time? Song Qingfeng revealed a different color. Aha! The body of an immortal spirit does not come out. In terms of cultivation speed, no one in the world can surpass it. Even so, Qing Yang's senior brother, the entrance has been 6 years, only barely will Xian Luo Jing, cultivation to the 8th realm, is still short of a weight, can only be complete. Apocalypse looked at Fong Mingxue very seriously. Beyond the words, my senior brother Qing Yang, but the speed of cultivation is second only to the body of the immortal spirit. After 6 years of initiation, it was difficult to cultivate the Xian Luo Sutra to its great completion. What was Lin Yu's basis for having cultivated the cloud sky scripture to 12 major accomplishments in the month of his initiation? You guys, that's funny. I told you I'd tell you. You wouldn't believe me. I had to pursue it to the end. And when I answered you, you didn't believe me. Ji Yanling muttered with some dissatisfaction. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, a violent and incomparable fluctuation suddenly came from the distance. There were two sharp breaths that were violently colliding. Pale blade Qi? It's senior brother Qing Yang. Fighting someone? Between the two breaths coming from the two, Tian Qi's complexion changed slightly. Sword Qi hallowed Confucianism. I'm afraid that the only ones in this world who can cultivate this kind of sword Qi are the disciples of the Heaven and Earth School Palace, right? Fang Mingshue's equally beautiful eyes flickered, somewhat astonished as she looked at the two breaths, sweeping in the direction they came from. The Heaven and Earth Academy? What clan is that? Is it strong? Ji Yanling asked curiously. Very strong. No less than our immortal Luo sect. Song Qingfeng opened his mouth seriously. Not inferior to our immortal Luo sect? Ji Yanling froze. It hadn't been a short time since Ji Yanling had been initiated. Every time within the division, when other sects were brought up, there was not a single one that the selfsame sect master could look at. It was even once put out that 90% of the world's cultivation sects were not even comparable to the outer sects of the immortal Luo sect. But this Heaven and Earth School Palace, it could even be on par with the immortal Luo sect? The Heaven and Earth Academy was founded by the Ru Jianxian. It is said that the Confucian sword immortal, reading books to read out the sword immortal cultivation. But if we really talk about the strength, Confucian sword immortal, in his time, enough to rank into the top 10. The way the Heaven and Earth School Palace recruits disciples is also completely different from our immortal Luo sect. Fang Mingxue said methodically. What's the difference? Ji Yanling became even more curious. The Jade Fairy? However, anyone who could be linked to the word immortal, that would be a true supreme power throughout the ages. School trips. Zhao Huayu lightly laughed. It is said that this Heaven and Earth School Palace, unlike our immortal Luo sect, where there are 3,000 in the outer gate, has only one academy. The favorite thing for the masters of the academy to do is to carry a bookshelf on their backs and travel around the world. Anyone who meets the requirements, regardless of age, can enter the academy. When one enters the Palace of Heaven and Earth Studies, what one learns is not the 100 Great Paths, but the 10,000 scrolls. Apocalypse also opened his mouth strangely. This alternative? Senior sister, why don't we go over and take a look? I don't know if this disciple of the Heaven and Earth Academy Palace has 3 heads and 6 arms to be able to fight like this with senior brother Qing Yang, who, according to senior brother Tianqi's mouth, is found in the heavens and not found on the earth. Ji Yanling smiled and spoke. Senior brother Qing Yang, with his pure mind, once he encounters a genius, he most likes to spar with them, so I've made you all laugh. Apocalypse smiled bitterly at his words. We're supposed to be out practicing. It's okay to go over there and take a look. Fang Mingxue nodded her head, and with a gentle tremor of the long sword under her feet, she headed straight for the place where the two were fighting. In an instant, a group of people arrived at the place where the two were fighting, only to see 2 silhouettes struggling above the void in the distance. One of them, holding a long knife, between waving it, the blade rolled, a white blanket, as if it was going to cover up the sun and the moon. This person was none other than Qing Yang. The other man, long in stature and wearing a green robe, carried a bookcase on his back and held a long sword. Between the swings of the long sword, the sword Qi was like a brilliant sun, hallowed and neutral, not to be looked at directly. The two exchanged blows, swords and shadows, and the mist sank in and out. The terrifying power caused quite a few cultivators in the surrounding area to come to attention. Song Mang One Blade, Sword of the Great Sun, between the two men exchanging hands. Their stances were also subtle and incomparable, and they generally struck out at the same time with great tacit understanding. One could only see a blade aura, like the ebb and flow of a tidal wave, carrying a pale aura and flooding the sky. A sword on, a great sun across the sky, breaking through the endless mist, smoothing out the world's inequality. Boom! The two divine abilities clashed violently. It made the heavens tremble. Endless saber and sword light, oceans pouring in all directions. The aftermath of the two men's exchange of blows, under the violent collision and change, went straight in one direction. At that exact moment, a figure, imperial sword came. Senior brother Lin Yu, look out! With a glance, Fang Mingxue saw the identity of the visitor and immediately exclaimed in shock. Chapter 63, concluding the flower of Confucianism. Self-existent wine is now in the world. Fang Mingxue watched as the sky was filled with blades and swords raining down, charging straight at Lin Yu, and the power of the Jindan in her body erupted. No good. The young man dressed as a scholar in Xingyang likewise changed color, and under the sound of the swords in their hands, they also wanted to strike. Blade aura pale. Sword chi scorches the sky. I didn't expect to meet such an expert just after coming here. It's not a wasted trip. At the same time, Lin Yu, who had just come with his sword, was letting out a long whistle, and then a wave of innate power rose up to the sky. Boom! Inside Lin Yu's body, 9 great seals of mountains and rivers emerged, transforming into 9 mountains and rivers and protecting them in front of his body. Boom! Blade chi and sword rained down, declaring, all the mountains and rivers moved, and the emptiness of the sky chimed in unison. One could only see 9 mountains and rivers, as if they had separated the heavens, isolating the saber chi and sword rain. This is the ninefold mountain and river seal? Qingsong sect, there's still such an overwhelmingly beautiful disciple? The young scholar, looking at the 9 mountains and rivers seal, a flash of brilliant sword light flashed in his eyes. Clank, clank, clank. Between the young scholar's exclamations of surprise, the sword box behind Lin Yu's back had already opened. Tian K. Bakwater. Feng Chun. Shocking rainbow. Shake the mountain. Lin Yu casually pointed, and within the reverse immortal sword box, 5 reverse immortal swords had flown out. It transformed into 5 sword chi avenues. Boom! Sword chi avenue. Between the presses and falls, there are big waves rushing out of the sky. There is a searing fire that covers the heavens. There are even strange mountains that suppress heaven and earth. In just a split second, the saber chi and sword rain that had been isolated by the 9 mountain and river great seals was dissolved into nothingness. Brush! Lin Yu pointed out another finger, and the 5 swords of the reverse immortal flew back into the sword box. This is the 9 heavenly sword scripture. 5-fold sword chi avenue. This is the 9 heavenly sword scripture. Cultivated to the 5th? Senior sister Ming Shui just called him Lin Yu? Apocalypse also opened his mouth in shock. Young. Lin Yu is really too young, but only 16 or 17 years old. But he has already cultivated the 9 heavenly sword scripture. To the 5th level? It's all been told to you. Lin Yu has long since practiced the cloud sky scripture and the 9 heavenly sword scripture to great completion. And you don't believe it? Ji Yanling rolled her eyes, speechless. Good sword. Truly a good sword. At this moment, the young scholar opened his mouth in admiration, and in a single movement of his body, he had landed in front of Lin Yu with a face of astonishment. I always thought that there were not many people in the younger generation that I could remember. You count. Xingyang similarly flew forward and stared at Lin Yu with a burning gaze, his eyes filled with eagerness to try. Boom! Boom! To Lin Yu's surprise, after the two flew over, a golden light bloomed and fell into his brow. Picture it's one. A young man, seated amidst 10,000 scrolls, did not cultivate the Dharma, did not cultivate divine powers. After the youth had read 10,000 scrolls, he was in the attic of a bookstore, but a book and a sword flew out. Picture number 2. On the day of a baby's birth, a ray of sunlight shone in the sky, and there were cranes that came in company and hovered on the roof. Between the two alternating images, another line of writing is reflected. The great Confucian scholar Wang Dang, reciting the great Confucian scriptures at the age of 3, brought back to the Tiandi Academy by the husband of the Tiandi Academy at the age of 7, knowing 1,000 scrolls at the age of 8, and reading 10,000 scrolls at the age of 12. At the age of 23 in 10,000 scrolls, he comprehended the true meaning of Confucianism and was recognized by the Great Confucian Bible and the Great Confucian Sword. For 23 years, without cultivating the Dharma, without refining the sword, once the true meaning of the Confucian way comes out, the state of mind is straight up to the foundation establishment realm, and the cultivation of the 7 major Confucian righteousnesses, when it is a stunning past. Xingyang, born with a delicate body, on the day of his birth, he was recognized by heaven and earth, and drew a vision of heaven and earth. Half a year into qi cultivation, 1 year into the innate, at the age of 20, with the natural Linglong heart as the foundation, successfully built the foundation, when for the stunning past, a line of handwriting emerged, and even Lin Yu could not help but show a shocked expression when he looked at it. 2. 1 is to enter the immortal way with Confucianism. The entry to Confucianism goes straight to the foundation establishment realm, cultivating one's own state of mind. 1 was born with a Linglong body, with a cultivation speed second only to that of an immortal spirit body, and heavenly qi rushing through the dantian. Wow! The images turned into nutrients and were absorbed by the tree of the great Tao. Drawing on Wang's amazing past, the effect of Kendo's flower is increased. Kendo flower effect. 1. For any sword comprehension, increase 8 times. 2. Any sword Dao avatar can add searing sword intent and extreme cold sword intent. 3. Any sword Dao aptitude can be augmented with thunderflame sword intent. and the power can be increased by 2 times by casting Thunder Attribute Aptitude. 4. When you perform Sword Dao, you can add Reverse Immortal Sword Intent, which increases your power by 2 times. 5. Comprehending all the sword intentions can be transformed into the Sword Chi Avenue. 6. By casting Time Sword Chi Avenue, the speed of the avatar is doubled. 7. Sword Dao Avatar, which can be augmented with Rudra's Sword Intent, drawing on Wang Dang's amazing past and concluding the flower of Confucianism and Taoism. The flower of Rudraksh effect. 1. The power of the learned Rudraksh divine power is doubled. Drawing on Qin Yang's amazing past, the effect of the flower of enlightenment is increased. Flower of enlightenment effect. 1. Cultivation speed is increased by 11 times. 2. Gnosis is increased 11-fold. 3. Cultivation can enter the state of epiphany, and the effect of epiphany is increased 11 times. 4. Dharma doors below the holy grade can be Kulpa vast, and holy Dharma doors can be Kulpa minor. Drawing on Qin Yang's amazing past, the effect of the flower of flesh and physique juxtaposition is increased. Flesh, physique and flower of juxtaposition effects. 1. Even without cultivation, the rate of cultivation increase can reach 30% of the state of epiphany. 2. The purity of the innate chi in the body, increased by 6 times. 3. The effect of the innate chi on the nourishment of the physical body is increased by 5 times. 4. The effect of the innate chi on the nourishment of the divine soul is increased by 5 times. 5. The breath of the innate, which comes with the power of the 9 heavens. 6. The speed of body refining, doubled. Lines and lines of handwriting emerged, and Lin Yu's bottom line was once again raised by a large margin. This brother, it seems that his heart is enlightened. Wang Dang looked at Lin Yu and watched himself and Cheng Yang not move. A flash of color flashed in his eyes. This brother is mistaken. I have a problem. When I see genius, I can't help but geek out. Lin Yu sniffed and said jokingly, Senior brother Lin Yu, this problem, it's really interesting. Apocalypse, who had rushed over, was also looking at Lin Yu with a strange expression. Senior sister Ming Shui, this is. Lin Yu looked at Fong Ming Shui and asked, this is senior brother Tianqi of the Xian Luo Great Mysterious Outer Sect. This is Qin Yang of the Xian Luo Great Mysterious Outer Sect, and is likewise your senior brother. Fong Ming Shui said with a straight face. Lin Yu has met the 2 senior brothers. Lin Yu nodded with a light smile. Hurry, present, the legendary self-reliance wine has appeared. At this moment, there was a cultivator, who rushed out in a sorry state from within the easy secret territory, looking up to the sky and whistling. Chapter 64, Senior brother needn't stay his hand, after all, there are many of us. Between that cultivator's long whistles, but his body went soft and he directly fainted. Self-indulgent wine appeared? Lin Yu and the others' complexions changed. The cultivator's body was heavily injured, and it was conceivable that he had just experienced a vicious battle. Ladies and gentlemen, since the self-explaining wine has appeared, I'll take the first step. Wang Dan made a bow towards Lin Yu and the others, and in a single movement of his body, he had already rushed towards the secret realm of prosperity. With every step Wang Dang landed, Ru Dao scriptures emerged under his feet, divine and incomparable. Senior brother Lin Yu, although we're from the same sect, when we enter the secret realm of prosperity, senior brother I won't keep my hands off. Qing Yang looked at Lin Yu with a confident expression. Senior brother need not stay his hand. After all, there's a lot of shidoshi. Lin Yu swept a glance at Song Qingfeng and said with a smile, I'll see you inside the secret area then. After Cheng Yang finished speaking, he took a step and his figure had already disappeared. When Qing Yang reappeared, it was as if he had traveled through space and appeared at the entrance to the secret realm of prosperity, and then his figure flickered again and disappeared. What a divine stance! Lin Yu opened his mouth in awe. Senior brother Lin, this is the same great body technique avatar shattering step. Senior brother Qin Yang, he has already cultivated to the 7th level, the realm of shrinking. Fong Mingxue said with a straight face, shattering steps? Shrinking? Lin Yu revealed a look of curiosity. This Dharma was compatible with the space-time avenue. It should be very suitable for him. Senior sister Fong, since the self-realization wine has already appeared, then senior brother will go in as well. When we fetch that self-satisfied wine, we'll have to get drunk with an old-timer. 2. Lin Yu laughed and laughed as he idly entered the secret realm of prosperity. Go! Follow! Song Qingfeng, Zhao Huayu, and Ji Yinling also hurriedly followed. Senior sister Fong, this senior brother Lin Yu, he's really confident. Apocalypse couldn't help but laugh. Senior brother Lin Yu has the capital to be confident. Fong Mingshue's beautiful eyes flashed. That's true. Apocalypse nodded thoughtfully. Even if Fong Mingxue and the others, there was an element of bragging. but Lin Yu's ninefold mountain river seal and fivefold sword chi avenue were already amazing enough. Originally, I thought that this inner sect disciple examination would be without any suspense. Now it seems, but it's too much more exciting than I thought. Apocalypse said again from the heart. Yes, a Lin Yu and a Qing Yang, the other outer sects. It's not guaranteed that there will be geniuses present as well. I'm afraid it's really going to be lively. Fang Mingxue also nodded solemnly. This secret realm, it's really broken enough. Lin Yu couldn't help but shake his head and sigh as he surveyed the secret realm of prosperity. The secret space was riddled with cracks, so I was afraid that it wouldn't be able to withstand the tossing and turning at all. At most, it can withstand the power of peak foundation establishment. If the peak of foundation establishment fights, there is also the possibility of causing space to disintegrate. It can be considered extremely dangerous. Song Qingfeng also spoke. There's a very impressive battle fluctuation to the south. Senior Sister Fang said that the south is the direction where the ruins of the Easy Sector are located, and the self-reliance wine should be over there. Zhao Huayu also said with a straight face, then go south. After Lin Yu nodded his head, he went across the sky in a single bound. The southern part of the secret realm of the free. The space was extremely broken and tattered everywhere. After all, over there, it was the place where the Lord of the Easy Sect, who had shaken the five great Yuaning hard, had caused damage that was absolutely astonishing. This place had been explored by a large number of cultivators. No one, though, has been able to be really productive. And this time, in the midst of the tattered space, there was a magnificent temple present, standing in the middle of the void rift. Self-contained wine is not something you are qualified to possess as a mere disciple of the Xian weapon sect. At this moment, two youths, one in front of the other, rushed out from within the temple. The one who rushed at the front was a youth whose cultivation had reached the peak of foundation establishment. Behind the youth, there was a man with a wild and arrogant aura, holding a long spear. Between the man with the long spear in his hand chasing out, the long spear in his hand shook and there were gunshots like a sea that swept out. Between the gunnels rolled out. It was as if the sky was swarming with stars. Towards the fleeing Xian weaponry sect disciple, it pressed down. My Xian weapon sect is inferior to your star-chasing sect, but if you want to snatch something from me, you still have to ask me about the magic treasure in my hand. The Xian weaponry sect youth went toe-to-toe, and with the lift of his hand, he offered up a side of a Xian-ranked magic treasure and struck out towards his back. Rumble. Between the Xian treasure being offered, it rumbled and moved, transforming into a shield that blocked the divine ability struck by the man from the star-chasing sect. Brush! The Xian treasure shield had just blocked the youth's shot, and immediately flew back into the Xian weapon sect's youth. Xian weapon sect, that's all they've got. Between cold smiles, the star-chasing sect man charged out once again, a spear on smashed down like a star. Boom! 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 The young man from the Xian weapon sect, who had no intention of fighting the other party hard, constantly had magic treasures within his body, alternately flying out, fending off the attack of the man from the star-chasing sect. Every now and then, the vestments on the Xian weapon sect youths would also light up with a brilliant glow, dissolving the residual power. Obviously, the Xian weapon sect youth, directly using a magic treasure, armed himself to the teeth. Worthy of being a disciple of the Xian weapon sect, he really is a match for a turtle. The star-chasing sect man, seeing that he couldn't help the other party at all, gritted his teeth in anger. Guns can chase a star to the stargate of the sun, but it seems to be nothing more than that. The Xuanqi sect youth sneered back. Yes? Then today, I'll let you see what the star-chasing gun now is. Kill! The star-chasing sect youth's face turned even more pale when he heard this. Chase the stars! Boom! The star-chasing sect youth let out a long whistle, and the long spear in his hand pointed out in a flash. That shot, fast to the extreme, was like a meteor cutting through the sky, its sharp power to pierce through the void. The Xuanqi sect disciples were immediately horrified, because the star-chasing sect youth stabbed out with his spear. The void around him was fixed, making it difficult to dodge. Want some self-serve wine? Okay, here. The Xian weapon sect youth, seeing that he couldn't avoid it, gritted his teeth and took out a mouthful of wine gourd and smashed it towards the tip of the gun. Obviously the Xuanqi sect youth, at this time, was also anxious. The intention is to ruin the self-serving wine, and everyone gets nothing and no one. You. The star-chasing sect man watched as the self-sustaining wine flew out, and at this point, it was too late to collect his gun, so he was furious and his face turned blue. It would be a bit of a shame to ruin such a good wine, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be better to keep it and we'll drink it together? At this moment, Wang Fan's voice came. There was a bit of sword light that lit up, pointing above the tip of the gun, casually diffusing the star-chasing sect man's attack, and then with a twist of the sword, He had already picked up the wine gourd. Chapter 65, Lin Yu. You're here to kill me, aren't you? Whoosh! Between the wine gourd being picked off, Wang Dan's figure had surfaced. Wang Dang beckoned towards the wine gourd, and it flew towards Wang Dang. Gentlemen, I'll take the self-satisfied wine. Boom! At this moment, Xing Yang appeared in front of the wine gourd as if he had stepped out of the void, and he wanted to pocket the gourd. Yellow bird? Kill! Clank! Seeing this, the star-chasing sect man's eyes flashed with a flash of stern intent, and between a shake of the lance in his hand, his speed was as fast as it could be, and he picked at Xing Yang's probing palm with a single shot. The gun is a good gun. It's the people who use it that are worse. Dang! Xing Yang opened his mouth indifferently, and between the twists of the long blade in his hand, he crushed the spear-ons that were being declared and swung the long spear away. Humph! Star-chasing sect man only felt a sharp and incomparable blade. Along the tip of the gun came stifled grunts between has been forced back. Giggle! Wang Dang swung out the great Confucian sword in his hand, and a sword aura broke through the air and rolled towards the wine gourd. Brother Wang Dang, it's not that easy to snatch something from my hands. Dang! Xing Yang forced back the star-chasing sect man with a slash, and the long blade in his hand swung out once again, sparring with Wang Dan's swordlight. Dang it! The two apparently have left a residual force. The attack is very skillful. Between the duel did not hurt the wine gourd, just the aftermath of the power to hit the wine gourd, with the power to throw up and down. Immortal Luo Sect, Heaven and Earth Academy? The star-chasing sect man. His complexion became incomparably ugly. I didn't expect that disciples from these two clans would be killed at the critical moment. Aren't you a bully? Why don't you go up and grab it? The Xian Weapon Sect youth mockingly looked at the star-chasing sect man. You think I'm afraid of them? Between cold smiles, the star-chasing sect man once again raised his gun to kill. For a while, the sword light tumbled. The sword chi broke through the air. The gun awnings dotted the air, violently colliding, neither of them letting anyone in. Shidoshi, there seems to be a fight. In that gourd, wouldn't that be the self-serve bar? Between the three exchanging blows, Lin Yu and the others similarly arrived. Zhao Huayu looked at the three people wrestling together and asked with a burning gaze. It should be. Song Qingfeng nodded his head before looking at Lin Yu. Senior brother, do you think we should make a move? At this moment, Song Qingfeng was also rumbling with battle intent. The three people who made the move were all experts, and Song Qingfeng was also a foundation establishment perfection, but his hands were itching. Let's see. Lin Yu smiled and looked at the Xuanqi sect youth not far away. This brother, why don't you go grab it? Lin Yu asked playfully. Rob? Not to mention that you can't grab it, even if you do, you can't take it out. So what's the point of grabbing it? The Xian Weapon Sect youth said with an indignant face. You're a funny one, brother. Lin Yu's words had a deeper meaning in his tone. And you didn't rob it? The Xuanqi sect youth asked rhetorically. It's not that you won't grab it, the point is that you can't beat it. Lin Yu spread his hands. Boom! At this time, the three of them, Wang Dan, once again dueled with one strike. Strong power surged around like a tidal wave. When a knife, a gun, and a sword landed next to the wine gourd almost simultaneously, gulping a terrifying light. The three forces, with the circumference of the wine gourd as the battlefield, continuously cancelled and dissolved, displaying amazing control. Boom! In the end, it was Wang Dang's power that prevailed and sent the wine gourd flying. Between the wine gourd trembling, cracks surfaced on it, and then it unexpectedly flew towards Lin Yu. Shidoshi, the wine gourd is flying towards us. Why don't we grab it? Song Qingfeng laughed. No robbery, but it doesn't say not to take it. Lin Yu responded with a smile, and in a flash of his body, he had appeared in front of the wine gourd. Come on! With a casual move of his hand, Lin Yu put away the wine gourd. Three senior brothers, you're really too polite. Senior brother is flattered. Lin Yu put away the wine gourd in front of the trio and didn't forget to salute towards them. Brother Lin Yu, you're lucky. You're really good enough to stand still and have self-satisfied wine delivered to your door. Wang Dan stood with his sword and looked at Lin Yu with a smile. Senior brother Lin, before you hardened the aftermath of our battle, and this time the wine gourd flew towards you again. You're here specifically to overcome me, aren't you? Qin Yang was also speechless. Instead, it was the star-chasing sect man who stared at Lin Yu with a look that seemed to be very unwilling. What are you two talking about? It's not in time, Lin Yu said with a smile. As the saying goes, heavenly treasures are for the virtuous. Since the wine of ease has fallen into brother Lin's hands, there will be no robbery. Wang Dang put away the great Confucian sword with great poise. The immortal Luo sect did not lack things like self-satisfying wine, and the Heaven and Earth School Palace naturally did not lack it either. Controversy. It's just calendars. If you're not even competing, it's even worse for me to compete with senior brother. Spreading the word for fear of being laughed at, Qin Yang similarly put away his long sword. Then Lin Yu, thank you both. Lin Yu smiled. A few of you. It's just a mere bottle of self-satisfied wine. There's really nothing to fight about. The Xuanqi sect youth, at this moment, stepped out and said, District self-serving wine? You were in there, and you found something else? The star-chasing sect youth froze. I am Zhuo Bufan of the Xian Weapon sect. Greetings to the immortal Luo sect and the Heaven and Earth Academy brothers. The young man from the Xian Weapon sect did not pay any attention to the star-chasing sect man, but instead saluted towards Lin Yu and the others. Brother Zhua is polite. Just now, Brother Zhua seemed to have something in his words. Wang Dang smiled and returned the greeting, asking thoughtfully, I found more than just self-serving wine. Zhuo Bufan spoke with a straight face. What? Qing Yang also came to be interested. A jade tablet, a spirit of the 5 elements, Zhuo Bufan said without changing his face. What? Spirit of the 5 elements? When Lin Yu and the others heard this, their faces showed a strange color. The spirit of the 5 elements. It is one of the most effective materials among the wonders of heaven and earth for foundation building. Not to mention that this spirit of the 5 elements had a special meaning for Lin Yu, the perfect fleshly foundation building object. According to the 9 revolutions of mountains and rivers, if the spirits of the 5 elements were used to build the foundation of the physical body, the effect would be far greater than if they were used to build the foundation of the aura. Exactly. Zhuo Bufan nodded. Brother Zhua, since you have not taken it, I suppose that thing, too, is not so easy to take, is it? Lin Yu pondered, opening his mouth. Chapter 66 Poor Acting. Just you Qin Yang is silly, is not good to take, but all of you, either you are disciples of the immortal Luo sect or disciples of the Heaven and Earth School Palace. What I can't fetch, you may not be unable to, Zhuo Bufan said. Conditions. Lin Yu nodded before asking again. Within that jade slip, there should be a record of the easy sect's inheritance. I'll take you there, and whoever gets it, just take the jade slip and transcribe a copy for me, Zhuo Bufan said. You're quite a calculator. Dangerous things we do. Things you take a share in, Qin Yang said with a lift of his eyes, without me leading the way. You may not be able to search there for the rest of the time. If you guys aren't interested, I can find someone else. Zhuo Bufan's gaze flickered. I'd like to think so. It's just a transcription. No big deal. Wang Dang said with a spontaneous smile. Indeed, if the information you have is true, it wouldn't be impossible to have you transcribe a copy. Lin Yu also nodded slightly. So, you too, that's a yes? A flash of joy flashed across Zhuo Bufan's face. I, however, have one last question. Lin Yu looked at Zhuo Bufan playfully, but there's no harm in asking. Zhuo Bufan spoke with a straight face. You and that one, you seem to be on good terms. Lin Yu glanced at Zhuo Bufan before his gaze swept over the star-chasing sect man. A flash of color flashed across Zhuo Bufan's face, and the youth of the star-chasing sect similarly froze, looking at Lin Yu with some astonishment. Qin Yang's eyes obviously flashed a touch of coldness, but it was Wang Dang who seemed to have already known it, and his complexion did not change half a bit. I told you that your method wouldn't work. Now it's broken up, isn't it? The star-chasing sect man hesitated for a moment and glared at Zhuo Bufan before making a salute towards Lin Yu and the others. I'm star-chasing sect Star Zephyr. I'm considered a close friend to Zhuo Bufan. I've met you all. Gentlemen, don't misunderstand. The two of us, the reason why we put on a show, is really that what's there, by the power of the two of us, we simply can't get it. Solely a throwback. I didn't expect it, but it drew out experts from the immortal Luo sect and the Heaven and Earth School Palace. Zhuo Bufan also hurriedly explained. Brother is so bold that he even took out the precious and incomparable self-contained wine and threw it out. Qin Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression eased a few points. Where is a pot of wine better than mastering the recipe for it? The time to fight is when you can't afford to give up your children. Starseeker spoke with a sharp gaze. Exactly. When it's time to fight, it's time to fight. Gentlemen, lead the way. Lin Yu smiled and nodded. When Zhuo Bufan and Xing Zhe heard this, they hurriedly looked at Wang Fong and Chang Yang. Lead the way. Just as you say. Wang Dang nodded. I'll give face to senior brother Lin. Lead the way. Xing Yang casually threw out the long sword in his hand and carried it on his back, similarly agreeing. Gentlemen, follow me. Zhuo Bufan let out a sigh of relief before turning around and traveling towards the distant temple. Senior brother Lin Yu, how did you know that they knew each other and were on good terms? Ji Yanling asked curiously. Senior sister Ji, you're still too inexperienced. These two were chasing and fleeing before, and that Star Zephyr struck out with what seemed to be a harsh and ferocious killing intent, but every shot was reserved. If it's not that these two are acting, then it's that Hashizawa doesn't have the heart to kill. We can all see this. There's no way Zhuo Bufan doesn't know. Since Star Zephyr doesn't have a killing intent, why did Zhuo Bufan want to destroy this self-satisfied wine? Song Qingfeng explained with a smile. So elder brother Song saw it too? Ji Yanling froze. Actually, their acting was pretty average, and there were probably only 2 people in the room who didn't see it coming. Zhao Huayu also said with a smile. One is me. So who's the other? Ji Yanling asked in disbelief. Zhao Huayu and Song Qingfeng exchanged glances, and both of them looked at Qing Yang at the same time. So it's him. Ji Yanling suddenly realized, and then opened his mouth with a smile. Previously, senior brother Tianqi, but senior brother Qing Yang, boasted to the heavens, and now it seems that just like me, they are all little white men. Ah, you've gone too far. Noticing the gazes of the crowd, Qing Yang jerked his head back and spoke with some annoyance. The sect master said that the cultivators outside have a lot of heart. At first I didn't believe it, but now it seems that in the future, I'll have to guard against you guys. Lin Yu and the others smiled at his words. The group of people followed Zhuo Bufan and Xing Zhe and entered the temple. The space inside the temple was even more broken than the outside, with void turbulence everywhere, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was difficult to move an inch. On the contrary, it was Zhuo Bufan who made light work of it, leading the crowd, avoiding a spatial rift along the way, and going deeper into the temple. There's no way out. After another moment, Lin Yu and the others were able to see that a corridor in front of them had broken off, roughly a foot long. At the location of the break, there was a thick rift in the void that could not be crossed at all. Elder brother Zhua, it's up to you. Starseeker glanced at Zhuo Bufan. Aha! Zhuo Bufan nodded his head, and between the seals of his hands, he offered up a Xian product magic treasure shaped like a ladder. This is the void ladder? Zhuo Bufan had just taken out the void ladder when a look of astonishment appeared on Wang Fang's face. Void ladder? What is it? Qing Yang asked curiously. The void ladder is the Xian weapon sect's untold secret. It is said that the void ladder, which has the effect of connecting space, is extremely marvelous, and is the foundation of the Xian weapon sect. Legend has it that this void ladder, when refined, is extremely difficult. I didn't realize that Brother Zhua actually has this kind of magic treasure with him, Wang Dang said in awe. Brother Wang is worthy of being a disciple of the Heaven and Earth Academy, so knowledgeable that he even recognizes our Xian weapon sect's void ladder. Zhuo Bufan smiled self-satisfiedly, and between his hands forming seals, the void ladder flew into the void cracks, vaguely transforming into a passageway. A few of you, one by one, Zhuo Bufan said with a straight face. Okay. Lin Yu and the others were also nonchalant, following the void ladder successively out of the passageway and crossing the void rift, and then he entered a large hall. That's the spirit of the 5 elements, and a jade slip. The crowd had just entered the great hall when they saw a jade slip suspended in the sky above the hall, a ball of chi that flickered with multicolored light. But what was frightening was that around the jade slip and the spirit of the 5 elements, there was a temporal rift that crisscrossed the area. If one were to enter without authorization, they were afraid that they would be crushed by the power of the void rift on the spot. Gentlemen, I tried before. The power of the void ladder is not enough to fetch those things, so it's up to you all. Zhuo Bufan looked at the jade slip and the spirit of the 5 elements with burning eyes. Me first. Qing Yang sniffed and fiercely stepped out. Chapter 67. Brother Qing Yang, can you teach me the hollow breaking steps? Brother Qing Yang, these spatial cracks, like formation patterns, will change position on their own, but be careful, Zhuo Bufan reminded. I'll take care of myself. Brush. Between Qing Yang's one step, the shattered air step shrinking ground had already been executed. In the blink of an eye, it traveled within the dense spatial cracks, heading straight for the jade slip and the spirit of the 5 elements. Wow! At this moment, the densely packed void cracks, however, flowed open as if they were alive, swarming towards Qing Yang. Pale. Boom! Qing Yang's complexion changed, and the long blade behind him flew up violently, and between the chopping of the blade chopped down towards the void rift. Pust! Between the white blanketed saber chi venting, but in a flash, it was swallowed up by the spatial rift. The void rift only trembled lightly before it surged towards Qing Yang once again. Ding 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 ding! Qing Yang swung his sword like rain, a white blade sweeping out, but it could never help those spatial cracks. Instead, several void rifts raged between them like horns, directly sealing Qing Yang's forward direction. Brush! Qing Yang's color changed. His toes pointed in the void and instantly withdrew. Again! Qing Yang frowned as he once again executed the shattering space step, changing his position and rushing towards the jade slip and the spirit of the 5 elements. But it didn't work at all. The spatial cracks, indeed, were like formations, and no matter how fast Qing Yang was, he was still forced back again and again. I'll help you. After pondering for a moment, Wang Dang took advantage of the gap in which Qing Yang had attracted a large number of spatial formation patterns to rush out. Wow! But it's still useless. The densely packed spatial cracks, arranging and combining on their own, directly forced Wang Dang back. Even the hollow shattering steps coupled with the Heaven and Earth Academy's skywalking body technique couldn't fetch the jade slip in the spirit of the 5 elements? Shuo Bufan looked at Wang Feng and Chang Yang, who were forced back time and time again, and immediately revealed a look of disappointment. Senior brother Lin, shall we make a move? Can one person holding one direction create the time to break through? Song Qingfeng's cultivation level, although higher than Lin Yu's, but now he was obeying Lin Yu's orders. Useless. Zhao Huayu shook his head and said, this spatial formation pattern was deliberately left here with the maneuver of laying a formation. All the spatial formations, flowing as they should, not to mention the few of us, even if we double that, we may not be able to completely hold them back. Zhao Huayu said seriously, this brother, still knows the Tao of formation? Can you think of a way to break it? Wang Dang and Chang Yang, once again forced back, looked at Zhao Huayu expectantly. Where can I think of a way to break the formation? Zhao Huayu immediately laughed bitterly. Although I followed Vice Sect Master Wang and learned the way of formations for a few years, it's more than enough to break the yellow grade formation, but it's hard enough to crack a metaphysical formation, let alone this kind of thing that seems like a formation but isn't. Even if we can break the formation, it's too late in time. Zhao Huayu spread his hands. Does that mean that it's right in front of us and we're just going to give up? This is the first time I've gone out on an adventure and it ended in failure? Qing Yang stared. Brother Qing Yang, victory and defeat are commonplace in the military. Wang Dang opened his mouth with a smile. Don't give up so fast. You guys, I can't think of a way to break it, but it's not like I'm the only one here who has practiced the Tao of formation. Zhao Huayu glanced at Lin Yu. Previously, Lin Yu, without having studied the Tao of formation, had broken the cloudy sky formation, and now that Lin Yu had received the true transmission from Vice Sect Master Wang, he might not be unable to think of a way to break the formation. Senior Lin, you've also studied formations? Qing Yang looked at Lin Yu unexpectedly. Follow Vice Sect Master Wang and learn for half a day. Lin Yu rubbed his chin. Half a day of learning. Even as calm as Wang Dang, he revealed a helpless look. Senior brother Lin, it's true that you've only learned for half a day, but senior brother Lin, his talent for the Tao of formation is so earth-shattering that I don't know how much better than me. Zhao Huayu said sincerely. Qing Yang, Wang Feng, Shuo Bufan, and the others heard this and looked even more odd. How capable can you be after learning formation for half a day? Then, Senior Lin, is there a way to crack it? Cheng Yang asked groggily. It's not like there's no way to crack it, Lin Yu said thoughtfully. Still? Qing Yang froze. This spatial rift, it seems like a formation but not a formation. It flows as it should. I can only find one chance. This is an opportunity that will pass in an instant, and it will take someone who is fast enough to follow my instructions to get in. Lin Yu said. I'll do it. Qing Yang's gaze flickered. If it came to body speed, Wang Dan's heavenly walking body technique was much inferior. Okay, I'll show you the way. Lin Yu nodded. Then I'm on. Without saying a word, Qing Yang charged out again. Zua-san, right too. Zua-chi. Between Qing Yang rushing out, Lin Yu opened his mouth one after another. Qing Yang did exactly as he was told. And surprisingly, he really did weave in and out of the dense spatial cracks, and there were several times when the spatial cracks swept by Qing Yang's body. Not bad at all. Soon, Wang Dang and the others had joyful expressions on their faces. It's now. Hustle forward. Lin Yu suddenly spoke. Brush. Qing Yang rushed out without hesitation and appeared in front of the jade slip in the spirit of the 5 elements in a flash. Qing Yang was about to take the 2 items with a glance of his palm. Brush. At this moment, 2 spatial rifts, however, violently forced their way in, shattering everything with such force that Qing Yang had to immediately withdraw his hand. The time has passed. Fall back. Lin Yu spoke decisively. Qing Yang didn't dare to be arrogant, and without saying anything, he directly retreated. Almost, just a little bit. Qing Yang became even more annoyed after he exited. Want to try again? Shuo Bufan also said unwillingly. Useless. Just now was the limit of my speed. Unless I take the hollow shattering step, and cultivate it to the 8th level, then try it a few times, it'll all be the same result. Qing Yang shook his head and said, Brother Qing Yang, you've already cultivated the shattering sky step to the 7th level, right? How long will it take to go further? Wang Dang asked. At least 3 months. Qing Yang Dao. 3 months, or too late. Starseeker couldn't help but shake his head as well. Actually, there is another way, Lin Yu said with a smile. What way? Xin Yang and the others all looked at Lin Yu expectantly. Elder brother Qin Yang, teach me your hollow shattering steps, and let me cultivate it to the 8th level, and then take out what's inside. Again, Lin Yu said coyly. Chapter 68 Iron Bean. 2 flowers of the great Tao were born, Lin Yu said, and behind him, Zhao Huayu, Song Qingfeng, and Ji Yanling, all looked calm. The corners of Qing Yang, Wang Dang, Chua Bufan, and Xingzai's mouths twitched. Senior brother Lin, do you know what grade of divine ability is the shattering space step? Xin Yang glared at Lin Yu and asked. A holy grail. Lin Yu nodded. Then do you know how long it took me to cultivate this hollow shattering step? To the 7th level? Xin Yang asked again. I don't know. Lin Yu shook his head. 5 years. It took me 5 whole years to take the hollow shattering step and cultivate it to the 7th level. At that speed, the sect master has called it impossible straight away. Say I'm the one with the fastest cultivation speed outside of the pioneers of the hollow shattering steps. Xin Yang said through gritted teeth. 5 years? That's fast indeed. Lin Yu nodded deeply. Compared to others, who could easily comprehend for hundreds of years, Xin Yang's speed was indeed frighteningly fast. So you're trying to say that you're going to cultivate to the 8th level in a few days' time? Xin Yang glared at Lin Yu. Not for a few days, it's just today, Lin Yu said seriously. Bang! Xin Yang sniffed and slapped himself on the head. It's over, Senior Lin. It's just the inheritance of the Easy Sect, plus a spirit of the 5 elements. We're not going to lose our minds. The Easy Sect's method of brewing self-satisfying wine. Our inner sect has thousands of similar ones. The 5 elemental spirits are precious. And you have indeed reached the time to build your foundation. Senior brother Lin. Big deal. Senior brother. Help you find another kind of foundation building material. Qin Yang comforted Lin Yu in a rare moment. Brother Lin, if you're looking for foundation building items, I can be of some help. Wang Dang also laughed bitterly. I'm not crazy, Lin Yu said in tears. Not crazy? Really not crazy? Qin Yang and Wang Dang both glared at Lin Yu. Then why are you netting nonsense? It's not bullshit. It's the truth. Ji Yanling muttered. Truth? Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. Yes, our Cloud Sky Outer Sect's Cloud Sky Scripture. Even though it's a divine product, the difficulty of cultivating it is no less than that of a holy divine ability. Lin Yu used 1 incense stick to achieve 12 major accomplishments. Ji Yanling proudly said. In the time it takes to burn incense, the 12 major points of the Cloud Sky Scripture will be completed. The 4 of them, Wang Dan, all revealed expressions of having seen a ghost as they looked at Lin Yu. The Cloud Sky Scripture was famous, so Qin Yang and the others had naturally heard of it. Vice Sect Master Lu's 9 Heavens Sword Scripture. Senior brother Lin also achieved great success in a flash, and even broke through the limit, evolving the 13 Heavy Sword Chi Avenue. Song Qingfeng added. Crazy. Why do I get the feeling that you're all crazy? Wang Dang and Qin Yang looked at each other in dismay, and were directly unable to be straightened out. Senior brother Qin Yang, what do you think of this? Just show me the shattered air steps. Once. Lin Yu looked at Qin Yang with a brilliant gaze. Just read it once. Qin Yang froze. Yes, just read it once. Lin Yu nodded his head with certainty. No. You can't even read it once. If the sect master knew that I showed you the method of the hollow shattering step, he would have to break my legs. Qin Yang shook his head. Although everyone was a disciple of the immortal Luo sect, and it wasn't considered a violation for them to learn from each other's dharma, there was, after all, a competitive relationship between the outer sects. The hollow shattering steps were the core method of the Xian Luo Great Mysterious Realm, so if he passed it on to others without authorization, he would inevitably be chastised by the sect master. Goon. Senior brother Qin Yang, with your natural talent, where would Lord Xian Solomon be willing to break your legs? That's right, at most you'll be punished with a few days of confinement. A few days of confinement. Ah, in exchange for a chance to witness a miracle. No loss. Senior brother Qin Yang, Zhao Huayu and the others were all badgering and egging them on. If Lin Yu really could learn this air-shattering step back, his own sect master would wake up laughing even in his sleep. That too, although the sect master is strict, he really can't afford to break my legs. Qin Yang stroked his chin and began to consider the feasibility. That's not it. Brother Qin Yang is gifted. I'm afraid that if you want the stars, Lord Xian Solomon won't even give you the moon. Maybe he doesn't even want the confinement. Ji Yanling also opened her mouth with a bad smile. No, I think you guys are swindling me. If I give you the hollow shattering steps, I'll get nothing but confinement. A proper payoff. Qin Yang quickly reacted. I'll buy you a drink. Didn't I just get a jug of self-satisfied wine? When we fetch the stuff, let's find a place and get drunk, Lin Yu said with a wink. Buy me a drink. Ha? Xing Yang came to be interested, and after hesitating for a moment, he took out a jade slip. It's okay to show you once, but let's make a deal first. This hollow shattering step is what you've learned, but you can't pass it on to anyone else. Xing Yang was still a bit torn in his heart as he held the jade slip. Don't worry, definitely not out. Lin Yu spoke with certainty. Also, I don't have the complete shattered void steps in my hands, only the first 9 minor accomplishments of the method, and for the next 3, the sect master said that he would wait for me to cultivate to a minor accomplishment before passing it on to me. Xing Yang Dao. 9 weights? That's enough. Lin Yu nodded. I always feel that something is wrong, but I can't put my finger on it. Xing Yang scratched his head and handed the jade slip to Lin Yu. Thank you, elder brother Qing Yang. Lin Yu saluted towards Qing Yang and received the jade slip. Buzz. Lin Yu had just received the jade slip, when a golden light flew out from within the jade slip and landed in Lin Yu's brow, evolving a picture. A man with a wild and unbridled aura wandered through the starry sky. The man's breath was too amazing, and wherever he traveled, the stars in the sky were rumbling with him, and his aura was strong and frightening. The man watched the sun rise and set, and watched the stars flow, and finally had an epiphany. And when he took one step, the stars shifted. Air-shattering steps, created by the Star Immortal. Star Immortal, possessor of one of the most mysterious physiques of all time, the star body. He once traveled in the starry sky with the Mahayana realm, observing the sun, moon, and stars, and pioneered the shattered sky step. Although the broken space step is only a holy magic door, but if practiced to the great completion, can do a step out, the realm of the stars. When for the stunning past, lines of writing emerged, and the image quietly dissolved and was absorbed by the tree of the great Tao. To Lin Yu's surprise, between the swaying of the great Tao tree, 2 great Tao flowers concluded. Chapter 69, Flower of Space and Flower of Stars. Between the swaying of the tree of the great Tao, light converged and 2 flower bones slowly coalesced into shape, drawing on the amazing past of the shattered air steps and concluding the Flower of Space. Flower of Space Effect. 1. Understanding the true meaning of space. Practicing spells related to the way of space, divine powers, etc. Doubles the speed, drawing on the shattered air steps to amaze the past and conclude the Flower of the Stars. Flower of the Stars Effect. 1. Perform any divine ability to add the power of the stars. 2. The speed of practicing the way of the stars is doubled. 3. When practicing, you can draw the power of the stars into your body, doubling the speed of your practice. The Flower of Space and the Flower of Stars? In that case, it seems that the shattering space steps is not a mere spatial way divine ability, but rather the star way, fused with the spatial way. Lin Yu mused to himself before he began to study the 9th level of the shattered sky steps. The first 9 levels are all the way of space. To cultivate all of them is to become a minor success. Then the next 3 times, it should be the star way, or even then a fusion of the 2 great Tao paths of space and stars. In this way, only then can one step be taken, and the bucket be turned. Lin Yu practiced the first 9 steps of the hollow shattering steps once more, and a look of enlightenment appeared on his face. Senior brother Lin Yu, how's the learning going? If there's anything you don't understand, ask me. Anyway, the shattering air steps have been shown to you, and a chastisement, for sure, is unavoidable. Qing Yang looked at the thoughtful Lin Yu and asked in tears. It's okay. When Lin Yu heard this, he just smiled, and then he returned the jade slip back to Qing Yang. That's it? Why don't you watch it a couple more times? Qing Yang froze. No, once and several times, not much difference. Lin Yu walked towards the spatial rift between his words. Qing Yang, Wang Feng, and the others, all looked at Lin Yu oddly. Are you sure you've really learned these air-breaking steps? You should at least close your eyes for a while. Senior brother Qing Yang, you said before that in another 3 months, you would be able to advance to the 8th level. I won't learn your air-shattering steps for nothing. Senior brother, you must look carefully. Today should allow you to advance your cultivation to the 8th level, and will be of no small benefit to your future cultivation of the shattering void step to the 9th level of minor success. Lin Yu stood in front of the spatial rift and looked back at Qing Yang and said, Really? Qing Yang said in disbelief. More real than real gold. Boom! Between Lin Yu's words, the innate power in his body surged, and there was actually a heavy spatial Tao rhythm around his body, winding out. The flower of time and the flower of space within Lin Yu's body also swayed continuously. Between the interweaving of space-time Tao rhythms, the space-time around Lin Yu seemed to be, at that moment, changing. Lin Yu was clearly standing there, but it gave the impression that he was a world away. The way of space? Wang Dang revealed a shocked expression. Spatial true intent? Senior brother Lin, to have realized the true meaning of space? The sect master said that even if one cultivates the space-shattering steps, to the 9th level of minor accomplishment, one may not be able to realize the true meaning of space. Senior brother Lin actually did it? Qin Yang had a look on his face that was badly struck. Senior brother Qin Yang, look closely. Brush. Lin Yu spoke again before taking a step out. With each step Lin Yu took, his body unexpectedly kept disappearing and then appearing. In a flash, he had appeared in front of the jade slip and the spirit of the 5 elements Great Tao. One step, one disillusionment. 9th weight. This is the result of the hollow shattering step, cultivated to the 9th level. Qin Yang looked directly dumbfounded. 9 minor successes. Lin Yu had, surprisingly, actually directly cultivated the hollow shattering steps, to the 9th minor achievement realm. After reading the hollow shattering steps once, the sect master lied. Liar, big liar. What else did the sect master say? As long as the immortal spirit body doesn't come out, I'm the fastest cultivation physique in the world, even if there are several other kinds of physiques, comparable to the immortal spirit body. In terms of cultivation speed, they all have to be inferior to me. Qin Yang looked at Lin Yu and mouthed the words. How do you know that this Master Lin of yours isn't the legendary immortal spirit body? Wang Dang looked at Qin Yang and said quietly, Senior brother Lin, it's an immortal spirit body? Qin Yang sniffed and his eyes stomped. Brush. At this moment, the void changed once again, and Lin Yu had already retreated. In one hand, Lin Yu held a jade slip, and in the other hand, he grasped the spirit of the 5 elements. Senior brother Qin Yang, have you ever seen it clearly? Lin Yu looked squarely at Qin Yang. Qin Yang sniffed and fiercely closed his eyes, and a moment later, a faint spatial true meaning flowed out from his body. Worthy of being a Linglong body, the enlightenment is high enough to actually be able to enter the state of epiphany with the help of me casting my spatial true intent. It seems that senior brother Qin Yang is not far from cultivating to the 8th level. Lin Yu marveled from the bottom of his heart. Wang Dang and the others, looking at Lin Yu, their faces looked as if they had eaten a bitter melon. How much more enlightened can you be? This jade slip, you transcribe a copy of it. Lin Yu smiled, put away the spirit of the 5 elements, and handed the jade slip in his hand to Zhuo Bufan. Yes, Zhuo Bufan looked at Lin Yu in awe and hurriedly began to transcribe. Don't forget to make a few extra copies and give us a share too. Lin Yu laughed. Zhuo Bufan was also too formal. Okay, Zhuo Bufan nodded. Buzz off. Between Zhuo Bufan's transcription, Lin Yu saw that there were points of golden light that flew out from within the jade brief and landed on top of his brow. Another image is reflected. In the picture, a man, with a woman in his arms, was kneeling in front of a mountain gate. Li Fei Xian, please Pill King of the Pill King Valley, bestow medicine. Li Fei Xian knelt on the ground with a sad expression. Li Fei Xian, the woman in your arms is beyond the reach of mortal medicine. You'd better go back. A few moments later, within the mountain gate, an old voice came out quietly. Not a mortal's medicine can cure? How do you know it can't be healed if you've never even healed it? Li Fei Xian opened his mouth unwillingly. I said what's wrong with you? My teacher said it can't be cured. So it can't be cured. Li Fei Xian was about to open his mouth, but the mountain door opened and a medicine boy walked out and glared at Li Fei Xian. Apprentice, do not be rude. At the same time, the old voice, once again, came out. Li Fei Xian, it's true that old me can't cure the illness of the woman in your arms, but I've heard that 300,000 miles to the west, there's the immortal mountain where the immortals are. If you can go there and beg for an immortal elixir, you might be cured. The old voice said. 300,000 miles west? A light of hope flashed in Li Fei Xian's eyes. Thank you, elder. Li Fei Xian sniffed, and without hesitation, he picked up the woman in his arms and turned around. Sensei, this woman has long been sick. I'm afraid she won't be able to walk 300,000 miles. The medicine boy couldn't help but mutter as he watched the backs of the two departing. Chapter 70, Wine Sword Immortal Li Fei Xian, the flower of the wine road. That's just it. You give him the pill scriptures that the old man gave you when you were initiated, as well as the March pill that the old man refined. The old man sniffed and spoke quietly. The March pill? Teacher, this is a medicine that you have spent your entire life and used up all the precious herbs to research. Regardless of how badly injured or sick you are, once you take it, you can live for another 3 months at your best. We can have just one. The child's eyes widened at the words. Even the best medicine is used to save lives. I wish the world were free of disease, rather than the dust of medicine on the shelf. It's old man's incompetence if he can't cure that woman. The old man sighed and spoke. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a wave of admiration rise in his heart as he looked at the images in his sea of consciousness. Would that no one in the world were sick? Rather than the medicine on the shelf produce dust. This is a true healer. Lin Yu sighed in his heart. Even though he had never met, Lin Yu was still filled with admiration. And then the picture changes again. Li Fei Xian, who was in the middle of the picture, was holding the woman all the way towards the west. The woman woke up a few times during this period, but said nothing and just looked at Li Fei Xian in a state of infatuation. It wasn't until the scene that Li Fei Xian gave the woman the March pill. March pill. March. During those 3 months, the woman seemed to be healed and showed her best, but after March, the gods can't help. 3 months later, in the picture, there was one less Li Fei Xian and one more drunkard. Later in the picture, beside the drunkard, there was another 5 or 6-year-old girl child, and the girl child's illness is the same as the woman before her. Wine Sutra, created by Li Fei Xian, the Wine Sword Immortal. The Wine Sword Immortal, in order to cure his wife and daughter, searched thousands of mountains and rivers without any trace of the immortal sect, and finally relied on a mortal tome of medicinal scriptures, together with the method of brewing wine, to create his own wine scriptures. Although the wine scripture is only a mortal method, it covers the true meaning of the great Tao, and the Wine Sword Immortal even relies on the wine scripture to use wine to enter the sword, and the sword to enter the Tao. After the Wine Sword Immortal entered the way with wine, the wine scripture was even perfected several times, reaching the divine quality, and a pot of wine is comparable to the effect of an elixir. The way of wine has even been hailed as an unparalleled method not weaker than the way of alchemy, when it is stunningly passed. With each shift of the screen, words emerged. When the image was fixed on, a Taoist with messy hair, dressed in green, holding a wine gourd, with his feet on a mahogany sword, the image quietly dispersed and was absorbed by the tree of the great Tao. Wow! Between the swaying of the tree of the great Tao, another flower of the great Tao concluded, drawing on the amazing past of the Sake Sutra, and concluding the flower of the Sake Way. Sakuto no Hana effect. 1. Insight into heaven and earth. All the methods of brewing wine. 2. The speed of brewing, doubled. 3. All drinks, double the effect. Between the flowers of the wine path blooming, another line of writing, emerged. At the same time there were pounds of incomparable information that poured into Lin Yu's memory. So it is. No wonder a single pot of self-satisfied wine dares to say that it can dissolve the heart demon tribulation. Brew the wine, drink the intention. Lin Yu came to a sudden realization. It's all copied. At this time, Zhuo Bufan will be on the Jade Brief. All the content, all transcribed once. This time, it's Mr. Wang who has taken advantage of the situation. Wang Dang looked at the jade slip Zhuo Bufan handed over and spoke with a smile. Brother Lin, let's put it this way. I came in a hurry this time and didn't bring anything good out. This volume of scriptures, called the 6 Arts, was written by Fu Zi, so why don't we gift it to Brother Lin? Between Wang Dang's words, he slapped towards the bookshelf behind him, and a volume of scriptures had fallen into Wang Dang's hands. The 6 Arts of Confucianism? The 6 Arts by the Husbandman? Zhuo Bufan and the others, all revealed strange colors. In the Heaven and Earth Academy, those who could be called husbandmen were all great scholars of their generation. It could be said that in the entire Heaven and Earth School Palace, there were only a handful of people who were qualified to be called husbandmen. One of the 6 arts is said to be the 3 masters of the Heaven and Earth Academy, organizing the classics of Confucianism and Taoism and compiling them, which covers all the great Tao senses of Confucianism and Taoism. Brother Wang, this gift, it's too expensive. Lin Yu spoke with a straight face. Brother Lin is polite. The book was written to be read, and the 6 arts, which are just a compilation, do not contain my Ru Dao Dharma divine power. The greatest benefit of reciting the 6 arts is to enhance one's state of mind. Wang Dan took the tome and shoved it into Lin Yu's hands. Then I, for one, am flattered. Seeing this, Lin Yu could only accept it. To Lin Yu's surprise, the 6 arts did not have a stunning past, but Lin Yu understood after a little thought. Compilation. The 6 arts were not authored by the 3 husbands, but rather a compiled canon, so naturally there was no such thing as a stunning past. Brush. At the same time, Qin Yang, who had had an epiphany, his eyes snapped open, and in a single movement of his body, he had already appeared at the previous location of the spirit of the 5 elements, and then returned to his original location in a flash. Congratulations, senior brother Qin Yang, for cultivating the 8th level of the shattered sky step, shifting shape and shadow. Lin Yu said with a smile. Senior Lin, if I had been before this, I would have fooled around, but now, why am I getting a sense of frustration? Qin Yang glared at Lin Yu, his heart completely devoid of the slightest sense of joy from the divine ability breakthrough. It's too hard. He had been refining the hollow shattering steps for a few years now, and was known as a supreme genius. But now, it needed Lin Yu, who had only watched the hollow shattering steps once, to teach it. Look away. Some people, casually learn that they are the unreachable peaks of others. For us, you guys too. Starseeker smiled and spoke. He was in a good frame of mind, and had long been accustomed to being struck down by the geniuses of the great clans anyway. Gentlemen, take what you need to take. All of it. Why don't we leave right now? The self-sustaining wine has its own space within its gourd. The portion is quite a lot. Why don't we get drunk? Lin Yu said with a smile. Looks fine to me. Wang Dang nodded. Drink. Must drink. I've even spread the word about the hollow shattering steps, so if I don't have a few more sips, how will I get back to my capital? Qin Yang also gritted his teeth and said, Go! Lin Yu smiled and was the first to travel towards the outside of the easy secret realm. Coming out. A moment later, Tianqi and Feng Mingshui, who were guarding the entrance, saw Lin Yu and the others coming out in pairs. Qin Yang was now crying, thinking in his heart how he should explain to the sect master. Qin Yang, what's with the crying face? Is this a no contest? Apocalypse looked at his own senior brother, who was crying in a rare manner, and his heart moved. Although I didn't contend for it, Master Lin, however, transcribed a copy of the Easy Sect's legacy for me. It's just that I took the shattered air step and gave it away. Qin Yang weakly looked at Apocalypse. Hi, if it gets out, it gets out. Wait, say that again. What did you pass out? At first, Tianqi didn't take it seriously, but when he reacted, his eyes widened as he stared at Qin Yang Dao. Chapter 71, A Pair of Panda Eyes. Old Taoist priest of Wangcheng Mountain. Feng Mingshui also looked at Qin Yang with an odd expression. The shattered air steps. Sacred quality Dharma. The strongest divine ability of the Xian Luo Great Mystery Outer Sect. And that got out? Shattered air steps. Qin Yang shrunk his head and couldn't even speak properly. Pass to whom? Apocalypse felt his scalp go a little numb. Elder brother, can we not talk about it? Sheng Yang asked in a tangled voice. If he told his senior brother, would he bring trouble to Lin Yu? It must be said. If you say it, it's our initiative to spread the word. If you don't tell me, you're stealing lessons. Stealing and learning the sacred Dharma. Multiple sins. I don't think I need senior brother to tell you, right? Celestial Revelation spoke solemnly while sweeping Lin Yu. Not stealing lessons. Definitely not. I was the one who took the initiative to show it to senior brother Lin. Qin Yang sniffed and became a bit anxious. Sure enough, it's you, senior brother Lin. Apocalypse smiled bitterly as he spoke. It's just a stopgap measure. Lin Yu laughed. Since it was passed on to you, senior brother Lin, then there shouldn't be much of a problem. Apocalypse was also relieved. Don't worry, if I really can't, I'll show Qin Yang the cloud sky scripture. 2. Lin Yu glanced at Feng Mingshui and said with a smile. When Feng Mingshui heard this, she directly turned around and looked at the distant sky with a look of I didn't hear you. Read it over? Senior brother Lin just looked at it once? Apocalypse's heart shook. Yeah, just read it. Qin Yang nodded repeatedly. That's even better. Apocalypse took a long breath. Shattering air steps. This was a saint-grade divine ability, obscure and difficult to understand. If you just read it once, you probably wouldn't be able to remember it all. Incomplete memory. Then you can't practice. Qin Yang, come with me. As Tianqi breathed a sigh of relief, he pulled Qin Yang and ran away. Senior sister Feng, what are they doing there? Ji Yanling asked curiously. Reporting to Lord Xianlong went. Only then did Feng Mingshui turn around. Gentlemen, I've notified a senior to come over, so when that senior arrives, we'll use the ground as a seat and get drunk. Between his words, Lin Yu sent a message to Qing Sangzi, Gate Master. The air-shattering steps, passed on by senior brother. Tianqi took out his summoning magic treasure and directly contacted his sect master. What? Shattering space steps even dares to spread out. This loser. When Xianlong Lord Feng Xian received the news, he almost didn't faint. Pass to whom? After Feng Xian cursed, he forced himself to hold back his anger and asked. It's also from the immortal Luo sect, a disciple of the Cloud Sky Little Mysterious Realm. Apocalypse said in a hurry. Cloudy Sky Little Mysterious Realm? When Feng Xian heard this, his tone eased a few points. Cloudy Sky Small Secret outside the door, after all, is considered to be a family member. Not to mention that counting, Feng Xian and Zhou Junbai were considered old acquaintances. Actually, I can't say it's an outlier. Senior brother Lin Yu, it's just a matter of reading the spell once. Apocalypse added. Just read it over? When Feng Xian heard this, he let out a long breath of relief. Senior brother Lin Yu, It's true that he read it once, but he directly cultivated it to the 9th level of minor success. He also realized the true meaning of space, and instructed his disciple to successfully advance to the 8th level of the shattered space steps, shifting shapes and shadows, and is only one step away from a step of disillusionment. Qing Yang sniffed and muttered in a small voice. Clunk! Apocalypse was instantly stupefied, and the summoning magic treasure in his hand directly fell to the ground. You loser! Say that again. That Lin Yu, after watching the hollow shattering steps once, he has practiced the hollow shattering steps to a few levels? Within the summoning jade slip, Fang Xian's unbelievable voice was transmitted. 9th wait. Qing Yang stalked his neck and gritted his teeth. You fart! Just by looking at it once, you have cultivated to the 9th level of the hollow shattering step? You think he's an immortal spirit body? It's the body of an immortal spirit that doesn't have this level of enlightenment. Fang Xian was so angry that he had to grind his teeth. This Qing Yang, the more he talks, the more outrageous he gets. Gate Master. Earlier, senior sister Fang Mingxu has said that this senior brother Lin Yu, after less than a month of initiation, had cultivated the Cloud Sky Scripture and the 9 Sky Sword Scripture from the Cloud Sky Little Mysterious Realm to the Grand Completion Realm. Disciple also thought that senior sister Fang was joking at the time. Apocalypse said weakly. And then what? Fang Xian froze. Then I saw senior brother Lin casting the 9 heavy mountain and river seal with 5 sword chi avenues in one strike. What senior sister Fang Mingxu has said could be true. Apocalypse said bitterly. Wait, you let this seat sort things out. This seat is confused by you. You guys mean that Lin Yu, less than a month after his initiation, cultivated the 12 major accomplishments of the Cloud Sky Sutra and the 9 major accomplishments of the 9 Sky Sword Sutra, and at the same time learned the 9 turns of the mountain and river of the Qingtsang sect and cultivated the 9 mountain and river seals? And then after watching the hollow shattering steps once, you cultivated to the 9th level of the hollow shattering steps? Fang Xian felt that his heart was a bit messed up. No! A senior sister in the Cloud Sky Little Mysterious Realm said that Lin Yu is not the 9 Heavens Sword Scripture, cultivated to the 9th level, but is able to evolve 13 types of sword chi avenues. Qing Yang couldn't help but add, you guys wait. Fang Xian left a sentence and ended the transmission. Xian Luo Great Mysterious Realm, Sect Master's Great Hall. At this moment, Fang Xian looked at the summoning magic treasure in his hand with a wonderful expression. How can there be someone so enlightened in the world? Immortal spirit body. It's not like the seat hasn't seen it before. If what Qing Yang and the others said is true, then this Lin Yu, what kind of physique is it? Fang Xian's heart was in a heavenly battle. If it's true, just ask that guy Zhou Junbai. After Fang Xian hesitated, he directly sent a message to Zhou Junbai. Look out mountain mystery. At this moment, Zhou Junbai, who had black eyes, was staring angrily at an old Taoist priest not far away. Zhou Junbai, if you want to borrow my lookout mountains lookout technique, I advise you to die of that heart. The old Taoist priest glared at Zhou Junbai and opened his mouth. You stinking Taoist, you've hit and gotten out of breath. At first, this seat, indeed, took your things, but just now this seat, did not also not return the favor? Isn't it just borrowing a scroll of Dharma? It's just a lookout technique. It's not the core. Do you care? Zhou Junbai was also a bit annoyed. To a point, that depends on who it is. If it's any other outer sect, I'll just give it away for nothing without saying a word. If it's you, no way. The old Taoist priest showed no mercy at all. On what grounds? Zhou Junbai said angrily. On what grounds? And you have the nerve to ask the old man on what basis? In the beginning, we agreed that we would all worship under Elder Bitter together. But you were so good that you got me drunk and sneaked off on your own to worship immortal falling cloud as your teacher? The old Taoist was even more irritated. How many years ago was this tale? And you still remember it? In the end, didn't I also fail to succeed in worshipping under the falling cloud fairy? Zhou Junbai's old face flushed. Get out! Get out of here! If you don't get out of here, not only will this seat not lend it, but it will also beat you to death. The old Taoist priest looked angrily at Zhou Junbai and said. At the same time, Zhou Junbai's summoning magic treasure suddenly lit up. Chapter 72, You two donkey droppings. How can you be worthy of worshipping a master? Fang Xian? How did this guy find me? Zhou Junbai glanced at the summoning magic treasure and was instantly stunned. Waving his hand towards the old Taoist priest, we'll fight again in a while. Zhou Junbai tapped on the summoning magic treasure between his words. Sect Master Fang, why are you suddenly thinking of me? Zhou Junbai said with a loud smile. Sect Master Zhou is not saying anything. When you and I were in the inner sect, our relationship was considered good, and now that we are both outer sect masters, we should have been in contact more often. Fang Xian said with a smile. The old Taoist priest in the distance, listening to the exchange between the two, couldn't help but skim his lips. Good relationship? Thinking about when they were in the inner sect, these two had been at each other's throats for 3 days in order to worship under Elder Lakha, and then they were put in confinement. Who is Elder Lakha? The immortal Luo sect had to take a detour even for the current generation of the sect's headmaster when he saw Elder Lakha. What do you think of you two assholes? And now Fang Xian even said that he had a good relationship with Zhou Junbai? It's so perverse. That's right. My relationship with sect master Fang is certainly beyond words. Zhou Junbai opened his mouth with a smile, but in his heart, he was belly aching. Good relationship. I haven't seen you looking for me all these years? Sect Master Zhou, how has the Cloud Sky Outer Sect developed over the years? After the two of them exchanged business compliments for a while, Fang Xian sidestepped the question. Not bad. Zhou Junbai laughed. Just nice? But this seat has heard that under your sect, Sect Master Zhou, an extraordinary genius has emerged. Fang Xian went straight to the point. So Sect Master Fang, you wanted to ask about that Lin Yu kid? Zhou Junbai instantly gained insight into Fang Xian's mind. It seemed that Lin Yu, this kid, hadn't been lazy and had gone to the secret realm of prosperity. It was estimated that he had met up with the people from the Xian Luo Great Mysterious Realm. Yes, it's that Lin Yu. Fang Xian didn't hide anything and nodded his head. The old Taoist priest in the distance, his complexion became more and more odd. Lin Yu? Who's that? To have the two men, who had fought so hard in the inner gate, interacting so intimately? This made the old Taoist unable to help but perk up his ears. Sect Master Fang, if you want to ask anything, just ask. Given your relationship with me, this seat will answer any questions. Zhou Junbai glanced at the old Taoist priest and said with a smile, Lin Yu, the initiation was only for a month? Fang Xian asked. A few days shy of a month, Zhou Junbai replied. Then this Lin Yu, how many weights has the Cloud Sky Sutra been cultivated to? Fang Xian couldn't wait to ask. 12 major accomplishments. Zhou Junbai answered with that dryness. What? The old Taoist priest, who was listening with his ears perked up, felt his person go numb. It's been less than a month since you were initiated, and the 12 major accomplishments of the Cloud Sutra? Are you kidding me? What about the 9 heavenly sword scripture? Fang Xian's tone trembled. It's said to have broken the shackles of the 9-fold sword Qi Grand Dao, and to be able to execute the 13-fold sword Qi Grand Dao. Zhou Junbai replied again. The old Taoist priest, who had already listened with his eyes wide open and his breathing ragged. Zhou Junbai, we're kind of ironic, aren't we? Fang Xian spoke again. It has to count. Zhou Junbai nodded his head. Okay, Lao Zhou, let's not say anything. If you're free, bring Lin Yu over here and this seat will personally pass on his hollow-shattering steps. Fang Xian said with a straight face. This time, not only was the old Taoist confused, Zhou Junbai was also a bit confused. Old Fang, are you sure? You're not kidding? You're really going to pass on Lin Yu's hollow-shattering steps? Zhou Junbai came back to his senses, and his breathing couldn't help but become ragged. Where did he know that at this point in time, the shattered air steps, Lin Yu had already learned the previous 9. Fang propaganda does not pass Lin Yu after 3. With Lin Yu's talent, into the inner door as learned. Instead of being a shabby person, it would be better to sell Lin Yu a favor. This seat has always been true to its word. Fang Xian said with certainty. Okay, if that's the case, when that brat Lin Yu returns, this seat will personally take him to the Xian Luo Great Mysterious Realm. Zhou Junbai said. This seat, then, is waiting in vain. Fang Xian ended the summoning with satisfaction. Come on, Nubizi, don't you want to settle old scores? Let's settle them today. Zhou Junbai put away the jade slip and glared at the distance. The old Taoist priest who was still in a state of confusion, and said viciously, Wait! The old Taoist priest waved his hand in a hurry. Wait for what? Wait! Fight through it! Brush! In a flash of Zhou Junbai's figure, he had already appeared in front of the old Taoist priest and swung his fist above the old Taoist priest's eye socket, giving him a panda eye on the spot. Zhou Junbai, you! The old Taoist's nose went askew and he swung his fist back. 2 Jin Dan perfect. Half-step Yuaning cultivators. At this time all did not use the divine ability, rather like 2 rogues in a chokehold. The old Taoist priest seemed to have some concerns, and in less than a moment's time only, he was hit with a pair of panda eyes just like Zhou Junbai. The disciples of Mount Wancheng who were watching the battle, looking at the 2 sect masters, fighting like hooligans, were all simply without eyes. It just felt humiliating. Is this still the majestic sect master of his own house? How come when I met this asshole, Zhou Junbai, I followed him and became a jerk too? Zhou Junbai, enough? Hit me again and I'll really hit you hard. The old Taoist priest was even a bit angrier as he ate the pain. It's the same as this seat. No fight then. Zhou Junbai looked at the dark circles on the old Taoist priest's eyes before he was satisfied and stopped. You want our Lookout Mountains lookout technique for that, Lin Yu? The old Taoist priest asked in a hurry. Aha! Lin Yu has been initiated for less than a month, and is already at the perfect cultivation level of an 8-9, just one step away from building the foundation. Before the seat came, Lin Yu went to the ruins of the Qingsang sect and practiced the Qingsang sect's foundation building method. If you can get it again, your Lookout Mountains lookout technique, what do you think that means? Zhou Junbai stared at the old Taoist priest, his eyes burning as he asked. All 3 elements? Qingsang clan foundation building method master flesh body, can double the base. Looking at the main divine soul of the Qi technique can also double the bottom line, complemented by the spirit of the Great Tao's main aura, doubling the base again, 3 times the base of perfect foundation building. Once successful, with Lin Yu's enlightenment, no one in this generation will be able to compete with him. You didn't say anything about something so important. The old Taoist's expression changed drastically as he looked straight at Zhou Junbai. I'd like to say so. Have you given this seat a chance? Meeting and fighting, and blackening my seat's eyes. Zhou Junbai was also annoyed. Brush! The old Taoist monk no longer retorted, and between a flick of his fingers, a jade slip had flown towards Zhou Junbai. Chapter 73, Qing Song Yuaning, Send Lin Yu a creation. Brush! Between a casual move of Zhou Junbai's hand, the jade slip was already in his hands. Get lost. It's not for your face, it's for Lin Yu's face. The old Taoist priest glared at Zhou Junbai and said, Don't worry, this favor, this seat will remember, and that brat Lin Yu will likewise remember. Zhou Junbai smiled and opened his mouth before turning around. Obscure. For such a genius to appear in the Cloud Sky Outer sect, Zhou Junbai really has smoke coming out of his ancestors' graves. The old Taoist watched Zhou Junbai leave and muttered enviously. The entrance to the secret realm of the free. The table had already been set up at this time, and there were various kinds of spiritual fruits on the table. In the middle of the bonfire in the distance, a foundation establishment demon beast that Qing Sangzi had hunted from who knows where was set up. Ji Yanling was carefully flipping and roasting it, and the aroma was overflowing. So the person Brother Lin is waiting for is actually Senior Qing Sangzi. Wang Dang smiled and laughed. Qing Sangzi's great name was something that many cultivators had actually heard of. To be able to guard a depleted cultivation treasure for 100 years like a day was not something an ordinary cultivator could do. You still know the old man? Qing Sangzi looked at Wang Fong with some surprise. Of course I've heard of it. The third husbandman has said that it is not the ruins that the senior is guarding, but the Tao in his heart. It's just that elder Qing Sangzi didn't understand the key to it, and once enlightened, Yuan Ying is expected. Wang Dang spoke with a straight face, thinking that Qing Sangzi was a cutie, of a cultivator whose own cultivation level was definitely not much higher. A great man like Sanfu Zi, however, thought that Qing Sangzi's heart was especially rare and valuable, and that a breakthrough only required an opportunity. As long as Qing Sangzi could figure it out, Yuan Ying was not Qing Sangzi's limit. How can I be so virtuous as to receive a critique from the third husband? Qing Sangzi was flattered to open his mouth. Gentlemen, this demonic beast meat is roasted. At this moment, Ji Yanling placed the roasted demonic beast on the table. On the demonic beast meat, it was still nourishing and bubbling with oil, charred on the outside and tender on the inside, with an aroma that was overflowing. The meat is ready. Senior Lin, where's your wine? Qing Yang looked at Lin Yu with an expectant expression. Here it is. Lin Yu smiled and took out the self-same wine. Don't look at the gourd is not big, but inside it is a space of its own. At least a few big jars, enough for everyone to drink together. Lin Yu casually waved his hand and a row of porcelain bowls were already lined up on the table. Buzz! Lin Yu opened the gourd, and with another point of his finger, wine flew out of the mouth of the gourd and fell into the bowl. The self-colored wine was like amber, and there was a rich and incomparable aroma of wine that filled the surroundings. It is breathtaking and will make you drunk. The self-realization wine was extremely miraculous, and it could even dissolve the heart demon robbery of the Yuaning. Yet it is not unique to Jindan perfection. It contains a limited amount of spiritual power in itself. And what is divine is the state of mind embedded in the drink. A glass of wine at ease, tasting 100 flavors of life. Even mortals can drink, and cultivators can get drunk. What a marvelous breath! As soon as the ZZ wine came out, Shang Tsung Zi, who had the highest cultivation level, immediately sensed its extraordinary nature. Gentlemen, a toast to our meeting. Lin Yu smiled and raised his glass after pouring a glass for everyone. That's right, to our meeting. Cheers! Many thanks to Senior Brother Lin. Today we've taken advantage of you. Senior Brother Lin. This is a self-satisfied wine, although the inner sect has a similar wine, but if you want to drink it, you have to exchange it with contributions. I didn't expect us to drink it ahead of time. The crowd raised their glasses at the same time, and then drank it all in one go. Whoa, this wine, why is it sour and sweet? Nope, not right. Why do I feel that after drinking this wine, my heart is inexplicably a little homesick? I miss my parents. The crowd had just drank the self-satisfied wine only, and their moods all changed. Sadness, hot-blooded, silence, unwilling, a multitude of emotions, intertwined around the circumference. On the contrary, it was Lin Yu, who felt that he, after drinking the self-satisfied wine, had entered an inexplicable ethereal state. Not an epiphany, but it made Lin Yu become incredibly serene. Under this tranquility, Lin Yu seemed to realize the flavors of life, and his own state of mind was elevated. The divine soul began to ascend on its own. This is the true meaning of wine. Savor 100 flavors of life with wine. Sharpen your mind with wine, and nourish your soul with wine. Just 1 cup of wine, and I feel that my divine soul has grown a great deal. The cultivation level has not yet been established, but the state of mind has directly reached it, and that's just the self-serve wine. If it were within the wine scripture, the best 3,000 Dao wines, how good would the effect be? Lin Yu muttered. There are 100 flavors of self-serve wine. Different cultivators, different states of mind, had different tastes after drinking it. If one can savor the true meaning of it, one can attain freedom and can dissolve the heart demonic calamity. 3,000 courses of wine have 3,000 flavors. It is the best wine recorded in this volume of the wine scriptures. So it is. I'm the one who's obsessed. Qing Sangzi even closed his eyes, carefully savoring the 100 flavors of the self-sustaining wine, his mouth murmuring, "Buzz off." There was a sad and lonesome aura that surged out of Qing Sangzi's body, dazzling and intertwining. Not only that, Qing Sangzi's aura, too, began to change drastically. Elder, another bowl. Lin Yu pointed his finger and once again poured Qing Sangzi full. Yes, Qing Sangzi was not polite, and once again drank it down in one go. Buzz off. And this time, around Qing Sangzi's body, flames vaguely flowed out. The flames were as black as ink, giving people a feeling of coldness all over their bodies. Even the divine soul seemed to be torn into a strange place. Qing Sangzi's aura was also borderline strange. Brush. Between the changes in Qing Sangzi's breath, his figure violently rose into the air. Elder, another bowl. Brush. Lin Yu pointed his finger and a liquor flew up immediately after Qing Sangzi's and was taken by Qing Sangzi's open mouth. Boom. There was an even more dangerous aura that surged out from within Qing Sangzi. An unparalleled majesty surged in all directions, causing everyone to be like an enemy. Brush it off. Qing Sangzi's aura had just erupted, and there was a gaze in all directions. Looking over. A firstborn? Is this a cultivator? Who has been promoted to Yuaning? A single gaze, looking in the direction where Qing Sangzi was, all revealed a flash of astonishment. Fellow Taoist Lin Yu, you have shown old me, first the favor of solving puzzles, and then the favor of 3 cups of wine. Today, old me, with the power of my firstborn, I shall send you a creation. Between Qing Sangzi's breath soaring, his clear voice spread in all directions. Chapter 74, The Great Drunkenness of 300 Cups. When I was a young man in fresh clothes, between Qing Sangzi's opening his mouth, the Tao rhythms around his body completely boiled, and there was an unparalleled majesty that shot up into the sky. Senior Qing Sangzi is going to send Senior Lin a creation? It shouldn't be. Fong Mingxue revealed a look of astonishment. What? Lin Yu asked curiously. The spirit of the golden pill. Wang Dang opened his mouth seriously. After the Jindan is promoted to Yuaning, the Jindan in the body will metamorphose into Yuaning. The Jindan is like an egg, and the firstborn breaks out of its shell. The residual Jindan fragments can be transformed into Jindan spirits if they are baptized with the aura of the great Tao of the promoted Yuaning in the process of promoting the Yuaning. The spirit of the golden pill, because it has been baptized by the great Tao, is also known as the best foundation building object. Apocalypse said with an envious face. If we condense the spirit of the golden Dan, what price do we need to pay? Lin Yu couldn't help but frown at his words. The price is naturally not small. Originally, when the Jindan was promoted to Yuaning, it was baptized by the great Tao, and after promotion, it could consolidate itself. But once the spirit of the Jindan was concluded, it would lead to the instability of its own foundation. I'm afraid I'll have to cultivate for at least a few years before I can consolidate myself.